In the kingdom of Dechu, the esteemed heir Shin Yenji unexpectedly became a captive of the Eastern Chong, marrying the Eastern Chong maiden Qin Guiwan. On their wedding night, Qin Guiwan gazed upon her dashing husband for the first time, her heart racing with youthful fervor. As they spent their days together, an affectionate bond blossomed, and she devoted herself to him for 4 years, enduring numerous life-threatening trials, only to be left with a legacy of ailments. 4 years later, Shin Yenji seized the opportunity to return to Dechu. With a cold smirk, he informed Qin Guiwan, "How could I ever truly care for an Eastern Chong woman? My feelings towards you were mere distractions, a facade of deceit. From start to finish, it was only you who remained oblivious, ensnared in your own emotions." Subsequently, Qin Guiwan was compelled to return to Dechu with Shin Yenji. Upon his arrival, he immediately took his beautiful cousin as his bride. With calm grace, Qin Guiwan offered her congratulations, while Shin Yenji descended into madness, desperately seeking ways to rekindle her affection. Qin Guiwan smiled gently, stating, "Mr. Shin, why toil so to thaw the ice? There is no possibility for us in this lifetime." Gu Zhuoying grasped Qin Guiwan's hand, raising an eyebrow with a smirk, "Begone. Wanwan detests anything unclean." Chapter 1. The Prodigal The moon hung high, casting a coolness over the mid-September night. A gentle breeze accompanied the moonlight, stirring the banana leaves and bamboo at the Shin residence, creating a soft rustling sound. The Shin family, a prestigious clan in Dechu, celebrated the marriage of their eldest son Shin Yenji. The estate was adorned in crimson drapery and carpets, with festivities echoing through the halls, filled with the sounds of music and laughter. After a day of vibrant celebration, silence gradually enveloped the courtyard as guests departed. The secluded Yushio courtyard, located in the farthest eastern corner, remained quiet, its vermilion doors tightly shut. 2 matrons leaned against the courtyard's columns, whispering to one another. What on earth is the eldest son thinking? Captured by the Eastern Chong, coerced into marrying that woman, and if not for the peace talks between the 2 nations, he might never have returned. It seems he hardly cares for her well-being. Why bring her back at all? Do you think he desired this? She clung to him like a leech, claiming she was wedded to him, that abandoning her would bring disgrace upon him. The eldest son did not wish to bear the blame, so he had no choice but to bring her back. Inside, Qin Guiwan propped herself against a window, feeling the refreshing breeze alongside the mocking laughter of the 2 matrons. So it is. How could there be such a foolish creature, forcing the eldest son to this extent, insisting on coming to Dechu? It is sheer folly. Indeed, I have lived long enough to witness such stupidity. Now that the eldest son has married Miss He, once the wedding is complete, she will truly understand regret. The conversation abruptly halted. The 2 matrons exchanged knowing glances, their smiles laden with meaning. The He family was the maternal clan of the Shun matriarch, and He Miaoxin was Shin Yenji's cousin. The Shun and He families shared a close bond, and prior to his capture, Shin Yenji had verbally pledged himself to He Miaoxin. After the wedding, neither the matriarch nor He Miaoxin would tolerate Qin Guiwan's presence. A slight frown creased Qin Guiwan's brow as she paused for a moment, then turned away from the window. Qingji, behind her, quickened her breath and rushed to close the window, trying to shield them from the bothersome remarks. Who would even care to come to Dechu? She spat. They say the people of Dechu value propriety and honor, but from my perspective, the entire Shin family is beneath contempt. My lady, had it not been for your protection, Shin Yenji would have perished numerous times during our time in Eastern Chong. In truth, you are not only his lawfully wedded wife, but also his savior. Without him, you would not have incurred the wrath of the new Khan, nor would you be forced to come to Dechu. You have endured so much for him, yet since arriving here, he has not even spared you a glance, nor shown you any concern. Without a word, he hastily married some insignificant concubine, and to prevent you from causing a scene, he has people watching you, not allowing you to leave the courtyard. It's utterly disgraceful. Her Eastern Chong dialect flowed rapidly, her hands deftly shutting the window. Turning around, she found Qin Guiwan had taken her place at the iron pearwood desk, her left hand lifting her sleeve while her right hand slowly ground ink. She wore no makeup, clad in a white flower-patterned dress, topped with a moonlight blue embroidered jacket. Her lustrous hair was loosely tied up, adorned with a sandalwood hairpin, with a few loose strands cascading gracefully down her chest. Seemingly oblivious to Qingji's words, she calmly continued grinding the ink, her fair hand and the dark ink contrasting vividly under the candlelight, creating a serene portrait. Qingji's voice caught in her throat, stifled by emotion. After a moment, she stepped forward, taking the inkstone, and cautiously said, "My lady, are you all right?" Qin Guiwan prepared her writing paper, dipping her brush into the ink, writing a few characters before pausing to look at Qingji, her gaze calm as an autumn lake. "Rest assured, I am fine." During those 4 years in Eastern Chang for Shen Yanji, she had faced countless trials and tribulations. She had endured imprisonment, caught a severe chill, and nearly succumbed to illness. To help him test a potion, she inadvertently ingested poison, damaging her heart and eyesight, leaving her with lingering ailments that required medication to manage. In her attempts to save him, she had plummeted from a cliff, barely escaping with her life. On another occasion, the 9th Prince of Eastern Chang had bound Shen Yanji with chains and poured boiling water over him. In a fit of madness, she had rushed to shield him, the scalding water running down her neck, adhering to her clothing. The burns caused blistering that burst, sending waves of pain through her heart, rendering her movement painfully slow. For more than half a year, she could not lie down to sleep, only able to rest on her stomach. Over those 4 years, she had come to grasp a profound truth. Seeking warmth from ice would yield only frustration. Now, she would not act foolishly again. On the day she returned to the Shun residence, Shen Yanji had promised to deliver a letter to her mother. In the days that followed, she had yet to find an opportunity to see him. The letter had been rewritten countless times, yet she remained dissatisfied. Today, she finally had clarity on how to compose it. She thought, after the wedding, Shen Yanji would have the leisure to fulfill his promise and send someone to deliver her letter. Just as she had written half of the letter, a cacophony of noise approached from afar. "Master Gu, you've had too much to drink. Allow me to escort you to the guest room to rest." "Master Gu, you've taken a wrong turn. The guest room is not this way." "Master Gu, this area is reserved for the ladies of the household. You cannot enter." "Master Gu, you must not go in there." "Master Gu, Master Gu." A medley of pleas, warnings, and chaotic footsteps mingled together, swiftly reaching the entrance of Yushio Courtyard. "Get out of my way! Who dares block my path? I'll chop off your hands!" With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open from the outside. The man's loud exclamations were tinged with drunkenness. "I certainly know where this is. This is the courtyard of the woman Shen Yanji brought back from Eastern Chang. I must see what the woman from Eastern Chang looks like." Qin Guiwan could not help but frown. The only Gu heir in Dechu was Gu Zhuoying. His mother was the esteemed Princess Xiaohua, and his father the Duke of Dinghua, making him the sole progeny of the princess. Having been doted upon since childhood, he developed a spoiled and reckless demeanor, earning him the reputation of Dechu's most notorious prodigal. Rumors of his various outrageous escapades had reached her even during her time in Eastern Chang. She promptly set down her brush, intending to retreat to the inner chamber. She wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just as she stood, amidst the commotion and frantic screams, someone burst through the embroidered curtain and entered. Qin Guiwan had yet to move her feet when she suddenly locked eyes with the man at the door. The silver pearls shone brightly, and the candles flickered brilliantly. Dressed in a dark sandalwood robe embroidered with golden threads, adorned with a golden crown, possessing sharp brows and captivating features, the young gentleman exuded an air of reckless abandon, lazily standing at the entrance. The candlelight inside danced wildly for a moment, and in the dim glow, Gu Zhuoying squinted slightly, a sudden smile gracing his lips. Didn't Shen Yanji marry an Eastern Chang barbarian? Why is there a beauty of Han descent? Chapter 2. The Incident After Shen Yanji bid farewell to all the guests, under the guidance of the matchmaker, he pushed open the intricately carved wooden door adorned with a bright red double happiness character. The night breeze slipped into his sleeves, filling his robe, causing the edges of his red wedding attire to flutter. The lanterns hanging from the eaves cast a flickering red light upon his tall figure, creating a hazy shadow on the ground. Inside, the candlelight swayed, red curtains hung low, and a faint silhouette of a delicate figure was discernible behind the gauzy drapes. Outside stood 2 maids, who, upon seeing Shen Yanji enter, hurriedly approached to pay their respects. After the formalities, the 2 maids drew back the gauzy curtains beside the couch. The bride sat obediently, her head covered, hands folded in her lap. The matchmaker picked up the weighing rod from the table, presenting it to Shen Yanji with a beaming smile that nearly obscured her eyes. "Groom, lift the bride's red veil, and from henceforth, may you both find joy in your union." Shen Yanji nodded slightly, accepting the rod and stepping forward. The cold rod extended beneath the richly embroidered red veil, and with a gentle upward pressure of his wrist, he was about to lift it when a forgotten memory surged forth in his mind. He suddenly recalled the day of his wedding to Qin Guiwan. When he had just been captured by the Eastern Chong, he had expected the Great Chu to send someone to rescue or ransom him, but 3 months passed with no word. During that time, as the two nations were embroiled in fierce battles, many officials in the Eastern Chong suggested executing him and sending his head to the Great Chu as a warning. However, the Great Khan, upon learning he was a top scholar from Great Chu, disregarded those officials' counsel and spared his life, hoping to persuade him to submit. The Great Khan aimed to demonstrate the might of the Eastern Chong by assimilating a Great Chu scholar. To ensure his loyalty, he arranged for a wife. With a family to anchor him, the desire to return to Great Chu would naturally fade over time. To show his regard, the Great Khan selected a particularly noble woman for him. Qin Guiwan was the bride chosen for him by the Eastern Chong. The wedding night had been even more extravagant than this evening. The room was adorned with gold and crimson, a blood-red hue invading his vision. In a bid to hasten their union and ensure they bore children soon, the Great Khan had something added to his wine. That torturous wedding night remained etched in his memory. His grip on the weighing rod tightened unconsciously, the veins on the back of his hand standing out like jade, his long fingers turning pale. After a moment, the matchmaker noticed Shen Yanji's pensive gaze, his right hand gripping the rod without movement. She smiled and repeated, "Groom, lift the bride's red veil, and from henceforth, may you both find joy in your union." Shen Yanji returned to the present, lowering his gaze and reaching out to lift the veil. The light suddenly brightened, causing He Miaoxin to instinctively raise her eyes. The once cold and ethereal young man, who had been like a bright moon, had spent 4 years in the Eastern Chong, now shedding his cool elegance for a layer of unfamiliar, stern maturity. His dark eyes concealed a chilling sharpness, emanating an intensity that was hard to behold. Shen Yanji slowly curved his lips, offering He Miaoxin a tender smile, all coldness hidden beneath, as his gaze shimmered with a delicate warmth. "Miaoxin." The simple utterance rolled off his tongue, his deep voice rendering it exceptionally husky and enticing. He Miaoxin's ears flushed crimson, the blush spreading across her porcelain-like face. She trembled, lowering her long, dark eyelashes, her hands tightly entwined. Her delicate brows and cherry lips, the graceful figure clad in wedding attire, revealed a glimpse of her fair neck as she shyly lowered her gaze, exuding an enchanting demeanor. The matchmaker took the weighing rod with a smile, while the maid offered a white jade cup. Just as they were about to raise the cup, a panicked shout echoed from afar. "Not good. Gu Shixi has barged into the young lady's courtyard. According to protocol, since Shen Yanji married Qin Guiwan, she should be regarded as the primary wife." However, on the day Shen Yanji brought Qin Guiwan home, the elder matriarch casually remarked, "Arrange for the young lady to reside in the Yuxiu courtyard." The title young lady typically referred to a concubine. Yuxiu courtyard was the most remote and dilapidated courtyard in the main residence. Shen Yanji showed no reaction to this. Consequently, the entire Shen household began to refer to Qin Guiwan as the young lady. Their hands froze in place. He Miaoxin anxiously looked up, cautiously inquiring, "Cousin, should we go check?" She was eager to discern Shen Yanji's sentiments towards Qin Guiwan after 4 years of being together. With so many servants in the back courtyard, even if Gu Zhuaying were to cause a ruckus, he would merely peek in and leave. Nothing significant would ensue. Shen Yanji gently shook his head, his lips still curving in a gentle smile. "Today is our joyous occasion. Let us not allow unrelated individuals to intrude." He Miaoxin sighed in relief. It seemed she had overthought it. The man before her remained the same Shen Yanji, still devoted to her, unaffected by other women. As they raised the cup, Shen Yanji first fed He Miaoxin a sip. Just as she was about to feed him in return, a servant outside yelled urgently, "Eldest young master, not good. Something terrible has happened. Gu Shixi has forcibly taken the young lady to the rooftop. You must go see." He Miaoxin's face stiffened. Shen Yanji patted her hand, soothingly murmuring, "Miaoxin, do not fear. I will go see. If this ruckus continues and I do not return, do not wait for me. Rest early. A cousin, today is our joyous occasion." He Miaoxin bit her red lip, worry filling her brow. Gu Shixi is known for his outrageous behavior. Do not confront him. Simply persuade him to leave. Shen Yanji nodded, rising gracefully, lifting his robe as he stepped to the door, opening it with a cold expression, demanding, "What is happening?" The young servant in blue was in a frenzy. Eldest young master, Gu Shitzi, is drunk and refuses to return with his attendants, even sending them away. He has been wandering around our residence and later, disregarding all hindrances, he insisted on barging into Yushio courtyard. Upon seeing the young lady, in a drunken frenzy, he declared he wanted to invite her to admire the moon. When she declined, he forcibly pulled her onto the rooftop of Yushio courtyard. With so many guards and servants in the residence, are they all useless? How could they allow this chaos? Shun Yenji strode towards Yushio courtyard, his voice turning icy as winter's breath. The servant, feeling the palpable aura of danger from Shin Yenji, trembled involuntarily. Everyone tried to stop him but could not. At this moment, Gu Shitzi is on the roof, coercing the young lady to admire the moon with him. He threatens that if anyone dares to approach, he will throw himself off the roof and let it fall upon the Shin family, making them bear the consequences. The servant's voice grew fainter. Gu Zhuiying, a man of noble birth, was now utterly intoxicated. No one dared to forcibly bring him down, fearing he might genuinely fall and cause irreversible consequences. Should anything happen to him, even a mere scrape, Princess Zhao Hua would ensure that the entire Shin family would be thrown into chaos. The matriarch fainted upon hearing this. The physician is currently treating her, claiming there is no serious harm. The Marquis is still escorting guests and has yet to return. The household is in disarray. The steward urged you to hurry over and find a way to bring Gu Shitzi down. Upon hearing this, Shun Yenji's lips curled into a cold smile as he swiftly made his way to Yushio courtyard, the servant hastily following behind. He Miaoxin stood inside, watching Shin Yenji's departing figure, her long, crimson nails digging painfully into her palm. Just moments ago, her face was adorned with a delicate shyness and gentleness, but now it is overshadowed by a chilling gloom. The meticulously prepared wedding night, which she had anticipated for so long, has been utterly ruined. Without Qin Guiwan, what could have transpired this night? Chapter 3. Moon admiration. At this moment, the Yushio courtyard was in complete disarray. The curious servants had long been reprimanded and sent away, while the old steward of the Shun household stood in the courtyard, bowing repeatedly towards the figure on the roof. Young Master Gu, the night wind is fierce, and given your esteemed health, it would be unwise to catch a chill. I implore you, please come down. Gu Zhuiying lounged on the ridge of the roof, his golden crown askew, disheveled hair falling over his forehead. Supporting his head with one hand and bracing himself with the other, he retorted, "The noise is unbearable. I am simply here to admire the moon, and yet you, old fool, persist in your clamor. It is utterly disappointing." The old steward, nearing 50 and having lived a considerable part of his life, felt a pang of sorrow at the young master's words. "If you truly wish to admire the moon, I shall not hinder you, but might I request that you allow our lady to descend first? It would be scandalous for an outsider to be seen so late at night in the company of the lady of Shinyenji. Come down?" Gu Zhuiying shot a sidelong glance at the steward, his brows arched defiantly. What is moon gazing without a beautiful companion? It is a joy incomplete. He turned to Qin Guiwan beside him, winking playfully. "Isn't that so, my lady?" Qin Guiwan ignored Gu Zhuiying and gazed into the vast, dark expanse of the night sky. "Young Master Gu, I am unfamiliar with the customs of moon gazing in Dechu. However, I am aware that in Dechu, your actions towards me would certainly lead to scorn and derision, and perhaps even disdain from my family." Gu Zhuiying let out a light click of his tongue. "I did not expect you, a woman from the Eastern Chang, to be so well versed in our customs. Since you know my actions might tarnish your reputation, why are you not angered?" Having been confined in the courtyard for a month, Qin Guiwan had nearly forgotten the world outside. The cool breeze brushed against her face, and the open view from the roof revealed a starry sky. She suddenly felt a sense of exhilaration. Amidst this delight, she inexplicably yearned for her mother back in Eastern Chang. Lowering her gaze, she calmly replied, "Why should I be angered?" In a sudden movement, Gu Zhuiying rushed into the house and, without hesitation, pulled her up beside him. Should she resist in anger and tear her clothing, it would only lead to greater embarrassment under everyone's gaze. Since Shun Yenji's return to Dachu a month ago, the Shin family had been preoccupied with arrangements for marrying He Miaoxin, leaving no one with time to attend to her. Even without today's incident, once the wedding was concluded, the Shin family would not allow her any respite. Her health was already frail, and anger would only harm her further. Gu Zhuiying found himself momentarily at a loss for words, scrutinizing the person before him. If it were any other woman, she would likely have succumbed to tears, shame, or despair by now. Yet Qin Guiwan remained tranquil throughout. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were half hidden in shadow, her gaze calm like a still lake. Far removed from the bustling world, exuding an aura of serene elegance. Under the moonlight, her skirt swayed gently. The pale moon seemed to favor her, enveloping her in its glow, rendering her as exquisite as jade against a backdrop of snow, her profile delicately illuminated. Gu Zhuoying's fingertips trembled inexplicably. A gusty autumn breeze danced with a strand of Qin Guiwan's hair, carrying with it a faint, elusive fragrance that brushed against his ear. A peculiar tingling sensation surged through him, spreading from his heart to his limbs. After a moment of disarray in his breath, he regained his usual roguish demeanor. Indeed, the Eastern Chang maiden is unlike any other. How about this? Should Xin Yanji come to despise or abandon you, you may follow me, for I have always been one to cherish beauty.
Gu Zhuoying.
A thunderous voice interrupted, startling Gu Zhuoying into releasing Qin Guiwan's wrist and retreating to the side. In the next instant, a figure clad in red appeared on the rooftop, engaging Gu Zhuoying in a flurry of blows. Only then did Qin Guiwan recognize the newcomer as Xin Yanji. Ignoring the scuffle above, she calmly rose and made her way to the edge of the roof. Addressing the crowd below, "Bring me a ladder to descend." The steward hurriedly instructed 2 maids to set up a ladder. Once Qin Guiwan descended, she entered the room with Qingji, whose lips were pale with suppressed anger, and shut the door behind her. The steward urgently sent guards to assist on the roof. But Xin Yanji roared, "Everyone stand down. I will personally help young Master Gu sober up." The steward raised a hand to halt the crowd. Gu Zhuoying had certainly caused enough uproar at the Shun residence today and deserved a reprimand. Such a troublemaker, causing such chaos, would not attract any sympathy, even if it reached the emperor's ears. Gu Zhuoying, perhaps intoxicated, was no match for the furious Xin Yanji. After a few exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. His handsome face struck with 2 punches, leaving his mouth bruised. The altercation quickly moved to the far side of the roof, out of sight of the onlookers. Covering his injured mouth, Gu Zhuoying muttered in a hushed tone, "Xin Yanji, you scoundrel. You promised to play along, yet you strike so viciously. Do you wish to kill me? Who told you to meddle? You had no right to touch her." Xin Yanji seized his collar, gritting his teeth in a low voice. Gu Zhuoying tasted the metallic sweetness of blood in his mouth, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Why not make a grand spectacle of it? He chuckled lightly, nonchalantly replying, "Besides, the moonlight is splendid tonight. I couldn't resist, and my roguish nature got the better of me. Hence my invitation to admire the moon alongside a beauty." Xin Yanji's eyes burned red, veins bulging in his neck, and he swung a fist with force towards Gu Zhuoying's face. "Oh no! This young master is about to be beaten to death." Gu Zhuoying dodged, leaping onto the ridge, calling out dramatically as he slipped and fell straight down. The guards in the courtyard scrambled to catch him. As Gu Zhuoying landed amidst the crowd, he feigned unconsciousness, catching a glimpse of Xin Yanji on the roof, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through him. Uncertain whether Gu Zhuoying was genuinely unconscious or merely acting, the steward was nonetheless alarmed, fearing further chaos might ensue at the Shun residence. In a flurry, he commanded several guards to carry Gu Zhuoying to a side room. "Quickly, summon the physician to take his pulse." "No need," Xin Yanji interjected, leaping down from the roof. "I will handle this matter myself, as the head of the Xin family. It concerns the princess." "But the Marquis has not yet returned," the steward protested. "Never mind, just take him over there. He should return shortly. Once he is back, let him manage the situation. I will appease my grandmother." With that, Xin Yanji turned to leave but paused, as if struck by a thought, and glanced back at the main house. Through the flickering candlelight inside, he discerned a graceful silhouette against the paper window. She appeared to be at the table, penning a letter. Her calligraphy was vigorous and powerful, the Eastern Chang characters flowing from her hand with an air of wild abandon, evoking the exhilaration of galloping across the vast grasslands. Taking a deep breath, Xin Yanji forced himself to sever all thoughts. "Qin, you are to be punished for your disobedience. You will spend a month in the small Buddhist hall, transcribing scriptures and fasting. During this time, you are forbidden from seeing anyone or leaving the premises." The steward hastily agreed, lamenting Qin Guiwan's ill fate, as she had been unwittingly drawn into the chaos caused by Gu Zhuoying. The small Buddhist hall had fallen into disrepair over the past 3 to 4 years, unsuitable for habitation. Having issued his decree, Shin Yanji swept away, but a gentle, clear voice called out from within, "Husband, wait." Chapter 4. The Buddhist hall. Shin Yanji halted and turned to see the door of the main house swing open from within. Qin Guiwan emerged, accompanied by Qingji, and approached him, performing a graceful bow. "I have erred, and am willing to accept punishment. However, before I go to the Buddhist hall, there is one matter I wish to trouble my husband with." She retrieved a letter she had just penned from her sleeve and presented it to Shin Yanji with both hands. "A month of transcribing scriptures and confinement is inconsequential, but I cannot allow family correspondence to be delayed." Shin Yanji's gaze bore into Qin Guiwan's face. After a moment, he extended his hand to accept the letter, responding coolly, "I have made a promise and shall not break it. The letter will be sent without delay." As he grasped the letter, he noticed the absence of wax sealing it. Shin Yanji felt a sudden constriction in his chest. She has always been astute, aware that the letter sent to the Eastern Chong must undergo rigorous scrutiny. "Thank you, my husband." Qin Guiwan smiled lightly and bowed once more to Shin Yanji. "I have yet to congratulate you, my husband. I wish you and Miss He a love devoid of doubt, together until old age." She did not cast another glance at Shin Yanji, but turned towards the two servants who had been guarding the courtyard. "Lead the way to the Buddhist hall." The two maids, wary in Shin Yanji's presence, hurriedly fetched the keys and rushed ahead to guide her. Shin Yanji stood still, watching Qin Guiwan's graceful figure until she walked far away, then lowered his gaze to himself. He felt the painful sting of the crimson attire, as if it were a fire scorching his skin and bones, leaving him trembling with agony. The steward clicked his tongue in disbelief. It is said that the Eastern Chong are uncouth, yet it appears that this Lady Qin is more knowledgeable and refined than the esteemed young ladies of the capital. Such self-awareness indeed saves us the trouble of sending someone to invite her to the Buddhist hall. The two maids, carrying lanterns, led Qin Guiwan to the courtyard of the Buddhist hall, unlocked the door, and halted outside the stone threshold, making no move to enter. One of them, with a forced smile and a sidelong glance at Qin Guiwan, mockingly said, "Little madam, you may not be aware of our rules in Dichu. At this hour, entangling with a man outside could warrant punishment according to family law. Our eldest young master is generous. But you are to come here to transcribe scriptures and reflect on your actions, lest you bring disgrace upon the Shun family." Qingji's face turned green with indignation as Qin Guiwan gently tugged at her arm. After the admonition, the other maid, with a fierce demeanor, forcefully shoved both Qin Guiwan and her maid inside, slamming the door shut with a thud and locking it from the outside. The courtyard was enveloped in darkness, and the two women stumbled as they were thrust inside, their shoulders colliding with the door panel, causing half of their bodies to ache, nearly toppling over. Qingji, quick on her feet, steadied Qin Guiwan. Once they regained their balance, the two made out the surroundings in the dim moonlight. The ground was overrun with wild grass and moss between the blue stone slabs, while old cobwebs hung down from the eaves. A Bodhi tree in the corner had long since withered, its gnarled branches twisting like monstrous claws reaching into the pitch-black night, evoking a sense of dread. Qingji gasped, hastening into the main room, where she found a half-burned candle. After lighting it, she scanned the room, her body trembling with anger. Upon entering, Qin Guiwan paused momentarily. This was a room of two connected chambers. Immediately inside was a Zetan wood altar, adorned with a stone Buddha encased in yellow satin. The altar held a crooked old porcelain vase, a clean bowl, and a stone censer. Due to years of neglect, the items were coated in dust, their original forms indiscernible. The beams and ceiling were covered in cobwebs, the lacquer peeling, and dust accumulated thickly. The stone Buddha's face was woven with glistening spider silk, and a large, hairy black spider was leisurely climbing up the statue's arm. In the side room, there was a short pearwood couch and a table, the bedding long since molded, emitting a pungent, musty odor from all around. The wooden door, damaged beyond repair, swayed with the wind, creaking as it opened and closed incessantly. Qingji had expected the Shin family's Buddhist hall to be a place of cleanliness and brightness, but what she encountered was far from that. Rather than a hall, it resembled a filthy and dilapidated woodshed. Unable to suppress her grievances any longer, her eyes reddened. "My lady, Master Shun is too cruel. You, as his wife, are unjustly humiliated, and he neither inquires about your well-being nor distinguishes right from wrong, punishing you to transcribe scriptures here. He knows you are unwell and cannot stay in a damp place." "It matters not," Qin Guiwan replied softly, causing Qingji's tears to nearly spill over. She turned her face away, lightly wiping her eyes, and sighed. "My lady, encountering Master Shen is truly your misfortune." Qin Guiwan lifted her gaze towards the stone Buddha within the hall. The spider had now crawled to the center of the statue's face, casting a dark shadow that appeared both terrifying and eerie. When the Eastern Chong were selecting a wife for Shen Yanji, the process was fraught with difficulties. Firstly, no noble lady was willing to marry a foreign captive. Secondly, the Eastern Chong noblewomen rarely spoke fluent Chu dialect, making normal conversation, let alone cohabitation, nearly impossible. The reason this burden fell upon her was due to her unique heritage. Her mother was from Chu, and when the Eastern Chong breached the border city, a chieftain took notice of her mother's beauty and brought her back as a concubine, resulting in her birth. Later, the chieftain rose to prominence. Bearing the identity of a noble's daughter, she barely made her way into the ranks of the elite. However, due to her mother's lowly status, she was not well regarded. Upon learning that the chieftain intended to select a wife for Shen Yanji, her family, eager for recognition, unhesitatingly sent her off. She possessed the looks of a Han woman, learned to speak fluent Chu official language from her mother, and was well-versed in Chu customs. Her mother even gave her a Han name, Qin Guiwan. Unless she spoke Eastern Chong, she was indistinguishable from other Chu women, a tailor-made candidate for Shen Yanji. Thus, she married him. On the day of their wedding, her mother wept with joy. She never dreamed her daughter could marry the esteemed flower of Chu. From now on, treat Master Shen well. If he ever has the chance to return to Chu, go with him and never come back. Chu is your home, not the Eastern Chong. Her mother repeatedly extolled the virtues of Chu men, contrasting them with the rough and barbaric Eastern Chong men who would not whip women or inherit wives and concubines upon a brother's death. Instead, they were educated from a young age, gentle, courteous, and considerate. Among all men, none were better than the sons of Chu, especially the renowned flower of Chu. Thus, when she donned the bright red wedding gown embroidered with double swallows, she momentarily believed that marrying Shen Yanji was her greatest fortune. Collecting her thoughts, she softly said, "Qingji, in this world, the only unregrettable thing is the past." Qingji, feeling heavy-hearted, silently began to tidy the room. She was the lowest of the lowly slaves in Eastern Chong, having nearly been beaten to death at the age of 9 for a mistake, only to be saved by Qin Guiwan passing by. From then on, she became Qin Guiwan's close servant, living a life free from beatings and with plenty to eat. She and Qin Guiwan were of similar age, and over the years, she devoted herself to serving her, learning much about Chu customs and speaking fluent Chu official language. Though a servant, she regarded Qin Guiwan as more precious than her own life. When she learned that Qin Guiwan would come to Chu, she did not hesitate to follow her. Over the years, she witnessed all that transpired between Shen Yanji and Qin Guiwan. Shen Yanji was the person she despised most in this world. She was not as forgiving as Qin Guiwan. Such a heartless and ungrateful man like Shen Yanji truly deserved to be struck by lightning. Chapter 5. A coincidence after leaving the Yuxiu courtyard. Shen Yanji went directly to his grandmother's Jingqing courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, a maid approached him, saying that the family physician had just left and that the old lady was no longer in critical condition. The maid was preparing medicine, and the physician advised her to take some medicine to calm herself and rest, so as not to alarm the younger members of the household. The maid guided Shen Yanji to the main room. "Old lady, the eldest young master has arrived." Shen Yanji's grandmother was reclining against a soft pillow, her pale face resting against the headboard of the bed, sighing heavily. The 2 lamps on the table before her flickered dimly. Her face, lined with wrinkles and her eyes clouded, appeared eerily desolate under the yellow candlelight. Upon hearing the announcement, her murky eyes suddenly brightened. "Hunger coming quickly."
Heng-O was Shen Yanxi's childhood name.
"Grandmother." As Shen Yanji entered the room, his grandmother waved her hand to dismiss the maid before he could bow, signaling for him to sit beside her. "I, an old and useless woman, cannot leave for the time being, causing you all unnecessary worry." After catching her breath, she asked, "Have you managed to get that devil down from the roof?" Shen Yanji stepped forward, lifting his robe as he sat on the round stool beside the couch, his hands resting on his knees, his back straight as a pine tree. His grandson had already brought him down to his uncle's courtyard. The identity of the young Master Gu was special. His grandson dared not take matters into his own hands, for the uncle was the head of the family and could only handle the situation himself. The title of family had felt like a steel needle piercing the heart of the old matriarch Shin, causing her temples to throb violently. Although Shen Yanji had always been reserved and not fond of crowds, he treated others with elegance and courtesy, and the Shin family had grown accustomed to it, finding him not difficult to interact with. However, ever since Shen Yanji's return, despite his demeanor remaining unchanged towards the family, an air of chilling severity surrounded him, evoking an inexplicable sense of unease. She reassured herself that this was merely a result of the hardships he endured in Dongchang. Yet, facing him now, she felt an unaccountable disquiet, as was the case at this moment. She stole a glance at Shen Yanji, noting his expression was as usual, not intentionally emphasizing anything, which allowed her to exhale softly. After a moment of hesitation, she tremulously inquired, regarding the matter of the family head, The title of Marquis of Jinghai was originally meant for your branch. Can you blame your grandmother? The title of Marquis of Jinghai in the Shen family was hereditary and unalterable. After the passing of the Shen patriarch, Shen Yanji's father, as the legitimate eldest son, smoothly inherited the title. Naturally, Shen Yanji was the heir apparent. When news of Shen Yanji's capture reached the capital, his mother fell gravely ill, and a month later, his father succumbed to the shock. During the mourning period, Shen Yanji's only younger brother caught a chill and suffered a high fever, ultimately becoming mentally impaired. Akin to a child of only a few years, the main branch was left with only 2 daughters born of concubines. According to custom, with the Marquis of Jinghai deceased and Shen Yanji captured, the title should have been inherited by his younger brother, the old matriarch Shen. Unwilling to let a mentally impaired child become the head of the Shen family, wept and begged the emperor to bestow the title upon the second branch. The emperor, weary of her tears and considering the Shen family's long-standing loyalty, acquiesced. Now, Shen Yanji's uncle was the Marquis of Jinghai, and his legitimate eldest son was the heir apparent. Upon his return, Shen Yanji had lost everything except the title of eldest son of the Shen family. Shen Yanji shook his head slightly, saying, "Grandmother, how could your grandson blame you? At that time, someone had to support the Shen family. It was right for you to give the title to uncle. I am content to have returned alive and have never blamed anyone." Upon hearing this, the old matriarch Shen grasped his hand and began to weep loudly. "My dear grandson, I knew you were the most sensible in our family. Unfortunately, your fate has been so cruel, having fallen into the hands of the Dongchang people." Her tears fell like rain, and Shen Yanji rose to comfort her, gently stroking her back and softly reassuring her. "Grandmother, you must not let your emotions overwhelm you." Despite the warmth of his hand, the moment it touched her back, she felt an inexplicable chill, halting her tears. Realizing her own excessive anxiety, she took a moment to steady herself before asking about Qin Gawan's situation. Shen Yanji mentioned she was confined to the small Buddhist hall. The old matriarch Shen suddenly felt a lump in her throat, unable to catch her breath. Her hatred for the Dongchang people ran deep due to Shen Yanji's capture. Qin Guiwan, being a Dongchang, had seized the title of legitimate wife, forcing the He family to devise ways for He Miaoxin to be a concubine. This combination fueled her intense hatred for Qin Guiwan. However, she had been preoccupied with arranging Shen Yanji's wedding to He Miaoxin and considering the reputation of the Shen family, thus had not found an opportunity to act against her. When the recent incident occurred, she had already planned to use the family rules to deal with Qin Guiwan, intending to leave her with at least some scars. Unexpectedly, Shen Yanji acted first. The way he and young Master Gu had been entangled was so scandalous that merely confining her to the small Buddhist hall felt too lenient. Shen Yanji's expression suddenly tightened. "Grandmother, just after marrying Miaoxin, I do not wish for any disturbances. Moreover, since my return from Dongchang, I have yet to regain my official position and must act with utmost caution to avoid giving anyone ammunition against me." Seeing Shen Yanji's face grow cold at the mention of Qin Guiwan and sensing no protective sentiment in his words, the old matriarch felt somewhat reassured and urged him to return quickly to accompany He Miaoxin. It was imperative to produce offspring and ensure the expansion of the Shen family. Shen Yanji remained resolute, replying, "Grandmother, you have just regained consciousness after fainting from shock. How can I leave you now? I will stay here with you until you have taken your medicine before returning." His reasoning left the old matriarch momentarily speechless, unable to counter his logic, and she allowed him to stay. Shen Yanji engaged her in conversation about the events that transpired in the Shen family over the past few years. After a while, A servant entered with a bowl of medicine, which Shun Yenji personally helped the old matriarch consume. Just after finishing, a servant reported that upon returning, the Marquis of Jinghai had found young Master Gu in a drunken stupor with a bruised face. After clarifying the situation, he confirmed that young Master Gu had only sustained superficial injuries and was not in serious condition, arranging for him to be sent back to his residence. It was said that young Master Gu had acted inappropriately after drinking, causing a bit of a commotion, but it was not a significant issue. Ultimately, it was the incompetence of the servants in Shin Yenji's courtyard that allowed an outsider to intrude. He had already instructed the steward to replace these servants the following day and reminded the household staff not to disclose the matter outside. Shun Yenji suddenly fell silent. Lowering his gaze, his face obscured, yet an air of somber emotion enveloped him. The old matriarch gently massaged her temples, feeling a splitting headache. The Marquis of Jinghai clearly feared offending the Grand Princess and was not prepared to seek an explanation on Shin Yenji's behalf, intending to downplay the situation. The room fell into an eerie silence. Shin Yenji abruptly chuckled lightly. "Uncle is right. It is indeed the servants in my courtyard who are useless," allowing young Master Gu to intrude. This light chuckle felt like a heavy hand tightening around the old matriarch's heart. She knew Shin Yenji was displeased with the Marquis of Jinghai's handling of the situation, but chose not to speak further, continuing to feign ignorance.
Hang.
Tomorrow you may select some suitable servants to replace the current ones and ensure the courtyard is well guarded. Young Master Gu and the Grand Princess are both difficult characters. Do not stoop to their level. After speaking, he expressed his fatigue. Shin Yenji said little more, offering a few final remarks before taking his leave. As he walked halfway, he paused, glancing back towards the old matriarch's courtyard, his lips tightly pressed together and fingers clenched, his expression darkening. The main branch had encountered significant troubles, and for the sake of the Shun family, the second branch could only inherit the title. How could such coincidences exist in this world? Had the old matriarch always favored the second branch, never once questioning the matters of the main branch? Or was she also a catalyst for this turmoil? Chapter 6. Nightmares. After Shin Yenji departed, Miaoxin paced restlessly. She had yet to complete the ritual of drinking the marriage wine and the hairpin ceremony, thus could not leave her chamber. The matchmaker and the maidservants offered words of comfort. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without news from outside, Miaoxin suddenly felt her eyelids grow heavy, nearly impossible to keep open. The maidservants assumed her fatigue was due to a long day's work compounded by the wine, urging her to take a short rest until Shun Yenji returned, at which point they would wake her. Miaoxin initially intended to refuse, but could not withstand the drowsiness overtaking her. Ultimately, she lay down on the beautiful pearwood bed, clad in her clothes, and succumbed to sleep. Upon Shun Yenji's return to the courtyard, he signaled for silence among the servants. Upon entering, the matchmaker and maidservants, startled by his sudden appearance, hurried to call Miaoxin, but Shin Yenji raised a finger to his lips and glanced towards the door. The matchmaker and maidservants, understanding his gesture, bowed and exited, closing the door behind them. Once they had left, silence returned to the room. Shun Yenji sat at the edge of the bed, leaning forward, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Miaoxin. After a moment, he turned and approached the bed. Lifting the embroidered quilt, he discovered a snow-white handkerchief lying atop it. Furrowing his brow, he yanked it away. He examined the bedding thoroughly and found another identical handkerchief hidden within the layers of the mattress beneath the jade pillow. Placing both handkerchiefs by the candlelight for a detailed comparison, he noted their materials and designs were identical, save for one being stained with a large patch of blood. The bloodstains were vivid, and judging by their degree of desiccation, they must have dripped just before he entered the bridal chamber. Shun Yenji, with an impassive expression, returned the two handkerchiefs to their original place. After tidying up the bed, he approached the table, picked up the jade ceremonial cup used earlier, and went to the back window to open it, casting the remnants of wine out into the night. Qingji rummaged through a clean silk cloth from a box in the corner of the Buddhist hall and made a feeble attempt to wipe down the room. She shook the bedding several times, but it still felt damp and chilly. There were no warming items here, and Qin Guiwan, in poor health, could not afford to be cold. With no other options, Qingji reluctantly shared the bed with Qin Guiwan. There was no hot water in the Buddhist hall, and they had not washed up. They simply lay down in their outer garments. The only candle had burned out, leaving the room in utter darkness. With the tattered window paper flapping in the wind, the quilt felt as cold as iron, while Qingji's body was warm and soft. Qin Guowan, feeling the chill, had no choice but to snuggle closer to Qingji. Qingji, if you had the chance to leave the Shun household, would you prefer to stay in Dechu or return to Dongchang? Qingji answered without hesitation, my lady, wherever you go, I shall follow. She was an orphan, and though Dongchang was her home, it had never treated her kindly. The only person who regarded her as human was Qin Guowan. In the darkness, Qin Guowan let out a low laugh. All right, let us sleep. Qingji, unsure of why Qin Guowan had suddenly broached this topic, did not dwell on it nor inquire further. She silently closed her eyes and prayed, Heaven, please let Shun Yanji perish tonight, and grant my lady a swift escape from the torments of the Shun family. Qin Guowan stared into the void, remaining awake until the early hours of the morning before finally drifting into a shallow sleep. In her dream, she found herself back on the night of her grand wedding. Had it not been for Shun Yanji, according to the grand plan, she would have been promised to the right noble king as a concubine. The right noble king, nearing 50, had numerous children and a jealous, temperamental primary wife. None of the concubines who entered his residence survived beyond 3 years. Thus, at the onset of her betrothal to Shun Yanji, she felt a measure of relief. The eldest Khan vowed to compel Shun Yanji to submit willingly. He accepted all arrangements with a cold smile but never mentioned submission, intent on shattering the eldest Khan's illusions. Nonetheless, the eldest Khan remained unperturbed. What manner of man could elicit such patience from the Khan? This piqued her curiosity about Shun Yanji. With this complex sentiment, compounded by her mother's admonitions, she held a degree of anticipation about becoming Shun Yanji's wife. The wedding proceeded according to the Chu customs. As the bridal veil was lifted under the glow of red candles, Shun Yanji, clad in red, stood tall and elegant, exuding a grace unlike any man from Dongchang. In that fleeting glance, she was unable to discern the expression in Shun Yanji's eyes, and her heart began to race. She thought, should Shun Yanji ever show her a fraction of genuine affection, she would reciprocate tenfold. After the ceremonial wine and hairpin rites were flawlessly executed, a maid dispatched by the eldest Khan to supervise the wedding removed their outer garments before departing. The room fell silent as she, dressed in thin gauze, sat at the edge of the bed, entangled in her thoughts. Following her mother's advice, she hesitantly whispered in Chu dialect, husband. Shun Yanji turned his head, his ink-black eyes glinting with an icy light. After a moment, his lips parted slightly, and he scoffed, do you barbarians know what it means to bring shame upon yourselves? In that instant, she glimpsed the contempt in Shun Yanji's icy gaze, one reserved for mere animals. It felt as though cold water had been poured over her, leaving her chilled to the bone. A wave of humiliation surged from her feet to the crown of her head. She suddenly became acutely aware that she should harbor no expectations. Flustered, she wrapped herself in the silk quilt and fervently apologized, young Master Shen, I was overstepping and it will not happen again. Shun Yanji did not respond. Instead, a low, mocking sound escaped his nostrils, cutting through her like a knife. Young Master Shen, my mother was also captured, she continued, forcing back the ache that spread through her heart. I know you were also taken against your will, harboring resentment. You dislike me for that, but I understand your feelings. Regardless, we have become nominally husband and wife. If you do not wish to touch me, I will not speak of it. I shall do my utmost to keep this matter concealed. Before she could finish her sentence, her chin was seized violently, the pain compelling her to look up. Shun Yanji was drenched in sweat, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot. As if struggling against some internal torment, wearing thin gauze, administering drugs, lamenting your origins. How many more tactics do you have left? He sneered through clenched teeth, exerting more pressure, his complexion taking on a strange hue. In Dechu, even courtesans do not stoop so low. Shun Yanji's grip was like iron, nearly crushing Qin Guowan's facial bones. Her cheeks were pinched, causing her forehead to bead with sweat, tears streaming down her face as she forced out, no. It is not the gauze was sent by the female officials. I had no authority to refuse. She was utterly unaware of why Shun Yanji was so furious. Get out! Shun Yanji hurled her to the ground. Her back collided painfully with a table leg, feeling as though her entire body had been crushed, rendering her unable to move on the floor. Shun Yanji, on the brink of collapse himself, finally fell onto the bed, trembling as he closed the curtain. This wedding night was a nightmare for both of them. Outside the curtain, she remained on the ground, immobilized by pain throughout the night. Inside, Shen Yanji emitted low, suppressed groans of agony. It was not until dawn broke that the curtain was drawn back, and Shen Yanji emerged, transformed. His once proud posture sagged, his arrogance replaced by despondency, his handsome face dark and brooding. Noticing her still sprawled on the ground, he coldly remarked, "What? Did you not exhaust your tactics yesterday? Still hoping to play the victim?" With that, he reached for her arm. Startled, her face paled, and she recoiled in panic. No. Qingji, a light sleeper, awoke instantly at the sound of the commotion, anxiously shaking her companion. "My lady, what is wrong? Wake up." Upon awakening, Qin Guiwan realized she was drenched in sweat, her back slick and chilled by the breeze. With no candles in the room, she noticed the moonlight had vanished. Qingji, feeling her way in the dark, found a handkerchief to wipe Qin Guiwan's sweat. Sitting up, Qin Guiwan wrapped the quilt tightly around herself, took a deep breath, and finally spoke. "It's nothing. Just a nightmare." Chapter 7. Pastries. In the latter part of the night, clouds obscured the moon, and soon, a gentle rain began to fall. The osmanthus flowers were drenched by the autumn rain, their leaves crackling continuously. Delicate orange blossoms fell to the ground, quickly washed away by the rain into the muddy earth, leaving no trace behind. The fragrance of osmanthus was intercepted by the rain, losing its once captivating allure. Shen Yanji sat by the window, gazing blankly at the osmanthus trees swaying in the storm. The reason he did not choose to die in defiance and persevered in living was that he had not awaited Chu to redeem him. Instead, he received the news of his parents' demise and his younger brother's madness. In that moment, he understood he could not perish. This was no mere accident. He must survive, return to Chu, and uncover the truth. This thought compelled him to endure the humiliation of living. That day, Qin Guiwan bit her lip, struggling to rise, and before him, she bit her finger hard enough to draw blood, letting it drip onto the handkerchief on the bed. Then, she disheveled her hair and gauzy garment, calling for someone to bring water. From that day forth, their relationship became eerily calm. With nothing to occupy their time, they remained in the house all day. The estate was rife with the eldest Khan's informants. By day, he sequestered himself in the study. Qin Guiwan, aside from delivering meals, made it a point not to step foot in the study. She specifically instructed the servants, "The master prefers solitude in the study. Do not disturb him." Due to the eldest Khan's decree that they must share a room at night, they reached an unspoken understanding without any conversation. She slept on the bed, while he occupied the floor beside it. Qin Guiwan no longer approached him, nor did she initiate conversations, even when sleeping. She kept her outer garments on. Thus, a month passed, and the osmanthus in the courtyard bloomed, its fragrance rich and overpowering. On that day, Qin Guiwan did not deliver lunch to him at noon, arriving only at dusk. After presenting the meal, she lingered longer than usual, hesitantly saying, "The great Khan sent someone at noon to beckon me, hoping for news of my early pregnancy." He remained silent. After a long pause, Qin Guiwan continued, "I am already your wife. If you encounter misfortune, I, too, shall be struck by ill fate. I understand you cannot submit, yet I wish to avoid incessant inquiries. I propose to feign pregnancy for a while, then stage a miscarriage, allowing us to evade questioning for a few days and enjoy some peace." She earnestly added, "I hope you will cooperate with me when the time comes." He was engrossed in sketching memories of the capital, not lifting his head, lazily responding with a noncommittal HM. He wished to avoid another grand wedding and the complications of a wife. Qin Guiwan's self-awareness allowed him to maintain his marital identity, sparing him considerable hassle. Perhaps satisfied with his prompt response, Qin Guiwan felt a surge of joy, letting out a soft laugh. Unable to resist, he looked up, only to be met with the breathtaking hues of the evening sky pouring through the window, casting a glorious glow upon Qin Guiwan's flawless, porcelain-like visage. Her phoenix-like eyes sparkled with mirth, revealing pearly teeth like shards of jade. "Thank you, young Master Shen." In that moment, her radiant smile eclipsed the myriad of sunset rays, and the air was infused with the intoxicating fragrance of osmanthus blossoms. He tightened his grip on the brush, his expression darkening, commanding, "Once you finish, leave." The smile froze on her face, and Qin Guiwan hurriedly exited. He clenched the brush, yet struggled to create anything on the canvas. The autumn rain continued until dawn, refreshing the air with a crisp chill. He Miao Xian awoke to a brightened room, finding herself still in bed, her festive attire replaced with nightclothes. and the absence of Shun Yan's presence. Her maid, Hui Xiang, was dozing at the table. Startled, she sat up abruptly, reaching for the handkerchief hidden within the bedding. Discovering it missing, she instantly stiffened, her complexion drained of color. Hui Xiang, roused by her alarm, hurried to her side, whispering reassuringly, "Miss, do not worry. The young master did not touch you last night. I watched over you all night." The bloodied handkerchief was discreetly taken and burned. He Miao Xian had 4 accompanying maids, but only Hui Xiang was truly trusted. Upon hearing this, her scattered thoughts finally returned. She exhaled in relief, then inquired about Shun Yan's whereabouts. "What about my cousin?" "The young master went to see the second young master early this morning." Shun Yan's half-brother, Shun Tsonglan, had the mental capacity of a child since becoming simple-minded, recognizing almost no one. However, he would call out elder brother upon Shun Yan's return, displaying a particular attachment to him. In recent days, Shun Yan had been preoccupied with marriage and had little time to spend with Shun Tsonglan, only managing to visit him briefly each morning. This was common knowledge among the Shun family. Before leaving, he promised to return quickly, ensuring he would not delay in serving tea to the matriarch.
Hui Xiang smiled softly,
saying, "Miss, the young master truly cherishes you. Upon returning last night, he saw you asleep and insisted we not disturb you, sending us all away. When you lingered in slumber, he called us in only to assist you in changing, specifically instructing us not to wake you. He did not wish to disrupt your sweet dreams and spent the night in the side room." He Miao Xian's heart swelled with joy. Although the carefully prepared items from the previous night went unused, nothing had gone awry. With Shun Yan showing her such tenderness, some matters could be patiently unraveled over time. "You too, cousin. You did not wake me when you returned." Hui Xiang knew explanations would be futile and did not argue, readily confessing her fault. He Miao Xian casually complained but did not dwell on it, beginning to groom herself. The maids filed in, showering her with compliments as they assisted her with her attire and grooming, praising Shun Yan's thoughtfulness towards her. He Miao Xian felt as though she had drunk the nectar of flowers, completely at ease. Shun Yan did not bring a servant but went alone to the Baoshi courtyard. Following the cleansing autumn rain, the blossoms there were abundant, while the dark pines and green bamboos appeared even more vibrant, creating a picturesque scene. Shun Tsonglan, clad in a dark brocade robe, squatted in a corner of the courtyard, laboriously gathering the damp mud. The morning sun illuminated his handsome face, revealing a large patch of dried mud at his temples. Cracked from the sun's exposure, pulling at the surrounding skin. His long fingers, now caked in yellow mud, allowed the robe's hem to drag in the muck. Hanging limply, unaware of his soiled appearance, he eagerly fashioned the mud into a square, only to be dissatisfied and begin reshaping it again. 2 young servants stood by, listlessly watching with expressions of disdain. Shun Yan observed from the corner for a long while before finally making his presence known. "Eldest young master." The 2 servants perked up at Shun Yan's approach. Shun Tsonglan looked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he dashed forward. "Elder brother." Without waiting for Shun Yan's response, he turned and rushed back into the house, returning with a piece of cake, presenting it before Shun Yan like a treasure. "This was given to me yesterday. Please have some." The cake, muddied and unappetizing, was glaringly unfit for consumption. Yet, Shun Yan recognized it at once as the lotus powder and osmanthus cake from the banquet. To prevent Shun Tsonglan from causing a scene, the family had confined him the previous day, and someone must have brought this to him, which he had saved for later. "Second young master, you cannot." The 2 servants hurriedly interjected, attempting to take the cake away, insisting it was unsuitable for the eldest young master. Shun Yan raised a hand to halt them, delicately pinching the cake between his long fingers and taking a substantial bite. The sweetness melded with the earthy flavor, filling his mouth, while fine grains of sand grated against his teeth, numbing his lips and tongue. "Elder brother, is it delicious?" Shun Tsonglan gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes, filled with anticipation. Shun Yan maintained his composure as he finished the cake, a slight smile gracing his lips, his expression gentle. "Yes, it is quite delicious." Chapter 8. Illness. Shun Tsonglan clapped his hands in excitement, the robust young man bouncing in place like a child. "Elder brother likes the gift I brought him. Elder brother likes the gift I brought him. Elder brother, I have more pieces. Let me give them all to you." He grasped Shun Yan's hand, eager to lead him back inside. Shun Yan remained still, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, speaking softly. "Tsonglan, I must go pay respects to our parents and cannot linger here. I will return afterward to enjoy the cake with you."
Shen Kong Lan Shou Spirit Dam Pen.
And he reluctantly nodded. Shun Yan wiped the mud from his temple as he departed, casting a sidelong glance at the two young servants. Upon returning, He Miao Xian had finished her preparations, and the two made their way to the matriarch's courtyard. Even before entering, they could hear laughter from within. "Mother, the eldest young master has returned in great health, further strengthening our ties with the He family. The Shen family shall surely prosper." The Marquis has already mentioned the eldest young master to the Emperor, and Lord He spoke of this matter a few days ago as well. The Emperor is contemplating restoring the eldest young master's official position, which should be settled soon. It is the perfect time for the eldest young master to spend more time with Miao Xian. "Mother, you may look forward to holding a grandchild." The speaker was the second wife. Madame Du since Shin Kunshin inherited the title, she had become the Lady of Jinghai Marquis, overseeing the household affairs. Upon entering the room, Shen Yan and He Miao Xian discovered that Shin Kunshin had yet to return from court. The two offered tea to the matriarch and Madame Du as per custom. The matriarch presented He Miao Xian with a golden hairpin adorned with 5 colored birds, offering words of advice to care for Shen Yan and bear him a child soon. Madame Du produced a pair of jade bangles, beautifully inlaid with gold, adorning He Miao Xian's wrists, and holding her hand with a warm smile, said, "Xer, once you enter the Shun household, we are family. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to inform me. Do not suffer in silence." Her face, radiant and astute, exuded sincerity in that moment. He Miao Xian, shy yet grateful, bowed to express her thanks. Madame Du was pleased with He Miao Xian's obedience and understanding, patting her hand before turning her gaze to Shen Yan. "Delaying, yesterday while entertaining guests, I indulged in a few too many drinks and retired early. My mother, keeping it from everyone, only revealed to me in the early hours that young Master Gu had caused quite a scene in his inebriated state. I have instructed the steward to prepare a list of servants, which will be sent to your courtyard shortly. You may select a few that please you. I appreciate your assistance, Aunt." Shin Yanji, after bowing to Madame Du, spoke leisurely, requesting that the list be placed in my study, as I need to visit Baoxiuan shortly. When I passed by earlier, Erlang was playing in the mud, with it already dried on his face.
Madame Du's expression stiffened momentarily.
Such words were a blatant affront to her, as Shin Songlan's servants were all personally arranged by her. Regaining her composure, she sighed in self-reproach, attributing the situation to her own busyness and neglect of Baoxiuan. "Given that the servants there have been remiss, it would be prudent for you to personally choose a few new ones for Erlang." He Miao Xian silently clicked her tongue. With just a light remark, Madame Du managed to defuse Shin Yanji's dissatisfaction. She had been preoccupied with assisting Shin Yanji in preparations for his grand wedding, hence her lack of attention to Baoxiuan. Allowing Shin Yanji to select servants for Shen Songlan, if anything were to go awry again, would not be her fault. Henceforth, she must tread carefully in her dealings with Madame Du. Old Lady Shen, wishing to avoid witnessing the subtle exchanges between Shin Yanji and Madame Du, urged, "Hasten to the ancestral hall to pay respects to your parents with incense and tea, lest you delay. Once you return, we can discuss the matter of the new servants." In the small Buddhist hall, Qing Ji was anxious. Qin Guiwan had fallen ill. Her health had always been frail, and after being startled awake from a nightmare last night, she had been afflicted by a harmful wind, compounded by the dampness of the hall, leaving her unable to bear it. By morning, she had begun to run a fever. At this moment, she lay in bed with closed eyes, her face flushed red with fever, her consciousness clouded. Qingji repeatedly applied cool water to Qin Guwan's forehead, but it yielded little effect. She ran to the door, calling for help, until her voice became hoarse, but no one responded. Peering through the crack in the door, she noted the exquisite corridor adorned with embroidery, a garden pavilion, and a rugged artificial mountain outside. The scenery was rich and layered, yet permeated with an eerie silence. It seemed the Buddhist hall was situated in the most secluded and tranquil part of the estate, completely insulated from the sounds outside. In her desperation, Qingji considered breaking the door to seek help but found nothing suitable to use after circling back into the room. Qin Guwan's fever had escalated to the point where she began to babble incoherently, her murmurs incessant. Qingji touched her forehead, recoiling in alarm at the heat. Just as she was at a loss, she suddenly heard footsteps outside. Thinking it was a servant bringing food, she felt a surge of joy and hurried outside. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, she was taken aback. A pair of dark, clear eyes were curiously peering through the door crack. Steadying herself, She discerned that it was a young, handsome gentleman, leaning down to sneak a look inside. He bore a striking resemblance to Shen Yanji, clad in dark brocade, his figure even more robust than Shen Yanji's. However, his expression was innocent and naive, his gaze as pure as a child's. Tilting his head, he inquired, "You were shouting just now. Did you wish to come out and play? Are you the second young master?" Qing Ji had heard of Shen Songlan. After a moment's thought, he nodded and replied earnestly, "Yes, they all call me the second young master, and sometimes they call me the second fool." Qing Ji, filled with delight, implored, "Second young master, could you go call for someone? Just say someone in the Buddhist hall is ill and needs a doctor. I won't go. I want to find my elder brother." Shen Songlan huffed, placing his hands on his hips in frustration. "Elder brother said he would come find me after paying his respects. But he hasn't," he returned. His words were jumbled, his emotions escalating, and he began to redden with agitation. Qing Ji quickly interjected, "Your elder brother is not here. If you go find him now, you can ask if he is here, and then you will know." Shen Songlan fell silent, and after a brief moment, his eyes widened in realization as he exclaimed, "You are truly clever. I will go find elder brother right now and ask him. If your elder brother says he is not here, it means I have not deceived you. Please tell him someone in the Buddhist hall is ill." Qing Ji could only hope that the Shin family would not allow Qin Guiwan to perish on the very day after he Miao Xian's entrance into the family, as it would bring them ill fortune. Shen Songlan blinked, pondering for a long while as if making a serious decision, then bit his lip and nodded vigorously, extending his pinky through the door crack. "All right, I promise you." Suddenly, Qing Ji felt that despite Shen Songlan's foolishness, he was far more amiable than Shen Yanji. Under the witness of the radiant morning sun, the slender fingers of the young woman intertwined with the distinctly knuckled pinky of the young man, their thumbs pressing firmly against each other. "Second young master, remember, lying is for little dogs." Shen Songlan retracted his hand, patting his chest with pride. "I am not a little dog, I never lie. I will go find elder brother now." Chapter 9. Nightmares. As Shen Yanji and He Miao Xian arrived at the ancestral hall, a servant rushed forward with urgency, reporting, "Young Master Shen Songlan has caused a commotion. He did not wait for you and, taking advantage of the two young attendants' inattention, has vanished. Just as everyone was preparing to search for him, he returned, crying out for you, refusing to be soothed, and is now rolling on the ground in a fit." He Miao Xian scolded, "These two young attendants should be punished. They must have known they were to be dismissed and, harboring resentment, deliberately neglected their duties, allowing the second young master to run off and frighten himself. How could you not know to comfort the second young master?" The young attendants shrank back, saying, "We truly could not calm him. Even the steward could do nothing. He insisted on seeing the elder master as soon as he completed his prayers." Shen Yanji, hands clasped behind his back, his brows furrowed, declared, "We must go now. Miao Xian, do not offer prayers today. Return home first. I will see to Songlan." Before she could express her intent to accompany him, Shen Yanji was already striding away, leaving only a glimpse of his verdant attire behind. He Miao Xian stamped her foot, tightly gripping her handkerchief in frustration. Misfortune had befallen her in succession. The wedding wine, the hairpin ceremony, the bridal chamber, the incense offerings, none of the marital rites had been fulfilled, and how could she be so unfortunate? Shen Songlan was indeed a burden. What use was he, except to impede Shen Yanji? "If elder brother does not come soon, I will turn into a little dog." In Baoxiyuan, Shen Songlan was wailing, rolling on the bluestone floor. "Second young master, please cease your crying. The elder master will arrive shortly after his prayers." The steward, armed with a pile of snacks and toys, squatted nearby, coaxing gently, "Please get up." Shen Songlan wiped his tears but continued to roll on the ground, saying, "I do not want to hear you. I want to see elder brother right now. I do not want to become a little dog." The steward sighed, repeatedly glancing towards the courtyard entrance, hoping for Shen Yanji to finish quickly and arrive. "Songlan!" A clear voice made Shen Songlan's heart leap with joy. He scrambled to his feet and rushed to embrace Shen Yanji, tears streaming down his face. "Elder brother, I nearly turned into a little dog. I was so frightened." In that embrace, mud, tears, and snot smeared all over Shen Yanji's elegant and exquisite brocade robe, rendering it a disheveled mess. The steward knew Shen Yanji had always been fastidious about cleanliness and stepped forward to advise, "Second young master, now that the elder master is here, you should speak to him properly and let him go." Shen Songlan held on tighter, calling out for his elder brother in a whimpering voice. Shen Yanji, undeterred, took out a handkerchief and patiently wiped away the tears and snot from Shen Songlan's face. Songlan, do not cry. What happened? Tell elder brother slowly. Shen Songlan stammered through his sobs. I went to find you, but you did not go to pay your respects. The people there told me to ask if you were here. They also said someone in the Buddhist hall is ill and needs a doctor. I do not want to turn into a little dog. I want to tell you. His jumbled words left the servants baffled. Elder brother is here. You will not turn into a little dog. Shen Yanji gently patted Shen Songlan's back, offering comfort, while his gaze turned coldly towards the steward. The steward's heart tightened suddenly. Yesterday, after attending to Gu Zhuiying's affairs, it was already midnight. Upon rising early, he busied himself with the roster of new servants, forgetting that Qin Shi was still confined in the Buddhist hall and had not arranged for anyone to deliver her meals or the items needed for copying scriptures. Could it be that Qin Shi has fallen ill? Young master, the old servant has failed in his duties. I shall send someone to the Buddhist hall at once. Even if the Shun family harbored disdain for Qin Shi, they could not allow her to perish on the second day of Shun Yan's wedding. I do not want you to go. I wish for my elder brother to check on her. Shen Songlan glared at the steward, pulling Shun Yan towards the Buddhist hall. Elder brother, tell her I am not lying. I will not become a lapdog. In the small Buddhist hall, Qin Guiwan had already burned with a feverish daze, ensnared in a nightmarish slumber. It was the 3rd month after their wedding. The great Khan had ordered her to enter the palace and urged her to conceive swiftly. Should she fail to bear children in due time, he would arrange for Shun Yan to take another wife. She was filled with dread. If dismissed, her father from the prominent household would promptly send her off to become a concubine for some powerful man. Thus, after receiving Shun Yan's promise, she secretly sought out a clandestine potion. After consuming it, she seized an opportunity to ride out, pretending to fall from her horse and landing in a pool of blood. Shun Yan observed her performance in silence, saying nothing, but carried her back into the house. The physician declared she was indeed with child, but the fall had caused a miscarriage, leaving her body weakened. It would take at least a year for her to conceive again. She wept and lamented, claiming ignorance of her condition and regretting her ride. The great Khan was not angered. Rather, he perceived it as a fortunate turn of events. Being with child suggested Shun Yan's willingness to be intimate, and further conception would be a matter of time. The great Khan grew increasingly confident in Shun Yan's loyalty, arranging for him to teach the 4 books and 5 classics to the royal family of Dichu the following day. Shun Yan readily agreed. Teaching would provide an opportunity to enlighten the uncultured and, in turn, gain insight into the palace's veiled intrigues, seeking opportunities to reclaim Dichu. As they no longer faced each other daily, their relationship gradually softened, and they even dined together on occasion. However, not long after, during a class, Shun Yan uttered the term barbarian, inciting the ire of the unexpectedly passing 9th prince. The 9th prince was the great Khan's most favored son, and with a few words, he incited the great Khan to imprison Shun Yan. Upon learning of this, she sought her father's assistance to plead on Shun Yan's behalf. But the prominent household was unwilling to offend the 9th prince for her sake. After several fruitless attempts to see the great Khan, she had no choice but to gather her courage and plead with the 9th prince for leniency. After Shun Yan's miscarriage, their interactions remained relatively calm. She could not stand idly by while he was imprisoned. The 9th prince scrutinized her for a long moment, then grasped her chin, his gaze venomous and icy as it bore down upon her. Follow me, and I shall ensure your safety. You need not plead with anyone ever again. She retorted without thought, I am already wed to Xin Yan, and I shall never betray him. The 9th prince smirked coldly, since you are so loyal to Xin Yan, then go accompany him in prison. If you can endure a month without dying, I shall release Xin Yan. What if you go back on your word? She inquired. The 9th prince mocked her. Do you think you have a choice? She entered the prison, confined alongside Xin Yan. He did not inquire as to the reason for her imprisonment. Instead, he silently stared at the wall-mounted lamp for days on end. The winter in Dongchang was bitterly cold. The prison lacked blankets, straw, or any means of warmth, the only comfort being the cold stone floor. The guards poured water onto the ground every 3 hours, leaving a thick layer of ice. Less than a month had passed since her fall, and her body had not fully recovered. Lacking any means of protection, she inadvertently caught a chill. She curled up on the ground, alternating between shivers and fever. Her mind clouded, unable to think or even lift her head, feeling as though death was imminent. Shun Yan stood by, arms crossed, observing her with a detached gaze for an entire day. In the middle of the night, he suddenly reached out to touch her forehead. She summoned the last vestiges of strength, trembling as she warned, "No, do not come closer. The chill will spread." Shun Yan halted, his expression growing strange. Qingji noticed that Qin Guiwan's body was growing increasingly hot. The damp cloth placed on her forehead proved ineffective. The person on the bed was sweating profusely, her pale face a terrifying shade of red. "My lady, hold on just a little longer. The second young master will surely find someone. The physician will come," she urged. In her haze, Qin Guiwan felt a hand grasping hers, reminiscent of her time in the prison. She lay on the cold ground, burning with fever, barely clinging to life, begging Shun Yan not to approach. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly held her hand tightly. "Qin Guiwan, do not die." Qingji trembled. "My lady, I beg you, hold on." She feared that Shun Tsonglan would not return, doubting her own naivety in placing her hopes upon a foolish child. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, the door was forcefully pushed open. A tall, upright figure blocked the light from outside, casting fragmented shadows that obscured his expression. Chapter 10. Wrath. Before Qingji could discern the visitor, Shun Tsonglan poked his head out from behind the figure, revealing a broad grin. "I told my elder brother. I did not deceive you." Qingji was taken aback by Shun Tsonglan's adherence to his promise. The steward and several servants followed in, standing at the door with varied expressions. Years ago, after the main house fell into decline, a servant had claimed to have encountered the spirit of Shun Yan's mother in the Buddhist hall, leading to its being locked. The crowd had grown accustomed to neglecting the main house, and when Shun Yan returned, no one remembered to clean the Buddhist hall. Shun Yan suddenly approached, his expression darkening at the sight of the hall's disarray. Shun Tsonglan skipped forward, curiously peering at Qin Guiwan on the bed, exclaiming in surprise. Shun Yan stepped in front of Shun Tsonglan, shielding his view, and leaned down, placing his hand on Qin Guiwan's forehead, the heat radiating from her feverish skin causing his palm to tremble. Qin Guiwan continued to mumble incoherently. Shun Yan leaned in closer, and upon hearing her murmurs, his spine stiffened in shock. "How have you taken care of her?" he demanded, clenching his fist and rising in anger. Qingji met Shun Yan's cold and formidable gaze, feeling her blood surge and her temples throb. "You know better than anyone how my lady is faring. You locked her in here, intending to drive her to her doom." She trembled, losing all reason, pointing an accusing finger at him. "You think you can disregard the old in favor of the new? Are you not afraid of ruining your name, of becoming infamous? Bah, you are worse than a beast." Shun Tsonglan flinched back from Qingji's furious outburst, while the steward hastily ordered others to restrain her. Two burly servants stepped forward, covering Qingji's mouth and twisting her arms to drag her away. Unable to voice her protest, she struggled wildly. "Stop!" Shun Yan's voice rang out sharply, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The two servants froze in their tracks. Shun Yan, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the surroundings, his eyes lingering on a black spider perched on the Buddhist statue for a moment before he spoke slowly. "My mother cherished this Buddhist hall in life, yet it has now become infested." He cast a glance at the steward, a smile playing on his lips. Yet his eyes held an unfathomable chill, his face exhibiting an eerie coldness. "I wonder what my mother would think from the heavens." The steward broke into a cold sweat. "Young master, it is all the old servant's fault. I have been remiss." He knelt and bowed his head. "Even a lowly servant knows that one cannot allow the old to perish on the eve of my wedding. How is it that the steward remains ignorant?" Shun Yan stepped forward, looking down at the steward. "Have I not been subjected to scorn and humiliation?" The steward, terrified, prostrated himself, repeatedly bowing his head. Despite Shun Yan's loss of title, he remained the legitimate eldest son of the Shun household, the master of the estate. If he wished, he could vanquish these servants at any moment. "Young master, I shall never err again. I implore you to forgive me this once," the steward pleaded. And the other servants fell silent, realizing the once cold and dignified young master was terrifying when enraged. As the steward's forehead began to bleed, Shun Yan let out a cold laugh, angrily sweeping his sleeve and departing with Shun Tsonglan. After he departed, the steward rose unsteadily, wiping the blood from his forehead, and bellowed at the surrounding servants. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and clean up. Why hasn't the physician arrived yet? Go see what is going on." The houseman, gripping a green branch, inquired, "What shall we do with this maid?" The steward harshly slapped the questioner, exclaiming, "What else can we do? She is the personal maid of the young mistress. Release her. Let her serve the young mistress properly." He ground his teeth, fearing for the young mistress's well-being. If anything were to happen to her, it would tarnish the reputation of the eldest son, and none of us would survive. The houseman dared not retort and released the green branch. The maid rushed to the bedside, tears mingling with a smile. "My lady, you are saved. The physician is on his way." Shun Tsonglon followed Shin Yenji out, keeping his head down, too afraid to speak. Upon returning to the Baoxiuan, Shun Yenji dismissed the servants before finally speaking. "Tsonglon, don't be afraid. Your elder brother will never be harsh with you." Shin Tsonglon swallowed hard. "Brother, I know the sister lying down. Will you be harsh with her in the future?" Shin Yenji was taken aback. "How do you know her?" "I came to find you, and you were looking at her portrait." After answering, Shun Tsonglon tilted his head, recalling something, and added, "You smiled then. Brother, when you smile, you are not fierce at all." Shun Yenji was momentarily taken aback. A few days prior, Shun Tsonglon had stealthily lingered outside the study door, peeking for a long time before entering. He had thought Shun Tsonglon was oblivious to everything. He remained silent, while Shun Tsonglon, with his clear black eyes, curiously asked, "Brother, why didn't you smile when you saw sister?" "Tsonglon, there are wicked people who do not want your brother and sister to be happy. So until we defeat the wicked, I cannot smile at sister. This matter, along with the painting in the study, was a secret between us brothers. You must not tell anyone else, understand?" Shun Yenji patiently explained, "If you let this out, both your brother and sister will be in danger. Your brother might even die." Shun Tsonglon clutched Shun Yenji's sleeve, nodding vigorously. "Brother forbids me to speak, so I want tea. Tsonglon listens to brother the most. Tsonglon doesn't, want brother to die." He exerted great effort to add this. Shun Yenji gazed at his foolish yet earnest expression, his eyes suddenly stinging with tears. Shin Tsonglon had once been close friends with Gu Zhuoying, both often clad in blue gowns, riding horses through the streets, drinking and playing the qin in the peach grove. Youthful and spirited, they were quite the charming duo. "Tsonglon, once your brother defeats the wicked, I will exhaust every means to restore you to your former self." He Miao Xian was in the old matriarch Shin's room, conversing with her when a servant reported the matters of the Buddhist hall. He Miao Xian anxiously wrung her handkerchief. After hearing the news, the old matriarch laughed softly. "Miao Xian, you are newly wed, and the Qin family is on the brink of collapse. We cannot act against her just yet. You must endure a little longer. When the time is ripe, we will deal with this eyesore all at once." Such blunt words left He Miao Xian feeling somewhat awkward. "Grandmother, I have no sister. I married my cousin first. I am merely concerned for her health." "What nonsense! You are the legitimate wife sought by the Shin family. What concern do you have for a barbarian? She is a disgrace to Hung. Do you think he wishes to see her?" He Miao Xian suppressed her delight and spoke with difficulty, "But I never intended to harm anyone. If cousin truly does not wish to see her, we can send her to another courtyard after a while." Miao Xian had never engaged in any heinous deeds and had no desire to do anything vile. The old matriarch scolded her, tapping her forehead, and upon seeing her frightened and tearful, realized she was utterly useless. With a long sigh, she muttered, "Enough, enough. You have always been so weak and ineffectual. We cannot rely on you for this matter." He Miao Xian pleaded repeatedly with the old matriarch not to harm Qin Guan. The old matriarch pinched her brow and waved her hand dismissively. "There is plenty of time, let me think this through. You may leave for now." He Miao Xian departed with reddened eyes, unable to suppress a slow smile. Because of Qin Guiwan, she bore the reputation of a secondary wife. More than anyone, she wished to eliminate Qin Guiwan and solely enjoy the title of Shin's legitimate wife. Yet she could not act. In Shun Yenji's eyes, she was the delicate and gentle cousin, full of kindness. This was a deed she could not commit. She aimed to achieve her goals through the old matriarch's hand. Even if Shin Yenji were truly displeased, he could not dispose of his own grandmother. Chapter 11. Blindness due to the old matriarch's inability to consume hard foods, Du Shi's dietary restrictions, and Shin Tsonglon's mental state preventing him from eating normally. The Shin family refrained from dining together except during festivals to avoid complications. While accompanying Shin Tsonglon for lunch at Baoxiuan, a servant arrived to report that the Buddhist hall had been cleaned, the irreparable items replaced. and the physician had taken the young mistress's pulse and prescribed medicine. The young mistress was suffering from severe cold, but fortunately, she had received timely medical attention and was currently out of danger. The steward had sent the new servant roster to the study. Shen Yanji listened impassively and patiently finished lunch with Shun Songlan before leisurely departing. Upon returning to the study, he picked up the roster from the desk and examined it carefully. A large household maintains strict requirements for its servants, with detailed records of the newcomers' family backgrounds. After reviewing, he selected 12 names and, after setting down the brush, suddenly furrowed his brow. He opened the door and summoned He Miao Xian to choose together. Just as He Miao Xian returned to her room, she was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this news, then worked hard to suppress a smile. "I just entered. I am not yet familiar with the household matters. Please tell cousin that there is no need to change anyone in my courtyard. He may make all decisions regarding the others." The 4 maidservants in her courtyard had accompanied her upon marriage, and the 4 matrons were personally arranged by the old matriarch. All faithful and reliable. A new bride must be virtuous and sensible, not overly ambitious or greedy. Shen Yanji's intentions were sufficient. The unresolved marital customs that had previously troubled her mind vanished without a trace. The servant relayed her exact words to Shen Yanji. He was not surprised by this outcome, handing the roster back to the servant and instructing the steward to bring those individuals. The steward, having received the message, wasted no time and quickly sent them over. By afternoon, news of the new servants and the punishment of the old ones swept through the entire Shin residence. Upon hearing that the young mistress had nearly perished in the Buddhist hall, the eldest son had erupted in fury and swiftly restructured the household servants. He replaced 2 personal attendants of the second son. The previous 2 had been soundly punished and sold off. Negligence with the second son warrants severe punishment. The 2 matrons in Qin Gawan's courtyard were each whipped 50 times and thrown out of the residence, barely clinging to life. What use is it to keep those who allow outsiders to intrude? 2 young maidservants replaced the matrons. The eldest son ordered that medicine and food be delivered to the Buddhist hall punctually. Whatever was needed in the hall must be sent immediately, ensuring that the young mistress would not perish there. He selected 4 tall servants for himself, choosing the most intimidating-looking one as his personal attendant. The remaining servants in the main house who had not been dismissed no longer dared to slack off, each of them working diligently, filled with trepidation. The other servants in the various quarters secretly gasped, acknowledging the eldest son's decisive and ruthless actions. Du Shi lounged lazily on the noble concubine couch in her room, 2 maidservants attending to her back and shoulders. Occasionally, she received reports of the situation, and upon hearing the news, she chuckled. Everyone in the residence was well aware of Shen Yanji's grand display of authority in changing servants. Henceforth, should any scandal arise from that side, it would not reflect upon her at all. The frustration she had felt earlier in the old matriarch's room finally dissipated. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow, Shen Kunshin finally returned. Du Shi approached him to assist in changing into official robes, recounting the day's events. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Are there any of your trusted ones among the new servants?"
Du Shi replied, "Yes."
"As per your instructions, I inserted a few names in the roster this morning, and one of them has been selected by Shen Yanji for his own courtyard." Shen Kunshin nodded. "Very well. Have someone keep a close watch over there. If anything unusual occurs, report it immediately." Du Shi remarked, "My lord, you now wield great power. Why must you remain so wary of Shen Yanji?" Shen Kunshin retorted, "Foolish woman. Shen Yanji has survived in Dongchang for 4 years and returned home unscathed, demonstrating remarkable cunning and restraint. Should he catch even the slightest hint of our past, we would be doomed." Du Shi, chastised, blushed with shame and repeatedly acquiesced. As night descended and the lanterns flickered to life, Shen Yanji had just finished dinner with He Miaoxin when Shun Songlan rushed in, requesting Shen Yanji to tell him a story and watch him sleep. He Miaoxin smiled and said it was no trouble, allowing Shen Yanji to spend quality time with Shun Songlan. She had not had the opportunity to prepare the yuan pa today and had intended to find an excuse to avoid sharing a room, thus escaping a predicament. Once in Shun Songlan's room, the boy eagerly exclaimed, "Elder brother, you said that if I came to find you after dinner, you would tell me a story and watch me sleep, right?" Shen Yanji smiled and nodded in affirmation. After they washed up, Shun Songlan obediently lay on the couch while Shen Yanji sat beside him, softly recounting tales from their childhood. Although Shun Songlan did not fully comprehend the stories, He relished the sound of Shen Yanji's voice and soon drifted into a gentle slumber. Observing the boy fast asleep, Shen Yanji rose and instructed his devoted attendant, Zhu Zua. I leave this in your capable hands. Zhu Zua, with a fierce demeanor and resolute gaze, assured, rest easy, my lord. No one shall notice anything amiss before your return. Shen Yanji then opened the rear window, evading all servants and swiftly disappeared into the night. In the small Buddhist hall, the candles flickered softly, and Qin Guowan's fever had finally subsided. Awakening from a nightmarish slumber, she noticed a bitter taste in her mouth and an enveloping darkness. She called out, Qingji. Is it still dark outside? Qingji waved her hand in front of Qin Guowan's eyes. Furrowing her brow, Qin Guowan asked, Qingji, why are you silent? Where are you? Qingji's eyes welled with tears as she grasped Qin Guowan's hand, choking back sobs. My lady, I am here. Lowering her gaze, Qin Guowan's eyelashes trembled as she murmured, it has happened again. When her eye condition flared up, she was rendered completely blind. Recovery could take anywhere from 3 to 30 days. She reached out to touch Qingji's face, asking, have you been crying again? Qingji turned away. Struggling to suppress her tears, my lady, I have not cried. As Qin Guowan attempted to rise, Qingji hurriedly placed a soft pillow behind her. During her blindness, her other senses became remarkably acute. The silk quilt felt soft and dry against her skin. The musty odor had vanished, replaced by a faint medicinal scent. And the pillow felt like it was made of fine silk. Perhaps the Shun family fears my death in the Buddhist hall brings ill fortune and has moved us to a different place? Unsure how to respond, Qingji felt a pang of sorrow and replied softly, do not be sad, Qin Guowan said gently, her dim eyes straining to see Qingji's form, her voice laced with a hint of warmth. Look, being blind is quite advantageous. I need not transcribe scriptures nor dwell in a neglected Buddhist hall. We now have a clean room. Qingji bit her lip to stifle her sobs, taking a deep breath before hoarsely asking, my lady, are you hungry? I will have someone bring you food. 2 maidservants had been assigned outside the hall to attend to her needs, ensuring that whatever she desired would be delivered promptly. After a moment's thought, Qin Guowan replied, I would like to eat the goat cheese you make. Very well, I shall go prepare it now. Qingji wiped her tears and hurried out of the room, standing outside the door as her tears flowed freely. Fearing that Qin Guowan would hear her, she remained silent, biting her lip to contain her sorrow, hastily drying her tears. Upon reaching the door, she informed the maidservants that she was heading to the kitchen and instructed them to keep watch over the room. The maidservants quickly complied. After the events of the day, Qingji knew that they would not dare mistreat Qin Guowan, but she did not wish to waste time and rushed to the kitchen. Shortly after Qingji left, Qin Guowan inhaled sharply, her nostrils flaring. A faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air, fresh and cool. The flickering shadows danced around her pale and frail visage. She whispered into the vast darkness, Shen Yanji, are you in the room? Chapter 12. Vows. The air stirred slightly, and someone drew near, the scent of cinnamon becoming more pronounced. Qin Guowan awaited a response, but was instead met with a broad, warm chest. Shen Yanji greedily enveloped her in his embrace, wishing to meld her into his very being. The frail figure in his arms, weakened from prolonged medication, felt as delicate as a fragile branch, easily breakable with the slightest pressure. Late, I am sorry, he murmured. Qin Guowan found it hard to breathe, acutely aware of his heartbeat, resonating like war drums. This was the embrace she knew best in the world. Remaining still, she replied coolly, Shen Yanji, I do not wish to hear your apologies. Will you release me? You smell of powder. I find it repulsive. Shen Yanji's muscles tensed, bloodshot eyes filled with anguish, his arms tightening around her. I did not touch her. Emotions were choked in his throat, his voice hoarse and dry. I merely shared dinner with her. Who you touch is of no concern to me, Qin Guowan retorted, furrowing her brow as she struggled to break free. Shen Yanji, do not touch me. Her feeble attempts to push him away were futile. Instead, he held her tighter, so close that they shared the warmth and intensity of his masculine presence. This ignited an inexplicable fervor within her. Shen Yanji, you utter the words of life and death, deceiving me into laying bare my heart. In Dongchang, you doubted the circumstances surrounding your parents' deaths, scheming to return to Dachu, even utilizing my life without hesitation to achieve your ends. Now, I am forced to drag my broken body here, devoid of desire, wishing only to survive. She struggled to speak, her breaths uneven, and succumbed to a fit of coughs. Shan Yanji, in a flurry, released her, gently helping her to breathe easier. Only then realizing the pallor of her complexion, he reached out, but Qin Guiwan shifted away slightly, avoiding his touch, and her breathing gradually eased. You know my health is poor. You deliberately confined me here to make me ill. I do not know your purpose behind this. Yet, I am too weak to resist or escape. Her dim, ethereal gaze fell upon the figure beside her. Now that your scheme is complete, you come to me with apologies, claiming you did not touch He Miaoxin. What is your intention? To reignite my feelings for you? Or to continue exploiting me? Shen Yanji, before we return to Dechu, I warned you that we would sever all ties and become strangers. She believed her heart had long ceased to ache, yet as the words left her lips, her eyes betrayed her, welling with tears. If you possess even a shred of conscience, considering my unwavering devotion to you, cease to exploit me further and refrain from lying. Do not deceive me with false affections. It disgusts me. Find a way to cure my eyes and my heart, allowing me to live peacefully within the Shin family. My survival could ensure my mother's life. A single crystalline tear slowly escaped, glimmering like a pearl in the candlelight as it fell down her cheek. Shan Yanji reached up to wipe it away, the drop dampening his fingertip, igniting a tumult of emotions akin to molten lava bursting forth, painful as 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. He tightly embraced the delicate figure, resting his chin against her soft, silky hair. Late, I promise you. This is the last time. I will never again deceive or use you. From now on, I will strive to make amends. After a prolonged silence, he spoke again, his voice trembling. I beg you, trust me once more. Qin Guiwan lifted her head, reaching out to touch his face. Shen Yanji grasped her delicate hand and pressed it against his cheek. Qin Guiwan gently caressed him, a soft smile gracing her lips as she replied, My husband. Do you remember? In Dongchang, you made the same promise, vowing never to deceive me. The room fell into a tranquil silence, the candles weeping tears of wax. The wick crackled and popped unexpectedly, startling Shen Yanji, who stumbled back. Qin Guiwan, hugging her knees against the wall, felt her thoughts drift away. She would never again trust Shen Yanji, nor would she remain eternally in the Shen family. A secret lay buried deep within her heart. Before coming to Dechu, she was deeply concerned that her mother might succumb to despair. With tears in her eyes, she repeatedly urged, Mother, even if we are thousands of miles apart and may never meet again in this life, please take care of yourself. Do not let me live in this world alone. Her father regarded her as nothing more than an object, merely waiting for the day she would be married off to a suitable buyer. Her half-siblings did not treat her as family either. The only blood relative she had was her mother. Her mother reassured her, Wan, do not worry. I will take good care of myself and will ensure you are free from harm. Once I receive a letter from the Shin family confirming your safety, I can rest easy and begin to plan your escape from Dongchang. When I succeed, I will send you news. At that time, you can fake your death to evade capture, and we will find a quiet place to settle down. At present, she had no demands of Shen Yanji. She merely wished to wait in peace at the Shun residence for news from her mother. Ideally, during this time, she could improve her health and cure her ailments, making her eventual escape more feasible. After Shen Yanji returned to the Bao Shiyuan, he stood vigil by Shen Songlan's bedside, holding a candle, lost in thought. The 3 words that Qin Guiwan had whispered earlier were a plea for him to stay away. In this world, he was the only one who understood the meaning behind those words. Years ago, he had been unaware of the reasons behind Qin Guiwan's imprisonment. Yet, he understood that her incarceration must somehow be linked to him. It was precisely because of those 3 words that, in that moment, he found it unbearable to think of Qin Guiwan dying a premature death. He set aside his pride and pleaded with the prison guard to find a physician for her. The guard mocked him cruelly, pouring water onto the ground more frequently. Soon, Qin Guiwan's vitality began to fade. He held her tightly in his arms, hoping to warm her gradually cooling body. Miraculously, she survived. Upon waking in the morning, she found herself cradled in his embrace, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Later, Qin Guiwan's mother secretly arranged for someone to deliver medicine to the prison, allowing her to pull through that ordeal. A month later, the 2 of them were released from prison. He was permitted to continue his teaching duties and soon learned the entire backstory. Qin Guiwan had sought help from various sources to save him and, finding no other option, had made a deal with the 9th prince. He asked her, Why didn't you tell me about this while you were in prison? Qin Guiwan hesitated for a moment before replying. At that time, would you have believed me? He fell silent. No. He would have suspected that Qin Guiwan had intentionally gotten herself imprisoned to win his sympathy. Qin Guiwan smiled, saying, even though I did not reveal the truth, you still saved my life while I was in prison. By all accounts, we are even now. Such profound kindness and tenderness stirred feelings of guilt within him. He ceased to be cold towards her and even occasionally guided her in the practice of Chinese calligraphy. As they spent more time together, his understanding of Qin Guiwan deepened. She possessed the carefree spirit of a Dongchang woman, exuberant and bold, while also reflecting the gentleness, kindness, and tolerance of a Dechu woman, influenced by her mother. The more he learned about her, the more he wished to draw closer, which began to frighten him. One day, upon realizing that he could not help but feel joy at the sight of Qin Guiwan, he forced himself to revert to his former indifference. Qin Guiwan, feeling disheartened for some time, chose to maintain her distance from him, until the moment she fell from a cliff to save him. That was when his heart began to stir, and it marked the inception of his deception toward her. Brother, why are your eyes so red? Shen Songlan's voice interrupted his reverie. Are you very sad? Shen Yanji snapped back to reality, noticing that Shen Songlan had awoken at some point, lying in bed and gazing at him in astonishment. The dim candlelight cast a soft glow on his youthful, innocent face, giving him an almost incredulous charm. I am not sad, merely reminiscing about the past, he replied. Shen Songlan sat up, hands on her hips, and huffed. Brother, you are deceiving me. You are clearly upset. You are on the verge of tears. She pushed him playfully, saying, Brother, I don't want you watching me sleep. Go see sister lying down. You will smile when you see her. A pang of sorrow struck Shenyanji as the vastness of the world bore down on him, filled with unexpressed anguish. Only Shen Songlan sincerely wished for his happiness, hoping for him to be with Qin Guiwan. Not now, but soon, brother will be able to visit sister every day, he thought. Chapter 13. Ginseng. The next morning, after breakfast, Shen Yanji prepared to visit his mentor. Before leaving, he stood in the courtyard and specifically asked He Miaoxin if there was anything she desired. He Miaoxin, her cheeks flushed, playfully replied, Cousin, your thoughtfulness is enough for me. Just focus on your matters. I want for nothing. Shen Yanji plucked a light purple hibiscus flower and tucked it behind her ear. The morning sun filtered through, enhancing her beauty with a touch of radiance. Since she wanted nothing, he felt compelled to prepare a gift. His voice, usually clear, took on a deeper, more alluring tone. He Miaoxin, you may go seek Anqing and Anling to chat and pass the time. I will return soon to keep you company. Shen Kunchen had two twin daughters on the cusp of adulthood, Shen Anqing and Shen Anling, both gentle and endearing. Upon hearing this, He Miaoxin's heart trembled, and she forced herself to remain calm as she helped Shen Yanji into the carriage. Once in the carriage, Shen Yanji, with a stony expression, took out a handkerchief and vigorously wiped the hand that had tucked the flower behind her ear. Afterward, he tossed the handkerchief onto the seat beside him. Burn it! After sending Shen Yanji off, He Miaoxin felt a mix of joy and worry. She was glad that, after marrying, she did not have to serve her in-laws. Her father-in-law's two concubines had been sent away by Shen's grandmother, and the three illegitimate daughters had all been married off. Her husband was about to regain his official position and treated her with kindness. The matriarch of the household, being from the He family, favored her greatly. With Qin Guiwan not in serious danger, she would eventually be dealt with. The household was managed by the Du family, so she had no concerns there. In the main residence, she was the only female master, needing only to focus on being the beautiful wife of Shen Yanji. This comfort was rare in all of Kyoto. However, she was troubled by the prospect of frequently encountering the second branch of the family. Yesterday, she had hidden in the courtyard, avoiding the second branch. And now that Shen Yanji had specifically mentioned it, it was difficult to avoid visiting. After much inner turmoil, she decided to have Huixiang prepare a gift. Accompanied by her two personal maids, Huixiang and Lanxiang, she went to the second branch's residence with the gift. Before her marriage, she had often been invited by Shen's grandmother to visit the estate and had maintained a good relationship with Shen Anqing and Shen Anling. Upon arriving at their quarters, the three of them chatted merrily for nearly an hour before bidding farewell. On her way back, as she passed through the garden, she encountered a young man clad in a blue brocade robe. He was tall and stout, with a round face and a portly physique, struggling to keep his belt snug around his ample waist. The man was none other than the current heir of the Jinghai Marquis, Shen Kunshin's legitimate son, Shen Qing'an. He Miaoxin's face turned pale, and she instinctively turned to take a side path, but Shen Qing'an spotted her first and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law." Knowing she could not escape, she suppressed her fear, halted, and forced a smile. "Third brother." Shen Qing'an stepped closer, eyeing the hibiscus flower tucked behind her ear, and casually asked, "Sister-in-law, what a coincidence. I went out early yesterday to run errands and, on my way back, stopped by the temple to pray for you and brother. And I brought you a charm for a prosperous offspring." Saying this, he produced a small red charm from his sleeve. Huixiang took it and handed it to He Miaoxin. As she held the charm, He Miaoxin felt a wave of darkness wash over her, and her body swayed unsteadily. This was a charm from the Liangyin temple. Each time she had mingled with Shen Qing'an, it had been under the pretense of visiting the temple. "Thank you, third brother." After a shallow bow, she struggled to maintain her smile. "We are all family. There is no need for formality," Shen Qing'an replied with a grin. "I have matters to attend to, so I will not keep sister-in-law any longer." After a polite bow, he leisurely walked away. He Miaoxin barely managed to stay upright as she made her way back inside, each step feeling as though she were walking on blades. Huixiang and Lanxiang noticed her distress and hurriedly urged her to lie down and rest, asking if she needed to see the physician. She declined, saying she was merely tired and needed to lie down for a while. 2 individuals were dismissed, and a protective amulet was retrieved. Upon untying the cord, a piece of paper was indeed concealed within. Unfolding it, she found 9 characters inscribed, "Tonight at the far hour." The loquat tree in the backyard. He Miaoxian buried her face in the brocade quilt, weeping silently. Just married to Shen Yanji, she had yet to enjoy a peaceful life when Shen Qing'an sought to ruin everything. Qin Guiwan was ill again. The physician rushed to her side, administered acupuncture and prescribed medicine, only to discover that Qin Guiwan had lost her sight, leaving him utterly astonished. Qingji explained that her eye affliction was not due to illness, but a residual effect from an earlier medicinal trial involving the eldest son. Before arriving into Chu, she had carried numerous pills prepared by the Chong doctors, relying on them for relief during flare-ups. Upon examining Qingji's pills, the physician noted that if one ingredient could be substituted with a century-old ginseng, the results would be swifter. However, he chose to withhold this information. Century-old ginseng was a rarity, and the Shen family possessed few. The Qin family lacked the standing to utilize it. He could only advise Qingji to continue with the eye medicine if it had proven effective previously. A maid conveyed this matter to He Miaoxian. Having just finished crying, she barely dried her tears and attempted to compose herself. Upon hearing the news, her head throbbed. Qin Guiwan was truly a calamity. Just a night of seclusion in the Buddhist hall had rendered her ill. Now, she was blind and still claimed it was due to poisoning for Shen Yanji. The more she pondered, the more her heart ached, causing her immense distress. As Shen Yanji was poised to regain his official position, if word spread of Qin Guiwan's blindness due to his poisoning, there would undoubtedly be those eager to exploit the situation, accusing him of cruelty and harshness towards his life partner. As a newlywed, she too would bear the stigma of jealousy. What if Shen Yanji treated Qin Guiwan kindly? What would become of the He family's reputation? Moreover, with Shen Qing'an tightening his grip on her, she had to secure Shen Yanji's heart, ensuring he remained oblivious to any other woman. Huixiang consoled her, urging, "My lady, do not harm yourself over the likes of Qin. Endure a little longer. Once the young master regains his position, the matriarch will surely intervene." He Miaoxian felt restless. The most pressing matter was not how to deal with Qin Guiwan, but how to secure Shen Yanji's profound affection. She could only hope that if the truth surfaced one day, Shen Yanji would be compassionate enough to forgive her. After much contemplation, she resolved to take out the century-old ginseng from her dowry to prepare medicine for Qin. Both Huixiang and Lanxiang gasped in shock. "Miss, you mustn't. You cannot do something so foolish. Century-old ginseng is a precious item. It was given to you out of love. How can you use it for that Chong woman?" He Miaoxian scolded angrily. "What do you know?" She was well aware of the ginseng's value. What choice did she have? Before leaving, Shen Yanji had praised her as a virtuous wife, promising to bring her gifts. She naturally had to strive to solidify her reputation as a devoted spouse, seeking his admiration and affection. Clutching her chest, she felt an overwhelming weight of various concerns pressing down on her, nearly crushing her spirit. In the capital, at the Wen residence, when He Nian, Shun Yanji's esteemed mentor before his capture, now spent his days in serene retirement. Students frequently visited him for guidance.
Today,
Shun Yanji had come to pay his respects. After being ushered into the study, he found not one Lafuzi but Gu Zhuang, lounging in a peacock blue brocade robe. Casually seated in a mahogany armchair, sipping tea with his legs crossed, casting a sidelong glance at the newcomer. "You look so haggard. Have you not slept all night? What? Has that wretched He Miao Xian clung to you the entire time?" Chapter 14. The calm Shun Yanji had no desire to engage in debate with Gu Zhuang. Once settled in a nearby rosewood chair, he inquired, "Did you bring the items?" Gu Zhuang produced an ivory comb inlaid with jadeite from his sleeve and tossed it directly into Shun Yanji's arms. The ivory had been soaked in poison for 72 hours. Shun Yanji examined it in the light. The ivory's oily sheen was semi-translucent, exquisitely crafted, with the gemstones sparkling brilliantly, a masterpiece indeed. "Thank you," he said, carefully stowing the comb away. Without Gu Zhuang's intelligence and robust support, many matters would remain unaddressed. Out of both sentiment and obligation, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. "I do this not for you, but for Shin Er. He is my dear friend. I cannot stand idly by while he is harmed." Gu Zhuang reclined back, resting his head on his arms, allowing himself to sink into the chair. However, if he were to learn that the esteemed brother he admired had fallen to such a state, he would surely be heartbroken. By exploiting the situation with Qin Guiwan, he sought to replace the servants and insert his confidence, even arranging for Shun Tsonglan to receive a diligent young servant. He instigated Shun Tsonglan to confront him in the Buddhist hall, permitting him to unleash his fury and temporarily protect Qin Guiwan. He treated He Miao Xian with utmost tenderness, subtly suggesting she embodied the role of a virtuous wife. What was presented as a gift was, in truth, a poison. Employing various underhanded tactics, he utilized everyone around him. "I have long been corrupt to the core, unrecognizable." Shun Yanji poured tea into a cup. Gazing down as he took a sip, his tone heavy. "I only hope he remains wise enough not to be saddened by this." Gu Zhuang suddenly found the conversation uninteresting. He straightened up, abandoning his casual demeanor, and spoke earnestly. "In truth, at this juncture, you cannot be blamed for your ruthlessness. You were unexpectedly captured, and your uncle sought to usurp your family's title, harming your kin. That wretched He Miao Xian yearned to become the future wife of the Duke of Jinghai, and upon witnessing the Shin family change hands, she immediately pursued Shin Qing'an. After failing, she suffered a miscarriage that compromised her health, and during her convalescence, she deceitfully claimed she would wait a lifetime for your return." He spat in disdain, grinding his teeth. "You were a captive in the East Chong for 4 years, while she basked in a good reputation in the capital. Whenever she is mentioned, people laud her as the third young lady of the He family, loyal and devoted, claiming that despite only a verbal engagement, she would steadfastly await your return. Such a heart-wrenching tale. Upon your return, she dares to have the audacity to marry you. It makes me want to regurgitate last night's meal." "I feel nauseated as well," Shun Yanji replied with a self-deprecating smile, falling silent for a moment. "Because she has waited for me for 4 years. Everyone in the capital knows it. If I do not marry her, I would be deemed heartless." Gu Zhuang sighed deeply. Born into a prestigious family, endowed with remarkable talent, he possessed a cool demeanor yet maintained elegance and restraint. Once the most promising student at the Imperial Academy, he now found himself under the watchful eye of his uncle at home, and when he ventured outside, people questioned his allegiance to the East Chong. Returning after 4 years, he was forced to marry a vile woman and care for his mentally impaired brother. His maternal family, comprised of inept individuals, remained distant in Hangzhou, unable to offer assistance. With nothing to his name, he faced immense difficulty. The room fell silent as they each sipped their tea. Once finished, Gu Zhuang spoke first. "Before Shin Er became a fool, he had a lingering fever, believing his days were numbered. When I visited him, he implored me to help you return, no matter the cost. I agreed. However, with our two nations embroiled in fierce conflict and lacking any official position, it was difficult to influence state affairs. Ultimately, I was unable to devise a solution." After a moment of silence, he continued, "For these years, I've wished for your swift return while investigating the truth. Unfortunately, all evidence has been destroyed, and the sole witness met a tragic end. When I found him, he had been stabbed multiple times, and before dying, he only uttered the word Shin Kun Shan, I suspect there are others behind Shinkun Shan, but all leads have vanished, leaving me with no means to verify. Never mind. Without clues, we can use Himiao Xian as bait, Shun Yanji stated calmly. Let her tear a rift from Shin Qing'an. After all, Shin Kun Shan values the son above all else. Gu Zhuang paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Excellent. Let us target Himiao Xi. Since her reputation for altruism is well known, why not allow her to earn it in truth? Shun Yanji nodded in agreement. The two then deliberated on the details of their plan. During their discussion, Gu Zhuang caught sight of a tall figure moving outside the door and whispered, "Who is that person? Bringing in such a close attendant must be significant." After 4 years of captivity, it was astonishing that he still had loyal supporters in the capital. I once saved his life, and he is willing to follow me to the ends of the earth. Shin Yanji did not wish to elaborate further, and Gu Zhuang sensed the unspoken agreement to refrain from asking more. Once their discussion concluded, Shun Yanji prepared to depart, and Gu Zhuang inexplicably recalled the tranquil eyes of Qin Guiwan, reminiscent of an autumn lake. He felt compelled to inquire about her condition in the temple. Yet upon opening his mouth, he realized he had no right to ask. With a light cough, he sealed his lips. After leaving the Wen residence, Shun Yanji made his way directly to Cabaozai. He purchased an identical ivory comb and had the clerk wrap it in a box. Subsequently, he visited several old friends, and only when the stars began to fade and the lanterns flickered did he meander back home. Upon returning, he first went to He Miaoxin's Qiutang courtyard. He Miaoxin was sitting inside, resting her chin on her hand, tears welling in her eyes as she pondered how to deal with Shin Qing'an and whether to keep their evening appointment. "Why are you crying?" The sudden inquiry startled He Miaoxin, causing her to almost tumble from her chair. Looking up, she found Shin Yanji standing before her with a worried expression. While Hui Xiang and Lan Xiang were nowhere to be seen, she composed herself and gently wiped her eyes. "Cousin, as soon as you left today, Sister Qin fell ill." And her eye condition flared up. Her beautiful eyes, now glistening with tears, and her slender brows slightly furrowed, truly evoke pity. "I heard her eye ailment was a result of testing medicine for you, so I took the 100-year ginseng from my dowry to prepare a remedy for her." The thought of her suffering so gravely caused her own tears to spill. Shin Yanji sighed softly. "Miaoxin, you are too kind-hearted. Her eye affliction is not due to the medicine tested for me. You must not take such things to heart. If outsiders were to learn of this, they might think I have taken advantage of you to curry favor with another." He Miaoxin felt a chill run through her, nearly gasping for breath. Suppressing her overwhelming regret, she reached out to cover Shin Yanji's mouth. "Cousin, do not speak such nonsense. Even if it were not for you, she is my sister. Her illness is so severe. I cannot stand by idly. Offering the ginseng was my own choice. Who would dare say you have wronged me?" Before her fingers could touch his lips, Shin Yanji grasped her delicate hand. It is often said that one should marry a virtuous wife, and indeed, the saying holds true. Miaoxin is truly a paragon of a good wife. Shin Yanji smiled as he released He Miaoxin's hand and instructed Zhu what to bring in a large box. Upon opening it, they revealed various deeds, contracts, keys, and other items. "This is my mother's dowry. After her passing, it was temporarily managed by my aunt. Now that I have returned, she has entrusted it back to me. Since we are now wed, I believe it is only fitting that you take charge of these matters. Marrying Qin was a necessity. I truly do not wish to see her again. Her illness, I leave in your capable hands." He Miaoxin was taken aback by Shun Yanji's trust, momentarily frozen in place, unable to collect her thoughts. Shun Yanji then retrieved a rosewood box from his sleeve, unveiling the ivory comb. "This is a gift I selected for you today at Cabaozai." The emerald gemstone on the comb sparkled brilliantly in the candlelight, radiating with a dazzling brilliance. In Dechu, such a comb symbolizes longing and is a token of affection between lovers. Overwhelmed with joy, He Miaoxin could hardly contain her excitement, her heart soaring as if she were enveloped in fragrant wine. "Husband, the regret of losing the 100-year ginseng has completely faded away. Miaoxin, I still prefer to hear you call me cousin. Cousin, I will surely be a good wife to you." Her cheeks flushed, she lowered her eyes, her heart racing wildly. "I will manage my mother-in-law's dowry and take good care of Sister Qin. No matter the circumstances, I will never let you face difficulties." Chapter 15. The Cliff. "Miaoxin, I trust you." Those 5 simple words sent a surge of warmth through He Miaoxin's veins. She resolved to attend the appointment. to clarify matters with Shun Qing'an and to sever any lingering ties, dedicating herself to being Shun Yanji's virtuous wife. Lost in thought, she was suddenly called Miaoxing. She looked up, meeting the gaze of a man whose eyes were deep and fiery, as if a tempest swirled within. His voice was low and husky. "Cousin?" She turned her face away, lowering her head, feigning shyness as she stammered, "I'm feeling a bit unwell." For a moment, Shun Yanji felt a pang of disappointment. Softly responding, "You should rest early. Since I've been away from the house for a day, Lan Dingran will surely be looking for me again. I'll go check on him at the Baoshi courtyard." Miaoxing felt a wave of guilt wash over her, yet she dared not speak further. Fearing her thoughts might be revealed, she merely nodded in agreement. After leaving the Qiu Tang courtyard, Shun Yanji returned to his own quarters, where he had the servants bring water. After washing up and changing his clothes, he finally made his way to the Baoshi courtyard. In the temple, a dim candle flickered uncertainly. Qing Ji had hardly slept in the past few days, and Qin Guiwan, concerned for her, invited her to rest beside her. Reluctantly, Qing Ji agreed, fearing she would disturb Qin Guiwan's recovery. She spread a mat on the floor and soon fell asleep. Qin Guiwan took her medicine and quickly succumbed to slumber. In a hazy state, she sensed someone approaching and jolted awake, ready to call out, but the person hurriedly spoke. "Wan, it's me." The familiar scent and voice ignited a mix of anger and urgency within her. "What are you doing here?" Shun Yanji gently lifted the quilt and lay down beside her, wrapping his arms tightly around Qin Guiwan from behind. "Wan, please, let me rest here for a while." "Shun Yanji, can you not come here and disgust me?" Qin Guiwan was filled with ire, struggling fiercely. "If you don't let go, I'll scream." Qing Ji had fainted, and the maids outside were his people. No one in the front courtyard would hear her cries. Shun Yanji refused to loosen his grip, pleading softly. "Wan, I beg you, just let me stay here for a moment. I was afraid you would be angry, so I changed my clothes after washing up before daring to come here." Qin Guiwan struggled in vain, turning her head to face the direction of his voice, coldly laughing. "What? You deceived Miaoxing into giving me 100-year ginseng, and now you wish to hold me in your embrace? Shun Yanji, what will it take for you to let me go? Stop disgusting me. Wan, once I have avenged my parents, you can scold me, hit me, or stab me with a knife." Shun Yanji lowered his gaze, desperately pulling Qin Guiwan closer into his embrace. "I only ask that you do not chase me away now." Qin Guiwan scoffed. Hitting and scolding meant nothing to Shun Yanji. "Can you tell me what you were thinking when you held me at the edge of the cliff, pulling me upwards?" Shun Yanji suddenly fell silent. That was during the 3rd month after he had grown cold towards Qin Guiwan. The Eastern Chong people prided themselves on their hunting skills, and the spring hunt was a day even more significant than the New Year. The Great Khan wished to witness his prowess in horsemanship and archery, thus sending him to participate in the spring hunt. Upon learning that the hunting grounds were in the wilds, near an unguarded cliff, an idea of escape took root in his mind. Naturally, he could not share this thought with anyone. On the day of the hunt, Qin Guiwan also attended, dressed in the traditional white riding attire of the Eastern Chong, exuding elegance and grace. The 9th prince watched her intently, and fearing his persistent attention, she stayed close to him. Worried that she might miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he feigned losing his water bottle, asking Qin Guiwan to help him search. Seizing the chance, he galloped towards the cliff, only to discover the sheer height. With the ground dropping away steeply, strewn with jagged rocks, the precipice was so treacherous that a single misstep could lead to a fatal fall. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to take the risk. He carefully navigated the strange rocks, but after descending only a short distance, the sharp stone he was holding snapped. With quick reflexes, he grasped a protruding rock nearby. At that moment, he understood why the Great Khan often hunted here. The cliff was left unguarded because no one could easily ascend or descend from it. Suspended in midair, with no foothold beneath him, and the stone crumbling beneath his grasp, he heard Qin Guiwan's anxious voice calling out to him. Husband, where are you?" His heart leapt in joy as he responded, but upon seeing her at the cliff's edge, her face turned pale with shock. "Do not move." She quickly found a long vine and secured it around herself. She lacked the physical prowess of limbs, yet her agility in climbing was remarkable as she swiftly descended. However, the vine was not long enough. She could only grasp it with one hand while extending the other towards him. "Husband, grasp my hand." In that moment, he looked up into Qin Guiwan's eyes. which radiated an unprecedented clarity and determination. He wrapped one arm around her waist and clutched the vine with the other as he ascended. Just as he steadied himself upon reaching the top, he spotted the ninth prince on horseback, crossbow aimed directly at him. "I knew you harbored intentions of escape."
No.
"I accidentally fell off the cliff, and he went down to rescue me," Qin Guiwan hastily explained, but the ninth prince scoffed and immediately released the bolt. The crossbow arrow shot towards him, and Qin Guiwan shouted for him to stop. Everything transpired in an instant. An arrow struck Qin Guiwan's arm, causing her to plummet down the cliff. He desperately reached out to grab her, but only caught a piece of her white sleeve. Kneeling at the cliff's edge, he felt as though he had turned to stone. The ninth prince, filled with rage, kicked him viciously in the chest and hastily dispatched men to search below. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to cling to a crooked tree, avoiding a fatal fall. When she was rescued, the arrow had already pierced her arm, bloodied and barely alive, hanging by a thread. In merely a few months of marriage, she had come perilously close to death for him twice. He held her hand tightly. "Qin Guiwan,
Do not die.
as long as you survive, I vow to cherish you for all eternity." It seemed she heard him, slightly opening her eyes and attempting to pull the corners of her mouth upwards before slipping into unconsciousness. That memory was one he dared not contemplate or articulate. Wan.
I am sorry.
He had promised to cherish her through life and death, yet repeatedly failed her, resting his head against her shoulder. His dry throat barely allowed him to speak. Qin Guiwan seemed to hear a faint choked sound. Suddenly, she calmed and asked slowly, "Do you know what I was thinking when I heard your voice?" Shun Yanji fell silent. Qin Guiwan chuckled softly. "I was thinking how fortunate it was that my husband was safe and sound." Chapter 16. Regret. Shun Yanji fled in distress once again, leaving Qin Guiwan restless and sleepless. She pondered when she had truly begun to harbor feelings for him. Upon reflection, it likely began in the prison cell. She had thought she would pass away quietly, only to awaken in a scorching embrace. Warm breaths cascaded over her neck, the man's presence enveloping her closely. Shinyanji had likely not slept all night. His eyes bore shadows, his handsome face slightly haggard. Upon seeing her awake, a flicker of relief and joy danced in his dark eyes. Her breath quickened. After their release from prison, Shinyanji's demeanor towards her had gradually softened. On days of good humor, he would share meals with her, recounting amusing tales from the capital. While teaching her calligraphy, he would sometimes grasp her hand from behind, earnestly guiding her strokes. His fingers were long and strong, the pads slightly calloused from years of holding a brush. His large palm almost enveloped hers entirely, warmth radiating from his touch, his deep voice lingering in her ear. As a young girl, her heart ignited like a spark on a vast prairie, uncontrollably spreading, leaving her helpless against the flames. She had completely succumbed. Even when Shinyanji began to inexplicably distance himself from her again, she welcomed it willingly. Even if they could not share mutual affection, merely being able to see each other daily was enough. On the day of the spring hunt, when she returned with her water jug only to find no sign of him or his horse, a dreadful realization struck her regarding Shinyanji's intentions. Panic surged as she rode furiously to warn him against foolish actions. No one could escape safely from the cliff. Indeed, Shinyanji was hanging perilously from the precipice. Fortunately, they managed to ascend without incident. Upon seeing the ninth prince, she felt as though cold water had been poured over her. Her mind consumed by a single thought: she could not allow Shinyanji to die. Thus, when she was pulled up and heard someone tremblingly promise that as long as she survived, he would cherish her for all eternity, she forced her eyes open to see that Shinyanji had not been harmed by the ninth prince, and genuine relief flooded her. A chill passed over her face as she gently caressed her cheek. Silent tears fell, cooled by the wind, leaving faint trails of moisture. She mocked herself. Qin Guiwan, how foolish you are. At the hour of the pig, he Miaoxin faintly heard the distant tolling of a bell and quietly rose, rousing Huixiang, who had been guarding by her bedside. They avoided the sleeping maids and secretly opened a small door to slip out. The two dared not light a lamp, and with the moonlight dim, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, the towering pines and floral pavilions appearing like terrifying beasts. Huixiang glanced around nervously as they approached the pomegranate tree at the garden's entrance. "Stay here," he Miaoxin whispered. The maidservants and wet nurses had been discreetly dealt with beforehand. Huixiang had only recently begun following her. Although a trusted confidant, she was unaware of the full extent of He Miaoxin's circumstances.
Tonight.
He Miaoxin had only mentioned needing to handle a secret matter, and Hui Xiong felt it prudent not to pry further. Hui Xiong swallowed hard, nodding tremulously. He Miaoxin ventured into the garden alone, filled with both hatred and fear, arriving at the designated loquat tree where she indeed spotted Shen Qing'an's corpulent figure swaying. Upon seeing He Miaoxin approach, he dragged her into the rocky cave at the tree's edge before reaching for her clothing. "Release me." He Miaoxin leaned against the cold stone wall, blushing with indignation. She attempted to push him away, but Shen Qing'an seized her wrist. "What pretense of purity is this? You were the one who seduced me first. That was in the past. How can you cling to it so tightly?" He Miaoxin's lips turned pale. "I have come today to inform you that I am now your sister-in-law, so cease your pursuit. From now on, we will go our separate ways. If you hadn't seduced me first, how would I know there exists such delicate, snow-like flesh in this world?" Shen Qing'an sneered ominously. "Now that you are the eldest daughter-in-law of the Shen family, wishing to distance yourself from me, how ridiculous is that? How can an elder sister bear a child with her younger brother-in-law?" He Miaoxin was filled with rage, nearly brought to tears. "Shen Qing'an, if you continue to harass me, I will expose this matter and ensure we both suffer the consequences." "How will you expose it? Will you declare that the third miss of the He family is shameless, seducing her fiancé's younger brother just as her betrothed has met with misfortune, only to feign virtue and seek fame?" Shen Qing'an extended a chubby hand to wipe her tears, grinning maliciously. "Isn't your intent to bring ruin upon the He family's reputation, ensuring you are infamous?" He Miaoxin's face drained of color, her body turning cold, nearly collapsing. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Qing'an pressed closer. "During those years you were secluded in the estate, I thought of you day and night. Now that I finally have the chance, if you accompany me occasionally, I will not speak of it indiscriminately." He Miaoxin ceased to resist, her heart extinguished. Hui Xiong had waited for a long time and, upon seeing He Miaoxin emerging unsteadily, rushed to support her. As she drew closer, she noted He Miaoxin appeared dazed, her beautiful eyes swollen and tear-stained, her clothing slightly disheveled. Shocked, Hui Xiong dared not inquire further. After returning, He Miaoxin sat in silence for a long time, her gaze vacant, instructing Hui Xiong to prepare water. The maidservants had all been awakened, and Hui Xiong explained that her mistress had been startled awake from a nightmare, insisting on bathing. No one suspected anything amiss, and they soon prepared fragrant water with flower petals to bring in. Hui Xiong intended to assist He Miaoxin in her bath, but He Miaoxin refused. She removed her clothing and sat in the wooden tub, lowering her head to see the intersecting red marks on her skin, recalling Shen Qing'an's corpulent form. And she could not help but cover her face and weep. Years ago, her father's official rank had not been high. She had desperately sought favor with the matriarch of the Shen family, eventually winning her affections, leading to a verbal engagement, waiting for Shen Yanji to come and propose once he came of age. As the son of the Marquis of Jinghai, Shen Yanji was handsome, exceptionally talented, and had a promising future, making him the object of every girl's dreams in the capital. She had become the envy of all, basking in glory. Yet, overnight, Shen Yanji was captured, the Shen family fell from grace, and their titles were transferred, leaving those who had once envied her waiting eagerly to see her disgraced. He Jia feared being ridiculed, urging her to wait another 2 years. If Shen Yanji still did not return, she would seek a suitable husband to marry. She felt bitterness, questioning why Shen Yanji did not choose to die in the East Chong to assert his resolve. If he were dead, she could marry freely. If he lived, their verbal engagement became a shackle binding her. Waiting for another 2 years meant she would be past the age of 20. And what good family could she hope to find? Unwilling to accept this fate, she resolved to take a chance. Regardless of who the heir to the Jinghai Marquis was, she would continue to act as the heir's fiancé. Thus, she brazenly enticed Shen Qing'an. Shen Qing'an, still in his youth and unmarried, had only a concubine. She effortlessly drew him to her side, and soon he was spending every day in her company. However, she inadvertently became pregnant. Aware that the child could not be kept, she insisted that Shen Qing'an swear he would marry her afterward, lest he face divine retribution. Shen Qing'an laughed heartily. "He Miao Xian, what are you thinking? I could never marry you. Having taken his elder brother's position as heir, how could he face the world if he married his brother's fiancée? You are shameless. I still have my dignity." In that moment, she realized the folly of her actions. From the very beginning, Shun Qing'an had only intended to take advantage of her. With tears, she ended the pregnancy, but in doing so, she inadvertently harmed her health and was left with lasting consequences. Regretting her choices, she found herself with no way forward. She fabricated reasons to dispose of the maid and wet nurse who knew of her predicament. To preserve her health, she informed her family that she would remain loyal to Xin Yanji, relocating to a mountain villa to transcribe scriptures and pray for a safe return. She became the subject of admiration in the capital, and the He family took pride in her. Now, just as she had recovered somewhat, Shen Yanji returned. Had she known this would happen, she would have steadfastly waited for him for 4 years, never involving herself with Xin Qing'an. Although Shen Yanji held no title, preventing her from becoming the heiress wife, his gentleness and remarkable talents far surpassed Xin Qing'an. She lamented her past decisions. Chapter 17. An apology today marked He Miao Xian's return to her family. This was originally to occur yesterday, but Shen Yanzi had consulted an astrologer to determine an auspicious wedding date. The astrologer claimed that He Miao Xian's fate was favorable, and postponing her return by a day would further enhance the Shen family's fortunes. The He family had no objections and promptly agreed. Upon rising early, He Miao Xian appeared listless. When her maidservants attended to her, they inquired if she felt unwell. She merely attributed it to a lack of rest the previous day. After washing up, while Huixiang and Lanxiang applied powder and makeup, Shen Yanji entered. Noticing the sandalwood comb adorned with gold leaf on the dressing table, he expressed surprise. "Why not use the one I gifted you?" He Miao Xian looked up to see Shen Yanji clad in a bamboo green brocade robe, radiating the warmth of the morning sun, his handsome features striking. Her previously heavy heart felt lightened. "I cannot bear to use a gift from my cousin." Shen Yanji insisted that the maid retrieve the comb. "I gifted you this comb so that every day, as you groom your hair, you would think of me. How could you leave it untouched?" Huixiang hurried to fetch the comb, and Shen Yanji took it, moving behind He Miao Xian, slightly bending to comb her hair. He Miao Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. "Cousin, how can you comb my hair? Others will laugh at me." "Lanxiang, you do it." The maidservants in the room stifled their laughter, and Lanxiang took the comb, beginning to arrange He Miao Xian's hair. Shen Yanji stood to the side, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed into the mirror. In that reflection, he seemed to see Qin Guiwan. She had returned from the brink of death, and after her recovery, she had held a delicate hairpin adorned with pearls, sitting before a mirror, her ears tinged with red, smiling sweetly. "Husband, can you put this on me?" She had believed in the promise of unwavering love, thinking she had found true affection, dreaming of a harmonious life where her husband would adorn her with hairpins. "Cousin, do I look beautiful?" His reverie was interrupted as he met the gaze of He Miao Xian, who appeared exquisitely adorned, feigning shyness. He suppressed a wave of nausea and smiled. "Miao Xian is indeed very beautiful." After breakfast, they went to pay their respects to the elder matriarch of the Shen family. Realizing the time was right, they climbed into the carriage to head to the He family. During the ride, noticing Shen Yanji's distracted demeanor, He Miao Xian asked with concern, "Cousin, what troubles you?" "I feel unworthy to face my father-in-law. You have endured 4 years for me, and I can only imagine the countless grievances you have suffered. Just thinking about it pains my heart." "Cousin, I do not feel wronged." He Miao Xian forced a smile. "Do not blame yourself. Even if I had to wait another 4 years to marry you, I would not consider it a burden." Shen Yanji sighed in silence. He Miao Xian's feelings of guilt intensified, and she resolved to find a way to support Shen Yanji upon returning to the He family. The He family had received news and had opened the doors to welcome them early. He Miao Xian's grandfather was a local governor, with 3 sons and 2 daughters. The most accomplished was her father, He Zongyu, who had risen to the position of Minister of Revenue, recently enjoying great favor at court. Her uncles were mediocre, one merely holding a minor position in the Ministry of Rights, while the other served as a local deputy. Just as they dismounted from the carriage, before Shen Yanji could pay his respects to the He elders, a servant from the Shen family rode up urgently. "Young master, there is trouble. Gu Shizi has brought 3 rascals to the estate, along with 4 or 5 boxes of gifts, claiming he wishes to apologize to you. The servant said you were not here, accompanying your wife to her family, but he does not believe it, insisting that the return should have been yesterday. He thinks you look down on him and are avoiding him. No one can dissuade him, and he is causing chaos throughout the estate." The old matriarch has fainted from anger. He Miao Xian's eyes darkened upon hearing this. Gu Zhuoying had previously disrupted her wedding night and was now sabotaging her return. He seemed to be her personal nemesis. Shen Yanji's expression changed dramatically as he quickly bowed to He Zhongyu, apologizing, "I beseech my father-in-law's forgiveness. I must return to deal with this matter." He Zhongyu, knowing Gu Zhuoying was reckless, felt helpless but replied, "No matter, you may return to handle this first." Shen Yanji looked at He Miao Xian apologetically. "Miao Xian, once I resolve this, I shall come back to find you." He Miao Xian steadied her emotions, feigning understanding and concern.
Cousin, do not worry about me.
"Go back and persuade Gu Shizhi to leave, lest he further anger my grandmother." Shen Yanji nodded, mounting the horse brought by the servant, and swiftly rode away. Upon entering the estate, He Miao Xian's mother called her into the house. How could Yanji provoke Gu Zhuoying, that troublemaker? Why is he here to apologize? Realizing she could not hide the truth, He Miao Xian recounted the events of the wedding night when Gu Zhuoying had caused chaos at the Yuxiu courtyard. As she spoke, tears flowed freely. "Mother, it all comes down to the fact that my cousin holds no title. Everyone wishes to bully him. The Marquis of Jinghai is unwilling to speak a word in his defense for the sake of the Shen family's reputation, merely exchanging a few servants to dismiss him." She cried, her eyes red and puffy, seeking comfort in her mother's embrace. "Now that I am married to my cousin, to bully him is to bully me as well. Mother, you must help me." Her mother, heartbroken, shed tears as well. "I know you wish for Yanji to regain his official position soon. However, he has been in the East Chong for 4 years, and the emperor still harbors doubts. Though there has been some softening, there are still those who seize upon the situation. Your father is afraid of becoming a target and dares not speak too openly. This matter cannot be resolved quickly. Mother, could you please speak to grandfather?" He Miao Xian grasped her mother's sleeve, her voice trembling. Grandfather is the imperial tutor. Even in retirement, the emperor still respects him. If he would speak up, with father's support, this matter could surely be resolved swiftly. She knelt and bowed her head, and her mother, feeling anxious, pulled her back up. He Miao Xian's tears flowed more freely, and seeing her distress, her mother finally agreed, promising to expedite the matter. Meanwhile, Gu Zhuoying, accompanied by 3 extravagantly dressed rascals, wandered through the Shen estate, calling out Shen Yanji's name. He was adorned in opulent red brocade, the cuffs embellished with jewels, and the hems embroidered in gold thread. His attire dazzlingly beautiful, complementing his already handsome features. The corners of her mouth were merely bruised, and had yet to fade completely. The butler, with a sorrowful countenance, stood beside her, pleading incessantly, "Young Master Gu, the eldest son is truly not in the estate at this moment. I have already dispatched someone to summon him. Please, take a moment in the front hall for tea. We can discuss matters when he returns." One of the young rascals chuckled, "Young Master Gu, look. The old butler is nearly in tears. Shall we wait in the tea room? If it comes to it, we can always return another day." Gu Zhuoying halted, his expression grave.
How can that be?
"I have always valued righteousness. Just a few days ago, in a drunken stupor, I disrupted his wedding night. The more I reflect, the more guilt I feel. Today, I must apologize in person. I invited you all here to bear witness. To reschedule would lack sincerity." Chapter 18. Sister the 3 Rascals. Recalling Gu Zhuoying's tendency to act impulsively, became even more intrigued, collectively agreeing to stay and await Shen Yanji's arrival. They pressed further, inquiring how the wedding night had been ruined, particularly how Shen Yanji's face had ended up bruised. The butler implored Gu Zhuoying not to bring up that night again. Gu Zhuoying raised an eyebrow, lightly tapping his fist against his lips as he cleared his throat. "It is not a grave matter. I merely acted foolishly while intoxicated and offended his bride, Miss Qin." The 3 rascals' eyes lit up, one of them exclaiming, "What sort of offense?" Gu Zhuoying kicked at the inquisitor, saying, "Away with you. Ask again, and I shall cut out your tongue." The rascal nimbly dodged, laughing, and refrained from further questioning. This notorious figure had countless romantic escapades in the capital. Offending a woman hardly seemed scandalous. After walking a few paces, Gu Zhuoying suddenly halted. "As I come to apologize to the Shen family, it is only fitting that the Marquis of Jinghai and his wife bear witness." The butler was nearly brought to tears. "Madame Du has gone to the shop to check accounts. The Marquis is in his study, discussing matters with 2 colleagues. He usually forbids servants from disturbing him during discussions. Even if young Master Gu were to cause a ruckus here, the servants would not dare to disturb him. Young Master Gu, our lady has left, and the Marquis is occupied in his study. I beseech you, please wait in the front hall. Once the Marquis is free, I will inform him immediately. Gu Zhuoying feigned understanding. Very well, I shall heed your advice and wait in the front hall. The butler nearly wept with joy, bowing deeply as he led the way. As they settled in the front hall, before the maid could serve tea, a tall figure whirlwind into the room and thrust something into Gu Zhuoying's mouth. Without a second thought, he leisurely chewed and swallowed the morsel. It was soft, sweet, and fragrant with the aroma of dates. Brother Gu, is it delicious? Shun Songlan asked eagerly. Delicious, he replied with a smile. Is this mung bean cake? Shun Songlan shook her head in disappointment. No. Let me guess, Gu Zhuoying said, his brows slightly furrowing in contemplation. After a moment, he chuckled. If it is not mung bean cake, it must be date paste pastry. Shun Songlan clapped her hands in excitement. The three rascals stood dumbfounded. Their prior friendship was well known. After Shun Songlan fell ill, Gu Zhuoying occasionally visited him, and the gossip had spread. Yet this notorious figure, known for his fastidious nature, typically shunned incense, never wore garments twice, and insisted on food being both palatable and clean. Shun Songlan, often covered in dirt from playing in the mud, was said to have food that the Shun family deemed too filthy to consume. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, no one would believe that Gu Zhuoying would eat anything offered by Shun Songlan, much less playfully engage with him. Elated, Shun Songlan tugged on Gu Zhuoying's hand. Brother Gu, come with me. Gu Zhuoying was taken aback by Shun Songlan's sudden appearance. Shin heir, I have matters to attend to. Let me finish. And I'll play with you afterward, all right? Shun Songlan pouted, her eyes swelling with tears, gazing up at Gu Zhuoying with a pitiful expression, reminiscent of an abandoned puppy. Gu Zhuoying inwardly chided himself. Very well, I shall play with you for a little while. He glanced at the rascals. You all wait here. I shall return shortly. The butler was on the verge of tears again. Having just persuaded this notorious figure to enter, now Shun Songlan had come to create a distraction. He hurriedly attempted to intervene, but Shun Songlan was having none of it, insisting he be quiet and refusing to let the attending servant follow them as she dragged Gu Zhuoying away. The butler could only watch with tears in his eyes as they departed. The autumn sun shone brightly, casting shadows through the window. Qin Guiwan had not experienced a fever throughout the night, and upon rising, her complexion had improved slightly. Having been bedridden, she neglected to comb her hair or apply makeup, allowing her hair to cascade messily down her back. After finishing her breakfast and medicine, Qingji brought a zazen chair to the outdoors, assisting Qin Guiwan to sit comfortably. Madam, the weather is fine. Bask in the sun for a while I prepare some goat cheese. During her illness in Dongqiang, Qin Guiwan had a fondness for the goat cheese made by Qingji, a preference that continued here. Qin Guiwan nodded in agreement. As Qingji left, she urged the maids standing guard outside not to close the courtyard door and to keep a watchful eye on Qin Guiwan. The two maids nodded in understanding. The courtyard, once filled with withered trees and weeds, was now pristine and tranquil. Although Qin Guiwan could not see, she could distinctly smell the fragrant aromas of the flowers and trees outside, hear the chirping of birds, and feel the warm autumn sun. It had been a long time since she had so wholeheartedly experienced her surroundings. Suddenly, she felt a wave of serenity wash over her, unable to resist a gentle smile. After Shun Songlan had taken Gu Zhuoying outside, they wandered about, looking around suspiciously. What are you taking me to do? Gu Zhuoying inquired, puzzled. Shun Songlan, glancing around conspiratorially to ensure they were alone, produced an oiled paper package from her bosom. She opened it to reveal 6 neatly arranged pieces of date paste pastry. We are going to see my sister. Give this to her. After sister eats it and smiles, my brother will surely be happy. Gu Zhuoying finally understood that Shun Songlan had given him a piece of date paste pastry to ascertain its taste before offering it to her so-called sister. Why do you want to give it to her? What did she say to you? Shun Songlan ranked second among her siblings, with no elder sister. So, it must be one of the maids in the estate. Shun Songlan carefully set aside the pastries, hesitating for a moment before muttering, I cannot say. My brother said not to speak of his affection for her. Thus, she could not reveal why she wished to send a treat to her sister or why it was important to make her sister happy. Observing her resolute silence, Gu Zhuoying chuckled softly. Very well, I shall accompany you to deliver the gift. If this maid seeks merely to entice some treats, that is one thing. But if she attempts to lead Shun Songlan astray, I will not let her off lightly. Shun Songlan, with Gu Zhuoying in tow, dashed straight to the outside of the Buddhist hall. Gu Zhuoying halted in his tracks, transfixed. Qin Guiwan sat serenely in a zazen chair. Her lips curved in a gentle smile, her head slightly tilted back, as the autumn sun poured unabashedly over her fair skin. Dressed in a white silk garment, her hair cascaded like black satin over her shoulders, long lashes fanned out like a delicate fan, and her porcelain-like face was flushed with the warmth of the sun. Her cheeks rosy. Despite still being unwell, she radiated an aura of strength and elegance, exuding a quiet beauty like plum blossoms kissed by frost. In the stillness of the moment, with the autumn breeze softly rustling and sunlight sparkling, her white attire and dark hair danced in the gentle wind. Her slender waist seeming to be delicately clasped, her garments billowing gracefully. Second young master, return quickly. This is not a place for play, you cannot enter. The voice of admonition pulled him back into the bustling world. Two maids were hurriedly blocking the entrance. Shun Songlan pushed past them, declaring loudly, "Move aside." The two maids fell to the ground, exclaiming in surprise. Qin Guiwan, hearing the commotion, had not yet reacted when something was thrust into her hand. "Sister, eat this." Habitually opening her eyes, she felt the object in her hand, recognizing it as an oiled paper package, and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that you, Erlang? Why do you give me this?" "Sister, eat it. You'll be happy after." Shun Songlan crouched before Qin Guiwan, gazing up at her with wide eyes. Qin Guiwan couldn't help but smile. She heard Qingji speak of Shun Songlan, and though they had never met, she found this person endearingly naive, akin to a child. "Thank you, Erlang. I am currently taking medicine and cannot eat indiscriminately. You should keep it for yourself." She extended an oil paper package. But Shun Songlan was reluctant to accept it, feeling aggrieved, squatting on the ground and biting her lip in silence. "I appreciate Erlang's kindness. You should take it back for now. Once I recover, you may give it to me." The package was pushed forward slightly, nearly resting on Shun Songlan's shoulder. Gu Zhuoying felt a momentary breathlessness and silently approached, reaching out to shake her hand. The depth of her serene gaze remained unchanged. Yet she remained indifferent to the hands before her. Qin Guiwan keenly sensed the shifting atmosphere and, mistaking it for a servant, handed the package to Gu Zhuoying. "Next time, keep an eye on Erlang, and do not let him wander here." Gu Zhuoying stiffly accepted it, her heart suddenly feeling as though gripped by a powerful hand, constricting tightly. Before coming, she had only known Shun Songlan was ill, unaware that she was blind. Qin Guiwan rose and reached out, groping her way back inside. "Please take him back. This place is unsuitable for him to play." Two maidservants scrambled to their feet, coaxing and persuading, and finally managed to convince Shun Songlan to leave. Throughout, Gu Zhuoying remained silent. Once they exited the Buddhist hall yard, she scolded the maids a few words and inquired about the reason behind Qin Guiwan's blindness. The maidservant stammered in response, "I heard it was due to the eldest young master testing medicine, though I cannot say for certain." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhuoying fell into a deep silence before finally leading Shun Songlan away back to Baoshi Courtyard. Chapter 19. Forgiveness in the Study. Shun Kunshin, after discussing matters with two colleagues, bowed deeply. "I appreciate your efforts in advocating for Yanji's appointment to the Ministry of Revenue." One of them hesitated for a moment and remarked, "After Shin de Gongzi achieved the highest honor in the imperial examination, he entered the Hanlin Academy. Is it wise to transfer him to the Ministry of Revenue?" The prevailing notion in Dichu is that only those from the Hanlin Academy can enter the cabinet. Should he go to the ministry, it may be challenging for him to return to the Hanlin Academy in the future. Moreover, the Ministry of Revenue oversees finance and is notoriously stringent in evaluating officials. Even promotions are slower than in other departments by several years. The other colleague also expressed uncertainty, noting that the current Minister of Revenue, He Zongyu, would be reluctant to promote the eldest young master for fear of appearing biased. Shun Kunshin sighed helplessly. Yan Ji has spent 4 years in Dongqiang. The emperor harbors reservations, and for him to be utilized again is already a favor. How could the Shun family dare to hope he could return to the Hanlin Academy? I propose he go to the Ministry of Revenue precisely because of its strict evaluations. He must endure several years there, withstand scrutiny, and earn the emperor's trust before having the opportunity for further advancement. Besides, with the constant doubts cast upon him in the court, even if he were to enter the Hanlin Academy, he might not remain there. The Ministry of Revenue can safeguard his position. As he spoke, a look of sorrow crossed Shun Kunshin's face, nearly bringing him to tears. I wish more than anyone for Yanji to soar to great heights, bringing glory to the Shun family, but if he cannot secure even a minor official position, how can we speak of his ascension? With my elder brother gone, I, as his uncle, must assist Yanji in re-entering the officialdom. Otherwise, how can I face my brother's spirit in the afterlife? His words were both logical and heartfelt, deeply moving the two colleagues. The Marquis is meticulous in thought and farsighted. He truly has the family's best interests at heart. Given the current circumstances, the obstacles for the eldest young master to regain his position are numerous. Securing a role in the Ministry of Revenue may be a viable path, at least temporarily. I shall return and draft a memorial for submission. Shun Kunshin expressed various gestures of gratitude, and after exchanging pleasantries, the two colleagues took their leave. As Shun Kunshin opened the door to see them off, he noticed an old servant standing at the gate, hesitating to speak. The colleagues, recognizing that the Shun family must have urgent matters to attend to, tactfully suggested that Shun Kunshin need not see them off any further. He did not insist, arranging for a close servant to escort them away. Once they had departed, he scolded, "What is the matter that you are in such a hurry?" The old servant bowed and relayed the situation in the front courtyard. Whereupon Shun Kunshin clasped his hands behind his back, his expression darkening and his brows knitting tightly. As Gu Zhuoying hurried toward the front hall, recalling the steward's mention of Shun Kunshin discussing matters with colleagues, she turned toward Shun Kunshin's study. Midway, she indeed saw servants leading two officials out. She swiftly concealed herself behind a tree, waiting to ascertain their identities, only to realize that they were not Shun Kunshin's trusted officials. After a moment's contemplation, she smiled and stepped forward. "Master Zhang, Master Liu." Upon seeing Gu Zhuoying, the two men exchanged complex expressions. What an unfortunate encounter. How could we run into this feared rogue? Despite their reluctance, they approached and inquired about his presence. Gu Zhuoying, with forthrightness, replied, "I came to the Shun residence to apologize due to a misunderstanding. I did not expect to meet both esteemed gentlemen here. I heard the Marquis has been busy arranging matters for the eldest young master. Is that true?" After Shun Yanji's return, the Marquis, as his uncle, has indeed been tirelessly working for him. This is common knowledge, not a secret. The two men forced a smile and awkwardly laughed, responding, "It is natural for the Marquis to be concerned for the eldest young master." Gu Zhuoying nodded in agreement. Indeed, if the Marquis were indifferent, he would be truly cold-hearted. Suddenly lowering her voice, she conspiratorially leaned in and said, "I happen to know the Emperor's thoughts on this matter. I visited him in the palace yesterday, and he expressed worry regarding Shun Yanji. He mentioned that if Shun Yanji were truly loyal to Dongqiang, he would have already secured a high official position there and would not remain jobless for 4 years, still willing to return to Dachu. He does not wish to waste a valuable talent and hopes for his reinstatement. However, some officials continue to submit memorials attacking Shun Yanji, and the Emperor needs a way to extricate himself." Zhang and Liu were taken aback, their faces revealing skepticism. Gu Zhuoying shrugged. "If you do not believe me, do not rush to submit memorials. Wait a few days and you will know. If, in the coming days, elder statesmen appear in court advocating for Shun Yanji, it will prove I have not deceived you. That person must be the Emperor providing himself an escape. At that time, you can submit your memorials in support, and you will surely garner the Emperor's favor." She cast a glance at the old servant standing distantly, continuing in a low voice, "The Marquis seeks your assistance. If you manage to accomplish this discreetly and with finesse, he will undoubtedly be immensely grateful." At this point, her expression hardened as she sternly warned, "This is the Emperor's secret. Should you carelessly divulge it and betray me, I will not be lenient." Although Zhang and Liu were half convinced, they dared not voice their doubts, hurriedly expressing their gratitude and assuring her they would keep the matter confidential. Gu Zhuoying straightened, resuming her usual audacious demeanor, and waved as she returned to the front hall. Zhang and Liu remained behind, exchanging glances. Let us wait and see. Although Gu Zhuoying was a scoundrel, he was greatly favored by Emperor Jingcheng and often frequented the palace. If elder statesmen did indeed submit memorials, it would indicate that Gu Zhuoying was truthful. If not, they could dismiss it as mere bluster and proceed with their original plan to submit memorials later. It would only delay matters by a few days and would not cause significant issues. When Shun Yanji returned, Gu Zhuoying was engaged in lively conversation with Shun Kunshin in the front hall. Noticing Shun Yanji's pursed lips and neutral expression, Shun Kunshin approached and patted his shoulder, exclaiming, "Yanji, Your timing is perfect. The young Master Gu has come to apologize for a misunderstanding. I told him you would not hold such trivial matters against him. Gu Zhuiying boldly stepped forward and clasped his hands. Brother Shen, I apologize for disrupting your wedding day the other day. I hope for your understanding. Shen Yanji slightly softened his demeanor and replied calmly, Young Master Gu is being overly formal. It was merely a misunderstanding and of no consequence. Shen Kunshan gestured for the two to sit and enjoy tea. I have always said Yan Ji would not bear grudges. After Gu Zhuiying comfortably seated himself, he remarked, Brother Shen may have forgiven me, but I have learned that Qin's family has suffered due to this and been confined to the Buddhist hall. I wonder if she would be willing to forgive me. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat awkward as everyone exchanged glances. Shen Kunshan chuckled lightly. Young Master Gu has misunderstood. The Shen family does not engage in indiscriminate actions. He cast a glance at Shen Yanji, who slowly clarified, Uncle is correct. It is indeed a misunderstanding on young Master Gu's part. Qin's visit to the Buddhist hall was solely her own decision to copy scriptures for spiritual nourishment, entirely unrelated to any influence from you. The Shen family has always been clear about right and wrong, and they would never impose difficulties on an innocent person. That is reassuring. Gu Zhuiying let out a long breath, beginning to sip his tea with elegance, but suddenly furrowed his brow, setting down the teacup to glance at Shen Yanji. Miss He must have been disturbed during her wedding night. She wouldn't be upset with me for this. Nor would she take it out on anyone else, would she? Gu Shixi is overthinking, for Miao Xian is magnanimous and kind-hearted, and she hasn't given this matter a second thought, let alone harbor any resentment towards anyone. At the mention of he Miao Xian, Shen Yanji's gaze softened like flowing water. During Qin's old ailment, she even took out her century-old ginseng from her dowry to prepare medicine for her. Such virtuousness would never lead her to act with narrow-mindedness. Chapter 20. A helping hand indeed. Miss He possesses an ethereal grace. Gu Zhuiying nodded in approval. Not only does she not concern herself with someone like me, but she also diligently cares for her husband's other wives and concubines, offering her dowry to provide medicine for Qin. Such a broad-minded disposition is not something ordinary women can compare to. He couldn't help but praise he Miao Xian for her steadfastness over the past 4 years. The three young scions echoed their admiration. Yet, they couldn't suppress their envy towards Shen Yanji for marrying such a virtuous wife. As the atmosphere in the room grew lively, Gu Zhuiying casually remarked, earlier, Second Shen came to find me and took me to the Buddhist hall. I noticed that Qin seemed to have lost her sight. Is this indeed the old ailment Brother Shen mentioned? Shen Yanji paused momentarily.
Yes.
I inquired with your household servants, and they claimed that Qin's blindness was a result of Brother Shen testing medicine on her. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Shen Kunshan frowned and looked toward Shen Yanji. Shen Yanji remained unperturbed, saying, The servants are speaking nonsense. I thought as much. Brother Shen would never commit such a shameless act as to have a frail woman test medicine. It must be the servants' idle gossip. Gu Zhuiying sighed heavily. You should find someone to examine Qin's eyes, lest this spreads and leads to misunderstandings. Arda Chu values propriety, righteousness, and moral integrity. If outsiders learn of Qin's blindness and illness, and the Shen family does not even seek a skilled physician, it would appear as if the Shen family is bullying a weak woman from the Eastern Chang. Wouldn't that be a disgrace to Arda Chu? The three young scions chimed in like insects, applauding Gu Zhuiying's reasoning. A gentleman of De Chu is open and upright. He would never bully a woman. Otherwise, how would that differ from the barbarism of the Eastern Chang? Shen Yanji pressed his lips together, his gaze darkening as he fixed it on Gu Zhuiying. Gu Zhuiying feigned ignorance, turning to Shen Kunshan. My lord, as the head of the Shen family, please do not allow outsiders an opportunity to mock your inability to manage your household. Shen Kunshan chuckled awkwardly. Gu Shixi is overly concerned. I will never provide anyone a chance to tarnish the Shen family's reputation. Gu Zhuiying flattered Shen Kunshan, mentioning his upcoming coming-of-age ceremony and inviting Shen Kunshan and Shen Yanji to attend. Even if it were not mentioned, the Shen family would certainly go. And Shen Kunshan readily agreed. After conversing for half an hour and nearing noon, Gu Zhuiying stood to take his leave. Shen Kunshan, in a friendly manner, insisted he stay for a meal, to which Gu Zhuiying efficiently acquiesced and sat back down. Shen Kunshan paused momentarily before instructing the steward to prepare fine wines and delicacies, notifying Du and Shen Qing'an to return to the residence. Gu Zhuiying straightforwardly stated that it was unnecessary to make a fuss, and simply asked for Shun Songlan to accompany him, which Shin Kunshin readily agreed to. At the dining table, Shun Songlan was animated, his spirit soaring. He usually dined alone at the Baoshi courtyard, and even during festivals, the Shin family forbade him from eating in the main hall.
Today,
With the company of Gu Zhuaying and Shin Yanji, he felt an overwhelming joy. However, after a few bites, he discarded his silver chopsticks and began to eat with his hands. Shan Yanji patiently served him dishes, repeatedly reminding him to chew slowly. Gu Zhuaying recalled how Shin Songlan used to wash his hands and burn incense before even playing the qin, and suddenly found the food and wine bitter and hard to swallow. The three young scions couldn't help but feel a sense of lament. Although Shun Songlan had once befriended Gu Zhuaying, he never emulated his debauchery. He diligently pursued his studies and excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, possessing a carefree and unrestrained disposition, and was generous and sociable. Had he not been foolish, he would have become an extraordinary figure, rivaling even Shin Yanji. After the meal, Gu Zhuaying once again stood to take his leave, expressing his gratitude to Shin Kunshin for the hospitality. Shin Kunshin secretly felt relieved, exchanged a few polite words, and no longer dared to keep him, hastily seeing him off. Watching him and the three young scions board the carriage and depart. Once the doors of the Shun residence closed, Shin Kunshin's expression turned grave. Yanji, arrange for the imperial physician to visit. We must not allow the Shun residence to become a subject of gossip. With Qin now both ill and blind, it was neither proper to beat her nor to kill her. Such family disgrace had caused quite a stir. The three young scions were the sons of the Minister of Rights, the illegitimate child of the capital prefect, and the nephew of the deputy commander, all of whom were uneducated, idling their days away and speaking thoughtlessly. Once outside, they would not know how to spread this matter. Shun Yanji lowered his gaze, responding respectfully. Uncle, I understand. He Miao Xian, waiting for Shin Yanji to join the He family for lunch, grew somewhat disappointed when a servant reported that her husband was delayed by Gu Shitzi and could not come over at noon. It seemed that aside from the wedding ceremony, all other marital rights between them remained unfulfilled. The He family members offered her some comforting words before no longer waiting for Shin Yanji. During the meal, they inquired about how Shin Yanji treated her. She shyly expressed her delight in his various kindnesses, gifting her a comb, managing her mother-in-law's dowry, and attending to every small detail. The He family members were very pleased. After the meal, He Mu pulled He Miao Xian aside to the side room, speaking many intimate words, urging her to win over Shin Yanji's heart and bear him a child soon. He Miao Xian nonchalantly responded, but in her heart, she was preoccupied with a different matter. Having rejected Shin Yanji last night, she must complete the consummation today. As they spoke, Shin Yanji arrived at the He residence to pick her up, entering with various apologies. The He family understood his predicament and did not blame him, giving him a few reminders before allowing him to take He Miao Xian back. In the carriage on the way home, Shin Yanji held He Miao Xian's hands gently, gazing into her eyes. Miao Xian, I have a favor to ask of you. He Miao Xian felt the warmth of his gaze, almost burning her, causing her to shy away and lower her head. Cousin, we are husband and wife. How can you use the term favor? Shin Yanji sighed helplessly and recounted the events that transpired after Gu Zhuaying's visit. I hadn't expected him to come with someone to apologize, and I was surprised to see Qin causing my uncle to be furious afterward. Given the gravity of the situation, even if we pretend otherwise, we must summon the imperial physician to silence the rumors. However, I truly do not wish to trouble myself over her or see her. After much thought, I can only ask for your assistance. He Miao Xian felt both joy and worry. The joy stemmed from Shin Yanji praising her in front of everyone today, which would soon spread her reputation for virtue throughout the capital. The worry was that this reputation, like a golden chain, obligated her to care for Qin during this time, and she must not err in any detail. Seeing her remain silent, Shin Yanji added, Miao Xian, if you truly do not wish to, it is fine. I can seek Anna's help instead. Before he finished speaking, He Miao Xian quickly replied, Why trouble aunt for such a trivial matter? Cousin, I am your wife. It is only natural for me to share your burdens. Moreover, I have been concerned about Sister Qin's eyes these past few days. Shin Yanji gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Miao Xian, I will always trust you. Just have a maid take the physician to the Buddhist hall. You need not accompany them. I fear that Qin might become upset and affect you. He paused, letting out a low chuckle, his voice slightly hoarse. Because tonight, I wished the air in the carriage grew thick with anticipation. The already elegant gentleman, with his expressive eyes and smiling lips, made He Miao Xian feel utterly weak. Her face flushed crimson, her graceful neck bowed, clutching her handkerchief shyly as she nodded. Shun Yenji's smile deepened, but his eyes remained as sharp as a blade. Upon returning home, Shun Yenji sought an excuse to enter the study. He Miao Xian busied herself arranging for the physician and preparing handkerchiefs, not insisting that Shin Yenji stay. Once in the study, Shin Yenji ordered water to be brought in. He plunged his hands into the fish wash, obsessively and frantically scrubbing, until the skin on the back of his hands was soon torn and bleeding, the crimson threads swirling like red serpents in the water. Abruptly, he halted, staring blankly at the splash of red, frozen in place, as if turned to stone. Moments passed, shrouded in a silence as heavy as death. Zhu Zui could no longer restrain himself and softly called out, "My lord." Shun Yenji snapped back to reality, lifting his head, his eyes vacant, murmuring, "She was right. It is indeed filthy." These hands, once adorned flowers for Qin Guiwan, brushed her brows, and painted for her, now lay sullied beyond redemption. Chapter 21. The imperial physician in the Buddhist hall. After Qing Ji returned with goat cheese, she learned from two maids about the events that transpired in the courtyard, instantly igniting her fury. Her disdain for Gu Zhuaying rivaled that of Shin Yenji. Previously, Qin Guiwan had to stay in the Buddhist hall due to his actions. And now he recklessly intruded again, showing no regard for propriety. Qin Guiwan, however, was somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that the person beside Shen Songlan at that time was Gu Zhuaying. In the afternoon, a matron arrived at the Buddhist hall, announcing that an imperial physician was on the way to diagnose Qin Guiwan's condition, urging her not to spread gossip, or she would not be spared. While Qing Ji and Qin Guiwan were still in shock, Hui Xiang led in an elderly man with silver hair and a red physician's robe. After taking her pulse, the old physician first examined the prescription for treating her fever and cold, confirming its correctness, before inquiring about the cause of her eye ailment. Just as Qing Ji was about to respond, the matron shot her a fierce glare, compelling her to remain silent. Qin Guiwan calmly replied, "It was caused by ingesting poison." The old man inquired if she knew what kind of poison she had consumed. Qin Guiwan answered that she did not know, only that it was a special poison crafted by the Chang physician. Qing Ji then presented the medicine Qin Guiwan took for her recurring illness. The old physician crushed the medicine, meticulously studying it for a long while, then lifted Qin Guiwan's eyelid to examine her, frowning as he asked, "Does the lady also suffer from a heart ailment?" Qin Guiwan was both surprised and delighted, affirming, "Yes." Because the heart ailment rarely manifested, there were no external symptoms, making it nearly impossible to diagnose when dormant. The Shin family physician had failed to detect it. Even the Eastern Chang imperial physician had only discovered it when the heart condition first flared up. "Can you diagnose my affliction, and is there a way to eradicate it?" "Alas, I am but an old fool," the physician lamented, shaking his head in sorrow. "The poison you ingested is insidious, damaging both your heart and your eyes. Remedies for this eye ailment may harm your heart, and should the heart condition worsen, it could prove fatal. If we treat the heart first, the subsequent medication may injure your eyes, potentially leading to lifelong blindness. Moreover, even if you are willing to sacrifice your sight for treatment, no one can guarantee that your heart ailment will be cured. I examined your pills. Aside from the century-old ginseng, the ingredients, while not overly precious, are quite good. Primarily warming tonics that should prevent your previous illness from worsening temporarily." This diagnosis aligned with what the Eastern Chang physician had stated. After Qin Guiwan felt a wave of disappointment, she still bowed in gratitude to the old physician. After returning the gesture, he followed Hui Xiang to the front hall, where he recounted his earlier words to He Miaoxin. Upon hearing this, He Miaoxin felt a surge of joy, yet her face betrayed deep concern. Is there truly no other way? Even if it cannot be completely cured, it would suffice to improve Qin Jie's condition. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she added, "Just thinking about Qin Jie's poor health makes it impossible for me to eat or sleep peacefully." The old physician pondered for a moment before saying, "If Madam He genuinely wishes to help Madam Qin's health, I shall provide a prescription. Have someone prepare the pills, and let Madam Qin take one daily for 5 days. I am willing to return after 5 days to check her pulse and assess the effects of the prescription. If the results are significant, we can continue to adjust the treatment accordingly." He Miaoxin's tears threatened to spill, her heart silently cursing the old physician, while her face feigned gratitude. Thank you, esteemed physician. Hui Xiang, quickly preparing for the physician. After the old physician wrote the prescription, he repeatedly emphasized the necessity of daily consumption. He Miaoxin readily agreed. After sending the physician away, she scrutinized the prescription, feeling a surge of frustration. The ingredients listed were all exceedingly rare and valuable. Following this prescription would entail enormous expenses over the 5 days. Seeing her troubled expression, Hui Xiang hastily said, "Miss, do not worry. That wretched Qin does not deserve such expensive medicine. We can substitute it with common herbs." What do you know? He Miaoxin seethed with anger. The prescription was something she had actively sought. Using ordinary herbs might deceive Qin Guiwan, but how could she fool the physician? Would she dare to prevent the physician from returning? With her reputation as a virtuous wife at stake, she could not afford to lose face. Clenching her handkerchief, she directly sought out Madame Du upon hearing that He Miaoxin had approached the physician for an expensive prescription. Madame Du chuckled inwardly, waiting for her arrival. When the prescription was delivered, she was astonished after reading it. "Miaoxin, the herbs listed here are far too precious. Some are even unavailable in our storeroom. Each household member has a fixed monthly allowance, and even if Qin's share were multiplied tenfold, it would not cover a single day's worth of medicine. This prescription you obtained for her health is unreasonable. If everyone acted as you do, our Shin family would be unable to sustain itself. We could draw from the public treasury to procure the medicine, but we cannot afford such extravagance." He Miaoxin stood frozen in place, as if doused with cold water. Madame Du was clearly indicating that she expected her to use her private funds to cover the cost. The Shin family had already engaged the old physician, and it was evident that there was no cure for Qin Guiwan's eye ailment. They had done all they could for her, and leaving with silence any lingering gossip. The prescription was something she had actively sought. If she were to alter the herbs, the old physician would undoubtedly suspect her of deception. Grinding her teeth to maintain her composure, she forced a smile at Madame Du, merely stating that she would find a solution before stumbling away. Back in her room, she felt desolate, as if the name of the virtuous wife had become a weight upon her. "Hui Xiang, go fetch my dowry box of silver notes."
Hui Xiang hésitait ultimately complied.
When He Miaoxin opened the box to retrieve the silver notes, it felt as though her heart had been ripped from her chest, the pain making her tremble. The business run by Shin Yanji's mother's dowry had not fared well. Over the past 4 years, it had barely managed to break even, yielding almost no surplus. All of this was her own dowry money. After procuring the herbs, the household physician quickly prepared the pills and sent one to the Buddhist hall. The servant delivering the medicine informed Qingji that the pill was extremely valuable, rivaling those consumed by the empress in the palace. Qingji received the pill, skeptical of He Miaoxin's good intentions, suspecting it might be poisoned. She refrained from giving it to Qin Guiwan, instead discreetly testing it with a silver needle. After confirming that the needle remained unchanged, she further scraped a bit off with a hairpin, swallowed it, and waited a quarter of an hour to ensure there were no adverse reactions before daring to present it to Qin Guiwan. That evening, as Shen Yanji shared a meal with He Miaoxin, he heard about the incident and expressed his tender concern. "Miaoxin, you are simply too kind-hearted. You cannot bear to see others suffer, even going so far as to spend your own silver." He Miaoxin swallowed the praise with tears in her eyes, smiling sweetly. "Cousin, if it means helping Qin Jia recover sooner, what is a little money?" After dinner, Shen Yanji planned to visit Shen Songlan, and before leaving, he cheerfully said, "Miaoxin, tidy up in here and wait for me." He Miaoxin's face flushed with joy. Her frustration over the exorbitant expenses had lessened significantly. An hour later, when Shen Yanji returned from the Baishi courtyard, he instructed the maids and servants in the courtyard to rest for the night and return in the morning. Everyone left, stifling their laughter. He entered the room and went behind the screen to find He Miaoxin shyly nestled in the silken quilt. "Cousin, you extinguished the candles, didn't you?" Shen Yanji chuckled softly and reached out to snuff out the candlelight. The heavy curtains fell, enveloping the bed in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. He Miaoxin felt an inexplicable nervousness, and in the next moment, her lord approached her. She inhaled the fragrant scent of incense and the potent masculinity emanating from Shen Yanji, feeling a rush of shyness and unease. Chapter 22. Trust in the Buddha Hall, Qingji attended to Qin Guiwan after her evening rest, spreading a mat beside the bed to sleep. As they trimmed the candles, the two of them began to engage in light conversation amidst the encompassing darkness. But soon Qingji's voice dwindled to silence. Qin Guiwan listened intently for a while, only to hear Qingji's gentle, rhythmic breathing, leaving her momentarily speechless. Qingji typically had a light sleep and could not possibly fall asleep so quickly. Indeed, before a quarter of an hour had passed, someone approached, and she found herself once again enveloped in a familiar, heated embrace. Wan, the figure held her tightly, whispering hoarsely, "Shen Yanji, are you not weary from visiting He Miaoxin every night before seeking me out?" Overwhelmed by Shen Yanji's actions, she had grown too exhausted to resist. Wan, I have never touched her. I arranged for Zhuzhua to consummate with her. From now on, at night, Zhuzhua will disguise himself as me to attend to her. While I come to you. Qin Guiwan frowned. Zhuzhua? How did he end up in the Shen residence? Last winter during a heavy snowfall, Shen Yanji had accompanied her to purchase a hairpin, where they encountered Zhuzhua, who was battered and shackled. He was originally a bodyguard from the borders of Dechu, but after being captured by the Eastern Chang, he had become a lowly slave sold on the streets. Shen Yanji purchased him and brought him back to the manor to tend to his injuries. This spring, Shen Yanji had hoped to return him to Dechu, but lowly slaves were not permitted to leave Eastern Chang, and even exiting the city was a challenge. Not wanting Shen Yanji to be distressed, she had pleaded with her father for a long time, finally allowing Zhuzhua to leave Eastern Chang successfully. Shen Yanji, you truly possess a crafty heart, she remarked scornfully. When you orchestrated Zhuzhua's release through me, had you already envisioned him returning to Dechu to enter the Shen household, waiting for your return to assist you?
No.
I had no ulterior motives regarding Zhuzhua, nor did I think that way. Shen Yanji tightened his embrace, pressing her closer to his heart. The petite figure felt slightly cool due to her weakness, and he longed to transfer his warmth to her. I saved Zhuzhua then simply because I could not bear to see a Dechu person humiliated in Eastern Chang. I had no other thoughts. He learned of my plans to escape with you and volunteered to be my substitute to help me flee. However, things went awry, and I had to rely on you to first release him from Eastern Chang. Upon hearing that the Khan had released me, he found a way to enter the Shen residence as a servant, waiting to follow me and repay my kindness. Planning to take me back to Dechu? Qin Guiwan scoffed, choosing silence thereafter. Shen Yanji pleaded softly, Wan, believe me. I have never intended to abandon you. I truly wish to take you back to Dechu to witness the beauty of Jiangnan in spring and the splendor of the capital. My previous words to the Khan, where I claim to only utilize you and to abandon you as a temporary measure, have been explained so many times. Why will you not believe me? Despite her blindness, Qin Guiwan still kept her eyes open, staring blankly into the void. How can I trust you? If I recall correctly, over these 4 years, you have lied to me countless times. Can you truly say you have never exploited or deceived me in Eastern Chang? Shen Yanji fell silent abruptly, unable to deny it. At the cliff's edge, he had made a promise out of a desire to escape the guilt of Qin Guiwan dying for him. Though he believed he had feelings for her, he struggled in pain, repeatedly choosing deceit. Over 4 years, he continuously lied, exploited, and tested her, until Qin Guiwan was left battered and bruised, and he finally dared to confront his feelings for her. Yet he had not anticipated that his actions would ultimately destroy all her trust and love for him. Qin Guiwan laughed bitterly. Shen Yanji, trust and feelings are like fragile glass. Once shattered, they cannot be restored to their original form. What qualifications do you have to ask me to trust you again? An eerie silence enveloped them, only the autumn wind howling through the cracks in the window, producing an almost imperceptible sound. Shen Yanji's throat felt parched as he opened his mouth, struggling to speak hoarsely. Wan, I do not seek for you to continue trusting me. I only ask for another chance. Allow me 4 years to prove my sincerity towards you. Qin Guiwan was taken aback by his words, feeling a surge of irritation. If not for her predicament, she would not wish to remain in the Shen residence for another moment, nor see Shen Yanji, especially not having him embrace her each night. Realizing that this situation could not persist, she pondered for a moment and said, I can grant you a chance, but will you release me? From now on, do not touch me without permission. This declaration struck Shen Yanji like a bolt from the blue, leaving his mind blank. Once he regained his senses, joy surged within him, his heart racing wildly. Wan, are you serious? He instinctively tightened his hold but hesitated, releasing her again in a flurry. Gone was his prior demeanor of nobility and aloofness. He appeared as a clumsy youth, unsure of himself. Wan, are you truly serious? As long as I do not touch you, can I come to see you every night? He suppressed his excitement, cautiously inquiring once more. Qin Guiwan could not see him, but she sensed the tremor and joy in his voice. I understand you are beset on all sides in the Shun household and must deal with many matters. There is no need for you to expend energy to visit me every night. Besides, my health is poor and I have an old ailment. I cannot be disturbed every night. Shun Yenji hurriedly replied, Do not worry, Wanwan. I will not touch you, nor will I disturb your peaceful dreams. In the future, I will simply sit by your bed and watch you fall asleep. A few days ago, I secretly wrote to my maternal grandfather. He once knew a reclusive healer in the mountains, said to possess medical skills surpassing that of court physicians, who has long lived in seclusion. I have asked my grandfather to inquire if this healer can help you with your health and treat your old ailment. Qin Guiwan was taken aback. A reclusive healer? Did you not just arrange for the court physician to treat me and have he Miaoxin prepare medicine for me? The court physician was not my arrangement. Shin Yenji's gaze turned icy. He had invited Gu Zhuoying to apologize solely to solidify He Miaoxin's reputation. In due time, once he regained his position, he would need to venture out daily. During this period, he must ensure that He Miaoxin remains steadfastly protective of Qin Guiwan in the manor, preventing the grandmother from striking. The court physician who visited today is the best in the Imperial Hospital and has some connections with my father. I secretly sought him out shortly after returning. Upon hearing my description, he said your old ailment is untreatable, and since then, I have not placed any hope in him. Qin Guiwan felt puzzled and inquired about what had transpired today. During her confinement in the Buddha Hall these past 2 days, she had heard Qingji asking for news and vaguely understood Shin Yenji's intentions in keeping her there, suspecting that today's events had also been orchestrated by him. Shin Yenji hastily replied that Gu Zhuoying had coincidentally been brought over by Shun Songlan, deciding to do a favor by compelling the Shin family to seek the physician for her. He was reluctant to elaborate further, and Qin Guiwan chose not to press him. Now, the most pressing matter was to restore her health, making it easier for her to feign death and escape later. As for Shin Yenji's plans for revenge and his daily schemes, she had no desire to understand. Feeling fatigued, she had only spoken a few words before beginning to feel drowsy again. Shin Yenji kept his promise, refraining from touching her and voluntarily sitting nearby to watch her sleep. Qin Guiwan, disinterested in conversing further, soon closed her eyes and drifted off. After a considerable time, once she had succumbed to slumber, Shin Yenji cautiously extended his finger, wishing to lightly trace her brow. Just as his hand was about to touch her delicate features, he suddenly halted, slowly clenching his fist and withdrawing his hand. He sat quietly at her bedside, his gaze soft as water, tenderly observing Qin Guiwan's sleeping visage. In the stillness, with the moon veiled by sparse stars, the room was enveloped in silence. During his time back at the Shun residence, all the turmoil and scheming had quieted at this moment. Chapter 23. Compliant Shin Kunshin was patiently listening to Du Shi report on Shin Yenji's visit to friends the previous day. Whom did he visit?
Du Shi replied.
The coachman said he mainly visited Master Wen and several of his old friends from the capital. I discreetly arranged for someone to inquire about the servants of those families. He merely visited to sip tea and engage in idle chatter, not divulging any pressing matters, nor did he solicit their assistance in drafting a petition. Shin Kunshin furrowed his brows in silence, his expression grave. Du Shi continued, My lord, if you remain apprehensive, I can arrange for his personal attendant to be replaced with one of my trusted confidants. Thus, we will have a comprehensive understanding of his every word and action. Shin Kunshin shook his head, refusing. Shin Yenji is meticulous. If we monitor him too closely, it could lead to complications. It is best to maintain our current level of observation. Du Shi nodded in agreement, assuring him, Rest assured, my lord, I shall keep a vigilant watch over Shin Yenji. After discussing these matters, Du Shi broached the topic of Gu Zhuoying's coming-of-age ceremony, presenting the list of gifts she had prepared for Shin Kunshin's review. Upon finishing, he nodded slightly. Throughout her years managing the household, Du Shi had consistently ensured that no missteps occurred in matters of etiquette. He set aside the list and lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, slowly stating, In the coming days, see to it that in Qing and in Ling are provided with several new headdresses and garments. On the day of Gu Zhuoying's ceremony, take them with you to the Gu residence and devise means for them to catch Gu Zhuoying's attention. It would be ideal if both could marry into the Gu family. If not, securing one would suffice. Today, I witnessed firsthand how much Gu Zhuoying cherishes his bond with Shun Songlan. Should Shin Yenji seize the opportunity to sway Gu Zhuoying to his side, it would spell trouble for us.
Du Shi was taken aback.
My lord, do you mean Shun Kunshan squinted, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he nodded slowly with conviction.
Duchy, anxieux, replied.
But he has 5 concubines and a multitude of acquaintances outside, indulging in revelry, with no official duties or pursuits. Moreover, the eldest princess is sharp-tongued and domineering.
Besides,
Having sisters marry the same man would raise eyebrows. Silence. Shun Kunshan slammed his hand on the table, his face icy as he rebuked, "Foolish woman. What do you understand? You disdain Gu Zhuaying's character. Yet have you considered why the Yanmen Tong family and the Rinanzhou family visit the eldest princess with their daughters each time they come to the capital? He is destined to be the Duke of the State, currently favored by the Emperor. Once he comes of age, neither the Emperor nor the eldest princess will allow him to squander his time idly. They will surely elevate him to the court. Given his status, even with 15 concubines, numerous noble families would line up to marry their daughters to him. What of marrying sisters to the same man? Gu Zhuaying is already a libertine.
Who would dare to speak against it?
Du Shi, stung by his words, lowered her head, unable to voice her thoughts. Shun Kunshan, consumed by aspirations for wealth and status, failed to consider that his daughters were flesh of her flesh. The thought of marrying them to Gu Zhuaying pained her deeply. Noticing her expression of grievance, he felt an increasing frustration, growing angrier as he continued, "I understand your concern for our daughters, but do I not care as well? The love parents have for their children compels them to plan for the future. Romantic feelings are but ephemeral, while immense wealth is a tangible reality." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. Du Shi silently shed tears, lamenting Shun Kunshan's coldness as well as her own inability to resist. After a prolonged period of weeping, she gradually came to terms with her thoughts. Although Gu Zhuaying possessed a flawed character, his appearance and status were indeed exceptional. Associating with him would elevate Shen Qing'an's fortunes. In the face of immense wealth, love indeed pales in significance. At the Gu residence, in the Minglan courtyard, Gu Zhuaying lounged carelessly in a chair, idly toying with a teacup, occasionally glancing out the window. Soon, a servant reported, "Young master, Dr. Chow has arrived to check your pulse." Dr. Chow, being dragged in, arrived in a fluster, perspiring profusely. Gu Zhuaying glanced at those present in the room. The attendants discreetly withdrew and closed the door. Dr. Chow wiped the sweat from his forehead and, breathless, asked, "What ails you, young Master Gu?" Gu Zhuaying slouched in his chair, crossing his legs, and replied nonchalantly, "I feel unwell all over." Seeing his frivolous demeanor, Dr. Chow felt tears welling up in his eyes. "Young master, I have complied with your requests. Why must you summon me at such an hour?" First Shen Yanji, now Gu Zhuaying, all coming to seek his assistance for Qin Shi, without allowing him a moment's respite. "You have complied with everything?" Gu Zhuaying scoffed. "When I instructed you to personally visit the Imperial Hospital to procure aid, I expected you to treat Qin Shi's eyes and restore her health, and to check on her periodically. And yet, you say her chronic illness cannot be cured." Dr. Chow, weary of the accusations, sighed and replied, "Young master, it is indeed incurable. Even if you summoned everyone from the Imperial Hospital, it would be futile." Gu Zhuaying rested his hands on the armrests, gazing up at the rafters. After a moment, he lowered his brow and smiled at Dr. Chow, saying, "In that case, I shall send someone to fetch you each night. You may ponder here at your leisure. Once you devise a solution, I shall cease to trouble you." Despite the injury at the corner of his mouth, his smile exuded a charming allure, yet to Dr. Chow, that visage resembled that of a fearsome specter. He felt darkness closing in around him, his temples throbbing. Finally, he steadied himself and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Young master, even if you were to torment me to death, I would be powerless to assist. If there were any hope for Qin Shi's chronic ailment, it would be if Zhong Tianli were to take a look. Otherwise, no one could help." "Who is Zhong Tianli?" Gu Zhuaying perked up, sitting straight. Dr. Chow explained, over 20 years ago, he was the finest physician in the Imperial Hospital, regarded as the best in the Great Chu. However, due to his obsession with medicine and his reclusive nature, he offended many. After being falsely accused of theft, he was imprisoned for 5 months. On the day he was released, he left the capital, vowing never to return, nor to treat the powerful and wealthy, opting instead for a carefree life in the mountains. Later, the case was cleared, restoring his reputation, yet he could not be found again. A few years back, there were rumors of sightings in Bianzhou and Liangzhou, but there were no concrete leads, and with no family to trace, his whereabouts remain a mystery. If anyone could surpass the skills of all the physicians in the Imperial Hospital to cure Qin Shi, he is the only one I can think of. Gu Zhuoying raised his eyebrows, smiling. Draw me a likeness of him, and I shall no longer trouble you. Chapter 24. The brocade belt the following day. He Miaoxin awoke to find her pillow empty. Just as she was about to call out, Huixiang entered with a bright smile. Miss, you are awake. He Miaoxin recalled the events of the previous night, gripping the edge of her blanket, her cheeks flushing as she inquired, Where's my cousin? The young master went to pay his respects to the old lady early this morning. Before he left, he specifically instructed us not to disturb you, saying you should rest well, and he would explain to the old lady. The phrase rest well made He Miaoxin's face burn. Such a self-disciplined, dignified individual had been so reckless as to leave her utterly exhausted. Fortunately, she had placed that handkerchief beneath her bedding in advance. Even if she had fainted, that person would not discover anything unusual upon lifting the brocade quilt. She pouted, My cousin is truly something. How could I sleep in and neglect to pay my respects? Quickly assist me in dressing. Yulan and other maids soon entered to serve her. As they styled her hair, Lanxiang instinctively reached for the previous sandalwood comb. He Miaoxin said, Lanxiang, put that comb away. From now on, use the ivory comb my cousin gifted me. Understood. Lanxiang smiled, swiftly exchanging the comb. He Miaoxin caught a glimpse of her own alluring eyes in the mirror, recalling the events of the previous night, and felt a mix of sweetness and bitterness wash over her. After completing her grooming, she hurried to pay her respects to old Madame Shen. Upon entering the courtyard, the servants informed her that the eldest young master had heard the second young master was making a fuss again and had left for Baoxiuan right after paying his respects. At that moment, her heart was in disarray, and she did not wish to quarrel with an imbecile, so she bore no resentment. Upon entering the room, old Madame Shen began scolding her as soon as they met. How could you be foolish enough to seek a physician for a prescription? Using private funds to treat Qin Shi? He Miao-Xian replied with reddened eyes, Grandmother, I cannot simply stand by and watch Sister Qin fall ill. Grandmother Shen was vexed by her gentle nature and also resentful of Gu Zhuoying's meddling. As they spoke, Du Shi arrived with Shen and Qin, Shen and Ling, and Shen Cheng'an. He Miao-Xian's expression stiffened slightly as she awkwardly asked Shen Cheng'an why he wasn't on duty. My younger brother has the day off today. Seeing her beautiful eyes brimming with emotion and the telltale redness around them that made her look as delicate as a plum blossom in the snow, Shen Cheng'an felt a flutter in his heart, recalling their encounter in the grotto of the rockery. Casually, he reminded her to visit the second house more often, as there were fewer people on the elder brother's side, and she lacked companions. Whenever you find yourself with nothing to do, feel free to join us for some merriment. Both Shen and Qing and Shen and Ling chimed in. He Miao-Xian smiled and made a few perfunctory remarks before quickly finding an excuse to leave. Upon returning, she informed the servants in the courtyard that she needed to focus on supervising the preparation of medicine for Sister Qin in the coming days, and should anyone from the second house seek her out, to politely decline. That day, she indeed personally oversaw the physician compounding the medicine, appearing thoroughly devoted, and the entire household praised her for her virtuous conduct. That night, Shen Yanji once again stayed at Qiutang courtyard. The mere thought of the previous night made He Miao-Xian's body go weak, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Shen Yanji produced a black silk ribbon and playfully tied it over her eyes, chuckling, This way, you need not feel shy. The sudden blindness made her slightly uneasy. Yet in the next moment, the familiar presence of the man beside her quelled her fears. Qin Gui had grown numb to Shen Yanji's insistence on being near her and wished to say little, exchanging only a few casual words before falling asleep alone. Shen Yanji did not intrude, simply sitting quietly by her bedside, gazing at her. The following day, He Miao-Xian's maternal grandfather personally entered the palace to submit a memorial, earnestly requesting the emperor to restore Shen Yanji to his former position. The rationale was that since Shen Yanji had not betrayed the state, and now that he had returned, the court should take this opportunity to convey to all scholars that loyalty to De Chu would never go unrewarded. This caused a stir within the court. The old imperial teacher was renowned for his integrity and incorruptibility. Even when he had married off his beloved daughter to He Zhongyu, he had refused to lend any support to He Zhongyu's advancement. He even admonished He Zhongyu not to leverage his name for any favors, or he would sever ties with the He family. After his retirement, he had been particularly protective of his reputation, so his willingness to speak out on behalf of Shen Yanji was truly astonishing. Emperor Jingchong held this teacher in high regard and promised to consider the matter carefully. The next day, during the morning court session, Zhang and Lu brought up the issue, both supporting the old imperial teacher's stance. Their popularity in the court led others to echo their sentiments in hopes of currying favor. However, dissenting voices persisted, questioning how Shun Yanji could have survived for 4 years by relying on treachery. The two factions clashed in a heated argument within the court. Shen Kunshan and He Zhanyu, wishing to avoid suspicion, remained silent. After a long contemplation, Emperor Jingchong turned to Shen Kunshan, inquiring, "What is your perspective on this matter?" He stated that before restoring Shun Yanji to his previous position, a guarantee was necessary. Shen Kunshan knelt down, earnestly replying, "Your Majesty, Shun Yanji is my nephew, whom I have watched grow. I trust his character and cannot believe he would betray Chu. However, this matter transcends personal affairs and concerns the grand strategy of the court. I dare not make reckless assertions or influence your Majesty's will." The emperor posed the same question to He Zhanyu. He Zhanyu responded, "Your Majesty, my views align with those of Lord Shen. Having married my daughter to Shun Yanji signifies my trust in his character. However, regarding matters of state, I dare not harbor personal bias and will act in accordance with your Majesty's decree." Emperor Jingchong laughed heartily. "I trust in the discernment of both Lord Shen and Lord He." Both He Zhanyu and Shen Kunshan momentarily froze, suddenly realizing they had been ensnared in the emperor's scheme. As they exited the palace after court, Shen Kunshan suppressed his emotions and caught up with Zhang and Lu, preparing to subtly inquire why their stance had shifted so suddenly. However, Zhang and Lu laughed. "At last, we have lived up to Shen Ji's expectations. Your esteemed nephew will soon be reinstated, and you can finally feel at peace for your brother's spirit." All the words he had prepared were swallowed back down. Shen Kunshan forced a smile, repeatedly thanking Zhang and Lu. When the emperor made a decision, it was executed swiftly. That very afternoon, someone from the palace came to summon Shun Yanji. Upon his return, Shun Yanji went directly to grandmother Shen's courtyard, where Shen Kunshan, Du Shi, Shen Cheng'en, and He Miao Xian had been waiting for some time. He announced, "The imperial edict for my reinstatement will be issued within 3 days." Grandmother Shen exclaimed in delight, her previously listless countenance suddenly radiating joy. Shen Kunshan patted Shun Yanji on the shoulder, earnestly advising, "Once you are reinstated, you must be diligent in your duties," thus honoring the trust bestowed upon you by the emperor. Shun Yanji bowed deeply to Shen Kunshan, expressing, "Without my uncle's efforts these past days and today as endorsement, I could not have been reinstated. I am deeply grateful." Shen Kunshan nearly choked with emotion but burst into hearty laughter. "Yanji, we are family. There is no need for such formalities." Shen Cheng'en and the others all stepped forward, smiling to offer their congratulations. He Miao Xian could hardly contain her joy. Given Shun Yanji's talents, even without a title, as long as he was reinstated, he could surely rise to greatness through his own abilities. She envisioned a future where Shun Yanji held the highest office, and she herself became a lady of high rank. After a lively exchange, they gradually departed. Back at Qiutang courtyard, He Miao Xian insisted on personally cooking for Shun Yanji, but he gently refused.
Miao Xin.
"If it were not for your efforts in persuading your parents to assist, this matter could not have proceeded so smoothly. You have done so much for me. How could I allow you to toil further in the kitchen?" He Miao Xian playfully retorted, "Cousin, it is your talent that has caught the emperor's eye, making this possible. If you were inept, no amount of persuasion would have borne fruit. As your wife, it is only natural for me to help." That evening, Shun Yanji once again covered He Miao Xian's eyes with silk. She willingly complied. Over the past few days, she had discovered that when she could not see his face, she could hear their breaths more clearly, adding an exquisite flavor to their encounters.
Now.
Simply being blindfolded filled her with joyous anticipation. Chapter 25. Tua Baju. In recent days, Qin Guiwan had been taking the medicinal pills prepared by He Miao Xian, and her wind cold was recovering remarkably quickly, her complexion gradually becoming rosy. During the day, she sat in the courtyard basking in the sun, while Shen Songlan would come bearing a hodgepodge of snacks. Initially, the maids tried to shoo him away, forbidding him from getting too close. Upon learning of this, Shun Yanji instructed the maids that as long as Shen Songlan was happy, they need not worry about him. Even in the Buddhist hall, he was free to play. The household understood that the eldest son was particularly fond of the second son and dared not question further. Qing Ji forbade Shin Tsonglan from making noise while Qin Guiwan was sunbathing, and Shin Tsonglan obediently sat quietly to the side. Qin Guiwan found Shin Tsonglan quite adorable and regaled him with tales of the Eastern Chang folk. Shin Tsonglan was captivated and began visiting more frequently. The Shin family did not comment on this. After all, he was just a simpleton, and what rules or etiquette could one expect from him? This afternoon, while on his way to the Buddhist hall, Shin Tsonglan encountered a magpie and insisted on climbing a tree to return it to its nest, despite the attempts of two young servants to stop him. Upon reaching the Buddhist hall, Qingji noticed that his sleeve had ripped and scolded him for climbing trees. After her reprimand, she swiftly mended the tear with needle and thread. Shin Tsonglan stood still, afraid to move, and only spoke once she had finished. "Sister Qingji, I promise I won't climb trees anymore." Qingji blushed deeply. "Second young master, what nonsense are you talking? I merely worry that you might fall and hurt yourself." Shin Tsonglan, oblivious to his faux pas, scratched his head, unable to comprehend, and let out a silly laugh. Qin Guiwan couldn't help but chuckle, causing Qingji's face to redden further. That night, after Qingji had fallen into a deep sleep, Qin Guiwan sighed when Shan Yanji arrived.
Wan.
He seemed to be in high spirits, his voice imbued with warmth. Qin Guiwan did not respond. Shan Yanji remained unfazed by her perfunctory demeanor and continued softly, Wan. I am about to be reinstated to my former position. And then, allow me to explain patiently and gently. I have taken another step closer to uncovering the truth behind my parents' tragic demise. My father, a second-rank official, had to be examined meticulously by a coroner before his funeral could proceed. My uncle, being merely a fifth-rank official, could not possibly wield enough influence to conceal this matter. I suspect he has accomplices within the court. Only by entering the officialdom can I confront my uncle and those hidden behind him. Once I reclaim my title, I wish to remarry you as the Duke of Jinghai, staging a grand wedding. Over these past 4 years, he and Qin Guiwan have not shared a true marital bond. Initially, he refrained from intimacy. Later, he feared that a child would hinder his return to Dechu, thus he abstained. Eventually, upon glimpsing a chance to return to Dechu, he became even more reluctant to engage. He envisioned a genuine Han wedding, establishing a family tree in the ancestral hall, and openly welcoming Qin Guiwan into his life. He longed to erase the unpleasant memories of their wedding in Dongchang, hoping to grant her a fulfilling wedding night. Upon mentioning this, Qin Guiwan felt a pang of sorrow. For 4 years, she had harbored hopes, dreaming of becoming Shin Yanji's true wife. Until the day of their rupture, when she publicly tore up the wedding contract from Dongchang, weeping as she declared, "Shin Yanji, the contract is torn. We are no longer husband and wife. From this moment, our bond is severed, and we are like strangers." After being compelled to come here, while the Shin family provided her with identification, they were unwilling to include her in the family registry or to facilitate a marriage contract with Shin Yanji. Apart from her title as Shin Yanji's legitimate wife in Dongchang, the laws of Dechu recognized no connection between them. In an instant, Shin Yanji recollected something. Wan. After you tore up the wedding contract from Dongchang, I picked it up and mended it. Even without the wedding contract from Dechu, and without remarrying you, you are still my wife. Qin Guiwan was taken aback. But the contract names Helianchiga and Tuoba Ju. I am now Qin Guiwan, and you are Shin Yanji. Helianchiga was her name in Dongchang, while Tuoba was one of the 8 major surnames of Dongchang. And Tuoba Ju was the name bestowed upon Shin Yanji by the Grand Khan of Dongchang. Their wedding contract was inscribed with their Dongchang names. Dechu does not acknowledge the wedding contracts from Dongchang. No need for others to acknowledge it. You know it, and that suffices. Shin Yanji paused momentarily before continuing. I am Shin Yanji. I was once Tuoba Ju, and I am now your husband. In the Dongchang residence, he insisted she address him as husband or Yanji. Although it was improper in Dechu to call one's husband by his given name, he cared not for such conventions. He merely wished for someone to remind him of his true name. He had never willingly acknowledged the name Tuoba Ju until now. Qin Guiwan bit her lip in silence. Had she been unaware of the full truth and not experienced their rupture, she might have been moved by Shin Yanji's acknowledgement of the name Tuoba Ju for her sake. But now, she found herself utterly unmoved. The atmosphere in the room turned heavy. They ceased to mention the matter further, and Shin Yanji gently said, "You are unwell. You should rest early." He began to softly recite the Book of Songs. As Qin Guiwan listened to the deep and resonant voice of the man, she recalled the tranquil and joyful moments they had shared. It was a month after he had saved her from the precipice. Severely injured, she lay in bed daily recuperating. During this time, Shen Yanji remained steadfastly by her side, personally administering medicine and feeding her. Her arm, pierced by a crossbow bolt, healed slowly, and even the slightest movement caused her to break into a cold sweat from the pain. Seeing her eyes glistening with tears, Shen Yanji read poetry to her, patiently explaining its meanings. The sound of his voice was like a soothing balm, effortlessly allowing her to forget her agony. On the day her wounds healed, after a refreshing bath, she sat before the vanity, nervously clutching a hairpin, her heart racing. "Husband, could you place this in my hair?" She had heard her mother say that in Dachu, couples should be harmonious, and the husband would adorn his wife's hairpin before the mirror. Shen Yanji paused for a moment. She bashfully inquired again, "Husband, could you place this in my hair?" Shen Yanji, returning to the moment, smiled lightly. "Very well." He gently inserted the pearl-studded plum blossom hairpin into her hair. The warmth of his breath brushed against her neck, igniting a blush across her cheeks. She believed it to be a sign of his affection, unaware that it was merely guilt. Qin Guiwan fell asleep, though not peacefully. She seemed troubled by dreams, occasionally furrowing her brow. Shen Yanji longed to smooth her brow with his hand, but, upon lifting it, he let out a self-deprecating smile and withdrew it. In truth, the first time he felt a stir of affection for Qin Guiwan was when she had asked him to place the hairpin in her hair. The young girl, holding the pin, with her head bowed and her enchanting eyes shimmering with anticipation and shyness, captivated him. He was momentarily transfixed, and in that instant, a fanciful thought emerged. How wonderful it would be if Qin Guiwan were a woman of Dachu, allowing him to love her wholeheartedly and truly promise her unwavering devotion. He returned to the moment and placed the hairpin into her hair. The girl, half embarrassed and half delighted, had cheeks like the rosy dawn. The beauty of the begonia in the mountain mist paled in comparison. He thought to himself that ultimately he would betray Qin Guiwan. On the day Shen Qing'an encountered He Miaoxin, he was consumed with excitement. Later, he had his two younger sisters invite He Miaoxin to visit the second household. But her maid found an excuse to decline. Unable to contain himself, he intercepted He Miaoxin under the pretext of delivering something to the main house. However, He Miaoxin claimed Shen Yanji stayed in Chotan courtyard every night, making it impossible for her to come out. The maidservants in the room were utterly incomparable to He Miaoxin, and he was at his wit's end. Embracing the maidservant in his arms, he gazed at the ceiling for a long while before slowly smiling. As long as Shen Yanji did not visit Chotan courtyard at night, He Miaoxin would have no reason to refuse him. Chapter 26. Outside the window. The chirping of birds stirred Qin Guiwan from her slumber. She was vaguely aware of a blinding white light flashing before her eyes, instinctively raising her hand to shield herself. In a split second, she opened her eyes and sat up, straining to survey her surroundings. Though her vision remained hazy, it was sufficient to fill her with joy. Qingji rushed in. "Miss, what is it?" Qin Guiwan reached out, accurately grasping Qingji's arm. "I can make out shapes now." Qingji's face lit up with delight. Being able to discern shapes meant she would likely recover within a few days. The news quickly reached Chotan courtyard. The reporting maidservant smiled brightly as she said, "Madam, it must be your unwavering care for the young mistress that has moved the heavens, allowing her to recover so swiftly." He Miaoxin, feeling as if she were being roasted over a fire, was plagued by pain all over her body and could only manage a forced smile to dismiss the maidservant. Once the maid left, she seized the teacup on the table and smashed it to the ground. The porcelain shattered with a crisp sound, scattering fragments everywhere. Hui Xiong jumped in fright. Having followed He Miaoxin for so long, she had rarely seen her so enraged and hurriedly stepped forward to advise, "Miss, please do not be angry. It is not worth it if your health suffers." He Miaoxin's teeth ground together, her eyes filled with hatred. "How can I not be furious, now that I am caught in a bind? Tomorrow is the day the imperial physician is scheduled to visit, and at this very moment, Qin Guiwan recovers. The physician will surely believe the medicine is effective and continue prescribing more. In just a few days, I've spent over 1,000 taels on these pills. If this continues, before Qin Guiwan's body is even fully restored, I will have exhausted all my private funds." She was filled with intense contempt for the phrase virtuous and gentle. Hui Xiong's eyes darted as a plan formed in her mind.
"Miss,
why not have the old lady take action against her?" He Miaoxin was furious. "Fool. Do you think I am unaware of this method? But now, How can I stand by and watch my grandmother torment her without intervening? Do you want me to ruin my reputation? Moreover, her cousin was about to be reinstated. At such a critical moment, the Shen family could not afford any scandal. Hui Xiang cautiously poured tea and offered it. Miss, my intention is that once the young master is reinstated, if Qin makes a mistake and is caught in the act, you would have no way to intervene. And others would naturally not say anything. He Miaoxin's eyelids twitched violently. Hui Xiang leaned closer to her ear and whispered that if the Qin family were caught in a scandal, even the governor of the capital would be powerless to prevent the Shen family from exacting their vengeance upon her. He Miao's heart suddenly brightened. She had been ensnared in a web of despair for days, nearly losing herself. If she could cleverly incite the Shen matriarch to frame Qin Guiwan for infidelity, she could completely extricate herself from the situation. However, since such an affair would tarnish the Shen family's reputation, the matriarch would likely be reluctant to employ such a scheme. To successfully instigate this, she would need to invest considerable effort and seek the right opportunity. Seeing the spark of intrigue in He Miao's eyes, Hui Xiang reminded her, Miss, if my memory serves me correctly, young Master Gu and the second young master share similar ages. The latter's birthday falls just half a month after young Master Gu's coming-of-age ceremony. At that time, the Shen family will undoubtedly host a grand celebration for the second young master, inviting guests from afar. He Miao squeezed her handkerchief tightly, casting a sidelong glance at Hui Xiang with a hint of reproach. You prove to be of some use after all. Henceforth, your monthly stipend shall be doubled. Hui Xiang beamed with delight and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. That evening, Shen Yanji, as was customary, took residence in the Trotong courtyard, instructing Hui Xiang and Lan Xiang to retire to the side room and not to wait on him. In the stillness of night, Lan Xiang quietly rose, evading the watchful eyes of the matron guarding the courtyard, and made her way to the back garden. Upon reaching the entrance, a gaunt young servant pulled her aside. Do you have the money? He inquired. Lan Xiang produced a pouch of silver from her sleeve and handed it over. The young servant weighed it in his palm, dissatisfaction etched on his face. Is this all? It's hardly sufficient to cover your father's gambling debts. Lan Xiang, filled with indignation, retorted, This is all I possess. If it's not enough, let him figure it out himself. If he can't repay within 3 months, he deserves whatever fate befalls him. Having lost her mother at a young age, she had relied solely on her father who, despite his poverty, had never mistreated her. Yet, after succumbing to gambling and selling her into the He family, he remained unchanged. All the savings she had amassed over the years serving as a maid had been squandered in the gambling den. The young servant chuckled darkly. Your father has no means to earn, nor can he borrow any money. Sister Lan Xiang, do you truly wish to see your father beaten to death? Lan Xiang's face turned pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. The young servant mocked, Sister Lan Xiang, crying will not resolve the issue. You would do better to devise a plan to climb into the eldest young master's bed. If you become his concubine, he will surely treat you well.
Lan Xiang,
Taken aback, exclaimed in anger, What nonsense! My master has always treated me kindly, as a maid accompanying a dowry. How could I commit such a treacherous act? The young servant sneered, What do you mean by treachery? A maid of honor is expected to help her mistress, win over the groom. Miss He always takes Hui Xiang with her wherever she goes, clearly favoring her. If one day Miss He is with child and can't serve the young master, do you think she would choose Hui Xiang or you to assist? A chill swept through Lan Xiang. If you don't strive for a better future, you'll end up with a mere servant, and your children will be born into servitude, serving others for generations. The young servant pocketed the money and turned to leave. Think carefully. Lan Xiang stumbled back to her room, her mind consumed by the servant's words, and thoughts of Shen Yanji's elegant demeanor left her heart in turmoil. After the young servant departed, he stealthily made his way to Shen Qing'an's quarters, bowing and scraping as he reported, Third young master, I have conveyed everything as you instructed. Shen Qing'an tossed a bag of silver to the young servant. This is your reward. Shen Yanzi is coming to the Buddha Hall tonight, bringing 2 vials of medicine. Wan. Miss, he will not continually prepare medicine for you. Once you feel a bit better, she will surely find an excuse to stop. 1 vial contains nourishing tonics typically consumed by the Empress, reputed for their excellent effects. I consulted the imperial physician, and these will not conflict with what Miss He has given you. Taking them together will expedite your recovery. The other vial is for your eye ailment. Miss He's century-old ginseng medication should run out soon, So I had someone procure several roots of century-old ginseng and prepare ample pills. Qin Guiwan gazed at him, her vision blurred and brows knitted in confusion. Both of these are rare commodities, worth their weight in gold. Shen Yanji has only returned a little over a month ago, and he has been preoccupied with marrying He Miao. Where did he find the opportunity and funds for this? Understanding her skepticism, Shen Yanji explained, when I departed from Dongqiang, I consulted a Chong physician who advised that you must never cease the medication for your eye ailment. When we reach Dazhou, if the opportunity arises, it would be beneficial to replace one of the ingredients with century-old ginseng to shorten the recovery time by half. He also mentioned that your health is poor and you must take potent tonics to nourish your qi and blood. Upon my return, I sought assistance from Su Xiao to prepare these two types of medicine.
Who was Su Xiao?
Qin Guiwan had never heard him mention this individual in their 4 years of acquaintance. Shan Yanji replied, he is a distant, impoverished relative of the Bai family, the wealthiest in Jiangnan. Originally intent on establishing a business but lacking capital, he approached the Bai family for a loan, only to be ridiculed and sent away. During my visit to Bai Lu Academy before the palace examination, I fortuitously befriended him and gifted him 500 taels of silver on the spot. He refused to accept it for free and promised that this money would count as my investment, agreeing to share half of any future profits with me. I didn't give it much thought until he sent me this year's dividends upon my return, revealing that he had been diligently managing the business and could now contend with the Bai family. I seized the opportunity to ask him to help procure these two types of medicine, and he readily agreed. Thank you. Qin Guiwan accepted the medicine, mentally noting the name Su Xiao. This person shared a close connection with Shen Yanji, and she would need to avoid Jiangnan when she eventually fled. Seeing her readily accepting the medicine, a smile crept onto Shen Yanji's lips, unable to contain his joy. Wan, we are husband and wife. There is no need for thanks. The term husband and wife pierced Qin Guiwan's heart, stirring a deep ache within. Indeed, there was no need for gratitude. It was he who owed her. Chapter 27. Discontent. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. After a moment, Shen Yanji spoke. Wan, I am sorry. If given the chance to start anew, I would never have accumulated so many debts, to the point where I must utter apologies that feel like swallowing blades. The pain rendered him unable to finish his sentence. No words could mend the deeply inflicted wounds of the past. Qin Guiwan yawned. I am tired. Let's not converse further tonight. She lay down, turning her back to the wall. In her heart, she pondered. If given another chance, would she still unhesitatingly test the medicine for Shen Yanji? After much contemplation, the answer was clear. She would. For at that time, she was unaware of Shen Yanji's schemes and calculations. Her thoughts drifted to the events following the cliff incident. Since then, their relationship had grown increasingly intimate. He taught her how to play chess, how to burn incense and brew tea, and how to play the zither. She instructed him in the Dongqiang dialect, taught him to play the Dongqiang clay flute, and shared the peculiar customs and rituals of her people. Shen Yanji had studied the Dongqiang script while in Dazhou and could speak simple Dongqiang phrases. He was remarkably intelligent within a few months in Dongqiang. He could understand most of the language and engage in conversation, though he struggled with the local dialect. After 2 weeks of diligent teaching, he became proficient in all the local idioms. Astonished by his breadth of knowledge and eagerness to learn, her admiration for him grew daily. Setting aside discussions of the two nations' relations, they could joyously share their learning experiences and amusing anecdotes from their lives. While Shen Yanji attended classes during the day, she remained at home, stitching pouches, crafting knee pads, and sewing fine garments for him. She even sought her mother's advice on preparing Dazhou cuisine and cooked for him each night. During meals, he would share amusing tales from his day, occasionally gifting her a decorative hairpin or plucking a wild flower from the roadside. These little moments filled her heart to the brim. Although Shan Yanji refrained from physical intimacy, she bore no resentment. She understood his longing to return to Dazhou. It mattered not. She was willing to wait. If the opportunity to return arose, she would accompany him. If it became clear that they could not return, they could become true husband and wife in due time. During that period, her heart soared with joy. As June approached and the weather warmed, the royal family organized a kuja match, inviting both Shen Yanji and her to participate. The Dongqiang people, regardless of gender, took great pride in this sport, often competing together. She found herself placed on Shen Yanji's team. In the East Chong region, men often play jiu-jitsu bare-chested. On that day, after Shen Yanji removed his upper garment, The ninth prince led the mockery, deriding Shen Yanji as frail and delicate, akin to a woman. In all fairness, Shen Yanji possessed a tall, slender physique with distinct musculature, complemented by a strikingly handsome face that radiated an ethereal charm, even without clothing. Yet, in the presence of the robust East Chongmen, he appeared less imposing. Ignoring the jeers, he swiftly mounted his horse and struck the ball as the match commenced, his movements agile and graceful. When the ball was passed to her, she deftly coordinated to hit it. The ninth prince's expression darkened as he and his entourage encircled them. Halfway through the match, one of the horses in the ninth prince's team suddenly panicked, tossing off its rider and bolting. Before she could react, she was knocked to the ground by the startled horse. As the beast bore down on her face, Shen Yanji lunged forward, enveloping her in his embrace. In that fleeting moment, the horse landed heavily on Shen Yanji's right leg, crushing his calf bone. The match abruptly concluded. As the Chong physician set his broken bone, Shen Yanji gritted his teeth in agony, beads of sweat rolling down his face. After the procedure, the physician warned that if recovery did not go well, he might become lame. Her heart ached, tears streaming down her cheeks. Shen Yanji smiled at her, saying, "Gui Wan, do not weep. I am a man. Being lame is but a minor inconvenience compared to a horse trampling your face." She wept uncontrollably. Throughout the summer, she remained by Shen Yanji's side, tending to him with unwavering devotion, cooking and preparing medicine with utmost care. By autumn's harvest, his leg had healed completely, and he walked without any sign of injury. She threw herself into his arms, sobbing with joy. After this incident, her feelings for him deepened, encompassing both love and gratitude. In late autumn, the Khan fell ill, bedridden for a month without improvement, causing unrest in the court. Among the officials, led by the left virtuous king and the ninth prince, there was a faction that had long disapproved of the Khan's leniency toward Shen Yanji, seizing the opportunity to act against him. Shen Yanji, unbeknownst to the cause, developed inexplicable red rashes on his face and frequently succumbed to unconsciousness. Although not contagious, the increasing rashes became a source of horror. Rumors spread that he had contracted a plague and must be burned alive. She desperately attempted to clarify that the illness was not infectious, but no one believed her. Ultimately, she had to shut the gates of their residence, devising every possible means to treat Shen Yanji's ailment. One day, the ninth prince personally delivered a bowl of medicine, claiming it was a gift from the Khan. She recognized it as a poison intended to kill Shen Yanji. At the ninth prince's command, several guards attempted to force the medicine down Shen Yanji's throat. She stood defiantly before the bed, asserting that her husband was too weak for random treatments and that she would personally sample any medicine before it could be given to him. Raising the bowl to her lips, she prepared to drink. The ninth prince sneered, "He Lianqiga, you must think carefully." She cast a glance at the unconscious Shen Yanji, then drank deeply from the bowl. The ninth prince knocked the bowl from her hands, seizing her hair and bellowing, "How could you be so despicable? Willingly testing poison for a man from Dechu?" Her insides twisted in excruciating pain as she began to vomit blood. "For every bowl you send, I will test it for my husband. Should he perish, I will not survive alone." She wagered that the ninth prince still held some interest in her and would not easily allow her demise. The ninth prince's eyes were cold and menacing as he scanned her face, articulating each word with chilling clarity. "He Lianqigo, you should not provoke me. The consequences of angering me are dire." He produced the world's sole antidote, administering half to her and destroying the other half, leaving her barely alive. The Khan soon recovered and, upon learning of the incident, reprimanded the ninth prince and sent someone to treat Shen Yanji's rashes, curing him. However, the poison had left her with vision and heart ailments, for which there was no remedy, and her health had significantly deteriorated. When her eyesight first faltered, she anxiously asked, "Husband, will you come to despise me in the future?" Shen Yanji held her tightly, and in the darkness, she felt warm tears on her cheeks. "Never, I will never." Chapter 28. Uncle. At this moment, in the imperial palace, the tall candle flames illuminated the entire hall of governance, where Emperor Jingchong was engrossed in reviewing memorials. Gu Zhuoying had stood there for half an hour, during which the emperor had not looked up. The eunuch, carefully bowing, ground ink. The sound of grinding and writing echoed faintly in the vast hall. As the night deepened, Gu Zhuoying could no longer contain himself. "Uncle, why have you summoned me?" Emperor Jingchong glanced sideways, exuding an air of authority without anger. leaving Gu Zhuoying to fall silent. He focused his gaze, refraining from further inquiry. The eunuch bowed his head, continuing to grind the ink, silently lamenting that only Gu Zhuoying dared to address the emperor as uncle and refer to himself in such a manner before him. Reflecting on the implications of this relationship, he couldn't help but sigh. Both Emperor Jingchong and Princess Zhao Hua were born of the late emperor's cherished consort. After the consort's family fell from grace, the late emperor, in a fit of rage, executed her relatives and confined her and her 2 children to the cold palace. The consort soon succumbed to grief, leaving her 2 young sons to rely on one another. At the age of 7, Emperor Jingchong was thrown down a dry well, and without hesitation, Zhao Hua leaped in to save him, nearly losing her life in the process. Whenever she managed to procure a morsel of food in the cold palace, she would ensure that Emperor Jingchong ate first. When Emperor Jingchong fell gravely ill, Zhao Hua risked death by punishment to kneel overnight in the snow before the main hall, pleading for the late emperor to send a physician to treat him. Eventually, Emperor Jingchong emerged from the cold palace, and in gratitude for Zhao Hua's assistance in his ascension, she remained unmarried, tirelessly working on his behalf. By the time their efforts bore fruit, Zhao Hua had already surpassed 20 years of age. The first decree Emperor Jingchong issued upon his ascension was to bestow the title of Princess Zhao Hua upon his elder sister, allowing her to choose a husband. Zhao Hua set her sights on Gu Zhongsu, a minor official of the 5th rank. Emperor Jingchong immediately granted the marriage and, under the pretext of his contributions to flood control, promoted him to the cabinet within less than 5 years, eventually bestowing upon him the title of Duke of Dinghua. This decision caused an uproar in the court, with officials collectively petitioning against it. For centuries, no one from Dechu had been ennobled, and it was deemed absurd and laughable that a mere contribution to flood control warranted such an honor, especially with hereditary privileges. Emperor Jingchong, infuriated, executed over a dozen officials to quell the unrest. As a result, it became widely known that Princess Zhao Hua was the emperor's sensitive spot, untouchable by anyone. Zhao Hua, having injured herself while kneeling in the snow, found it exceedingly difficult to conceive, ultimately giving birth to Gu Zhuoying only after 4 years of marriage, and nearly losing her life during childbirth. Therefore, Emperor Jingchong held his nephew in particularly high regard and was exceptionally indulgent towards him. "Do you know why I summoned you so late at night?" Emperor Jingchong set down his brush, and the eunuch hurriedly returned to reality, serving tea. The emperor accepted it, lifted the lid to inhale the fragrant aroma, and then looked at Gu Zhuoying, awaiting a response. "I do not know. With maturity approaching, what are your plans for the future?" Gu Zhuoying straightened his back and replied earnestly, "Uncle, I harbor no grand ambitions and have no plans at present." Humph. Emperor Jingchong rose, clasping his hands behind his back, narrowing his eyes as he circled Gu Zhuoying. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts these past years." When He Nian remarked that you and Xin Yanji are the 2 most astute students he has ever taught, evenly matched, it is precisely due to your brilliance that you have chosen to remain aloof in your frivolous identity, leading a carefree life. Gu Zhuoying was momentarily speechless. The Dechu crown prince had died young, and since then, Emperor Jingchong had never established another crown prince. Various princes schemed relentlessly to seize the title. It was common knowledge that the emperor was exceedingly compliant with Princess Zhao Hua, and the princes began to set their sights on him. At that time, he was still young, yet he understood well that once embroiled in the struggle for the crown, any misstep could lead to utter destruction. He did not wish to involve himself in the conflict nor cause difficulties for his mother and uncle. Thus, he adopted the persona of a frivolous youth to evade the turmoil. "I will soon appoint a crown prince, and the other princes will be dispatched to their respective territories. You need not worry about being drawn into alliances or continue pretending to be frivolous." Caught off guard by the accuracy of the statement, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Gu Zhuoying was about to defend himself when he heard Emperor Jingchong casually remark, "After so many years of idleness, it is time for you to do something for me following the coronation." Gu Zhuoying inhaled sharply, realizing that the good days were coming to an end. "Uncle, I am utterly talentless and incapable. I truly cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. Surely you must understand." The emperor continued, "Your mother will return to the capital in 2 days. You must promptly send away all your concubines and tidy up the residence. After the coronation, your mother will find you a suitable match." With just 2 sentences, Emperor Jingchong dismissed him, providing no opportunity for further discussion. As Gu Zhuoying exited the palace, A growing sense of despair enveloped him. Despite his attempts to evade his fate, it had finally caught up with him. Upon returning home, he summoned his 5 concubines that very night. One by one, he returned their contracts and bestowed upon them a sum of silver, instructing them to pack their belongings and depart the next day. The 5 women knelt before him, weeping uncontrollably. "Young master, if it weren't for you, we would have long since faced death or been sold into brothels. We can never repay your immense kindness. Should you ever need us, we would brave fire and water without hesitation." Gu Zhuoying's brows furrowed in disdain. "Enough. I would never allow women to suffer for my sake. If you truly wish to, I find it rather shameful. Go find a good family to marry. If anyone dares to mistreat you, just mention my name, even from afar in the capital. I can ensure justice." The 5 women bowed deeply in gratitude before reluctantly departing. Lu Sui observed the retreating figures of the women, perplexed. "Young master, what did the emperor say to you today that led you to dismiss them all?" Gu Zhuoying slumped in his chair, feeling utterly despondent. "He wants me to clean up the household, choose a legitimate wife, and take up a position in service. I can no longer be a dandy." Lu Sui responded earnestly. "Young master, what of Qin? What will happen to her?" Gu Zhuoying's brows knitted tightly as he looked at Lu Sui in confusion. "What do you mean?" "My marrying a legitimate wife has nothing to do with Qin." Lu Sui replied solemnly. "Everyone believes you to be a philanderer, yet you have never touched these 5 concubines. Marrying them would merely provide them a means of survival while simultaneously solidifying your reputation as a dandy. The relationships outside are merely entrusted visits to old friends. You recently sent someone to find Zhong Tianli, another to procure ginseng, and today, you inquired about Qin's experiences in Dongqiang. I have never seen you show such concern for any woman. Could it not be that you harbor feelings for Qin?" Furious, Gu Zhuoying sprang to his feet and kicked Lu Sui. "Nonsense. I cannot bear to see a woman suffer. It breaks my heart to see her ill and blind. So I sought medical help for her. My inquiries about her in Dongqiang were solely to understand her ailment for treatment. She is the wife of Shen Yanji. I would never entertain any thoughts for her." Lu Sui, unfazed by the kick, remained composed with arms crossed. "I have investigated. An Qin and young Master Shen have not registered their marriage at the court. According to the laws of Dechu, she is still unmarried, with both parties single. Your affections would not be deemed unlawful. If you desire her, what is the harm in pursuing her? Do not speak such nonsense." Gu Zhuoying fumed, preparing to kick Lu Sui again. Lu Sui sidestepped, chuckling as he positioned himself outside the door. "Young master, do not blame me for not reminding you. I saw how your eyes lit up when you learned that Qin could vaguely see. Get out." Gu Zhuoying hurled a vase at him in anger, but Lu Sui dodged and left the room. The vase shattered upon hitting the ground. Gu Zhuoying remained furious, panting heavily. How had he chosen someone like Lu Sui as his attendant? It was clear that choosing a servant required more than just assessing their skills. Once he regained his composure, he recalled Lu Sui's words. According to the laws of Dechu, Qin was still unmarried. In that fleeting moment, he cursed himself softly. Even if she were unmarried, she was still the woman favored by Shen Yanji. To have any thoughts for her would be beneath contempt. Chapter 29. Obedience. Today was the day that Imperial Physician Chao had agreed to visit. After taking Gu Weiwan's pulse, he straightforwardly declared that the medicine was effective and instructed He Miaoxin to continue administering it to Qin Gowen. With a beaming smile, He Miaoxin replied, "Imperial Physician Chao, I will trouble you to come every few days to assess Sister Qin's progress." Imperial Physician Chao readily agreed. After sending him off, Hui Xiong expressed confusion. "Miss, since we are about to deal with Qin, why waste more money on her?" He Miaoxin sneered coldly. "It is precisely because I intend to eliminate her that I must treat her well. When the time comes, I will not be suspected of inciting her downfall. After all, it would only take a month to buy a reputation. It was worth it." Meanwhile, Qin Gowen was taking the pills provided by both He Miaoxin and Shen Yanji, her eyesight rapidly improving and her vision gradually becoming clearer. Shen Yanji learned of this the following evening and was overjoyed. Qin Gowen maintained an indifferent demeanor towards him, yet he remained as devoted as ever. The next day at noon, a eunuch arrived at the Shen residence to convey an edict. Shen Yanji was to be reinstated as a 7th-rank editor in the Hanlin Academy, with his duties commencing the following day. Shen's grandmother was elated and immediately instructed Shen Yanji to pay respects to his parents and inform his 3 married half-sisters of the good news. She also ordered Du to prepare dinner, ensuring a feast for the entire Shin family to celebrate together. Shin Yenji's father had two concubines, who had been sent away to a separate residence by Shun's grandmother. The three half-sisters he had were married off during the past 4 years, all to respectable families in distant locations, leading fulfilling lives. However, due to the long journey, they would not be able to attend the wedding celebrations upon Shun Yenji's return. Shin Kunshin had one wife and 3 concubines. Du had given birth to a son and 2 daughters, Shin Qing'an, Shun Onqing, and Shun Anling. The 3 concubines had collectively borne 2 sons and 3 daughters. The eldest son had been studying at Bailu Academy and had just turned 15. He did not return this year. The other 4 children, the eldest being 7 and the youngest 3, sat obediently at the table in order. As the dinner guests gathered, the second room was bustling with over a dozen people. In contrast, the main room was empty aside from Shun Yenji and He Miaoxin. Shun Yenji furrowed his brow slightly. Why was Songlan not invited to the family banquet? Du turned to the steward and scolded. Did I not instruct you to send someone to invite Erling? Why has he not yet arrived? Go and check on him immediately. The steward paused for a moment, then quickly bowed in apology and hurried off to Baoxiuan. Shin's grandmother flashed a knowing smile. It must be that the servants are slacking off again. Shin Yenji could not help but smirk. He was well aware that for most of these past 4 years, Shin Songlan had been kept confined in Baoxiuan, occasionally allowed to roam the back garden for fresh air. He was never permitted to join the family banquet. He Miaoxin hesitantly said, "Cousin, since it is a family banquet, I think Qin should join us as well." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at her. Shun's grandmother's expression darkened. He Miaoxin nervously clutched her handkerchief, stammering, "Grandmother, I believe Sister Qin is also part of our Shin family and should dine with us." Shun's grandmother remained expressionless. "Yenji, what say you? Should we invite her to dine?" Without a moment of hesitation, Shun Yenji decisively replied, "There is no need." He Miaoxin hesitated, then lowered her gaze, falling silent. Shin Songlan was about to head to the Buddhist hall to listen to Qin Goen's stories when he heard that dinner was being served in the dining hall. And he rushed over joyfully. Shun Yenji deliberately seated Shun Songlan beside him, serving him food personally and gently reminding him to eat slowly, completely ignoring He Miaoxin. Though He Miaoxin felt displeasure, she could not address it at that moment and joined in reminding Shun Songlan to chew carefully. Shun Songlan pouted. "I dislike you, and won't talk to you." The servant had mentioned that his elder brother would be accompanying Madame He that evening. So, he could not spend the night with him in Baoxiuan, which made him resent He Miaoxin. He Miaoxin's expression turned awkward, and Shin Yenji reassured her, "Miaoxin, do not take it to heart." The others chimed in with words of comfort. He Miaoxin smiled gently, saying, "How could I possibly quarrel with Erling?" Shin Qing'an occasionally cast glances at He Miaoxin's face, while she fought back her disgust and pretended to ignore him. Shin Kunshin glanced at Shin Yenji from time to time, but his gaze quickly moved on. The Du matriarch fixed her eyes on her 2 daughters as they ate, fearful they might overindulge. With an upcoming banquet at the Gu residence, they mustn't indulge excessively. Shun Leazamu surveyed everyone at the table and noticed Shun Songlan unexpectedly reach for the braised pig knuckle, leaving his hands covered in grease, which made her unable to suppress a sigh of dismay. What a pity. When Lan Xiang served dishes for He Miaoxin, she seized a moment to steal a glance at Shin Yenji. He was patiently and gently wiping the grease from Shun Songlan's hands, his finely chiseled profile appearing as elegant as jade under the lamplight. For the past few days, she had been covertly observing Shin Yenji, her heart increasingly tumultuous. Noticing Lan Xiang appeared somewhat dazed, He Miaoxin shot her a covert glare. Lan Xiang promptly regained her composure. After the banquet concluded, when Shun Songlan saw the servants beginning to clear the dishes, she anxiously grabbed pastries from her plate to hide in her clothing. The servants called out to stop her. Shun Leazamu sighed. "Let her be." Shun Songlan chuckled, stuffing away the remaining pastries. Shin Qing'an recalled what the servant had said about Shun Songlan's recent fondness for listening to stories told by the Qin matriarch in the Buddhist hall, and playfully remarked, "Second brother, with so many pastries tucked away, who are you saving them for?" Shun Songlan puffed out her cheeks, turning to glare at Shin Qing'an. "For myself." Eldest brother said not to mention sister in front of outsiders. Shin Qing'an did not press the matter further, and chuckled lightly.
Fool.
After some casual conversation, everyone returned to their respective courtyards. Shin Yenji, He Miaoxin, and Shun Songlan walked together. Outside the Baoxiuan courtyard, Shin Songlan tugged at Shin Yenji, reluctant to let go, insisting he stay at Baoxiuan. Shen Yanji looked helplessly at He Miaoxin, saying, Miaoxin, I. He Miaoxin sweetly smiled, cousin. You may go and take care of Erlang without worry. Shen Yanji cast her an apologetic glance before departing with Shen Songlan. He Miaoxin inwardly cursed Shen Songlan for being such a burden. Upon arriving at the Baoxiuan room, after sending away the servants, Shen Yanji said, Songlan, you did very well today. Shen Songlan chuckled, I listened to eldest brother and didn't mention sister in front of others. Very good. But you must also refrain from mentioning sister in front of Gugu, and you must not take him to see sister, understood? Shen Songlan looked somewhat puzzled. Gu Zhuoying would genuinely play with him, even enjoying mud, which he cherished, but he also liked his eldest brother. After much inner conflict, he finally agreed earnestly. I promise not to take Gugu to see sister anymore. Looking into Shen Songlan's innocent and pure eyes, Shen Yanji suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. While accepting Gu Zhuoying's assistance, he was also wary of him. He had indeed transformed into the despicable and treacherous figure described by Qingji. A bitterness spread in his heart, and he let out a bitter laugh. Songlan, I have one more thing I would like you to help me with. Shen Songlan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What is it? Chapter 30. Irony. Eldest brother will be on duty tomorrow, and I will often be away from home. If any bad person bullies sister, please help me drive them away. All right? On the way back to Dechu, Shen Liazima sent a letter, hinting at a plan to eliminate Qin Guiwan on the way back, so as not to bring misfortune to the Shen family. He had endured 4 years as a captive of the Dongqiang. All Dongqiang people deserve death. He burned the letter, falsely claiming he had not received it. Upon returning to the Shen residence, he feared his grandmother would take action and, under the pretense of a wedding, confined Qin Guiwan to Yuxiu courtyard, subsequently finding excuses to lock her in the Buddhist hall. Yet he remained fearful, for besides his grandmother, there were also the venomous He Miaoxin, the watchful Shen Kunshan, the calculating Du matriarch, and the lustful Shen Qing'an. Every move he made was under scrutiny, necessitating cautious steps. Even the simple-minded Shen Songlan had to be carefully utilized. Eldest brother, I promise to drive away all the bad people who bully sister. Shen Songlan thumped his chest vigorously, then extended his pinky finger, gazing earnestly at Shen Yanji. Shen Yanji smiled, extending his hand and solemnly entwining their pinkies. Songlan, thank you. Thinking about going to the Buddhist hall, he did not converse much with Shen Songlan and soon lulled him to sleep. Qin Guiwan's vision had improved somewhat, and today she felt relatively at ease, greeting Shen Yanji without a frown. This felt like divine favor to Shen Yanji. 1-1. I will be on duty tomorrow. I have received news that the emperor will soon appoint a crown prince, and once the decree is issued, the Hanlin Academy will be in chaos. I may not be able to return home daily. You must stay in the Buddhist hall, and no matter what happens, do not go out. He Miaoxin, mindful of her reputation, will not act against you for the time being and might even protect you. But she is a treacherous woman. One cannot place all bets on her. I calculated her motives, hoping she would not dare to overtly harm you. But I do not expect her to risk her life for your sake. If anyone forcibly drags you out of the Buddhist hall, just say you fear my punishment and that you will not step out without my permission. The servants guarding the courtyard are personally chosen by me. They will not let you out easily. If anything arises, they will find a way to inform me. If they refuse to listen, just have Qingji find Songlan. He is adept at causing a scene. Once he starts, the entire Shen family will be helpless against him. If all else fails, you can feign a heart ailment and collapse. He reiterated this point, then began to explain the current situation of the Shen family in detail. Qin Guiwan did not interrupt, but listened intently. The 9th prince was the new Khan of Dongqiang. He had threatened her mother's life, forcing her to return to the Shen family with Shen Yanji. As she was leaving, the 9th prince had sinisterly smiled, saying, You risked your life for this heartless man, suffering greatly, and now I shall see what fate awaits you when you follow him back to the Shen family. Should you dare to die or escape, or even seek to be Shen Yanji's concubine, living freely outside the Shen residence, I will immediately burn your mother alive. Helian Chiga, you had better find a way to survive in the Shen family. Your mother's lifespan depends on how long you can endure there. Once you are tormented to death by the Shen family, I will send your mother down to accompany you. Therefore, until she received confirmation that her mother had safely escaped Dongqiang, she must survive well in the Shen family. Although her heart had died for Shen Yanji, she dared not be careless regarding her life. She diligently memorized everything Shen Yanji had said. After a long discourse, Shen Yanji raised his gaze to find her demurely looking down, listening earnestly. His heart softened unexpectedly. It had been long since they had coexisted in such tranquility, and she had not listened to him with such attentiveness in a long while. Wan Wan. He could not help but call her gently. Qin Guiwan furrowed her brows, asking, "Why did you stop? You just mentioned that upon your return, you would have someone investigate He Miaoxin, and indeed, it was discovered that she has been entangled with Shun Qing'an. I find it somewhat puzzling. She waited for you for 4 years. Why do you not trust her? Making your first order of business to investigate her? Did you not have a verbal engagement?" Upon mentioning this, Shun Yanji's gaze darkened slightly. "I once accompanied my grandmother to visit the He family and accidentally overheard her and her maid complaining that I was too cold and that my grandmother was as difficult to please as an old maid. They also mentioned that if it were not for the desire to marry into the Shin family as the heir's wife, she wouldn't bother to curry favor with the Shin family at all. At that moment, I knew she was a sycophant. The verbal engagement was not something I initiated. It was set by my grandmother. When I had just arrived at the border and received a letter about this matter, I originally intended to write back to stop it. But later." He paused, not wanting to mention the word captive, before continuing. "A woman who is solely focused on climbing the social ladder and becoming the heir's wife cannot possibly wait for a verbal engagement. Hence, he sought Gu Zhuoying's assistance to investigate the relationship between He Miaoxin and Shen Qing'an. Gu Zhuoying, employing unknown means, clarified the matter within 3 days. This outcome was within his expectations. He Miaoxian, selfish and self-serving, had never harbored any genuine affection for him. Her love was solely for the title of heir. While I was deceiving and exploiting you with lies in Dongchang, He Miaoxian was in Dechu, clandestinely betraying me under the guise of my betrothed." He scoffed at the irony of it all. Qin Guiwan shook her head calmly. "There's nothing ironic about it. You and He Miaoxian are simply selfish individuals." Selfish individuals? Shun Yanji chewed on that thought, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, he was the most selfish person in the world. After his fall from the cliff, his kindness towards Qin Guiwan stemmed from her unreserved teachings about Dongchang and her willingness to cook for him. The flavors of Dechu cuisine always reminded him of the capital. He had tried to have the cooks in his residence recreate the dishes from Dechu, but none could match the taste she provided. Every meal, she would gaze at him with her sparkling eyes. With the admiration and love she offered, along with the flavors of home, he momentarily forgot the troubles of his captivity. A simple gift, like a hairpin or a flower, accompanied by a hint of a smile, would light up her spirit and fill her with contentment. It was, without a doubt, the most advantageous transaction in the world. He constantly reminded himself that he was a man of Dechu, forbidden from succumbing to the tender affections of Dongchang, and even more so from loving Qin Guiwan. During the competition, he deliberately startled the steed of the 9th Prince's team, hoping to injure the prince, ideally leading to his demise. Little did he expect that the frightened horse would turn and knock down Qin Guiwan. He rushed to save her, thinking he could evade the chaos, only to have his leg crushed beneath the hooves. Once the situation was settled and he saw her tears, he dared not, nor did he wish to reveal the truth. Ultimately, he feigned indifference, forcing a smile. "Guiwan, do not cry. I am a man. Being lame is of little consequence. Far better than having a horse trample your face." For these words, Qin Guiwan would have willingly offered her entire heart. That summer, she devoted herself tirelessly to caring for him. She not only fed him and administered medicine daily, but also knelt for an hour every 3 days at the temple of the Dongchang deities, imploring for his swift recovery. Upon hearing of a secret remedy for bone injuries, she returned home to beseech her father for assistance in procuring the necessary ingredients. Fearing muscle atrophy in his leg, she diligently massaged him 3 times a day, often to the point where her hands became numb and lost feeling. Overwhelmed by concern and exertion, she soon became gaunt and frail. Chapter 31. Autumn Rain. He watched as Qin Guiwan transformed from a blooming flower to a shadow of her former self, her face hollow and her beauty diminished. He felt guilt and remorse, and for a moment he was moved. Yet, once those emotions subsided, he chose once again to deceive and exploit. He needed to survive, to make no mistakes, and absolutely not to reveal the truth about the frightened horse. He forced himself to harden his heart, ignoring her sacrifices. On the day of his recovery, as the autumn sun dipped low, he discarded his crutches and walked a short distance. Turning, he saw her standing in the golden light of the sunset, tears streaming down her face. The autumn breeze rustled her slender gown, revealing her gaunt form. She rushed to him, collapsing in his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Husband, you have not become a cripple. You have not become a cripple," she repeatedly murmured. The warmth of her tears soaked his heart. In that moment, he acknowledged his own feelings of being touched. He thought that even if he could not offer her sincerity and love, he could at least minimize his deceit and exploitation. Yet he soon broke his own promise. Memories cut like a sharp blade, each encounter leaving him bleeding. He dared not dwell on it, forcing himself to focus. Taking nearly half an hour to recount all that had transpired. Upon hearing his account, Qin Guiwan felt a sudden clarity. She understood the intricate relationships within the Shin family, making it easier for her to find an opportunity to escape in the future. The following morning, dark clouds rolled in like fish scales, heavily pressing down upon the capital, seemingly ready to crush the city's prosperity. Before leaving, Shun Yanji looked up at the sky and warned He Miao Xian, "Heavy rain is imminent. You should refrain from going outside, lest you catch a chill." He Miao Xian hesitated for a moment, saying, "Sister Qin is unwell. I wish to check on her." Now that Shun Yanji had regained his former position, she believed it was time to execute her plans against the matriarch. She had yet to meet Qin Guiwan and was curious to see what the woman who displeased Shun Yanji looked like. What did it matter? Shun Yanji's expression turned cold. "I have instructed her to copy Buddhist scriptures. She's been too ill to even begin. Just a month ago, I ordered supplies to be sent to the temple, and no one is allowed to see her or let her out. But as the weather turns cooler, Sister Qin's health is already fragile. If she remains in the temple, what if she falls ill again? If the Qin family does not leave the temple, how can the plan proceed? Miao Xian, I know you are kind-hearted, but you need not concern yourself with her so deeply. Your daily effort to provide her with medicine is already more than enough. There is no need to visit her specifically. What if she suddenly catches a chill and falls ill again? If you fall ill, how can you accompany me to the Gu family's ceremony in a few days?" This statement struck a chord with He Miao Xian. She saw it as an opportunity to showcase how attentive and gentle Shun Yanji was towards her. Indeed, she could not miss this chance to shine. Moreover, with Shin Tsonglan's youth still ahead, there was no need to rush. "Very well, cousin. I shall heed your advice and refrain from visiting Sister Qin for the time being." In the temple, Qin Guiwan had just risen and noticed the wild winds outside. In no time, torrential rain poured down. The scent of mud and cool air rushed into the room, prompting Qingji to quickly drape a thick cloak over Qin Guiwan. Now that she felt somewhat better, she must not catch a chill again. Aware of the unpredictable autumn weather, she had requested warm clothes and a cloak days ago, and today they proved timely. The raindrops pelted the eaves, creating a rhythmic sound. Standing by the window, Qin Guiwan looked outside and noticed the ground rippling with visible circles. "My eyesight has fully recovered," Qingji exclaimed joyfully. "That's wonderful." "My lady." Before she could finish her sentence, the courtyard door swung open and a maid entered, holding an umbrella and a wooden basket, braving the rain. She did not step inside, but placed the basket within. The eldest son instructed that the young lady must copy the Diamond Sutra 5 times daily until her confinement ends. Otherwise, she will not be allowed to eat. With that, she hurried away. Qingji lifted the basket and found it filled with ink, paper, and brushes, exactly as required. How heartless and cruel, always scheming ways to torment his wife. Does he not fear divine retribution? She scolded. Qin Guiwan remained silent. Despite the scolding, she swiftly organized the table, laid out the rice paper, and began grinding ink. She could not truly allow her mistress to go without food. The heavy rain continued unabated. The turmoil within the court was even more fierce than the autumn rain. On the first day of the deluge, Emperor Jingchong issued a decree without warning, declaring the third prince as crown prince, with the coronation ceremony set for 3 months hence. The late crown prince had been born of the empress, and following his untimely death, the empress had not conceived again, leaving the title vacant for years. The loudest calls for the position had been for the second and third princes, both of whom had mothers of equal rank and prestigious family backgrounds. After years of contention, the emperor's sudden decision caught everyone off guard. Naturally, the faction supporting the second prince was dissatisfied and sought to contest this decision, inundating the emperor with petitions. However, Emperor Jingchong paid them no heed, sternly insisting that the second prince and all other adult princes must depart for their fiefs within 10 days, or face the consequences of disobedience. With no room for negotiation, Various departments began earnest preparations for the crown prince's coronation ceremony. Shan Yanji, having just regained his position, found himself overwhelmed with tasks, compounded by the coronation preparations, leading him to rise early and return home late, often well past midnight. Given this situation, he could no longer visit the Chiotang courtyard and was confined to his own quarters. Although he Miao Xian yearned for closeness, she felt it inappropriate to voice her desires. Shen Cheng-en, seizing the opportunity, felt the itch of ambition resurface. After 5 days of incessant rain, the storm finally began to relent. He secretly sent a letter to He Miaoxin early in the morning, inviting her to meet in the cave that evening. For the past few days, He Miaoxin had been preoccupied with preparations for a visit to the Gu residence, diligently tending to her delicate beauty. Upon receiving Shen Cheng'en's letter, she was so enraged that she wept bitterly. After her tears subsided, she found herself at a loss. That night, she donned her cloak, taking Huixiang with her, and stealthily slipped out of the courtyard. Lanxiang had been observing He Miaoxin and Huixiang for days and noticed that He Miaoxin indeed favored Huixiang. She generously bestowed and used pearl powder upon Huixiang and gifted her the leftover pastries and unwanted fine clothing. When it came time for the monthly silver distribution, Huixiang's pouch seemed heavier than usual, prompting Lanxiang to wish to take a glance, but Huixiang shielded it from view. This evening, it was supposed to be Lanxiang's turn to keep watch, but He Miaoxin requested to switch with Huixiang before retiring to bed. These occurrences, intertwined with Shen Yanji's handsome visage, swirled in her mind, leaving her heart in turmoil. Unable to sleep, she grew increasingly restless and decided to rise from her bed. Without lighting a lamp, she groped her way to the window to let in some fresh air. As she approached the window, she noticed a dark shadow moving in the courtyard, which startled her into crouching down. After a moment's thought, she nervously poked a hole in the window paper to peek outside, and her heart raced when she saw He Miaoxin sneaking away with Huixiang. Chapter 32. Nipad's Lanxiang was so astonished that she remained in a daze for quite some time. When she regained her senses, the two had already exited the gate. She steadied her racing heart, bit down on her lower lip, donned her outer garment and quietly opened the door to follow them. Upon leaving, she realized they were heading towards the rear garden, their silhouettes appearing ghostly in the distance. The recent autumn rains had brought a chill to the night air, and the surrounding silence sent a shiver down her spine. Just as she contemplated retreating, the thought of uncovering He Miaoxin and Huixiang's secret compelled her to muster her courage, and she stealthily trailed behind them. The main house was sparsely populated, and with only He Miaoxin and Qin Guiwan occupying the rear courtyard, Qin Guiwan being rather unappreciated, the servants were few, rendering the area eerily quiet. He Miaoxin moved steadily, avoiding the occasional patrolling servants, and successfully led Huixiang to the rear garden. Huixiang stood guard at the entrance while He Miaoxin disappeared into the depths of the garden. Lanxiang hid behind a tree, torn between the desire to sneak in and the fear of being discovered. After much deliberation, fearing the consequences of being exposed, she ultimately chose not to advance. After a considerable time, He Miaoxin hurriedly emerged, swiftly departing with Huixiang. Just as Lanxiang intended to quietly retreat, a sudden realization struck her, prompting her to remain hidden behind the tree. After a short while, she witnessed a rotund figure hastily exiting the garden, rendering her momentarily frozen in place, nearly paralyzed with fear. Despite the darkness obscuring his face, she instantly recognized him as the heir, Shen Cheng'en. Among the Shen family, only he possessed such a physique. Shen Cheng'en departed with satisfaction, oblivious to the commotion around him. After he had been gone for a while, Lanxiang finally dared to tremble her way back home. The thought of a married woman secretly meeting her brother-in-law left her in a state of dread. She returned to her room, stripped off her outer garment, and buried herself in the blankets, trembling uncontrollably. This secret was too terrifying. If revealed, the Shen family would undoubtedly poison He Miaoxin and all her accompanying maidservants. She regretted having followed them, but was relieved to understand the reason behind He Miaoxin's favoritism towards Huixiang. It was Huixiang who had been providing her with cover all along. Her mind a chaotic whirlwind, she drifted in and out of clarity until dawn finally broke. In recent days, she had been preoccupied with thoughts of her father's gambling debts, Shen Yanji's handsome face, and the mystery of He Miaoxin's bias towards Huixiang. Now, however, the tangled threads of her concerns began to unravel. She could boldly consider climbing into Shen Yanji's bed. Should he Miaoxin dare to harm her out of jealousy, she could threaten her with this secret, and at worst, they would both meet their demise. If he Miaoxin supported her in securing the position of concubine, she could keep this secret safe and foster a peaceful coexistence with he Miaoxin. The phrase "fortune favors the bold" seemed particularly apt in this situation. Yet, Shen Yanji was not a lecherous man and was deeply devoted to he Miaoxin, making it unlikely for him to take an interest in a mere maidservant. If she desired to ascend to his bed, it would require careful planning and execution. The next day dawned clear and chilly, signaling the approach of late September and the hint of early winter. Qingji, concerned about the sudden drop in temperature, dressed Qin Guiwan in a white jade-patterned jacket and then added a lilac-colored waistcoat for extra warmth. Qin Guiwan laughed. "If you dress me so warmly now, what will I do when winter arrives?" Qingji furrowed her brows in response. "My lady, this year is a minor month. Tomorrow will mark October. What difference does it make? If we were in Dongqiang, we would have already begun heating the dragon beds by now." She glanced around, complaining, "Look at this Buddhist hall. It feels like an ice cellar." The maid had inquired with the gatekeeper, who revealed that the eldest son's mother was devoted to Buddhism and, in a show of sincerity, refused to install heating or use charcoal in the hall, enduring the cold while reciting scriptures. "If we remain trapped here, who knows how much colder it will get? And if anyone will come to deliver coal?" Qin Guiwan raised her gaze to the sky outside. The azure expanse was clear, but she had been confined in this Buddhist hall for nearly half a month. Shen Yanji claimed he had already sent the letter. Calculating the time, it would take another month for it to reach her mother. Once she received it, her mother would devise a means to escape Dongqiang and send her further messages, which would undoubtedly take even more time. The plan to flee the Shen residence might not materialize until after the spring festival. She would have to endure a while longer and, during this time, find a way to procure the necessary papers for her escape. Ideally, she would heal her old ailments before departing, but even if she couldn't, she would not linger in the Shen household for a moment longer. Qingji remained unaware of her thoughts and continued, "My lady, I have a plan. Once we leave the Buddhist hall, I will gather materials to make some Dongqiang knee pads to sell. If the Shen family treats us harshly, having some silver will allow us to procure food and necessities, preventing us from freezing or starving." "What did you say?" Qin Guiwan suddenly snapped back to attention. "I said I want to make knee pads to exchange for silver. The people of Dazhou do not use Dongqiang knee pads. Who would you sell them to?" Knee pads in Dazhou are typically made from rabbit fur and lambskin, with brocade fabric on the outside, often embellished with embroidery for wealthy families. In contrast, Dongqiang knee pads are crafted with 2 layers of gauze inside, filled with crushed ox knee bones, mugwort, cinnamon twigs, aconite, and tian nanqing. Due to their strong herbal scent and the smell of ox bones, they are despised by the people of Dazhou, who mockingly refer to them as the scent of barbarism from Dongqiang. They won't sell to the people of Dazhou, but they can be sold to our own Dongqiang folk. Upon mentioning this, Qingji suddenly perked up. "I've inquired around the residence and learned that there is a large Dongqiang merchant group in the capital. As winter approaches, they still prefer to carry Dongqiang knee pads with them. They are a group of gentlemen who are not skilled at sewing, so they come here to commission work. But the embroiderers refuse to take their jobs because they are from Dongqiang." Despite the ongoing conflicts between the two nations, trade had never ceased, though merchants often faced disdain and discrimination while in each other's territories. Qin Guiwan was filled with excitement. The Dongqiang merchant group, accustomed to navigating between the two nations, would undoubtedly have no trouble procuring the necessary papers for her escape. "You should find someone to gather materials for the knee pads. I will make a pair to test the waters. Once we leave the Buddhist hall, you can figure out a way to present them to the merchants. If they are satisfied, ask how many pairs they need, and I will produce them." Before leaving Dongqiang, her mother had already exchanged some Dazhou silver notes for her. While not in abundance, it was sufficient to cover her expenses for the next 2 to 3 years after escaping the Shen residence. Currently, her need was not for silver, but for the opportunity to gain favor with the Dongqiang merchants and seek their assistance. "My lady, that won't do. If anyone should do it, it should be me. Sewing knee pads is quite troublesome. What if you overstrain your eyes and develop eye problems?" "No worries, I will try to do it only during the day. Sewing for a little while each day. My skills surpass yours. What I create would fetch a higher price in the market." Chapter 33. The principal wife Qin Guiwan's embroidery skills indeed reached an extraordinary level. Whenever this matter arose, Qingji felt compelled to scold Shen Yanji. In the beginning, to craft knee pads and brocade garments for Shen Yanji, Qin Guiwan ventured to the embroidery bureau in the Eastern Chang Palace, consulting each female embroiderer there. Ultimately, she honed her sewing and embroidery skills to perfection. Such an ungrateful wretch truly does not deserve the master's efforts. Qingji, you only need to procure sheepskin, brocade, and cotton thread. As for the cow-knee powder and herbal medicines, let the merchants fill the knee pads themselves. Reluctant for Qin Guiwan to overexert herself, Qingji eventually acquiesced to go out and gather the materials, repeatedly stating that Qin Guiwan could only sew for a short while each day, ensuring her eyes would not be strained. Qin Guiwan readily agreed. This trivial matter, akin to a drop of water in the ocean, did not stir any ripples within the Shun household. This was largely due to the impending coronation ceremony of Gu Zhuaying in 4 days. He Miao Xian busied herself with her appearance, while Madame Du focused on acquiring exquisite garments for her 2 daughters, striving to make them the center of attention. Shen Kunshan continued to receive daily reports from Madame Du regarding Shun Yanzi's whereabouts. Learning that Shun Yanzi had been diligently occupied with official duties at the Hanlin Academy, he felt somewhat satisfied and reminded Madame Du to remain vigilant. Shun's matriarch had also received a formal invitation from the Gu family. Observing Shen Yanzi's smooth return to his official position, she contemplated how to deal with Qin Guiwan. However, with time being of the essence, she decided to postpone her actions until after the banquet at the Gu residence. For the time being, the Shen family exhibited a facade of harmony. The only one in a state of urgency was Lan Xiang. Shun Yanji often returned home late at night, leaving no opportunity to visit Chiotong courtyard. With no chance to meet, let alone seduce him, she felt anxious, but dared not show it. Each day, she pondered how to seize the opportunity to achieve her desires. As tomorrow marked the coronation ceremony, today the Gu household bustled with activity. The servants efficiently arranged the estate. Despite the late autumn chill, the residence remained vibrant with lush greenery, exotic flowers, and fragrant aromas. The remarkable flora, transported from various regions of Dechu, dazzled the eyes. Princess Zhao Hua, accompanied by numerous attendants, leisurely traversed the estate, scrutinizing the arrangements. Approaching Minglan courtyard, the princess suddenly halted and inquired of her maid. "Has the portrait I requested been delivered to the young master's room?" The maid respectfully responded, "Yes, my lady, it was sent early this morning." The princess chuckled softly and proceeded into Minglan courtyard. The servants outside bowed in unison. Gu Zhuoying, hearing the commotion within, sunk deeper into his chair with a sigh, thinking,
Here we go again.
Just days prior, upon returning to the capital after offering incense, the princess had commenced orchestrating his marriage. Having already endured the troubles of being a wastrel, the prospect of hastily marrying someone he did not desire was nothing short of exasperating. The thought of being compelled to spend a lifetime with a woman he did not love sent chills down his spine. Lu Sui reminded him, "Young master, you should go out to greet the princess." Gu Zhuoying remained unmoved. Understanding his nature, Lu Sui refrained from pressing further. Upon entering the room, the princess found the table cluttered with portraits of women, and Gu Zhuoying sat in his chair, exuding a sense of indifference. "Is there not a single one to your liking?" she inquired. Gu Zhuoying lazily rose, casually picking up a painting and displaying it before the princess. "Mother, look at this one. The granddaughter of a marquis? Besides the fact that her face resembles the sole of a shoe, I might as well admire my own reflection." He discarded that portrait and picked up another. "Now, what about this youngest daughter of the Tongan family? I recall her visiting our estate in the capital, and I have seen her more than once. Her face is as bland and uninteresting as the last, with no makeup to enhance her features. She was even less appealing than the maids who swept the estate. The woman depicted in this painting was said to be stunning, yet such deceit is shameful."
Is it not?
He continued to critique the 40 portraits, lamenting that the slim ones lacked fullness, while the plump ones were not slender enough. Those deemed beautiful lacked talent, and those with talent were not beautiful enough. Even if one possessed both looks and skills, he would find fault with their overly conventional gaze, likening them to a dull-witted goose. A lifetime spent with such a person would be utterly devoid of excitement. Princess Zhao Hua sat in silence, her brows arched in curiosity as she listened to his grievances. Once he had finished, she calmly stated, "If you are dissatisfied with these ladies, I shall find you handsome men. In the vast realm of Dechu, there must be someone who captures your heart." "Excellent. Your suggestion aligns perfectly with my desires. Spending my days with a handsome man sounds delightful," he replied. Their playful banter had become routine, causing the maids and servants in the room to stifle their laughter. With a fierce glare, the princess retorted, "Gu Zhuiying, you cannot escape your uncle's grasp, nor can you evade mine. Enough with your frivolous talk. Establishing a family and career is inescapable for you. Should you continue your reckless antics and refuse to select a legitimate wife, I shall personally choose one for you. When that time comes, be it a blind or lame person, you will marry." Lu Sui silently commended her decisiveness. It seemed that should Gu Zhuiying marry Qin Guiwan, he need not fear the opinions of others, for the princess could fend off any criticism single-handedly. Gu Zhuiying chuckled. "In that case, why not simply select a blind or lame person for me without the pretense of sending portraits to choose from?" The princess slammed the table, exclaiming, "Gu Zhuiying, are you intent on driving me to the brink of madness?" Gu Zhuiying retorted, "Mother, do you find joy in forcing me to marry a woman I do not love?" Thus, their conversation ended on an unhappy note, with the princess leaving in a huff. Upon exiting the courtyard, she encountered Gu Zhongsu returning from court. Noticing the displeasure on her face, he quickly approached, asking, "Why are you so upset, my lady?" The princess replied tersely, "It is all because of your reckless son and his impending marriage." Gu Zhongsu immediately grasped the situation and chuckled, "Zhuiying will not marry unless it is for love. Why must you pressure him? When he finds someone he truly desires, he will seek your approval." His words elicited a smile from the princess, who playfully scolded, "He is spoiled because of you." In truth, the reason she had been attracted to Gu Zhongsu was not a fleeting whim. The two had long harbored mutual affection. However, her singular focus was on supporting Emperor Jingchong's ascension, vowing not to marry until her ambitions were fulfilled. At that time, she was uncertain of her future and whether she would have the opportunity to marry him. He had said, "If you fail and perish, I shall follow you into the underworld. If you remain unmarried throughout your life, I too shall remain unwed." In this life, he swore to traverse heaven and earth, waiting for her and accompanying her. He was 5 years her senior and had remained unmarried, enduring the trials of life for her sake, subjected to gossip, ostracized from his family, and nearly losing his career. Once she achieved her goals, she finally had the chance to marry him. The world condemned him for climbing the ranks through her influence, branding him shameless. Yet, she alone understood that he did not seek wealth or status. He simply wished to be with the one he loved. Reflecting on this, the frustration she had felt earlier dissipated. "Then I shall heed your advice and allow this troublesome child to find his own beloved." Chapter 34. Sincerity after leaving Minglan courtyard. Gu Zhuiying felt a weight of pent-up frustration in his heart. As he pondered, a young servant hurried in, whispering a few words before bowing and retreating. Originally, Shun Yanji observed that the Du family had been particularly active lately. Not only had they tailored exquisite garments for their 2 daughters, but they had also discreetly invited palace matrons to their residence to instruct them in etiquette and propriety. He had bribed a maidservant from the second household to inquire about their intentions. The maid revealed that Du and Shin Kunshin appeared to be scheming to marry their daughters into the Gu family. Fearing that Du might employ underhanded tactics the following day and that he might miss the chance to discreetly warn Gu Zhuiying, he took the initiative to send a message to advise her to be cautious. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhuiying was consumed by rage. How dare they target him? Not to mention, Shin Kunshin's daughters had inherited Du's shrewd and striking features, which were utterly unappealing to him. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, prompting him to send a servant to summon a few of his debauched companions for a night of revelry at the Zuayin Tower. The Zuayin Tower was the finest tavern in the capital, a favored haunt for him and his wayward friends. During lunch, the Grand Princess learned of his plans to indulge in nightlife once again. She could not be bothered, merely instructing him to return home at night. When the appointed time arrived, Gu Zhuiying led the way out of the estate. Upon entering the private room at Zuayin Tower, he found several of his companions already waiting. In a foul mood and unwilling to engage in conversation, he merely drank cup after cup of wine. Noticing his demeanor, his friends, with smiles on their faces, inquired, "Gu Shitzi, what troubles you so? Why not share it so we may help you ponder it?" He opened his mouth but refrained from speaking. These scions had no understanding of the burdens of life, for they had no ambitions beyond revelry. They did not grasp the weight of future responsibilities, marriage, and family. Seeing his reticence, one of the young lords with a mischievous grin remarked, "I have heard that the emperor has compelled you to dismiss all your concubines to secure a legitimate wife. Is this what troubles you? Gu Zhuoying cast a glance at the speaker, dismissively waving him away. Unfazed by the reprimand, the young man continued, Gu Shizi, why fret over such trivial matters? Given your esteemed lineage, once you marry a proper wife, how many concubines could you not take? There are plenty of beauties to choose from. Gu Zhuoying sighed deeply. This group of simpletons seemed to have nothing in their minds but women and wine. Why had he chosen to seek solace in their company? As they perceived his melancholy, they assumed they had struck a chord and began to encourage him to adopt a more relaxed perspective. Though the 5 concubines were all stunning, it is a pity they were dismissed, yet one must heed the emperor's words. They suggested he take the opportunity to marry a meek and ineffectual wife, which would facilitate future indulgences and escapades. They then began to debate which young lady in the capital possessed the most submissive nature, ideal for easy manipulation. Their discussion became quite lively. Lu Sui frowned, suddenly feeling sympathy for Gu Zhuoying, who had stooped to associate with such individuals. Gu Zhuoying could no longer contain his frustration and slammed his cup down on the table. Enough! Is marriage merely a means to bully a woman? The young lords fell silent, taken aback by his sudden shift in demeanor, his handsome face darkening with intensity and his eyes flashing with fury. After regaining his composure, one cautiously ventured, Gu Shizi, do you perhaps already have a chosen one? Someone you hold dear? Is that why you refuse to mistreat her, or consider taking concubines? Gu Zhuoying found their naivete amusing. With a wry smile, his dark brows arched and his lips curled, exuding a languid charm that momentarily transformed him back into the carefree Gu Shizi. Instantly, his companions perked up. Gu Shizi, had you mentioned a beloved, we would not have rambled on. Pray tell, which young lady has captured your heart? What manner of woman could possibly catch your eye? We have yet to see you in close company with any young lady, so it must be love at first sight. However, do be cautious. Perhaps she is merely attracted to your status and is cunningly enticing you. You may be infatuated, but it does not signify true affection. Gu Zhuoying crossed his arms, suppressing a laugh. Pray tell, what defines true affection versus mere infatuation? A bunch of frivolous fools dare speak of sincerity. How laughable. Gu Shizi, do not assume that our dalliance with flowers means we are ignorant of true feelings between men and women, they retorted with enthusiasm. True affection is when you first lay eyes on a lady and feel she is unlike any other, yet cannot articulate what sets her apart. Even if she is flawed, in your eyes, she embodies perfection. If she is plump, you deem her pleasingly round. If slender, you find her exquisite. To put it bluntly, even if she is cold-hearted and ruthless, you would still find her captivating, lost in her allure. Such is the nature of love. One sees her and cannot forget, and upon encountering others, feels nothing. You long to marry her, wishing to shield her from any harm, forever by her side. In contrast, infatuation is when you first see a lady and think she is delightful, but over time you sense something lacking. Should you marry her, you would have 100 reservations. We, being seasoned in such matters, know well that fleeting infatuation is common, while true love is rare. Gu Zhuoying could not tolerate their nonsensical chatter. Yet their earnestness made him want to laugh. He suddenly realized these scoundrels were not entirely worthless. In their concern for him, they had offered a slew of absurd yet heartfelt advice. His vexation dissipated significantly, and he burst into laughter, raising his cup to invite everyone to drink together. The room soon filled with laughter and merriment. After dining, they returned to the estate. Inside the carriage, Lu Sui suddenly questioned, Young master, why must you issue an invitation to the old matriarch of the Shen family? The Gu family has already invited Du, the head matron of the Shen household. Given her advanced age, she rarely ventures out. There is no need for a special invitation. Gu Zhuoying frowned, displeased.
What?
Is it wrong for me to show respect to the elderly? Lu Sui scoffed, falling silent. Gu Zhuoying felt as though his tail had been stepped on. Lu Sui,
What do you mean by that?
Lu Sui gazed at the top of the carriage, feigning indifference. Isn't it merely that you are worried the old matriarch might take advantage of the absence of others to belittle Qin? That is why you invited her to the banquet? He continued, if you truly care for her, it would be better to keep a watchful eye on her day and night. I have long said that taking a friend's wife does not break any laws. Why do you hesitate to consider this? After a moment, Lu Sui stood by the roadside, watching the carriage depart, and then casually made his way back to the Gu residence. Protecting Qin Guiwan was Shun Yanji's responsibility. Why should it concern others? He often appeared as a debauched rogue, Yet when matters arose, he turned into a model of virtue. What harm would there be in admitting he had feelings for a friend's wife? The foremost debauchee of the Dechu was still less daring than a mere attendant. Inside the carriage, Gu Zhuoying was fuming, his breath uneven with anger. Once he found a loyal and capable attendant, he would ensure Lu Sui was dismissed immediately. An underling who incessantly encouraged his master to covet a friend's wife was unnecessary. He had merely offered a helping hand out of respect for Xin Yanji, never entertaining any inappropriate thoughts about Qin Guiwan. Chapter 35. The attendant in the Shun family's Buddhist hall. Qin Guiwan examined the knee pads she had made by candlelight, smiling with satisfaction. Over the past few days, aside from copying scriptures, she had been busy crafting the knee pads. Qingji forbade her from straining her eyes too much, allowing her only a brief time to work during the day. Seizing the opportunity while Qingji slept, she embroidered in secret. It was a rare chance, and she needed to ensure the Eastern Chong merchant was instantly captivated. After scrutinizing her work one last time, she confirmed it was nearly on par with what the Chongkon would use, and only then did she feel satisfied. She tucked the items beneath the mattress and extinguished the light, settling in for the night. Shen Yanji returned to his residence in the late hours of the night, as was his custom, residing in his own courtyard. He instructed Zhu Zua to wear clothing that made him appear to be asleep inside his chamber, while he stealthily made his way to the Buddhist hall. Qin Guiwan and Qingji were already deep in slumber. He sat beside the bed, quietly observing the person lying on the couch. The fatigue brought on by his laborious duties evaporated in that fleeting moment. Due to recent recuperation, the delicate figure on the bed had regained much of her vitality. Her lips once again tinged with a rosy hue. Over the past 5 months since their estrangement, she had gradually withered away. After enduring a 2-month journey, she had been confined in Yushio courtyard for over a month, and now she was imprisoned in the Buddhist hall. It seemed as though she had been suffering ever since she followed him. Perhaps dreaming of something, she murmured softly before turning over to continue her sleep. The silk blanket slipped down slightly, revealing her slender neck. He reached out to adjust the blanket and unexpectedly noticed a dark object peeking out from beneath the pillow. Pulling it out, he discerned, in the faintest glimmer of light, a pair of knee pads. Judging by their size, they were clearly meant for a man. Gripping the knee pads tightly in his hands, elation and emotion intertwined, breathing life back into his once desolate heart. She was still willing to craft knee pads for him. He knew then that the 4 years of affection blossoming in the spring of their youth had not been so abruptly severed. Though they were merely a pair of knee pads, he cradled them as if they were an exquisite treasure, carefully tucking them into his bosom before silently departing the Buddhist hall. Upon returning to his study, he retrieved a meticulously crafted wooden box inlaid with cloisonne and jade from a hidden compartment on the bookshelf, gently placing the knee pads inside. Just as he was about to close the box, his gaze fell upon a die beneath it, causing him to pause and reach for it. This die was fashioned from Bodhi root. Under the candlelight, its white jade surface glimmered with a subtle sheen. The pips were intricately carved, hollowed out in the center, and filled with a single small red bean. When shaken, the red bean danced within the die. The die was exquisitely polished, its edges rounded to a smooth contour, yielding a delightful tactile sensation. The white jade Bodhi root and the blood-red Adzuki bean symbolized a deep yearning. Originally, they were meant to be a pair. After his leg injury healed, he intended to create a gift for Qin Guiwan to assuage his guilt. When he inquired about her desires, she spontaneously expressed her wish for a red bean, as in Deju, red beans symbolize longing. Her affection was untainted, and her desires were pure and simple. He earnestly explained the significance of the red bean to her, and then told her that the exquisite die, containing the red bean, symbolized an ache of longing. To avoid the unpleasant odor of ox bone, he decided to craft the die from Bodhi root, embedding the red bean within to present it to her. Upon receiving the gift, she was so exhilarated that she could not sleep that night. The following morning, she sought out Kai Jin to weave a string, adorning it with the die to wear on her delicate wrist each day. A few days later, she reciprocated with a similar gift for him. On that day, she radiated joy, her beauty captivating. "Husband, I too shall give you a red bean. I believe that mutual longing is what true yearning entails." He gazed at the die for a prolonged moment, a gentle smile curving his lips. On that memorable day, Qin Guiwan donned a pomegranate red garment, her warmth akin to the sun. She clasped his hand, placing the gift in his palm, concealing the most genuine and fervent heart within the red bean. In an instant his smile faded. Now only one die remained, as she had cast away the other into the flames on the day of their rupture. Settling down with a stagger, he pressed the red bean tightly against his heart. Shin Yanji, how could you have been so cruel, subjecting her to trials for your own purposes? Meanwhile, in the second house of the Shun residence, Shun Anqing and Shun Anling lay on the same couch, whispering intimately. Their birth times differed by merely half an hour. Although they were twin sisters, they presented themselves as well-behaved and sensible in front of others, yet their personalities were starkly different in private. The elder sister, Shun Anqing, was bold and astute, adept at schemes, exhibiting the qualities of the Du family. In contrast, the younger sister, Shun Anling, was entirely opposite. Sister, do we truly need to entice young Master Gu tomorrow? Shin Anling asked, her brows knitted in concern. Shin Anqing retorted sharply, Linger, how many times must I tell you? It is not about enticing him, but rather ensuring he notices us. Shin Anling's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she replied softly, Sister, I do not wish to do this. I believe that deliberately enticing young Master Gu would reflect poorly on us. Shun Anqing, frustrated by her sister's reluctance, tapped her forehead, exclaiming, What is going on in that head of yours? Mother said that if we could both marry into the Gu family, the entire back courtyard would belong to us. This is not merely about right or wrong, it concerns our future wealth and status. Biting her lip, Shin Anling hesitated, stammering, Sister, I do not like young Master Gu. Nor do I wish to marry into the Gu family. Shun Anqing scoffed, You do not fancy young Master Gu? Are you perhaps pining for his personal attendant? Caught off guard by the pointed remark, Shin Anling fell silent. The attendant, with his dark complexion and robust physique, had reminded her of the heroic figures from the tales she read. Ever since that first encounter, whenever she perused a novel, his visage came to mind, leaving her heart in turmoil. Seeing her silence, Shun Anqing's temper flared. When Gu Zhuoying had brought his attendant to the residence to meet Shen Songlan last year, Shin Anling had stood frozen, her face flushed like a ripe persimmon. Shin Anqing had thought her sister merely momentarily confused, but soon realized she had become infatuated. On the day of Shin Yanji's wedding, she had even clandestinely observed the attendant named Lu Sui twice during the banquet. As your elder sister, I advise you to cease such foolish thoughts. Listen to Mother, and perform well in our little act tomorrow. No matter what, we must find a way to marry into the Gu family. Shun Anling's voice trembled as she quietly wept. She understood that as the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinghai, even if she could not marry into the Gu family, she would have to wed into another noble family, never a mere attendant. If their father were to discover this, he would surely be furious. Yet, she could not help but dislike young Master Gu's flawless countenance, finding herself drawn instead to Lu Sui's rugged and manly appearance. Her soft sobs echoed through the dark night, akin to a newly born kitten seeking solace. Shun Anqing's heart softened, and she moderated her tone.
Lingia.
The position of a legitimate wife to a prince is not something we can aspire to. In all of Kyoto, aside from the royal family, the Gu family holds the highest status. Consider this. Our only aunt perished in childbirth after entering the palace, and our uncle is no longer with us. Our elder brother may achieve greatness in the future, but he is not our biological brother and has always been distant towards us. Our second brother is a fool, unable to care for himself. Although our third brother shares the same mother, he is mediocre and will never amount to anything. If our father were to pass, who would we rely on? We must use our father's power and influence to secure a favorable future for ourselves. Pausing, she attempted to entice her sister further. Moreover, you cannot marry young Master Gu's attendant. If you marry into the Gu family, you might still see that attendant every day. Chapter 36, Cherished Feather. With tears brimming in her eyes, Shin Anling shook her head vehemently. Sister, if I marry into the Gu family, I would have to pretend not to see him every day. That would be even more difficult for me. What do you truly desire? Shun Anqing pondered, recognizing her sister's stubbornness, but not anticipating her to be so obstinate. Shin Anling, lost in thought, was at a loss for what to say, simply repeating that she did not want to marry into the Gu family. She did not like young Master Gu, and was even more fearful of the imperious and sharp-tongued princess. If only we could both be equal wives. What if, upon entering the family, I became a first wife and you a concubine? Over time, how would we reconcile the differences in our statuses? Suddenly, Shin Anqing was struck with realization. Having been preoccupied with the notion of both sisters entering the household together for mutual support, She had not considered the implications of a first wife and concubine arrangement. She, as the legitimate wife, undoubtedly held a favorable position. However, if Gu Zhuaying, that dandy, insisted on choosing her sister as a spouse, she would forever remain overshadowed by Shun Anling. Contemplating this, an alarm rang in her mind, sending a chill down her spine. I am aware of your countless reluctances, yet what can be done? One cannot simply defy a mother's wishes, can one? She paused, seemingly making a momentous decision. If you genuinely do not wish for this, then I, as your elder sister, shall bear this burden alone. Shun Anling's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed in astonishment. Shin Anqing delicately wiped away her tears with a handkerchief. Tomorrow, all you need to do is assist me in marrying into the Gu family. As long as one of us sisters manages to wed into the Gu residence, we shall not have disappointed our mother's admonitions. Should this endeavor succeed, you need not endure daily torment within the Gu household, and you could always visit under the guise of family visits to catch a glimpse of that attendant, alleviating your longing. I am your sister, and this is all I can offer you. Shin Anling, overwhelmed with gratitude, threw herself into her sister's embrace. Sobbing and calling her sister, Shin Anqing softly comforted her with a few gentle words, then recounted her plans for the following day. Shin Anling nodded fervently, responding affirmatively. The two sisters conversed for a considerable time before finally finding solace in sleep. Upon waking early, Qin Guiwan turned the bedding inside out, prompting Qing Ji's curious inquiry, "My lady, what are you searching for?" Qin Guiwan abruptly halted, a subtle anxiety clinging to her heart like a gossamer thread. "It is nothing. I neglected to properly place the knee pads yesterday, having carelessly shoved them beneath the bedding. That person has taken something." Unaware of how to misinterpret this as a gesture meant solely for him. After breakfast and taking her medicine, Qin Guiwan began her usual practice of transcribing scriptures. Halfway through her first attempt, Shen Tsonglan arrived. Qing Ji, with a stern expression, addressed him, "Second young master, the lady is transcribing scriptures. You must not disturb her." Shen Tsonglan obediently sat quietly nearby, refraining from making a sound. Qin Guiwan could not suppress a smile. During her initial periods of restored sight, she was startled to see Shin Tsonglan, for he bore a striking resemblance to Shin Yanji. As her vision gradually cleared, she discerned that he was slightly taller than Shin Yanji. Though his features bore a seven-part likeness to his brother's, he entirely lacked Shin Yanji's cold and mature demeanor, embodying instead the essence of youthful exuberance. Due to his innocent nature, he sat obediently like a well-trained animal. While she harbored no fondness for Shin Yanji, she found it impossible to harbor any dislike for Shen Tsonglan. Shen Tsonglan endeavored to restrain himself from speaking, waiting until Qin Guiwan set down her brush before daring to voice his concern. "Sister, I have lost my little ceramic dog. Is it here with you?" Qin Guiwan had never seen the little ceramic dog in the temple and turned to Qing Ji, who shook her head. "It is not here, second young master. You have never brought the little ceramic dog to the temple. Perhaps you should search again at home. If it truly cannot be found, let the eldest young master buy you another." Shen Tsonglan responded with a soft "oh," his head drooping, on the verge of tears. Qin Guiwan, unable to bear his pitiable state, attempted to tell him a story, but Shen Tsonglan shook his head and walked away. Qing Ji watched his retreating figure, thoroughly perplexed. Usually, when she offered to tell him a story, he would forget everything else. Yet today, he left without even listening. It seemed that the little ceramic dog held great significance for him. Qin Guiwan pressed her lips together and said, "Qing Ji, let us search together. Perhaps Lang inadvertently left it in some corner of the temple, and we simply have not noticed." Gu Zhuaging was awakened early by her servants. After preparing herself, she accompanied the Duke of Dinghua to greet guests. After marrying Princess Jiahua, the Duke had returned to the Gu family, claiming that his earlier expulsion was merely a misunderstanding. Although Gu Zhongsu agreed to acknowledge the Gu family, he was unwilling to return to the ancestral home, opting instead to build a separate ancestral hall within his residence. Therefore, today, there was no need to visit the Gu family's ancestral temple. The entire ceremony was conducted within the estate. Almost all the dignitaries and nobles of the capital were present. In an instant, the Gu residence was bustling with guests. Many matriarchs brought their unmarried daughters to witness the ceremony, their intentions unspoken yet clear. As the auspicious hour for the ceremony had not yet arrived, the matriarchs gathered around the princess like stars surrounding the moon, exchanging pleasantries to amuse her. They then subtly employed their influence to present their daughters before the princess. Although the princess was nearing 50, she was exceptionally well preserved, and the fine lines at the corners of her eyes did not diminish her beauty. Exuding an air of affluence and authority, even her laughter carried the weight of someone in a position of power. The young ladies dared not act frivolously in her presence, standing obediently to the side while occasionally stepping forward to present themselves. Meanwhile, the officials surrounded the Duke of Dinghua and Gu Zhuoying, engaging in lively conversation. As they struggled to find anything commendable to say about Gu Zhuoying, they endlessly praised his handsome appearance. This dandy, despite lacking scholarly accomplishments, possessed a visage reminiscent of Pan, and coupled with a unique charm that exuded both nobility and languor, he was truly unparalleled in the capital. Leaving them at a loss for words, Gu Zhuoying felt increasingly irritable, yearning for the auspicious moment to arrive. Finally, just as the crowning ceremony was about to commence, Emperor Jingchong unexpectedly arrived with the crown prince. As everyone prepared to kneel and proclaim "Long live the emperor," Emperor Jingchong laughed heartily, announcing, "I come here as Zhuoying's uncle. You need not be overly formal or bow." Despite his words, none dared to rise, adhering to decorum and completing their bows. The princess approached with a beaming smile, inviting the emperor to personally crown Gu Zhuoying. The crowd echoed their agreement. The emperor, having come for this very purpose, did not decline. Following protocol, he personally crowned Gu Zhuoying 3 times before solemnly stating, "Zhuoying, you are now 20 and of age. From this day forth, I charge you to cultivate virtue and integrity, truly living up to the name Zhuoying." The ancient said, "A gentleman loves his mouth, a peacock loves its feathers, a tiger or a leopard loves its claws. These are all means of self-governance. I bestow upon you the character Shiyu, hoping you will be cautious in your beginnings and steadfast in your commitments." Gu Zhuoying comprehended the profound implications behind these words and respectfully bowed in acknowledgement. He vowed to remember the character Shiyu and would not dare to forget. Emperor Jingchong nodded with a smile, gesturing for the eunuchs to step forward and publicly announce the edict. Gu Zhuoying was appointed as the Deputy Thousand Household of the Right Army of the Wujuan Camp, a 5th-grade position, to be assumed within 3 days. As soon as the words were spoken, a stir rippled through the crowd. According to regulations, one could not hold such a position without military experience.
Yet,
No one dared to voice their objections, fearing to provoke the emperor's wrath. Some could not help but glance at Gu Zhuoying, finding him frozen in place, which prompted silent laughter among them. The emperor was determined to refine this dandy through rigorous trials. The 3 major camps in the capital of Dichu included the Wujuan camp, known for its arduous training. Regularly, they trained new recruits and engaged in battles during wartime. The Deputy Thousand Household was required to train soldiers alongside them, enduring daily hardships under the sun and rain. This dandy, accustomed to a life of indulgence, had never accomplished a single worthwhile task and harbored severe cleanliness obsessions. It was uncertain how he would fare in such an environment. Chapter 37. The fish pond. The princess smiled broadly, urging Gu Zhuoying, "Why do you not express your gratitude?" Gu Zhuoying came to his senses, bowing deeply to receive the decree with thanks. Gu Zhongsu laughed heartily, patting Gu Zhuoying on the shoulder. "Zhuoying, now that you are entering the Wujuan camp, you must diligently study and train, so as not to disappoint the emperor's expectations of you." Emperor Jingchong nodded in agreement. The crown prince smiled in congratulations. Gu Zhuoying's mind was blank, and he stiffly nodded in response. Seeing that the matter was settled, Emperor Jingchong did not linger and departed with the crown prince. The crowd surged forward, collectively congratulating Gu Zhuoying. Shen Yanji stood at the back of the crowd, giving him a slight nod from a distance, silently offering congratulations. Gu Zhuoying's heart inexplicably warmed. He and Shen Yanji had once been the most promising students under Wen He, and they had shared everything as friends. In their youthful ignorance, they had not comprehended the terrifying implications of their respective statuses. During their idle conversations, Gu Zhuoying had declared that, as a man, he would surely fight to protect his homeland. The next day, Shen Yanji gifted him a military strategy book. Eventually, Gu Zhuoying became a dandy, and all his classmates distanced themselves from him, including Shen Yanji. He understood that, as the legitimate heir of the Shen family, Shen Yanji would eventually have to uphold the entire clan's reputation and could no longer engage in close friendship with him. Allowing Shen Tsonglan to befriend him was already a limit. He comprehended the unspoken understanding. From that moment on, he and Shen Yanji became mere acquaintances. At this moment, perhaps only Shen Yanji truly understood the turmoil within him. He smiled silently, engaging in light-hearted banter with the crowd. During the banquet, several well-connected young men persistently toasted him, occasionally casting sympathetic glances in his direction. Gu Zhuoying found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Eventually, wishing to escape the social obligations, he made an excuse to stroll through the back garden to dissipate the effects of the wine. A few of the young men, fearing he might be despondent, insisted on accompanying him. As Gu Zhuoying departed with the group, the young ladies at the table began to stir with anticipation. The Grand Princess, seeking to have Gu Zhuoying select a companion from among them, smiled and remarked, "I dine slowly and enjoy idle chatter. If you young ones have finished your meal and have nothing to occupy your time, you may stroll to the back garden to admire the flowers. I have had many rare blooms transplanted there." Being astute, the ladies understood her implication. The young wives, eager to compare their husbands, were reluctant to linger, and soon found excuses to engage in conversation elsewhere. The noble women jested, urging their daughters to go admire the flowers, lest they distract from their conversation with the Grand Princess. The young ladies, slightly hesitant, rose to bow and gradually dispersed. Du Shi exchanged glances with Shun Anqing and Shun Anling. Shun Anqing promptly took Shun Anling's hand, bowed, and left the garden. The elder matriarch observed Du Shi's subtle gestures with an unchanging expression, her eyes flashing momentarily before she resumed chatting with her contemporaries. Gu Zhuoying led the group of young men to the third floor of the lotus viewing pavilion in the back garden to enjoy the breeze. After standing for a while, the effects of the wine had mostly faded, and he noticed several young ladies approaching gracefully from the front courtyard. Among them, Shun Anqing and Shun Anling, identical in appearance and adorned in matching outfits, stood out like blossoms among a throng of chirping birds. The young men jested, "Though the Marquis of Jinghai may be unremarkable in appearance, his daughters are as beautiful as flowers. Whoever manages to marry both sisters would undoubtedly be immensely fortunate." Another chimed in, "Who has the capability to wed both legitimate daughters of the Marquis of Jinghai?" As the words fell, several pairs of eyes turned towards Gu Zhuoying. He merely chuckled and turned to descend the stairs. The young men assumed he was heading to find the Shin sisters and followed suit, but to their surprise, he walked straight past them, heading towards the main hall of the banquet. Their interest waned, and they remained in the garden to converse with the young ladies. These young men hailed from prestigious families. Though the ladies were not particularly fond of them, they dared not offend and could only respond politely, plotting their escape. Shun Anqing, troubled by the many eyes upon her, wondered how to implement her plan. Upon seeing Gu Zhuoying leave alone, her spirits lifted. She whispered a few words to Shun Anling before departing the garden with her maid. Halfway through his path, as Gu Zhuoying passed the fish pond, he was unexpectedly called from behind. "Gu young master." Turning, he found one of the twins, hastening towards him with her maid. The young woman's delicate face was flushed from her swift pace, and the air was subtly infused with a blend of pomegranate and rose fragrances, reminiscent of the popular scents in the capital. Unable to distinguish between Shun Anqing and Shun Anling, he was unsure of her identity. "What is it?" Shun Anqing stepped forward and performed a graceful curtsy. "Gu young master, my second brother cannot attend today, but he has been thinking of you, his dear friend, and asked me to deliver a small gift." She paused, breathless, her chest rising and falling visibly. Gu Zhuoying raised an eyebrow, casting his gaze aside. Shun Anqing straightened her posture slightly, lowering her head to reveal a slender, fair neck, before leisurely retrieving a charming little ceramic dog from her sleeve and shyly offering it to him. "This is it." Gu Zhuoying recognized the object. It was a gift he had given to Shun Songlan 2 years prior, and it was her favorite plaything. A wave of distaste washed over him, yet he did not wish for Shun Songlan to lose the little dog. He glanced at Lu Sui, who understood and reached for the item. Shun Anqing hurriedly retracted it, her voice trembling with anxiety. "Gu young master, my second brother has always cherished you as his elder brother. Before leaving today, he insisted that I personally deliver this to you." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes brimmed with expectation. Gu Zhuoying stole a glance at the fish pond nearby. The Duke of Dingwa loved to admire fish and had constructed this deep pond to nurture his beloved varieties. He composed himself, a faint smile gracing his lips as he extended his hand, palm upwards.
"Give it to me."
Shun Anqing's heart leaped with joy as she gently placed the item in his palm, but then she suddenly leaned forward. In an instant, she was about to tumble into his embrace, dragging him down into the pond with her. Gu Zhuoying sidestepped, and she plunged directly into the water. With a splash, Ripples spread across the surface, startling the fish into a frantic escape. The maid stood frozen in shock. Moments later, regaining her senses, she cried out, "Gu young master, please save my lady. She cannot swim." Gu Zhuoying kicked Lu Sui into the water. "Go save her." The maid's eyes widened in fear, tears pooling. It was over. Everything was over. Before Lu Sui could rescue anyone, Shen Anling, following the planned arrangement, arrived with the noble ladies to admire the fish. They had expected to witness Gu Zhuoying emerging from the pond, drenched and cradling Shen Anqing in his arms. To their astonishment, Gu Zhuoying stood at the edge of the pond, impeccably dressed and composed. The crowd watched as Lu Sui, soaked to the skin, hoisted the dripping Shen Anqing from the water. The group of young ladies, who had been laughing and chatting, were instantly rendered speechless. Chapter 38. Sisters Once on Shore. Lu Sui noticed the complex expressions on the faces of the onlookers and, with a scowl, set Shen Anqing down on the bank. After bowing respectfully to Gu Zhuoying, he hurried off to change. Shen Anqing, utterly stunned, sat on the ground, drenched, her lips pale, hair plastered to her scalp, her eyes vacant, trembling uncontrollably. The maid, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed forward to shield her. Cradled in the maid's embrace, Shen Anqing's frightened spirit was slowly pulled back into her body. She looked around, overwhelmed with despair. Shen Anling, snapping out of her stupor, rushed to assist. Just as she was about to call out sister, Shen Anqing threw herself into her arms. "Sister, I am so scared." As if traumatized, she repeatedly cried out for her sister in a wretched tone. Shen Anling felt as though cold water had been poured over her, her body stiffening. The surrounding noble ladies urged her, "Miss Shen, quickly accompany your sister to change her clothes. On such a cold day, she must be careful not to catch a chill." All were well-mannered and refrained from mentioning the concept of reputation, yet the implications were clear. A young lady who fell into a pond and was rescued by a servant of the Gu family would likely never have the opportunity to marry into a distinguished family again. The urging voices resonated like thunder, striking Shen Anling with panic. Her heart raced, and her limbs trembled. She was about to urgently explain when it felt as if 1,000 silver needles lodged in her throat, causing her to choke, and ultimately, she swallowed her words, tears brimming in her eyes. Not explaining meant her reputation would be tarnished alone. Explaining would imply that her sister had falsely accused her, leading to a confrontation between the two. The scheme to ensnare Gu Zhuoying would be revealed, and both sisters would suffer disgrace, dragging the Shen family's name through the mud. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Gu young master, please have someone escort my sister to change her clothes." Having witnessed the spectacle, Gu Zhuoying felt a sense of satisfaction and instructed a servant to find a maid to assist. Soon, a maid arrived with a cloak, wrapping Shen Anqing snugly before guiding her to change. Once inside the room, Shen Anling insisted on personally helping her sister change, and the maids, trusting her, left the garments and exited. Shen Anling instructed her maid to stay outside and then forcefully pushed Shen Anqing to the ground. "How could you slander me so?" The pent-up grievances erupted like a volcano, tears streaming uncontrollably. Shen Anqing fell to the ground, sobbing profusely. "If my reputation were to be ruined, my mother would undoubtedly spare no effort to ensure you marry into the Gu family." At that moment, I was utterly stunned, only thinking of your unwillingness to wed into the Gu family, not considering anything else. Her eyes were swollen like walnuts, and she cried with a breathless, sorrowful sincerity. "You do not wish to marry into the Gu family. I alone bear all the burden for you, and in times of crisis, my first thought is always that you must not wed into the Gu family." As I spoke, I stood up to throw myself against a pillar. "If you do not believe me, let me perish here." Shen Anling rushed to embrace her, tears brimming in her eyes, asking, "Sister, do you think I am a fool?" Shen Anjing, realizing she could not hide the truth, knelt down. "Dear Linger, I know that if you did not hold me in your heart, you would not have concealed this matter from me today. Sister, I beg you, forgive me this once. Let this matter remain buried in your heart, never to be spoken of again." Shen Anling covered her eyes with her hands, overwhelmed with sorrow. The two sisters had shared everything since childhood, and Shen Anjing had always favored her younger sister, who deeply respected and admired her elder sister. Today, for the sake of the greater good and their years of sisterly affection, she gritted her teeth and accepted the stigma. Yet, to her dismay, the other party not only slandered her but also attempted to deceive her. When the deception failed, They pleaded for forgiveness. She mourned the destruction of her reputation. But more so, she grieved the loss of the sister who had once cherished her dearly. Sister, I vow that I will not tell anyone about today's events. However, the bond between us sisters must end here. Shen Anjing understood that Shun Amling was steadfast and would keep her word, which brought her a moment of relief. If they could not return to the past, then so be it. Now that Shun Amling's reputation lay in tatters, she still had to proceed with marrying into the Gu family. The futures of the two sisters could no longer be compared. She continued to express her apologies and gratitude, promising to treat Shen Amling with double the kindness in the future. However, Shen Amling's heart had been shattered, and she was unwilling to trust her again. With reddened eyes, she urged her to change her clothes quickly. At that moment, the old matriarch Shen was conversing with two elderly women from the He family's branch. Their conversation shifted to He Miaoxin. One of them said, I have heard that the Dongqiang Qin family is not well, and the third young lady has a compassionate heart, using her private funds to provide her with medicine. Matriarch, you know that Miaoxin has always been kind-hearted since childhood. She is naive, but you must not be deceived. The other woman nodded in agreement. I have heard that the eldest young master has resumed his official duties, and everything seems to be going smoothly. Now that the time is ripe, it is time to handle some idle matters. Do not let Miaoxin waste her money on useless people. Matriarch Shen smiled kindly, her eyes narrowing into slits. We are all from the He family. There is no need for your reminders. I am well aware. The two women covered their mouths and laughed. We knew it. The matriarch's heart is as clear as a mirror. Over the past few years, He Miaoxin had gained fame for her prolonged wait for her fiancé, thereby forming numerous close friendships among young ladies. After leaving the banquet with a few favored friends, they gathered under a single-eaved pavilion, speaking intimately. Miaoxin, I have heard that you used your private funds to provide medicine for the Qin family. Is that true? He Miaoxin smiled gently. Sister Qin's health is poor. Is it not natural for me to provide her with medicine? Several friends voiced their indignation. Miaoxin, we know you have a kind heart, but you must also discern the situation. You have a verbal engagement with young Master Shen. Qin is merely a forced addition to him from Dongqiang. How can she be considered a sister? That Qin woman, knowing that young Master Shen was compelled to marry her, shamelessly followed him to Dazhou, brazenly occupying the position of a legitimate wife. It is truly outrageous. The more they spoke, the more agitated they became. Miaoxin, you must not act foolishly. It is only fitting that young Master Shen should divorce her and drive her out of the capital. He Miaoxin frowned, tightly clutching her handkerchief, and exclaimed anxiously, how can you say such things? No matter what, Sister Qin married my cousin first. I must address her as sister. Furthermore, since she did not commit any wrong upon arriving in Dazhou, how can I unjustly bully her and let my cousin dismiss her for no reason? She stamped her foot in anger. If you continue to speak this way, I will sever ties with all of you. Seeing her anger, they had no choice but to say, then we shall not speak of it. Tell us how young Master Shen treats you. Only then did He Miaoxin put aside her earlier displeasure, lowering her head with a playful smile. My cousin treats me exceedingly well. Her friends urged her to elaborate, and she half-heartedly began to boast about Shun Yanji's virtues. Just as she was getting into the spirit of the conversation, Huisheng approached her and whispered a few words in her ear. She quickly stood up to bid farewell to everyone, explaining that there were matters to attend to at the Shun residence and that she must return early. Once outside the Gu residence and in the carriage, Huisheng said, the matriarch nearly stumbled when she learned of this. She immediately summoned the old lady and took the two young ladies back to the residence. The eldest young master said he needed to deal with a few colleagues and could not leave for the time being. He asked you to return first to comfort the old lady and prevent her from getting too upset. He Miaoxin could hardly believe that Shen Amling had committed such a foolish act. Not only had she ruined her reputation, but she had also brought shame to the Shen family. Fortunately, her purpose for attending the banquet had been fulfilled. Soon, everyone would know that she had nearly severed ties with her friends in order to protect Qin Guiwan. Chapter 39. Slander at the Shun residence, within the matriarch's chamber. All servants were dismissed, leaving only a close maid to attend to her. After Shen Anjing and Shun Amling returned home and changed into different garments, they knelt on the floor together. Shen Anjing wore a sorrowful expression, while Shun Amling wept silently. Du Shi stood beside them, constantly wiping her tears with a handkerchief. The matriarch's face turned crimson as she pointed at Du Shi and scolded, I saw you signaling to them at that time. I thought you merely wanted them to make an appearance before the Gu heir, but who would have guessed you would actually incite Linger to do such a foolish thing? Falling into the water intentionally, who can guarantee that the goo heir would jump in to save her? You are the head matron. How could you be so utterly foolish? Dusher was too ashamed to lift her head. Her daughter-in-law had indeed only suggested they make an appearance, and she had never instructed Linger to jump into the water, nor would she dare gamble with Linger's reputation. She was angrier than anyone. This incident was never part of her plan. She had merely instructed the two sisters to take a trinket of Shin Songlan's and approach Gu Zhuoying for conversation. At that point, they should appear affectionate, to give everyone the impression that Gu Zhuoying had an interest in the two sisters. Then, when Gu Zhuoying came to the Shin residence to attend Shin Songlan's coming-of-age ceremony, everything could be resolved in one fell swoop. Even if she had 10 times the courage, she would not dare to scheme against Gu Zhuoying within the princess's residence. The matriarch cursed vehemently. Then tell me, why did Linger suddenly fall into the water? Du Shi was left speechless. The matriarch angrily questioned Shun Anling. You explain yourself. Why did you fall into the fish pond? With her heart heavy as a stone, Shin Anling had no explanation and could only sob. Linger merely lost her footing and accidentally fell into the water. Shun Anjing turned to embrace Shin Anling, tears streaming down her face. Grandmother, it is all my fault. As the elder sister, I should have been by Linger's side to protect her. If you wish to scold someone, scold me, but do not blame Lingyu any further. Du Shi collapsed into a chair, crying out in despair, my poor Linger. She did nothing wrong. How could she be so unfortunate as to ruin her reputation like this? The matriarch was furious. Unfortunate. I refuse to believe that anyone could lose their footing and fall into a fish pond for no reason. In broad daylight. Are we to believe in ghosts? Seeing her determination to get to the bottom of the matter, Shin Anjing felt a surge of fear. At that moment, He Miaoxin entered, having just overheard the conversation. Lowering her gaze, she stepped forward anxiously, reaching out to support the matriarch's arm. Grandmother, do not blame the spirits in a frenzy. Linger has already said it was her own fault for losing her footing. Sister Qin has been copying scriptures in the Buddha hall daily. Our Shin family is under the protection of the Buddha. How could any spirits dare approach? Before her words had fully concluded, Shin Anjing interjected, Eldest sister. How do you know that Sister Qin is copying scriptures to seek blessings for the Shin family? Perhaps she is cursing the Shin family out of resentment for being confined to the Buddha hall. Otherwise, how could Linger have fallen into the fish pond for no reason? The slanderous words spilled forth, releasing all her pent-up anxiety. It was as if she were convincing herself, adding, yes. It must be Sister Qin causing trouble in the Buddha hall. The Dongchang people revere the heavenly deities and hold no belief in Buddhism. Yet, who could fathom what she does daily in the temple? Grandmother, perhaps you should bind Qin and interrogate her thoroughly. If she harbors ill intentions, Linger is also a victim. Shin Anling stood frozen, dumbfounded as she gazed at Shin Anqing. This sister, in an effort to evade grandmother's inquiries, had the audacity to cast aspersions upon an innocent. Grandmother, Linger asserts that it has nothing to do with anyone else. It was merely her own oversight. Suddenly, the matriarch's vision darkened, her heart racing in disarray. The old woman, noticing her distress, hastily assisted her to sit down and offered her a piece of ginseng to suck on. Du and the others were taken aback, scrambling to calm her. After a while, Shen matriarch regained her composure and weakly commanded, You all may leave. Without my permission, Linger is not to leave her quarters. Inform the servants that anyone daring to discuss the incident of the water will be sold immediately upon discovery. I need to contemplate how to restore Linger's reputation. Du wept as she led her two daughters away. He Miao Xian gently spoke, Grandmother, do not heed Anqing's nonsense. Sister Qin is certainly not that kind of person. Linger's fall into the water was an accident and cannot be unjustly blamed on Sister Qin. If the matriarch were willing to seize this opportunity to eliminate Qin Guiwan, she would no longer need to schematically plot against her. Shen matriarch raised her gaze and noticed He Miao Xian's worried expression. Recalling the words of the two old women at the banquet, her eyes flickered. This matter shall be determined by me. You may return. He Miao Xian wished to persuade further, but upon seeing the matriarch's stern demeanor, she could only bow respectfully and withdraw. The incident of Shun Anling's fall into the water became widely known in the princess's residence before the banquet concluded. With so many witnesses, it was impossible to conceal. Shun Kunshin returned home with a thunderous countenance, erupting in fury. After scolding Du, he vehemently berated Shun Anling as well. Ultimately, He instructed Du to strategize carefully to ensure Shen Onqing successfully marries into the Gu family, leaving no room for error.
Du agreed.
After being placed under house arrest, Shen Anling felt as though her soul had been siphoned away. She remained seated at the table, her gaze vacant, staring into the void. Just last night, she had shared intimate words with Shen Onqing on the same couch. In the span of a single day, everything had turned upside down. She sat there until dusk settled, when a maid entered to light a candle and urged her to eat something, finally bringing her back to her senses. Remembering Shen Onqing's slander against Qin Guiwan that day, she tucked away her sorrow and instructed her personal maid to prepare ink and paper, writing an anonymous letter. After sealing it, she sent the maid to the temple. Go quietly, avoid the household servants on your way, and do not let anyone see you. Hurry back. The maid, timid by nature, hesitantly replied, Miss. Grandmother disapproves of the Qin family. Why must you provoke her? Shen Anling, with reddened eyes, insisted, do not ask further. Just go quickly. She now understood that causing harm to others would invite retribution. Had she not agreed to conspire with Shen Onqing against Gu Zhuaying yesterday, perhaps she would not have found herself in such dire straits. At this moment, she wished to no longer implicate the innocent. Regardless of whether the matriarch would vent her anger upon Qin Guiwan, writing this letter was a matter of conscience. The maid took the letter and stepped outside. But just a few paces from the gate, she encountered Shen Onqing. Noticing the maid's hurried steps, Shen Onqing inquired, Why are you not attending to your mistress? Where are you off to? The maid had bowed, replied, Miss desires silver ear soup, so I am going to prepare it myself. Shen Onqing, observing her tightly clenched hands, recognized her anxiety. What exactly are you up to? You had better confess quickly. Otherwise, I will tell mother that you stole from your mistress, and she will have you sold. The maid, devoid of color, immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Shen Onqing continued to intimidate her until the maid obediently produced the letter. Shen Onqing opened it, her anger mounting. Your mistress is scared out of her wits, and you have lost yours as well? Grandmother disapproves of the Qin family. Writing to her at this time is only adding fuel to the fire. I warned my mistress, but she did not listen. Shen Onqing tucked the letter into her sleeve. Leave this matter to me. Do not meddle further. If Linger inquires, just say you delivered the letter. The maid nodded meekly. Shen Onqing returned to her room and burned the letter. This foolish sister had taken on the stigma for her, and she could not allow her to further provoke the matriarch's displeasure. As for whether Qin was alive or dead, it was of no concern to her. Chapter 40. Uncertainty that day. As twilight descended, He Miao Xian, having skipped dinner, prepared to retire to her chamber. She instructed Huixiang that if Xin Yanji returned from the Gu residence, to say she felt unwell and wished to rest early. Huixiang, puzzled, replied, Miss, you are clearly not unwell. During this time, Xin Yanji had been busy with official duties and had not stayed at Chotong Courtyard. Today, having attended a banquet at the Gu residence, he had taken a day off, and logically, he ought to come here tonight. He Miao Xian should not miss this opportunity. He Miao Xian smiled silently. Shen Yanji would undoubtedly inquire about the matriarch's response to the water incident. She did not wish for him to learn of Shen Onqing's slander against Qin Guiwan. Upon returning home, Shen Yanji, upon hearing of He Miao Xian's discomfort, casually offered a few words of concern before heading to the matriarch's courtyard. The old woman was in a foul mood and did not wish to see anyone. Shen Yanji, already lacking in interest, seized the chance to depart. Out of obligation, he visited the second branch, offering a few words of comfort to Shen Kunchen and inquiring about Shen Anling's condition. Shen Kunchen reported that Shen Anling had been startled and was running a slight fever, needing to recuperate indoors for the next few days. Shen Yanji understood that, given the current uproar, this was merely an excuse to confine Shen Anling to avoid scandal. He did not expose it. The uncle and nephew exchanged pleasantries before concluding their visit. That evening, just as Qin Guiwan was about to retire, Shen Yanji arrived. He was in high spirits and entered calling her name softly, each utterance filled with tenderness. Wanwan, the knee pads you made for me, I have taken them. I never expected you would still be willing to sew for me. Do you know, receiving those knee pads last night felt more precious than acquiring a rare treasure. His words, laced with affection, only served to irritate Qin Guiwan. Frustrated that she could not reveal her true intentions behind crafting the knee pads, she could only listen in silence, her expression impassive. I understand your feelings. This is the last time. Do not make these for me again, lest it strain your eyes. His words pushed Qin Guiwan to the brink of tolerance. She abruptly sat up, gripping his face in the darkness with fierce intensity. Now, you care for my eyes? When you plotted against me, did you show any compassion? The previously tender atmosphere shattered abruptly, leaving Shen Yanji momentarily speechless. After a pause, he lowered his gaze to conceal the pain in his eyes and murmured, Wan, I am sorry. This phrase had long since lost its impact for Qin Guiwan. She lay back down, her eyes vacant as she stared into the black night outside, and softly asked, Shen Yanji, can you tell me what you were thinking when I unhesitatingly stood before your bed? Wan, I. He opened his mouth only to find his throat dry and incapable of producing sound. Regret and anguish intertwined, consuming his entire being. How could he dare to speak? How could he? Years ago, after receiving the dice from Qin Guiwan, he had spent considerable time contemplating it in his study, secretly vowing never to deceive her again. Though he could not reciprocate such a pure heart, he at least vowed not to tarnish it further. However, shortly thereafter, the great Khan fell ill. When he learned of this, he knew he was in grave danger. The ninth prince, Zhuo Wang, and others had opposed the great Khan's plans for his subjugation from the very beginning. Without the great Khan's deterrence, these people would not let him go. He hoped for the great Khan's swift recovery, yet the latter's condition only worsened. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, Zhuo Wang struck against him, dispatching a dozen skilled fighters to ambush him on his way home. Fortunately, having spent so long in Dongchang, he had garnered the goodwill of several officials in the court. Someone had secretly leaked this information to him, allowing him to evade that route and narrowly escape disaster. King Zhuo was unwilling to accept his fate, and on the following day, he brazenly extended an invitation for a banquet. The infamous Hongmen banquet, a place where one could easily meet their demise. Even if he managed to escape this time, Zhuo and his associates would certainly employ other means to eliminate him in the future. After much contemplation, he resolved to take the initiative. He procured a potion and consumed it before attending the feast. Upon arriving at Zhuo residence, he was already covered in rashes. Though the affliction was not grave, it rendered his visage rather fearsome. Fearing infection, Zhuo did not permit him entry and ordered him to leave. Upon returning, he settled into his bed to recuperate, refraining from stepping outside, occasionally feigning faintness to give the impression that his illness was severe. News of his supposed plague reached Zhuo, who, believing that the end was nigh for him, decided against taking further action and awaited his eventual demise. Qin Guiwan mistakenly thought the rashes were the handiwork of Zhuo and his cohorts, and she vehemently berated them. The servants, fearing contagion, dared not approach him. Yet, Qin Guiwan, undeterred, attended to him daily, devising every possible remedy for his ailment. Often, he would awaken in the dead of night to find Qin Guiwan exhausted, resting her head against the side of his bed, her garments hanging loosely on her frail frame. In her efforts to care for his leg injury, she had grown thin again. His heart ached for her, but he steeled himself to continue. It was only through Qin Guiwan's unwavering dedication that others would believe he was truly gravely ill. The rumors of the emperor's recovery began to circulate, and he rejoiced. For if he could just hold on until the emperor was fully healed, he would be safe. However, the ninth prince was far more ruthless and suspicious than Zhuo, and he suddenly dispatched a physician to examine him. The physician found nothing amiss, merely stating that he would return in a few days with some medicine. It was then he realized he could not escape his fate. This was a rare opportunity. Regardless of his health, the ninth prince would eliminate him before the emperor's recovery. After considerable reflection, he despaired to find that the only person who could save him was Qin Guiwan. The ninth prince had initially sought to claim Qin Guiwan not out of genuine interest, but because she was the wife of Shen Yanji. His intention was purely to seize everything around him. When Qin Guiwan rejected his advances, he became intrigued. The ninth prince delighted in taming falcons, training spirited horses, and conditioning dogs. He would not easily dispose of something he had yet to tame. Only with Qin Guiwan's life intertwined with his own would the ninth prince spare him. After a night of internal conflict, he made a profoundly selfish decision. Grasping Qin Guiwan's hand, he spoke earnestly, Guiwan, I may not survive until the emperor recovers. The ninth prince will not easily let me go. If I cannot escape this calamity after my death, please burn my body and ensure my remains are sent to the Shun family of Dechu. In this lifetime, being your husband is my greatest fortune. I have yet to touch you. After my passing, seek a good husband. If there is an afterlife, I will marry you again. He expressed many heartfelt sentiments and promised to cherish her in another life. Qin Guiwan collapsed upon him, weeping inconsolably. Husband, I will not allow you to die. Nor will I permit you to speak such words again. As long as you live, I am your wife. If you die, I shall seek you in the underworld and will not marry another man. That night, the couple embraced and wept together. On the third day, the ninth prince decisively sent someone with medicine. At that moment, he lay in bed, feigning deep slumber. Yet he distinctly heard Qin Guiwan confronting the ninth prince at his bedside. He also heard her, after consuming the medicine, bravely endure the pain and declare, "For every dose you deliver, I shall test it on behalf of my husband. If my husband dies, I shall not live on alone." Immediately following, the sounds of her coughing up blood filled the air, piercing him like daggers, causing him excruciating agony. In that instant, he almost suffocated from the pain. The ninth prince, indeed unwilling for Qin Guiwan to perish easily, tossed her half a dose of the medicine. They both survived, but the poison she ingested was now incurable. She never complained or harbored resentment. Rather, she felt fortunate to have saved his life at the cost of half her own. When her eye ailment first manifested, she anxiously asked, "Husband, will you despise me in the future?" He fiercely pulled her into his embrace, tears streaming silently down his cheeks. No, never. Though he did not despise her, he would later wound her once more. Apologies had been uttered too many times, and expressions of regret felt feeble. The harsh truth of the past was too painful to confront. In his studies, he answered questions effortlessly before his teachers. During the palace examination, he spoke eloquently before the emperor. Yet, when faced with Qin Guiwan's inquiries, he fell utterly silent. Qin Guiwan had not anticipated an answer, so she turned away, no longer wishing to see him. In the long, solitary night, the cold wind outside howled, reminiscent of weeping. Shun Yenji sat before the bed, lifelessly, throughout the night. It was not until the rooster crowed at dawn, and the morning light began to unfold, that he quietly departed. Chapter 41. Resurgence, a night of tumultuous winds. In the morning, the steppes were littered with withered leaves, and the clouds hung heavily. Qingji lamented, in such weather, the chill had inexplicably intensified. Although the winter of Dongchang was cold, it was dry. The winter in Dechu was particularly damp and frigid, with a chill clinging to one's body, penetrating to the bones and proving impossible to shake off, making it exceedingly uncomfortable. For reasons unknown, she felt a profound aversion to everything about Dechu. Just after expressing her grievances, a maid approached, saying that the cook wished to attempt making Dongchang's goat cheese for the various courtyards, yet had failed several times. And the steward requested Qingji to take a look. Qingji recognized this maid as someone from the kitchen, and since she had no grounds to refuse the steward's order, she reluctantly followed. After half an hour had passed without any sign of her return, an ominous feeling began to stir within Qin Guiwan. Just as she was about to send a gatekeeper to the kitchen to check on the situation, the courtyard door was abruptly flung open. An older woman, accompanied by 4 burly servants, stormed in. The 5 of them were imposing, and upon entering, they merely stated they were sent by the old madam to search for something, then began rummaging through the place. Furrowing her brow, Qin Guiwan said, "If you have been sent by the old madam, then please state what you seek. I will present it to you willingly. And there is no need for such a thorough search." The lead woman sneered, "If you were willing to hand it over, I would not need to bring others here to look for it." After speaking, she commanded the 4 servants to open every box and examine the contents. The servants quickly turned the Buddhist hall into chaos, scattering clothes and scriptures everywhere. One of the servants approached the Zeton wood altar, reaching for the incense burner placed atop it, but Qin Guiwan interjected, "Do not disturb the incense burner. That would be a great disrespect to the deities." The servant feigned ignorance, lifting the incense burner, while blocking Qin Guiwan's view. Then, turning around, she held up a folded piece of paper and said to the lead woman, "Li Mama, look at this." Qin Guiwan had never seen this folded paper before, and her heart sank suddenly. Li Mama stepped forward to take it, unfolded it, and shook it open before Qin Guiwan, gritting her teeth in hatred. "I knew it. You Dongchang woman harbored ill intentions. Though I do not understand the Chang language, I can read Chinese characters and comprehend the meaning behind this writing." Upon seeing the contents, Qin Guiwan was momentarily stunned. The paper was filled with curses, wishing doom upon the Shin family and unending misfortune. It was half in Chang script and half in Chinese, the handwriting resembling hers to such a degree that it could easily be mistaken for her own. "I have never written such a thing," she exclaimed. "Though the handwriting is similar to mine, it is not my work. I can write a sample on the spot. And you may find someone knowledgeable to verify it. Save those words for the old madam." Madame Li waved her hand, and 4 servant women pounced upon Qin Guiwan like ferocious hounds, seizing her arms with a vice-like grip. Qin Guiwan was no match for the 4 of them. Her delicate arms were twisted behind her back, and one of them took the opportunity to wrench her waist mercilessly. The pain brought tears to her eyes, and her body trembled. "Let me go. The young master forbids me from leaving the courtyard. If you wish to take me for questioning, you must wait for his return and obtain his permission. No matter how powerful the young master may be, he must heed the old madam's wishes." Madame Li's smile was devoid of warmth. "You curse the Shin family for their heinous sins. If the young master were to learn of this, he would likely be the first to support the old madam in punishing you. Your maid has already confessed. Do you still wish to quibble and resist?" The ominous atmosphere morphed into a state of anxious dread. Ignoring the pain in her waist, she urgently inquired, "What have you done to Qingji?" Before she could finish her sentence, her heart felt as though it were being pierced by countless steel needles, as if it were being mercilessly shredded by a steel blade. The onset of her heart condition was fierce and relentless. Dizziness, nausea, palpitations, and pain engulfed her like a torrential flood. The 4 servant women, witnessing her sudden pallor and the immense suffering etched on her face, stepped back in fright and loosened their grip. The emaciated figure collapsed to the ground, curling up and clutching her chest, gasping for breath as if she were on the brink of death, ready to dissipate into thin air. The servants exchanged glances, all turning to Madame Li. "Madam, at this moment, if you wish to feign death or illness to escape, you are sorely mistaken." Madame Li looked down at the fallen woman with a cold, mocking smile. "Today you will meet your end here, and we shall carry you to the old madam's quarters regardless. If you comply and come with us willingly, perhaps your maid may yet have a chance to survive." Qin Guiwan struggled to catch her breath, desperately suppressing the agonizing pain in her chest, and tremulously replied, I will go with you."
Madame Ali signalat.
And the 4 servant women roughly dragged Qin Guiwan away from the Buddhist hall. Upon arriving in the old Madame Shun's chamber, the old madam sat in a high-backed chair, her expression severe.
Du schießt zu solemnly beside her.
Qingji lay on the floor, bloodied and motionless. Madame Li entered first, respectfully presenting the confiscated papers along with a Buddhist scripture. "Old madam, these were found in the Buddhist hall. I have examined them, and the handwriting resembles that of the young madam's usual transcriptions." The old madam extended her hand to receive the papers. Qin Guiwan was then dragged inside, and upon seeing Qingji on the ground, her heart shattered with grief. Without a moment's hesitation, she fought against her captors, throwing herself onto Qingji, turning her over and cradling her in her arms. Qingji, Qingji. Qingji had received 20 lashes and endured countless strikes from a ruler, causing her to lose consciousness from the pain. Hearing the cries, she barely opened her eyes, and through the haze of her bloodied face, she recognized Qin Guiwan, whispering weakly, "Mistress, they want to frame you. Don't admit it." After reading the 2 papers, the old madam handed them to Dushur. Her gaze flickered slightly as she turned her attention to Qin Guiwan. "Qin Guiwan, Hunger has a kind heart and brought you back to the Shun family, preserving your status as the legitimate wife. Miaxin shows concern for your poor health and provides you with private silver for medicine. The Shun family has never wronged you in the slightest. Yet you harbor malicious thoughts and inscribe vile curses against the Shun family. Do you not recognize your error?" Qin Guiwan knelt on the ground, fiercely clutching Qingji in her arms, her pale clothing stained with blood, reminiscent of blooming flowers on the road to the underworld. She turned her tear-streaked face toward the old madam, her voice trembling as she declared, "To fabricate a crime, what need is there for an excuse? If the old madam wishes to kill me, let her come directly for me, using a maid as a scapegoat to torture her. Do you not fear damaging your moral standing, to suffer in the depths of hell, burned and boiled for eternity?" The chill and hatred in her eyes coiled around the old madam's heart like a noose, causing her to momentarily falter, unable to meet Qin Guiwan's gaze. And she instinctively averted her eyes. Dushur, having read the papers, was filled with rage and stepped forward to slap Qin Guiwan across the face. "Wretched woman, it was indeed you who cursed Linger. You are not content with cursing the Shin family, but now dare to curse your elders to their faces? Qin Guiwan could not evade the blow, and she fell to the side, the pain in her chest surging once more, rendering her breathless and too weak to rise. She lay on the ground, gasping for air like a dying fish. After the slap, Du Shi, still seething with anger over Shen Amling's ruined reputation, lost her composure and attempted to kick Qin Guiwan again. Just as the kick was about to land on her chest, Qing Ji, fueled by an unknown surge of strength, lunged forward. Qin Guiwan screamed with all her might, "No!" Before the echoes of her voice could fade, Qing Ji was struck in the side, spitting out blood and collapsing heavily to the ground. Du Shi had not anticipated Qing Ji's sudden intervention, and upon seeing her motionless, her expression shifted slightly. The old madam cast a casual glance at Qing Ji, her face betraying no emotion as she coldly declared, "Qin's refusal to acknowledge her wrongdoing and her atrocious attitude necessitate that the Shen family rectify its moral standards today, to demonstrate to all the consequences of openly cursing others. Seize her." Chapter 42. The spectacle after Qin Guiwan was dragged away, the two gatekeeping servants in the Buddhist hall hurriedly sought a young servant to inform Shen Yanji. Once arrangements were made, recalling Shen Yanji's instructions, they summoned someone to discreetly inform Shen Songwan. One of them went to Chiotong Courtyard to report the matter to He Miaoxin. He Miaoxin had initially intended to remain indoors, feigning illness, but the loud voice of the reporting servant echoed throughout the courtyard. Unable to avoid the situation, she pretended to be shocked, briefly inquiring about the circumstances before rushing to Jingqing Courtyard with Hui Xiang and Lan Xiang. Upon entering the room, she saw two servants preparing to fasten the torture device onto a young woman's delicate fingers. She paused in surprise. Previously, she had heard that Qin Guiwan possessed a face reminiscent of a Han beauty, but no one had informed her that Qin Guiwan's form was as slender as a plum blossom, her beauty radiant like dew-kissed pearls. Even with pale lips and a near-lifeless posture on the ground, her right cheek swollen, she retained an ethereal elegance akin to an orchid in the mountains. Jealousy crept into her heart, filling her with unease as she approached the old madam, bowing gracefully. "Grandmother, what exactly has Qin's sister done to deserve such punishment?" The old madam snorted coldly, and Du Shi handed the two papers to He Miaoxin. "The Qin family harbors malicious intent, practicing witchcraft, yet refuses to acknowledge her mistakes. Miaoxin, I know you are kind-hearted, but in this situation, even if you plead her case, Mother cannot forgive the Qin family." He Miaoxin took the documents, her expression turning to one of horror. She turned to Qin Guiwan, her eyes reddening with urgency. "Sister Qin, you must have been momentarily confused, right? Quickly apologize to grandmother. She is compassionate and kind. If you admit your mistake, she will surely forgive you. But admitting her guilt would only solidify the accusations against her, ensuring she would not be spared." Qin Guiwan, witnessing Qing Ji lying on the ground, her life hanging by a thread, felt her heart palpitate even more. Sitting on the ground, utterly exhausted, she allowed her head to droop, helpless as the two servants manipulated her. The only reason she forced herself to remain conscious was the hope that Shen Yanji would return soon and find a way to rescue Qing Ji. Not having seen Qing Ji saved, she dared not succumb to unconsciousness. Unable to respond to He Miaoxin, she could only lift her gaze to the one speaking. That glance made He Miaoxin's breath catch in her throat. In those clear, bright eyes, there was no trace of fear or anxiety, only mockery and silent derision. Despite being on the verge of punishment, she appeared as a deity looking down upon mere mortals, disdainfully observing their performance. He Miaoxin inhaled sharply, her eyes welling with tears. "Sister Qin, please say something. Quickly apologize." Qin Guiwan felt her strength waning, her head drooping once more. Du Shi, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Miaoxin, did you see? This Eastern woman is wicked and ungrateful, committing harmful acts without remorse. The evidence is irrefutable, yet she still refuses to admit her guilt. What are we waiting for?
Pull the rope. Don't
harm Sister Qin." He Miaoxin screamed as she rushed forward to grab the torture device. "Sister Qin, I beseech you, quickly admit your fault. And once you do, grandmother will forgive you." Grandmother Shen trembled, her wrinkles quivering, and commanded Hui Xiang and Lan Xiang, "Take your mistress away." The two hurriedly approached to restrain He Miaoxin, with two maidservants joining to assist. They dragged her out of the room, and even outside, her piercing cries could still be heard, pleading for Qin Guiwan to acknowledge her mistakes and asking Grandmother Shen for mercy on her behalf. Amidst the commotion, the restraining device was loosened, necessitating the maidservants to reapply it. Once secured, The two maidservants holding the ropes looked toward Grandmother Shin, who nodded firmly. The maidservants tightened the ropes, causing blood to gush from her delicate fingers. Qin Gowon's mouth fell open in shock, her eyes bulging, and she collapsed to the ground. The maidservants were momentarily stunned and had to release their grip. Granny Lee approached to check Qin Gowon's breath. "Old madam, she still breathes," she reported. The young lady was in this state before she arrived at the temple, attempting to feign death to escape retribution. "Douse her with water to revive her." Grandmother Shun's eyes glinted with ferocity. A maidservant brought a basin of water, and Dusher took it, preparing to splash it on Qin Gowon to awaken her. Suddenly, a figure clad in azure burst in like a whirlwind, snatching the basin and smashing it over Dusher's head. "I'll beat you for bullying my sister." Half the water splashed onto Dusher, the rest soaking the ground. Dusher, struck and grimacing, found her vision obscured by water, unsure how to retaliate. She could only shield her head and scream. The room full of servants was momentarily dazed, but soon they rushed forward to pull Shun Tsonglon away. "Young master, let go." The women in the room were no match for him. Shun Tsonglon, tall and strong as an ox, pushed away everyone trying to restrain him. Wielding the basin to strike Dusher fiercely. The floor was slick with water, causing Granny Lee to slip and fall, her arm pinned beneath someone, pulling a tendon and eliciting a piercing scream. Everything unfolded in an instant. Grandmother Shin, seated in her grand chair, swayed precariously, forcing herself to shout, "Someone, come quickly." The maidservants and guards outside, hearing the commotion, rushed in. The guard struggled to restrain Shun Tsonglon, managing to wrest the basin from his grip. Without a weapon, he resorted to striking Dusher with his hands. Dusher, still cradling her head, cried out, "Mother, save me." Shun Tsonglon relentlessly pursued her. She fled toward Grandmother Shin. But in his fury, he accidentally struck Grandmother Shin across the face, sending her and her chair tumbling to the ground. Grandmother Shin immediately saw stars, crying out in pain. Dusher hurried to assist Grandmother Shin, but Shun Tsonglon, in a fit of rage, swung at both women. After a few blows, he turned and spotted Qin Gowon lying on the floor, bloodied and seemingly lifeless, and he began to wail inconsolably. Abandoning his attack on Dusher to gently nudge Qin Gowon. "Sister, please get up. Your hand is broken. Your hand is broken." He lamented that he had failed to protect her, certain that his elder brother would be heartbroken. Qin Gowon remained motionless. Shun Tsonglon caught sight of the bloodied Qingji and cried out for her. "Sister Qingji, please wake up." Yet she too did not stir. In that moment, the room erupted in chaos and despair. The steward, accompanied by several tall guards, arrived and finally subdued Shun Tsonglon. Once Grandmother Shin was helped to her feet, her head throbbed painfully. "Lock up the second young master. No one is to let him leave the Baishi courtyard without my command."
Fenkonlan, strukling in vine.
Was forcibly dragged away, wailing mournfully. The maidservants quickly wiped the floor dry and provided Dusher with a fresh set of clothing. Once everything was in order, Grandmother Shun's gaze fell upon Qin Gowon, her eyes icy. "Bring the restraining device. Immediately crush this vile woman's fingers." Dusher, supported to the side, still felt the sting of pain, wishing she could flay Qin Gowon alive. It was this wicked woman who had, in her storytelling, led Shun Tsonglon into this turmoil. "Did you not hear what I said?
Move swiftly."
4 maidservants advanced, 2 to hold down Qin Gowon while the others adjusted the restraining device. Qin Gowon was roused once more. The pain from her fingers, previously clamped, was now excruciating. Cold sweat dampened her bangs as she began to tremble uncontrollably.
Granny Lee.
Nursing her injured arm, seethed with frustration. Seeing the device ready, she pushed aside one of the maidservants holding the rope and took her place. Just as she was about to pull, a kick from behind sent her flying. Her arm struck the corner of a table, crashing heavily to the ground. A faint crack signaling a fracture. The maidservants were left frozen in shock. Before Granny Lee could scream, Gu Zhuoying, exuding an aura of coldness, stood at the door, followed by the impassive Lu Sui. It was Lu Sui who had delivered the kick. "What a fortunate timing for me to arrive, witnessing such a grand spectacle," Gu Zhuoying remarked. Chapter 43. The trial. Grandmother Shin's face was frosty as she addressed Gu Zhuoying. "Young Master Gu, your previous ruckus at Hang's wedding, and now your unwarranted intrusion into my abode, allowing your subordinates to harm the Shin family servants. Do you not think this is excessive?" Gu Zhuoying glanced at Qin Gowon, turned his face away, and took a deep breath before responding. I assure you, I have no desire to incite trouble. I came to deliver something to Second Shin and found him being dragged away, his cries heart-wrenching. Only then did I learn that Second Shin was attempting to protect Miss Jean, and you sought to imprison him. I could not believe it, so I came to verify. Upon entering, I witnessed you administering punishment. Naturally, I had to intervene and inquire. Du Sure, now in a state of disarray, should have retreated but realized she needed Shen Anjing to marry into the Gu family and could not afford to offend Gu Zhuang. So she gritted her teeth and attempted to smooth things over. Young Master Gu, you have misunderstood. We are not torturing Miss Jean. She wrote vile words cursing the Shin family, which led to Linger's unfortunate incident in the water. After gathering evidence, she still refused to admit her wrongdoing. And we merely applied a light punishment. Second Lang, being unruly, entered and indiscriminately struck me and my mother, and we had to temporarily restrain him, not imprison him. Second Shen, lacking in mental fortitude, had his elders overreact, leading to Shen Tsonglon being restrained. If this were to reach Gu Zhuang, others would surely say the Shen family elders were petty, quarreling with a foolish younger relative. This beating was in vain. Gu Zhuang feigned realization. I should have known. The elders of the Shin family are magnanimous, not the type to quarrel with a foolish younger relative or confine him. It appears a few servants have misinterpreted the situation and spoken out of turn. As for Miss Jean's alleged wrongdoing, do you have any evidence? Grandmother Shin, seething at Gu Zhuang's meddling, could not express her anger. Naturally, we possess evidence. The Shin family would never wrong an innocent.
Du Shi eagerly dead.
Handing over 2 pieces of paper for Gu Zhuang to examine. After reading them, Gu Zhuang pursed his lips and said slowly, indeed, they bear the same handwriting. This Qin is truly malicious. Hearing this, Grandmother Shen's expression softened considerably. Now that young Master Gu is aware of the situation, please do not delay me in managing my household. Gu Zhuang, filled with righteous indignation, retorted, Old Madam, for Qin to commit such a vile act. How can you merely impose a slight punishment? Seeing his fervor, Grandmother Shen sighed deeply. I have always governed with benevolence, despite the severity of the matter. I do not wish to take a life. I only intend to teach Qin a lesson. Gu Zhuang shook his head and turned to Lu Sui. Go summon the Minister of Justice. Tell him I have urgent business, and that he must come immediately, without delay. Grandmother Shen's expression shifted slightly. What is young Master Gu implying? Gu Zhuang gritted his teeth and replied, Old Madam, as a Dongchong person, Qin dares to curse the Shin family today. Tomorrow she will dare to curse the entire Dichu. I detest those vile women who practice witchcraft. If you cannot bear to punish Qin, let the Ministry of Justice handle it. According to the Chu law, practitioners of witchcraft shall be condemned. Grandmother Shen swayed slightly, struggling to steady herself. Master Gu, the Qin family is the wife of Hunger. Now that Hunger has restored his official position, I do not wish to create a scene that would embarrass him. Grandmother, do not be soft-hearted. I believe what Master Gu has said is indeed correct. We should ask the Ministry of Justice to assist us in clearing our name. As these words fell, the corners of Shun Yanji's azure robe fluttered, revealing his imposing presence. With one hand behind his back and a crisp sound of jade rings at his waist, he entered with a cold demeanor. He cast a sidelong glance at the person present, saluted Shun's grandmother, then straightened up and spoke sternly. Grandmother, there is a wicked woman in my courtyard who has caused Sister Linger to suffer from a fall into the water. This matter is my fault, and I do not wish for you to make concessions on my behalf. We should hand over the Qin family to the Ministry of Justice to face the law as per the Great Chu's regulations. Madame Du clapped her hands in agreement. Mother, the eldest brother is right. It should be so. The woman who cursed Linger deserves to die. Shun's grandmother's temples throbbed, and ultimately, she could not withstand the pressure. Her vision darkened, and she fainted. The servants hurriedly lifted her into the inner room, with Madame Du following to attend her. Qin Guiwan mustered the strength to crawl before Shin Yanji. I have never harbored ill will against anyone, nor have I practiced sorcery. If the Minister of Justice comes, I humbly request my husband to grant me the opportunity to prove my innocence. Before that, I beseech my husband to save Qingji. She knows nothing of this matter and should not meet her demise here. Shin Yanji looked down at the person on the ground. Her hands and body were drenched in blood. Due to severe injuries to her hands, she could only barely support herself on her wrists as she knelt, her frail shoulders trembling as if she might collapse at any moment. He gripped tightly the hand concealed within his sleeve, knuckles turning white, before he dared to speak. Of course, it is possible. Gu Zhuoying interrupted Shen Yanji, dragging over a chair and sitting down with a flourish, crossing his legs and laughing mockingly. Do not say that we, the people of Great Chu, are ganging up on a weak woman from the Eastern Chang. When the Minister of Justice arrives, as long as you can prove your innocence, if Brother Shen does not intervene, this noble son will take charge and seek justice for you. Shen Yanji cast a sidelong glance at Gu Zhuoying and replied coldly, bring Qingji away and let the house doctor do their utmost to save her. A servant approached and carried Qingji away. Qin Guiwan finally breathed a sigh of relief, her pale wrist no longer able to support her body. Collapsing to the ground like a sickly cat, gasping weakly, Shen Yanji instinctively thought to embrace her, but as he shifted his foot, he restrained himself, his expression stern as he turned to sit aside. The atmosphere in the room grew strange and oppressive, with the servants standing silently to one side. After Li Momo's arm was broken, no one paid her any mind as she lay on the ground, quietly groaning. A maidservant brought over hot tea. Gu Zhuoying seemed entirely unfazed, casually sipping his tea. No one showed concern for Qin Guiwan's condition, nor inquired about her hands. Time stretched unbearably slow, and Shen Yanji nearly wished to slay all the servants who had harmed Qin Guiwan. Taking a few deep breaths and downing another cup of tea, he barely suppressed the overwhelming desire for vengeance. A quarter of an hour passed before a servant entered, bowing to report. Eldest young master, Lord Chang has arrived. Shen Yanji abruptly stood, realizing his overreaction, and said blandly, Master Gu, please wait a moment. I will go to welcome Lord Chang. Leaving that remark, he swiftly exited the room. Upon stepping outside, he saw Lu Sui dragging the short and stout Lord Chang over. After Shen Yanji greeted him, he led him into the room and briefly explained the current situation. Lord Chang, upon hearing this, could only laugh and cry at the absurdity. Earlier, a small beggar had informed him that something serious had happened at the Shen residence, urging him to come quickly. Before he could inquire further, the little beggar had vanished into the crowd. Unsure of the truth, he recalled that Shen Kunshan was the Marquis of Jinghai, and any trouble in the Shen family would surely be extraordinary, prompting him to investigate. On his way, he encountered Lu Sui, who without a word, pulled him out of the carriage and galloped on horseback. Along the way, Lu Sui reasoned, it is rare for the young master to be in such a good mood. Let him clear out a wicked woman for the sake of justice and not keep him waiting. Having spent years in a carriage, he was unaccustomed to riding and felt sore from the ordeal. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Two groups had stirred him up for such a trivial matter. As the Minister of Justice, it was unnecessary for him to personally investigate. Even in cases involving sorcery or murder, that was the responsibility of the Jingzhao Yin. After taking a few breaths and finishing a cup of tea, he still did not feel recovered. Gu Zhuoying, growing impatient, remarked, Lord Chang, this noble son summoned you to investigate the case, not to sip tea. Lord Chang, fearing this troublesome prodigal, dared not drink further, hastily setting down the teacup and accepting 2 sheets of paper handed to him, studying them intently. The case was clear-cut and required no unraveling. However, as the Buddhist scriptures were written only in Han characters and not in Chang script, and the contents of the 2 sheets differed, he could not jump to conclusions, but needed Qin Guiwan to write a matching incantation for verification. His gaze fell upon the frail woman lying on the ground, and when he noticed her bloodied hands, he was taken aback, realizing someone sought to wrongfully accuse her. Breaking her hands would render her unable to write again. He involuntarily looked at Shen Yanji, while Gu Zhuoying erupted in anger, shouting, What are you staring at? This noble son summoned you to investigate. Just conduct yourself with fairness. Our great Chu shall neither wrong an innocent person nor let a wicked woman escape. Chapter 44. Case conclusion. Lord Chang nodded repeatedly, cleared his throat, and asked, Qin family, did you write this incantation? Qin Guiwan gathered her strength, laboriously propping herself up to kneel. To answer the esteemed lord, it was not written by me. I can write the incantation on the spot. Please discern for yourself. Lord Chang let out a barely audible sigh. He was presented with ink, paper, and brush, stating, I want to see the Qin family write the incantation right now. How could those bloodied hands hold a brush? The servants brought the writing supplies and laid out the incantation nearby. A maidservant knelt on the ground, assisting with ink preparation. Qin Guiwan trembled as she took the brush. Bright red blood flowed down the yellow-brown handle, gradually merging with the black ink at the tip. The first stroke quivered as it fell, the pain from her injured hands causing her to break out in cold sweat, unable to suppress a muffled groan. Blood dripped onto the paper, blooming into a small, red plum-like flower. Shun Yenji lowered his gaze, concealing all emotions. How long before she could finish writing with her hands continually bleeding? Gu Zhuoying suddenly seethed with anger, exclaiming, "This noble son does not have time for delays. Clean her hands of the blood and wrap them up simply. Let her finish quickly." He was not the master, and the servants remained unmoved, instead looking towards Shun Yenji. Shun Yenji slightly raised his head and calmly replied, "As Master Gu says, there is no need." Gu Zhuoying was abruptly silenced. Qin Guiwan gritted her teeth, tightening her grip on the brush, vowing to finish quickly and not waste Master Gu's time. She could not hold on any longer. She could not afford to waste time on bandaging. Biting her lower lip until it bled, she desperately restrained her trembling body and hands, writing the incantation stroke by stroke. Countless blood flowers erupted recklessly upon the pristine paper. The maidservant preparing the ink felt a pang of sympathy and turned her face away. Shun Yenji's hands trembled within his sleeves. Gu Zhuoying reclined in his chair, staring at the painted beams above, suddenly wishing to tear down the entire roof of the Shun residence. After Qin Guiwan, her face ashen, laboriously wrote the final stroke, she collapsed, utterly spent. Shun Yenji and Gu Zhuoying both rose simultaneously. Lord Chong was startled. Shun Yenji, without looking aside, spoke calmly, "Take the Qin family down for treatment. Until Lord Chong reaches a conclusion, do not let her die." The servants hurriedly carried Qin Guiwan away. Gu Zhuoying brought his fingers together and sat back down. A servant presented the written incantation, and after Lord Chong carefully compared it, his expression turned complex, as if he struggled to find words. Gu Zhuoying felt the urge to curse again. "Has your tongue been cut? Can't you just speak plainly?" Shun Yenzi interjected, "Lord Chong, please feel free to speak the truth." Lord Chong took a deep breath and slowly said, "Having worked on cases for many years, I have become quite proficient in distinguishing handwriting. Although these two samples bear over 90% similarity, they were not penned by the same individual. If you doubt my judgment, I can elucidate this matter in detail." Meanwhile, in the inner chamber, Grandmother Shin gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing Madame Du with red-rimmed eyes seated beside her, she grasped her hand anxiously, asking, "Has Lord Chong arrived?" Madame Du comforted her, "Mother, Lord Chong is here and is currently outside investigating the case. Do not fret. No matter how rampant Qin may be, it will be futile. Once Lord Chong determines her guilt, she will be dealt with according to the law." Grandmother Shun's breaths quickened, and she gestured for Madame Du to come closer. Leaning down to hear her whispered words, Madame Du's expression shifted to one of shock, and she hurriedly rushed outside. Grandmother Shun, weakly gazing at the curtains swaying gently in the breeze, let out a heavy sigh. She had originally intended to swiftly sever ties with Qin. Even if she survived, her life would be ruined. Moreover, by doing so, they could claim that Shun Anling was harmed by Qin Guifan's sorcery, garnering sympathy and perhaps salvaging some reputation. It was a plan that would serve two purposes. How could it have led to the emergence of Gu Zhuoying, a living hell? It had escalated a trivial matter into an uncontrollable situation. As Madame Du stepped into the outer room, Shun Yenji nodded at her. "Aunt, you arrived just in time. Qin has written an identical curse. Let us listen to how Lord Chong explains it." Madame Du mustered her strength and moved forward. After Lord Chong meticulously detailed the differences in the handwriting, he added, "If you are concerned about my expertise in this matter, you may accompany me to the Ministry of Justice, where specialists can provide further analysis." Madame Du awkwardly responded, "Lord Chong, as the Minister of Justice, you have adjudicated countless cases with keen insight. How could we possibly doubt you?" Gu Zhuoying crossed his arms and scoffed, "How amusing. I thought I could capture a wicked woman from Dongqiang, only to discover that the Shin family could not tolerate a weak girl, resorting to such despicable tactics to slander her." Shun Yenji's expression darkened. "Gu, until the truth of this case is clear, we cannot presume to know the identity of the perpetrator. Regardless of who the true culprit is, I will not condone their actions." Madame Du clapped in agreement, "Lord Chong, you must help us uncover the true criminal and ensure that these malicious individuals do not remain hidden within the Shun household. Once grandmother awakens and learns that Gui Fan has been wronged, she will undoubtedly regret her actions." Lord Chong narrowed his eyes, exuding a chilling aura. Reverting to his former imposing self as the Minister of Justice. To practice sorcery and frame another, by law, the punishment is death. Such individuals are not worth sparing. They must not be tolerated. His gaze, sharp as a hawk, swept across the room, scrutinizing all the maids and servants. Who was the first to suspect Qin? Why did the Shin family suddenly investigate the Buddhist hall? Who is the instigator behind this? Madame Du trembled slightly, suddenly pointing at the collapsed Li Mama. It was she who proposed everything. She personally led the search for the items. You must first interrogate her. Li Mama, terrified, disregarded her pain and scrambled to defend herself. My lord, I have been wronged. What wrong?
Is it not you? Madame Du interrupted fiercely.
You have followed my mother for decades. She has treated you like family and arranged pathways for your children, yet you harbor malicious intentions. You despise the Dongqiang people and have incited grandmother to target Qin. When she hesitated, you insisted that Lingo's fall might be related to Qin, pushing for a search of the Buddhist hall. Tell me, is there any error in my words? The mention of children struck Li Mama like a jolt. In despair, she crawled towards Shen Yanji, weeping bitterly. Young master. It was I who was momentarily bewitched and committed an error. Please be lenient. Shen Yanji, with a cold expression, kicked her away. The Shen family will not harbor filth. If you dare harm someone from my household today, tomorrow you will dare to harm me. This is not a solitary act. Were you not in collusion with others to search the Buddhist hall? The 4 servants who accompanied her trembled, collapsing to their knees in fear. Especially the woman who had found the curse. She could only cry for mercy, not daring to utter a word of protest. Their entire family served as servants in the Shen household. At this point, how could they not understand grandmother's intentions? Gu Zhuoying sneered. So it is this group of venomous women conspiring against others. Truly despicable. Shen Yanji clasped his hands in respect to Lord Chang, requesting, I implore you to take these wicked women away for rigorous interrogation. Show no mercy. Lord Chang instructed several servants to escort them to the Ministry of Justice, assuring Shen Yanji that he would handle the matter impartially. Once outside the Shen residence, he privately mused, the sordid grievances of a great family reek like a swamp. They dared to use 5 servants as scapegoats to conclude this case. Chapter 45. The intervention after Lord Chang took the individuals away, the farce finally came to an end. As Madame Du exhaled in relief, Gu Zhuoying spoke sarcastically, I have truly gained insight today. Since you disapprove of Qin, why waste money keeping her in your home? Simply drive her out to avoid the servants plotting against her. Do you not fear being mocked when this gets out? Shen Yanji's gaze turned sharp as he fixed his eyes on Gu Zhuoying's face. Be cautious with your words. Qin is my lawful wife. And even if I disapprove of her, I would not expel her without cause, nor would I allow her to suffer. At this point, Madame Du felt compelled to interject. My son speaks truth. Guifan is already pitiable, having no kin in the capital. How could our Shen household further bully her? As the head matron, I bear responsibility for not managing the servants properly. I will ensure Guifan receives the best care so that she may recover soon. Gu Zhuoying raised an eyebrow, clicking his tongue, and then turned to leave, with Lu Sui following closely behind. Once outside, he suddenly turned back, sneering disdainfully. Madame Du and Shen Yanji's faces turned grim. Seeing that the commotion outside had subsided, Grandmother Shen lost her desire to feign unconsciousness and called for Shen Yanji and Madame Du to enter. Upon their arrival, Madame Du reported the events in detail. Grandmother Shen was heartbroken. Li Mama has been with me for so many years, yet she could commit such a vile act. It is truly disappointing. Li Mama had been her maid for decades, and now she had fallen into such disgrace. How could this not cause sorrow? She glanced at Shen Yanji, her eyes brimming with tears. I have wronged Guifan. It is all grandmother's fault. Grandmother, you were merely deceived by a villain. This matter is not your fault, Shen Yanji reassured her, though inwardly he was filled with derision. Every moment spent in the Shen family made him feel nauseated. He wished to avoid further discussions, and Grandmother Shen, equally pained, simply said a few words before dismissing them. Once outside, Shen Yanji performed a helpless bow to Madame Du. Aunt, with Linger's recent troubles, our Shen family is already in a precarious situation, and we are soon to face the ceremonial rites for Shen Songlan. During this time, I do not wish for any further scandals to arise in the rear courtyard, nor do I want Qin to pass away during this period. Allowing outsiders to mock the Shen family, Madame Du forced a smile, understanding the intricacies involved. Thinking of Qin Guifan still under house arrest, she suggested. The Buddhist hall lacks a dragon bed, and Guifan's health is poor. She cannot continue copying scriptures. It would be better to allow her to return to Yushio courtyard to recuperate. With Qingji's life still uncertain and no other maids in Yushio, perhaps you could assign a couple of trusted maids to attend to her? Shin Yanji's expression remained indifferent. I merely returned to fetch documents. I must return to my duties now. These matters are up to you, Aunt. Madame Du, not wishing to allow Gu Zhuoying to look down upon the Shin family, stated plainly that Shun Yanji should focus on his duties, assuring him that she would ensure Qin Guifan would recover before Shun Songlan's coming-of-age ceremony. After Shun Yanji left, Madame Du returned to discuss the matter with Grandmother Shin. Mother, I truly believed that Qin had employed sorcery. Why did you not inform me in advance if you planned to deal with her? Acting so hastily has left numerous flaws in our approach. In the future, if you are not fully prepared, do not take action against Qin to avoid unnecessary losses. How could I have known that Gu Zhaoying would come? Old Madame Shin thought of Mama Li, her murky eyes brimming with tears. This was not merely a case of loss outweighing gain. It was a significant and grievous loss. Do not offer me any words of comfort. Go and deal with the mess at hand. With a sigh, Du left, but suddenly recalled that Gu Zhaoying had coincidentally encountered matters concerning the Qin family on 2 consecutive occasions. She hurried to inquire about the situation. After a round of questioning, she discovered that Shun Anling had spoken to Gu Zhaoying the previous day, using a small ceramic dog belonging to Shin Songlan as an excuse.
Indeed.
Gu Zhaoying had come today to deliver a toy to Shun Songlan. With her heart eased, she ridiculed herself for overthinking. As dusk settled over the Gu residence, the candlelight in Minglan courtyard flickered brightly, while all the chairs in the main hall lay in disarray. Gu Zhaoying paced back and forth, hands on hips, seething like an agitated lion. Lu Sui stood to the side, arms crossed, observing him with a cool demeanor. Before long, a young servant rushed in with news. Young master, I have learned that a servant from the Shun residence said that Du has moved Madame Qin to Yushio courtyard and arranged for a new maid to attend to her. It is said that Madame Qin's finger bones are not broken and will heal with treatment, leaving no lasting effects. However, she has suffered a heart ailment and has been unconscious since then, with her condition unclear. Her personal maid is also in poor shape, and it is uncertain whether she will survive the night. I will continue to investigate and report back with any news. The servant withdrew, and Gu Zhaoying pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration, only to realize that he had kicked over all the chairs. Lu Sui silently righted the fallen chairs, dragging one over to Gu Zhaoying. Young master, do sit down. The night is still young. However, as soon as Gu Zhaoying settled into the chair, he leaped back to his feet. Do you dare mock me? Lu Sui rolled his eyes toward the ceiling. No, I merely worry that standing may tire you. Gu Zhaoying erupted in fury. I tell you, I only pity her. A frail woman, all alone here without kin. Each time I see her, she is either confined in the courtyard or blinded in the Buddhist hall, or nearly has her fingers crushed. Why is she so foolish, allowing herself to be bullied?
Oh.
Lu Sui replied expressionlessly, such a foolish woman would be better off dead. Gu Zhaoying kicked at Lu Sui's backside. Do you dare curse her?
Lu Sui dodged azide.
Sighing heavily, his expression stern as he regarded Gu Zhaoying. If you do not care for Miss Qin, why did you personally go to the Shun residence today to deliver a trinket? Upon hearing of old Madame Shun's mistreatment of Madame Qin, your face was as thunderous as a storm, filled with murderous intent. Had you not rushed there, Miss Qin's hand might have been ruined. Look at Shun Daizong's spinelessness. He is indecisive and utterly incapable of protecting her. At this rate, Miss Qin will eventually be ground down by the Shin family. If she were in our Gu residence, who would dare to bully her so? Young master, is it so difficult to admit that you have feelings? Gu Zhaoying's back stiffened, and he collapsed onto the chair. His head bowed, hands pressing against his forehead. After a long pause, he managed to stammer 3 words through clenched teeth. I do not. The glance from above had merely stirred a sense of compassion for this woman from Dongqiang, nothing more.
Lu Sui scoffed lightly.
Young master, if you are too afraid to admit your feelings or take action, why not tell the Grand Princess and have her intervene? What would the Grand Princess intervene for? The Grand Princess, draped in a purple fox fur cloak and unaccompanied by maids or servants, entered with an enigmatic smile. Chapter 46. Snatching a friend's wife, Gu Zhaoying sprang to his feet, exclaiming, I am not snatching anything. Mother, do not listen to Lu Sui's nonsense. Lu Sui bowed respectfully to the Grand Princess. Young master has taken a liking to a girl, but lacks the courage to pursue her. The 2 statements fell in unison. prompting the Grand Princess to inquire with interest. "Oh, which girl is that?" Lu Sui quickly responded, "Miss Qin, brought back by the eldest son of the Shin family from Dongqiang." "Lu Sui, do not speak carelessly." Gu Zhaoying fumed, his eyes nearly ablaze with anger. The Grand Princess cast a sidelong glance and leisurely took her seat. "What, has Lu Sui struck a nerve, causing you to feel embarrassed?" "Not at all." Gu Zhaoying bit down hard, his fists clenched. "She is Shen Yan's wife. How could I possibly have feelings for a friend's wife? I merely feel pity for her." "Since Lu Sui is speaking nonsense, why do you react so strongly?" The Grand Princess chuckled knowingly. As it happens, she was well aware of Qin Guowan's background. After Shen Yanji was returned by Dongqiang, upon hearing that he intended to bring his wife back, Emperor Jingchong was concerned she might be a spy and promptly ordered an investigation into her origins. During her recent visit to the palace, the Grand Princess had casually discussed this matter with Emperor Jingchong, who expressed indignation, had it not been for the city commander fleeing his post. How could the Dongqiang people have breached the city and abducted so many subjects of Dechu, resulting in the existence of someone like Qin Guowan? It was only after confirming she was not a spy that permission was granted for Shen Yanji to bring her to the capital. Otherwise, the emperor would have sent assassins to eliminate her along the way. Upon arriving in the capital, the Shin family only allowed her entry because she bore a resemblance to the Han people and possessed half Dechu blood. I have heard a little about Miss Qin's background. She has been looked down upon in Dongqiang for her Han appearance, and upon arriving in Dechu, she is scorned for her Dongqiang heritage. It is indeed tragic for a weak woman who has done nothing wrong to find herself in such a situation, despised by two nations. I also feel pity for her. Lu Sui nodded in agreement, acknowledging the Grand Princess's understanding and fairness. She did not unjustly deride Miss Qin simply because she was from Dongqiang. Gu Zhaoying was uncertain of the Grand Princess's intentions and refrained from speaking casually. Observing the interplay between the two with caution, the Grand Princess smiled sweetly. "However, since Shen Yanji has a connection with you, if you pay too much attention to Miss Qin, it may lead to misunderstandings about your intentions toward a friend's wife. It would be wise to keep your distance. The matter of caring for a weak woman can be left to me." With that, she rose to adjust the lamp as if to leave. Lu Sui quietly admired her sharp insight and decisive nature. By protecting Qin Guowan, she could quell any potential gossip while instilling fear in the Shin family, preventing them from acting recklessly. Gu Zhaoying's face flushed crimson as he stepped forward to block her path. "Mother, you must not act rashly. I have never harbored feelings for her." The Grand Princess replied, "I did not say you did. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to disrupt the bond between two lovers. I simply wish to offer her some protection, just as you do, out of compassion for a woman in distress. Tell me, what have I done wrong? Is it that you do not permit me to sympathize with those in need? Or should I allow you to pursue a friend's wife?" Gu Zhaoying was left speechless, feeling as though he had struck a blow against a wall of cotton, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Ultimately, he had to concede that the Grand Princess's words were entirely reasonable. If you truly have no interest in your friend's wife, you should rest well tonight and refrain from seeking out news from the Shun residence. The Grand Princess circumvented Gu Zhaoying, leaving him with those words before departing. Gu Zhaoying, like a frostbitten eggplant, appeared dejected. Lu Sui, uncertain of when he had moved to his side, regarded him with admiration as they both watched the Grand Princess's figure fade into the night. Gu Zhaoying shot him a sidelong glance before retreating into the room, pulling up the silk quilt to cover his face. Lu Sui stood beside the bed, clicking his tongue. "Young master, do you truly think you can sleep? Get lost." Upon returning to her own quarters, the Grand Princess had scarcely settled in when Gu Zhongsu entered. Noticing his wife's beaming expression, he couldn't help but smile as well. "Has something delightful happened, my dear?" The Grand Princess dismissed the attendants and gestured for Gu Zhongsu to sit. "Zhaoying, that foolish child, has found someone he cares for." Gu Zhongsu was overjoyed. "Which girl is it?" The Grand Princess replied with leisurely grace, "That girl is someone else's wife." "That's absolutely absurd," Gu Zhongsu exclaimed, nearly choking on his words. The Grand Princess handed him a cup of tea. "Do not fret. Let me explain everything to you." She briefly recounted Qin Guowan's background and concluded, "Qin Guowan is Shen Yanji's wife, and I would never condone breaking apart a happy union simply to indulge my child. Thus, I have resolved to visit the Shun residence to discern the true nature of the relationship between Qin Guowan and Shen Yanji. Should their bond be as steadfast as gold, I shall uphold my promise and intervene to protect Qin Guiwan, ensuring that Zhuang remains at a respectful distance from the Shin estate. Conversely, if their feelings are not mutual, I will assist Zhuang in reclaiming her affections. Gu Zhongsu felt a throbbing headache, for the Grand Princess has always believed that everything must be seized to be obtained. My lady, Miss Qin is a person, not gold or jewels. Acquiring her by force does not mean she belongs to our Gu family. The Grand Princess retorted, did you not suggest that Zhuang seek her beloved? Now that she has found him, as her mother, how can I not assist her? Gu Zhongsu felt as though he were lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. A forcibly picked fruit is never sweet. No matter how great one's power, one cannot seize love. The Grand Princess nodded, understanding this truth. Forcing her would only foster resentment towards Zhuang. I am aiding Zhuang in finding a wife who reciprocates his feelings, not an enemy. Naturally, she must consent before I bring her into the Gu household. Gu Zhongsu was rendered speechless. If she truly wishes to marry Zhuang, how will you handle the ensuing gossip? This matter is of utmost importance. If realized, it would surely shock the entire capital. The Grand Princess raised her chin slightly, her spirit soaring. From being an uncherished princess in the cold palace to the Grand Princess of Dechu, I possess ample means and strategies. As long as Zhuang and she are mutually enamored, I can ensure her identity is legitimized, allowing her to become the rightful heir's wife. In the past, during the ascent of Emperor Jingchong, she had faced numerous breakdowns. When the burden became unbearable, she would think of the day she could marry Gu Zhongsu. And she persevered through all hardships. Having toiled so long for their union, she wished for Zhuang to endure no further trials. If it is what Gu Zhuang desires, I will reach for the stars. After years of marriage, Gu Zhongsu was well acquainted with the Grand Princess's temperament, knowing she would remain resolute in her convictions and ceased further debate. After a moment of contemplation, he urged her repeatedly, if Qin Guiwan is unwilling to leave the Shin family or to divorce, do not force her. The Grand Princess readily agreed. Gu Zhongsu was also concerned that she might look down upon Qin Guiwan for her status as a second wife. The Grand Princess languidly replied, what does her status matter? She is not destined to live with me forever. If Zhuang does not mind, why should I? I have lived long enough to witness countless storms. I would not be foolish enough to let such trivial matters sever my bond with my only son. Seeing her adamantly committed to this course, Gu Zhongsu could not help but chuckle. Perhaps there is no mother in the world more capricious than you. Hearing that our son has fallen for a married woman from a foreign land, instead of being furious, you are eager to assist him in winning her over. The Grand Princess chided, had you not been so reckless, would I still be single at 30? With that, the couple reminisced about their younger days and shared a knowing smile. Chapter 47. A request to meet at this moment, in the Shun residence. Shin Kunshin had been preoccupied with official duties throughout the day and only learned of the events upon returning home, whereupon he erupted in fury. The incident involving Shin Anling's fall into the water had stirred considerable commotion. At this juncture, the Shin family ought to conduct themselves discreetly, yet they had allowed such a scandal to arise, even drawing the involvement of the Minister of Justice. After Du's explanation, Shin Kunshin rubbed his temples, feeling utterly exhausted. He was vexed at the chaos stirred by his grandmother and angered by Du's interference. His mother, in her disdain for Qin due to Shen Yanji's capture and her desire to protect He Miaoxin, had grown increasingly hostile towards the Qin family. Shen Yanji cares for He Miaoxin. This insignificant Eastern Chong woman, whether dead or alive, bears no consequence for us. Why do you persist in meddling with her? He continued. What you should be doing is safeguarding the Shin family's reputation and devising a plan to marry Jinger into the Gu family. Du regretted her earlier fixation on finding a scapegoat for Anling's predicament, which had led to this uproar. As they spoke, a servant hurried in with alarming news. Master, it's terrible. The young mistress of the main house has suddenly grown icy. The house physician says it's a case of syncope. Shin Kunshin turned furiously towards Du. Look what you've done. Go summon the imperial physician at once. You must ensure her life is preserved. Du dared not delay, arranging for someone to fetch the imperial physician from the Shun estate, and hurriedly made her way to Yuxiu courtyard. Hui Xiong conveyed this news to He Miaoxin, stating that physician Chao had just arrived, though he could not guarantee her survival. He Miaoxin exclaimed with delight, really? Let us go see. If she could witness Qin Guiwan's demise, it would be nothing short of splendid. Only upon exiting did she realize she ought to have urged Shen Yanji to accompany her. Reluctantly, She feigned anxiety and proceeded to Shun Yanji's study. Inside, Shun Yanji was practicing calligraphy with reddened eyes, his hand trembling significantly as he attempted to write "Dear Call," producing a chaotic scrawl. After several attempts to grip the brush, he suddenly slumped into his chair, tilting his head back, covering his eyes with his hands, shoulders shaking violently. Zhu Zua entered quietly, saying, "Master, the mistress has suddenly grown cold. The house physician says it's a case of syncope, and Du has summoned physician Chao. He Miaoxin was on her way to find you." Shun Yanji took a few deep breaths, rose to tear apart all he had written, laid out a fresh sheet of paper, and concentrated desperately, finally managing to write legibly. After merely 2 lines, He Miaoxin knocked on the door, her voice anxious. Cousin. Shin Yanji struggled to keep his tone calm. "Come in." He Miaoxin entered, noticing Shin Yanji was composed as he practiced calligraphy, which inexplicably reassured her. After stifling a sob and gently wiping her eyes, she said, "Cousin, Sister Qin is in critical condition. You must go see her." His hand holding the brush trembled uncontrollably, and a large drop of ink splattered onto the paper, obscuring the words he had just written. He calmly set down the brush. "Very well, take me to see her." Once outside, he walked at a measured pace while He Miaoxin was anxious, urging, "Cousin, hurry. If we arrive too late, we may miss witnessing Sister Qin's last moments." Shun Yanji was pulled along, arriving at Yushio Courtyard, where the room was as bright as day, and the maidservants and matrons wore solemn expressions. Physician Chao was intently administering acupuncture, while Du stood nearby, too nervous to breathe deeply. Upon entering, Du hastily signaled for silence. He Miaoxin glanced at the bed and was momentarily stunned. The person on the bed had lips the color of paper, eyes tightly shut, and due to her frail form, it appeared as though there was nothing beneath the quilt. She looked as though she were on the brink of death, yet the long, dark lashes cast shadows on her pale face, leaving her features starkly black and white. She resembled an ethereal beauty in slumber, save that the artist had forgotten to paint her lips. She covertly observed Shin Yanji. After 4 years of daily encounters with this face, could a man truly remain unaffected? Shun Yanji stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing calmly at the figure on the bed, as indifferent as if viewing a stranger. He Miaoxin sighed with relief internally. It was merely her overthinking. Shin Yanji was certainly not one to be swayed by lust. After Physician Chao finished his needling, he noticed he had broken into a thin sweat. He wiped his brow and exhaled deeply.
How is she?
Du and He Miaoxin inquired in unison.
I have done all I can, he replied.
Her constitution is already poor, and during a heart crisis, she cannot be agitated. Yet she has suffered an injury at this critical moment, exacerbating her condition. He continued, knowing someone has a heart condition, yet deliberately provoking her is reckless. Suddenly, Physician Chao appeared to recall something, clearing his throat as he continued, her situation is dire. Without the Tian Shan Snow Lotus as medicine, it is unlikely she will awaken. Du felt as though she were plummeting into an abyss. The Tian Shan Snow Lotus. So precious that Emperor Jingchong had once received a single blossom but had not dared consume it, gifting it to the Grand Princess Jiahua. Where could the Shin family procure such a rare item? Should Qin Guiwan perish, Gu Zhuaying would witness the Shin family wrongfully condemn an innocent. And how would he view the Shin family? How could Shin Anjing still marry into the Gu family? Physician Chao, think of another solution. Aside from the Tian Shan Snow Lotus, we can procure any other medicinal ingredients. Indeed, Dr. Chao, I implore you to contemplate alternative methods to save Sister Qin. He Miao Xi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and an almost unbearable laughter threatened to escape her lips. With Qin Guiwan deceased, she would no longer have to share the title of concubine. Dr. Chao, visibly troubled, responded, It is not that I am unwilling to assist. Rather, it is the plight of a skilled artisan lacking materials. Without the Tian Shan Snow Lotus for medicinal use, I am at a loss. Instead of beseeching me, it would be more prudent to seek assistance from the Crown Princess. A mere coin would suffice. He then turned his gaze to Shin Yanji, if I recall correctly. Young Master Shin, you share a connection with young Master Gu. You were once classmates. Perhaps you might visit the Gu residence, and he may be willing to part with a coin. No sooner had he finished speaking than Du Shi, unable to contain her urgency, urged, Yanji, do not delay. Quickly ride to the Gu residence. He Miao Xin resented Du Shi for interjecting so swiftly, leaving her no opportunity to voice her myriad excuses. And thus she joined in the plea, Cousin, for Sister Qin's life, I beseech you to visit the Gu residence. The two of them gazed at Shen Yanji, their eyes filled with expectation. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yanji nodded slightly. Then I shall make a trip to the Gu residence. Du Shi was practically beside herself with anticipation, hastily commanding the servants to bring forth the finest steed from their stables. As Shen Yanji galloped away from the Shen residence, he fiercely cracked the whip. Meanwhile, at the Gu residence, the crown princess and Gu Zhongsu were preparing for rest when a servant rushed in with news. Young Master Shen requests an audience with the Duke of Dinghua. The crown princess was taken aback. At this late hour, what could he possibly want? Gu Zhongsu replied, Shen Yanji is not a reckless individual. His late-night visit must be of great importance. Take him to the study. I shall join you shortly. In the study of the Gu residence. After the servant introduced Shen Yanji and offered him tea, Shen Yanji remained standing, his eyes bloodshot and pacing restlessly. Upon Gu Zhongsu's entrance, he dismissed the servants and closed the door behind him. Shen Yanji immediately knelt, saying, Esteemed sir, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. I seek to exchange a request for a coin's worth of Tianshan snow lotus from your esteemed residence. Gu Zhongsu bent down to assist him. As a colleague of your father, if you require a coin's worth of Tianshan snow lotus for urgent matters, do not hesitate to ask. There is no need for exchange or such formalities. Shen Yanji remained kneeling. I do not wish to owe you a debt of gratitude. I beg you to allow me to finish. Gu Zhongsu, feeling a surge of admiration for Shen Yanji, ceased his insistence and said solemnly, Speak. Shen Yanji articulated carefully. The 8 great families of Dichu have always been a source of concern for the emperor. As a grand scholar in the cabinet, you have sought to alleviate the emperor's burdens by eliminating this persistent ailment. I possess a plan. Gu Zhongsu's interest was piqued. When Emperor Jingchong ascended, he had to court the 8 great families to stabilize his rule, granting them titles and lands. By the time he secured his throne, these families had already intermarried and established their power, overshadowing the imperial authority. At times, the 4 grand scholars of the cabinet hailed from these 8 families. The emperor wished to dismantle their power and reclaim the territories, but could not find a way to do so. Thus, he promoted Gu Zhongsu within the cabinet to balance the relationships among the scholars, reducing their authority and the family's grip on governance. Now, only 3 of the 4 scholars remained, with 2 still from the families. Although the cabinet's power had diminished significantly, it remained formidable. What is your brilliant plan? Pray, share it, Gu Zhongsu urged. Shen Yanji raised his head, the candlelight reflecting in his deep-set eyes like flames in an abyss, burning with fervor. Change the inheritance of the fief from the eldest son to allow for the inheritance by the first, second, and even third sons. Gu Zhongsu was struck as though by lightning, standing agape. The terrifying aspect of the 8 great families lay in their control over their fiefs. Should the emperor act decisively, they might resort to rebellion. If Shen Yanji's suggestion were enacted, the families would be gradually dismantled. Eventually, each family member would possess only a small parcel of land, rendering them insignificant. The brilliance of this strategy lay in the fact that there could only be one eldest son, while there were multiple second and third sons. Should the eldest oppose, the other beneficiaries would unite against him, facilitating the implementation of this policy. He scrutinized the young man before him. From his elevated position, he observed the finely chiseled features of Shen Yanji, whose eyes were sharp as blades. Despite kneeling, his back remained straight, and his countenance bore no trace of obsequiousness. When the young scholar was captured, Dong Chong demanded a ransom of 10 million taels of gold from Dichu. Emperor Jingchong felt regret. Although Shen Yanji was a man of great potential, Dichu could not afford to expend such wealth for one individual. Shen Yanji's parents, unwilling to concede, endeavored to raise the funds, but they both passed away before they could gather the requisite amount. Angered by the lack of response from Dichu, Dong Chong rescinded the ransom demand, and the Shen family acquired a new head. From that moment, Shen Yanji was entirely forgotten. He began to understand why the great Khan was so eager to have this young scholar submit to Dong Chong. Shen Yanji fixed his piercing gaze upon Gu Zhongsu. Sir, I am willing to draft an edict for the emperor, being the first to propose this decree, to assist you in accomplishing this endeavor.
Heu Songsuing sharply.
To be the first to propose such a measure would make him a target. A misstep could cost him his life. A coin's worth of Tianshan snow lotus is not worth your life, he cautioned. Shen Yanji lowered his gaze, calmly replying, At this juncture, I shall not conceal my intentions. The Tianshan Snow Lotus is sought for my wife, Jean. She has risked her life alongside mine on numerous occasions and holds profound affection for me. I find myself in a precarious situation, unable to protect her openly. The only thing I can do for her is to plead for this medicine. My proposal serves not only her interests, but also the greater good of Dechu. For either cause, I would have no regrets in facing death. Time was of the essence. He earnestly requested, I implore you, sir, to grant me the medicine. Gu Zhongsu, bending down to support him, said, I understand now. I shall send someone to procure the Tianshan Snow Lotus. You must return to save her. The matter of the edict will require more time. We will deliberate on it later. Shun Yanji wasted no time, his thoughts consumed by the uncertainty of Qin Guiwan's fate. As he rose, he trembled slightly and nearly stumbled. Sir, I have one more request. Regarding my feelings for Qin, I ask that you keep it confidential.
Heu son suredi agret.
Summoning a trusted servant to whisper instructions. The servant quickly returned with a small box, which Gu Zhongsu personally handed to Shinyanji. Upon opening it, Shinyanji discovered 2 coins worth of Tianshan Snow Lotus. Without uttering a word, his eyes reddened as he bowed deeply to Gu Zhongsu before hastily departing on horseback. Once he was out of sight, Gu Zhongsu was left in deep contemplation, returning to inform the crown princess of the events. The crown princess was taken aback. What? Has Shinyanji gone mad for Qin Guiwan? He has only just regained his position, and now he proposes such a strategy, effectively making himself a target. Should he present this edict, not only the family heads and the fiefs, but even the officials in the capital who owe their positions to these families would seek to devour him whole. After a moment of reflection, she marveled at Shinyanji's youth and the depth of his cunning. Gu Zhongsu nodded in agreement, noting that Shinyanji had never uttered a single word of flattery, only seeking to trade this matter. As he departed, he also requested confidentiality regarding his affection for Qin. He would undoubtedly rise above mediocrity in the future. This strategy was a masterstroke, achieving 3 objectives at once. First, he sought assistance without appearing to beg. As a subordinate seeking a favor from the Duke of Dinghua, he preserved his dignity and integrity. Second, the ultimate beneficiary would be the emperor, who would undoubtedly support him wholeheartedly. Moreover, the crown princess and duke only had one son and were unlikely to be adversely affected by this matter. They had consistently supported Emperor Jing Chong with sincerity. Although the risks were great, should he succeed, greatness would be within reach. Third, he may have sensed Gu Zhuiying's affections for Qin Guiwan, and now that his feelings were known, the Gu family could no longer act to take her from him. I see that you should abandon any thoughts of vying for Gu Zhuiying's affections. One person travels to distant lands for the other, while the other is willing to risk their life for medicine. Such profound feelings cannot be intruded upon by outsiders. The princess gently shook her head, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Yet, what does it matter? His deep affection does not guarantee that Qin Guiwan feels the same. She has always been resolute, never turning back until she understands Qin Guiwan's true feelings. In Minglan courtyard, Gu Zhuiying lay on the couch, restless and unable to sleep. Today, he had instructed physician Chao that should anyone from the Shin family come to the Imperial Hospital seeking a diagnosis for Qin Guiwan, he would personally attend. If any rare medicinal herbs were needed, he would devise a reason for Shen Yan to come and request them. He planned to find a way to procure them from the palace. Just as he was about to rise, Lu Sui rushed in, breathless. Young master, it's bad news. Miss Qin is in critical condition.
What?
Gu Zhuiying leaped from the bed, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Lu Sui frowned and continued, however, there is hope now. Gu Zhuiying clenched his jaw, his fists tightening. Can't you just say it all at once? Lu Sui, unfazed, replied, Miss Qin has fainted. The only thing that can save her is the Tianshan Snow Lotus, which is only available in our residence. Physician Chao, as per your instructions, has sent for young Master Shin. However, he went straight to see the master, and they spoke privately for a while. The master had someone cut 2 tails of Tianshan Snow Lotus for him. He has already taken it back. Gu Zhuiying was taken aback. What had he discussed with his father?
Why didn't he come directly to me?
If he had come to me, no words would have been needed. I would have gladly offered the herbs. Lu Sui shook his head. I am unaware of what was said. The master did not disclose it. I shall inquire with my father, Gu Zhuiying said, heading barefoot towards the door, but Lu Sui blocked his path. Young master, don't forget what you said to the princess today. Gu Zhuiying felt as if he had been frozen. In the dimly lit room, a flickering candle cast a hazy reflection of the forlorn figure of the young lord. Friend's wife. These two words bound him tightly, as if by a spell. He had no right to care, nor to inquire further. Even the base thoughts that he harbored were mere one-sided wishes. Chapter 49. Selling wine. Shen Yanji returned with the Tianshan Snow Lotus at an astonishing speed, leaving those in the Yushio courtyard astonished. With an air of nonchalance, he remarked, "When I went to the Guo residence, the Duke of Dinghua had not yet retired for the night. Upon hearing that I sought something to save a life, he boldly stated that saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda, and he immediately provided me with this." The Duke of Dinghua was known for his kindness, and everyone was aware of this. Thus, no one in the room harbored any suspicions. As the box was opened, Physician Chao gasped in admiration. The Duke of Dinghua has indeed been generous, providing 2 taels at once. He Miao Xian tightened her grip on her handkerchief, feeling an indescribable discomfort. Such a precious item, given in such abundance, could not be hoarded. She could only watch helplessly as it was prepared for Qin Guiwan. A true waste of resources. Du Shi's eyes glimmered with a cunning light as she signaled to her personal maid. 2 taels was excessive. Only 1 was needed for the decoction. The maid promptly stepped forward. "Young master, allow me to take care of this. I will prepare the medicine right away." Shen Yanji replied calmly. The Duke of Dinghua stated that this herb possesses unique properties, and it must be brewed by someone knowledgeable in pharmacology to maximize its efficacy. After saying this, he handed the item to Physician Chao. "Thank you for your efforts. I do not wish to impose further on the Guo residents."
Physician Gao.
Noticing the fleeting glimpse of greed in Du Shi's eyes, immediately understood. Accepting the item, he furrowed his brow and said solemnly, "Indeed. If the timing and heat during the brewing process are not managed properly, the medicinal properties will be lost. Please wait a moment. I will return shortly." Du Shi forced a smile, refraining from further comment. Once Physician Chao left with the herbs, he silently mused to himself. The waters of the Shen family run deep. The room was eerily silent. He Miao Xian sat at the edge of the couch, her eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Qin Guiwan, occasionally wiping the corners of her eyes. Du Shi paced back and forth, visibly anxious. Shen Yanji sat calmly in a nearby chair, lost in thought as he stared at the embroidered screen depicting a scene of Zhuo Wenjun selling wine. The wine shop was crowded with patrons, some wearing expressions of schadenfreude, evidently there to observe the spectacle. The beautiful Zhuo Wenjun, clad in coarse linen, paid little heed to the malicious gazes of onlookers. In the shop, she gracefully served wine to customers, yet her gaze lingered on Sima Xiangru, who was washing wine vessels nearby. Dressed in a short red shirt, Sima Xiangru looked up, casting a loving smile at Zhuo Wenjun. Outside the shop, a tall red bean tree stood, where 2 magpies were nestled closely together. Despite the screen's age and the faded colors of the painting, the artistry was exquisite. The tenderness between Zhuo Wenjun and Sima Xiangru was palpable, almost transcending the canvas. His heart tightened suddenly, reminiscent of moments he had once shared with Qin Guiwan. After the poisoning incident, shortly thereafter, a political upheaval occurred in the Eastern Chang court, leading to his banishment to a remote border town for 6 months. Before leaving, the 9th prince had informed Qin Guiwan that if she wished to accompany him, she could avoid banishment. However, Qin Guiwan firmly declined. In his fury, the 9th prince forbade them from taking any belongings, nor could they bring personal maids. Upon arriving at the border town, Qin Guiwan's eye ailment recurred. Without a second thought, he cast aside all personal desires, dedicating himself to transcribing texts, teaching, writing letters, and even helping at the escort agency, no matter how arduous or filthy the work, all to earn money for Qin Guiwan's eye treatment and health. They lived in a dilapidated courtyard, relying on each other for support. With both eyes blind, Qin Guiwan was confined indoors. Fearing that ill-intentioned individuals might intrude while she was alone, he provided a generous gift of rice, oil, and pastries to a neighboring widow, pleading for her to look after Qin Guiwan during the day. The widow, having married off her 2 daughters, spent her days weaving cloth and, upon receiving the gifts, kindly offered Qin Guiwan a place to stay during the day. Before leaving, he would escort Qin Guiwan to the widow's home and return to fetch her at night. Although she could not see, not wanting to be a burden, she would sit on a small stool outside, listening intently to the sounds around her. Sitting there all day long, somehow, she could discern his footsteps, and as soon as he opened the door to the widow's house, she would leap into his arms, joyfully calling out, "Husband." The widow would tease, "You two act as if a day apart is like 3 autumns. Perhaps you should consider opening a small shop together so you can be together every day." Qin Gowon's ears turned red as she replied, "Aunt Jean, please do not jest with us. We have no money for a shop." The following day, he worked even harder to earn money. Finally, on the day that Qin Gowon's eyesight was restored, he had saved enough to rent a small, shabby shop. Hand in hand, he brought Qin Gowon to the dilapidated storefront, pointing to the sign above, and told her, "I have rented the shop and learned the craft of brewing wine, and I will sell the unique wines of Dechu. I will no longer need to leave every day to work, so I will not have to worry about you being alone at home." Qin Gowon gazed at his face for a long time. Suddenly her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down like pearls from a broken string. He embraced her gently, chuckling, "Wanwan, do not cry. Your eyes have just healed. You must not weep. You are the daughter of a noble family, even if you are not favored. You have grown up in comfort. Now, following me into this exile, lacking in food and clothing, devoid of a personal maid, I have wronged you." She looked up at him, her eyes filled with tears and a smile. "Husband, being with you is no hardship at all. I remember the story you told of Zhuo Wenjun and Sima Xiangru. In the future, I shall sell wine while you wash the vessels. The medicine has arrived. Quickly, help her sit up and give her the medicine." His thoughts were interrupted as Physician Chao cautiously entered with a bowl of medicine. Shun Yanji regained his composure, observing the bustling servants in the room. After assisting Qin Gowon to sit up, Madame Du personally approached to administer her medicine. With her lips tightly sealed, Madame Du dared not force it, instead carefully administering it drop by drop through the narrow gap. Shun Yanji stiffly turned his gaze towards the outside, fearing that another glance would send him into madness, causing him to lose control and snatch the medicine bowl away, cradling her in his arms to feed her. The person who resided at the core of his heart was so close, yet he felt utterly powerless. Hime Xian, noticing Shun Yanji lost in thought, approached him softly. "Cousin, you must not leave this evening. You must stay here and watch over Sister Qin." With his wife's life hanging in the balance, it was only right for a husband to remain by her side. Shun Yanji turned to face Hime Xian. Her delicate features, adorned with dark brows and cherry lips, evoked in him a haunting image reminiscent of the vengeful spirits described in literature, twisted, terrifying, and repulsive. "I understand. Hime Xian, do not tire yourself. Return to rest for now." Hime Xian shook her head resolutely. "I cannot leave until I see Sister Qin through this ordeal. Regardless of her fate, I must know the outcome before I can depart in peace." Madame Du, holding her breath in concentration, finally finished administering the medicine, setting down the bowl with a long sigh of relief. "Dr. Chow, how long until this medicine takes effect?" Dr. Chow stepped forward to check her pulse, his wrist still as cold as ice. "If it works quickly, within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. If slowly, then an hour. If I apply acupuncture, it may hasten her recovery. As long as she regains consciousness, Madame Qin will have passed this trial." The flickering candlelight cast shadows as time trickled by. Dr. Chow's golden needles gleamed with a chilling light. Madame Du clasped her hands together, whispering prayers for her swift recovery, occasionally checking Qin Gowon's wrist for warmth. Hime Xian remained motionless, her gaze fixed on Qin Gowon, silently wishing for her to pass away quickly so she could reincarnate. Occasionally, Shun Yanji would inadvertently glance at the figure on the bed. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Gowon suddenly emitted a muffled cough, followed by a series of incoherent murmurs. Madame Du was overwhelmed with joy. She was regaining consciousness. Dr. Chow hastily approached to check her pulse, furrowing his brow for a moment before exclaiming, "She has made it through." Madame Du's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. The weight on her heart had finally lifted. A maid helped her sit, and she fervently clasped her hands in gratitude to the heavens. Hime Xian covered her mouth, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. Sister Qin had been granted a second chance at life. Dr. Chow, equally relieved, felt a damp sweat break out on his back, not realizing until now that he too had been affected by the tension. Qin Gowon continued to murmur. Curious, Madame Du leaned in to listen. Upon discerning the words, her expression turned complex. Chapter 50. Coldness. Noticing Madame Du's peculiar countenance, Hime Xian inquired, "Aunt, what troubles you?" "Gowon keeps calling for Qingji," she replied, her voice faltering. After being taken to the medical quarters, a maid had reported that Qingji would not survive the night. Shun Yanji spoke languidly. "Qingji has been her personal maid for nearly a decade. In this place, she has no kin. It is only natural for her to worry about someone she cherishes. Madame Du decisively interrupted. Dr. Chow, could you kindly check on Qingji? If Qin Guiwan awakens only to learn that her maid of 10 years has passed, it may trigger another episode of her heart condition. We cannot allow her to suffer further after bringing her back. With a compassionate heart, Dr. Chow promptly took his medical kit and agreed to accompany her. Madame Du expressed her gratitude with a bow, instructing a servant to escort Dr. Chow to the medical quarters. In her dreams, Qin Guiwan repeatedly envisioned Qingji shielding her from a blow. Blood spreading across the ground and sky, coloring everything a deep crimson. Overwhelmed, she broke down in tears, frantically calling out Qingji's name. Her body's temperature gradually stabilized, and though she remained unconscious, her murmurs began to coalesce into sounds. Qingji, Qingji, she cried, her brows furrowed, her voice a mixture of sorrow and longing.
Madame Du, alarmed.
Regretted her earlier decisions. Had she known it would come to this, she would have prevented her grandmother from acting rashly. This Qin Guiwan was a living enigma. She could not be reprimanded or punished. Her very existence seemed to invite calamity, endangering the entire Shin family. Just as her handkerchief was about to be worn to tatters, a maid rushed in with a panicked report. Qingji has but a breath left. She is fading. Dr. Chow stated that the eldest young master had requested 2 portions of Tianshan's snow lotus, but he had only prepared 1. To save Qingji, the remaining portion must be brewed and administered, along with ginseng and reishi. Madame Du turned to Shinyanji. He lowered his gaze, speaking with a nonchalant air. Such trivial matters are entirely at aunt's discretion. Madame Du, gritting her teeth in frustration, urged, "What are we waiting for? Quickly inform Dr. Chow that if it can save Qingji, let him use the remaining Tianshan's snow lotus. Any other medicine in the storeroom, please procure it without hesitation." The maid complied and left, while Madame Du's heart bled with anguish. A mere servant from Dongqiang could be sold for only 20 taels of silver. Was it worth this much in medicine? She truly should not have kicked that one blow. After more than half an hour, Dr. Chow returned from checking on Qingji. She is stable now, he informed them. However, her injuries will require 10 to 15 days of rest before she can rise. The remaining treatment can be handled by the palace physicians. Perhaps hearing the mention of Qingji's name, Qin Guiwan, still lying on the bed, began to weep softly.
Madame Du Protitz, constantly soothing her.
Guiwan, Dr. Chow has said that Qingji is fine. You need not worry. After repeating this several times, the sobbing on the bed gradually ceased, her brows slowly relaxing. Seeing Qin Guiwan's breathing stabilize, Dr. Chow checked her pulse once more, declaring it had returned to normal. However, the fainting caused by her heart condition might not completely resolve until the following day. As he departed, he handed Madame Du a box of ointment for treating hand injuries before taking his leave. Madame Du expressed her gratitude repeatedly, slipping a silver note into Dr. Chow's hand, and instructed the steward to personally escort him home. After seeing him off, she pressed a hand to her heart, reflecting on the turmoil of the day. From now on, she vowed never to meddle in the affairs of Qin Guiwan and her maid again. Hime Xin blinked thoughtfully, realizing that Qin Guiwan's Achilles' heel was indeed Qingji. As the night wore on, it was already deep into the 3rd watch. To care for Qin Guiwan, they had lit the Kong in the Yuxiu courtyard, and now the room felt oppressively hot. After enduring a scolding from Shun Tsonglan, Madame Du was utterly exhausted and conferred with Shinyanji, suggesting he stay while she returned to rest. Should anything arise, the maids could summon her at any time. Shun Yanji nodded in agreement, urging Hime Xin to retire early as well, his heart aching at the sight of her fatigue. She politely declined a few times before leaving with Madame Du. Once home, she tossed and turned, unable to find peace. Qin Guiwan was indeed resilient. After all this turmoil, she still clung to life. The Yuxiu courtyard lay in silence, the remnants of candlelight flickering weakly. The 2 maids left by Madame Du stood vigil beside the bed, unaware of how much time had passed when one of them stealthily glanced up. She noticed the elegant figure of Shun Yanji seated in an armchair, his long fingers cradling his forehead, dark circles under his eyes indicating fatigue and impatience. "Young master, if you are weary, you may rest in the side room. We will keep watch here," one maid offered. Shun Yanji pinched the bridge of his nose, lazily glancing at the 2 maids. "There is no need. I can see that you are both exhausted. Go rest in the outer room. I shall remain here." The 2 maids, having endured much, understood that despite his disdain for the Qin family, he would not allow her to die before his eyes. They did not refuse, bowing respectfully before retreating. With everyone finally gone, the fatigue that had previously enveloped him was suddenly replaced by chaos and anxiety. He stumbled to the bedside, kneeling beside it, his eyes red as blood, trembling hands reaching out. After a long pause, he gently took her bandaged hand and pressed it to his forehead. Silent tears streamed down his face. The agony pierced his heart. He had failed to protect his beloved Wanwan, allowing her to come perilously close to death once more. The night breeze of October howled with a biting chill, seeping through the narrow crevice of the door and sending icy tendrils into the heart of Qin Guiwan. The following morning, the sky was eerily clear, adorned with a radiant winter sun shining brightly over the vast expanse. Qin Guiwan, still in a daze, opened her eyes. And before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, she called out in alarm, "Qingji, Qingji." A round-faced maid approached her. "My lady, Miss Qingji is safe, though she has sustained serious injuries and is currently resting in the ear room." Concerned that she would awaken and seek Qingji, Madame Du had ordered her to be moved to the ear room of the Yuxiu courtyard early that morning. Qin Guiwan struggled to rise. I must see her. Until she laid eyes on Qingji, safe and sound, she could not trust anyone's words. As her hand brushed against the bed, pain shot through her, eliciting a sharp gasp. The round-faced maid urged, "My lady, your hand is still injured. You mustn't exert yourself." At that moment, another delicate maid lifted the curtain and entered. "My lady, the physician has advised you to rest more and not to leave the bed carelessly." Ignoring their concerns, Qin Guiwan insisted, "I must see Qingji." Seeing her in a frenzy, the two maids had no choice but to assist her in getting up and dressing. Unable to wait any longer, Qin Guiwan hastily wrapped herself in a cloak, her hair disheveled, and made her way to the ear room. Qingji lay on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, her breath shallow, and her cheeks swollen and bruised like dumplings. Rushing to her side, Qin Guiwan's tears brimmed as she recognized Qingji's face. The maids, fearing that her agitation might trigger her heart condition, repeatedly reassured her, "My lady, you need not worry. Miss Qingji's life is not in danger. She is merely in a temporary stupor, and her external injuries will heal swiftly." Taking a deep breath, Qin Guiwan composed herself, determined to keep her emotions in check. "I understand. Qingji risked her life to protect me. She must live and recover her health. As soon as I receive a letter from my mother, I will take Qingji away from this den of wolves." She wiped away her tears and firmly inquired about Qingji's condition. Once assured of Qingji's safety, she returned to the main room, allowing the maids to help her wash and prepare her meal. After dining, a maid produced the ointment left by physician Chow the previous day to apply to her fingers. The ointment, made of unknown ingredients, stung painfully upon application. Noticing her trembling form, the maid asked if she wished to continue. If it was too unbearable, they could switch to a milder ointment prepared by the house physician. She shook her head in refusal. What the physician provided must be of good quality. "I need to restore my hands swiftly in preparation for leaving the Shan household." After applying the ointment and wrapping her hands in bandages, she had worked up a sweat from the pain. When Madame Du entered, she found Qin Guiwan lying pale on the bed, filled with both concern and regret, admitting to the misunderstanding from the previous day. She mentioned that the root cause of the trouble, Granny Li, had been taken away and had committed suicide in the prison of the Ministry of Justice out of guilt. Qin Guiwan, uninterested in engaging in a dispute, understood that further discussion was futile. The so-called suicide was simply the Shin family's attempt to resolve the matter swiftly. "Your aunt and grandmother were misled by a villain. I bear no grudge against you. With the culprit now deceased, the incident belonged to the past. It was best if they did not revisit it." Madame Du felt a degree of satisfaction with Qin Guiwan's understanding demeanor. A girl from the Eastern Chang, without support here, and not favored by Xinyan, was merely surviving day by day. Reflecting on what Shin Kunshin had said, she felt it unnecessary to trouble Qin Guiwan further. Moreover, after this incident, she wished to avoid any additional complications, instructing Qin Guiwan to focus on her recovery and to voice any needs she had. Keeping one more idle person around posed no burden for the Shin family. No sooner had she left than He Miaoxin arrived. Qin Guiwan, feeling vexed and troubled, had to muster her spirits to engage with her. He Miaoxin first scrutinized Qin Guiwan's expression, suspecting that she bore no ill will regarding the previous day's events and seemed to have forgotten them. She couldn't help but doubt herself. wondering if the cold smile and disdain she had seen yesterday were merely a figment of her imagination. After inquiring with concern, she subtly brought up Xinyan. Last night, I asked my cousin to take good care of you. To my surprise, before you awoke, he left early under the pretense of duty. Qin's sister, this is indeed my cousin's fault. Do not worry. When he returns, I will certainly have a word with him. Qin Guiwan replied nonchalantly, her heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. He Miaoxin's gaze bore into Qin Guiwan's eyes, searching for any sign of distress. Qin's sister, do you not feel saddened by your cousin's indifference towards you? Qin Guiwan remained impassive, accustomed to such treatment. He Miaoxin felt a surge of contempt. To willingly follow a man who does not love her to Chu, knowing she had been slandered and wronged yet remaining silent, pretending as if nothing had happened, and not daring to utter a word of complaint. How could such a self-deprecating barbarian be worthy of standing on equal footing with her? Each additional day of existence felt like an affront to her dignity. Is your cousin treating you this way in Eastern Chang as well? Qin Guiwan, not wishing to engage in this endless probing or to recall her feelings for Xinyan, felt her heart conditions stirring unpredictably. It could flare up for a day or linger for several days without a pattern. She was uncertain of her current state. She sensed that continuing this conversation would provoke an immediate episode, so she pressed her hand against her chest, feigning discomfort. Seeing her in such a state, He Miaoxin ceased her inquiries, repeatedly instructing the maids to take good care of her before leisurely departing. Chapter 51. A visit today. The Grand Princess donned a magnificent brocade garment adorned with Eastern pearls and was bedecked with jade and white jade. The jewels sparkled brilliantly under the winter sun, exuding an air of opulence that was almost blinding. Gu Zhuaying, anxious, and having spent a sleepless night, rushed out upon hearing that the Grand Princess was heading to the Shun residence. He just happened to encounter the Grand Princess, elegantly dressed and about to board her carriage. Slowing his pace, he approached and cleared his throat. Mother, where are you headed? The Grand Princess glanced at him with indifference.
You need not know. With that,
she stepped into the carriage, and with a sharp command, the driver cracked the whip, sending 4 white steeds galloping away. Gu Zhuaying stood frozen, stunned for a moment. Lu Sui, he muttered, you truly are an old hand at this. Young master, had it not been for my father's defeat at the hands of the Grand Princess, I would have inherited the family business and become the chief of Maimian Mountain. How could I have served you as your attendant for 10 years?
Lu Sui replied,
raising an eyebrow and crossing his arms. In our world, we keep our promises. Once I fulfill my duty, I will leave without further ado. He tightened his lips and added, there are still 5 years left. Gu Zhuaying felt he could no longer remain in this household. His father was clandestinely meeting with Xunyan at night, plotting who knew what. His mother was speaking to him with veiled sarcasm. His personal attendant was a former bandit, oozing with thuggish demeanor, constantly urging him to rob his friend's wife, or mocking him otherwise. Where was the dignity of a duke's heir? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he decided to head to the military camp early, seeking a brawl. Upon hearing that the Grand Princess was coming, the matriarch of the Shin family nearly dropped the glass teacup in her hands. What is she coming for? A servant who came to report swallowed hard and replied. The Grand Princess said that the 5th Miss was startled after falling into the water at her residence and that she had not attended to her guests properly. Hearing that the 5th Miss has been feverish since returning home, she's taken the time to visit today. The servants of the Gu family mentioned that the Grand Princess set off after breakfast, bringing along many valuable gifts, and it was expected that she would arrive shortly. The matriarch hurried to her feet. Quick, notify everyone in the estate to dress appropriately and prepare to welcome her. This was not a mere visit for Linger. It was bound to bring chaos to the Shun household. The news quickly spread throughout the estate, and Madame Du felt anxious. Having just been embroiled in the unjust treatment of Qin Guiwan, the Grand Princess was arriving today. She wondered if Gu Zhuaying had informed her of this matter. If she knew that the Shun family had slandered and tormented a frail woman, she would surely unleash her scorn upon the Shun household. This matriarch was infamous for her fiery temperament and was not to be trifled with. When in good spirits, she was tolerable, however. The slightest displeasure would unleash her biting sarcasm, showing no mercy to anyone, regardless of their status. Even the current empress had once been subjected to her fierce rebuke. Worried about this matter, she swiftly instructed Shun Onqing to change into a simple yet elegant outfit, hoping she would perform admirably when meeting the Grand Princess. The already tumultuous Shun residence descended into chaos. The steward gathered the servants. repeatedly warning them that anyone who dared to embarrass themselves in front of the Grand Princess would face immediate punishment of 100 lashes, with no mercy shown. The servants trembled in fear as they complied. Amidst the tension and disarray within the Shun household, a luxurious carriage, drawn by 4 horses and adorned with silk embroidered in gold and curtains of emerald beads, slowly came to a halt outside the Shun residence. The elderly matriarch of the Shin family, her silver hair elegantly pinned up, approached with vigor, leading the others in greeting, and said, "The Grand Princess graces us with her presence. I am truly humbled. How could we trouble the Grand Princess to come personally after the mishap with my granddaughter?" The Grand Princess, assisted by her maid, gracefully descended from the carriage.
Lady Shen, you jest.
Your 5th Miss S incident occurred in my palace. It is only right and just that I come to see her, she replied. Her maid directed the accompanying guards to unload the gifts they had brought. On the side, Mrs. Deuce secretly clicked her tongue at the sight of 10 gold thread Nama boxes encrusted with pearls and cat's eye gemstones, each radiating brilliance and measuring a foot in size. Even without opening them, one could imagine the treasures within. The sheer value of these boxes alone was staggering. The opulence of the Gu family was truly beyond comparison to ordinary noble families. The matriarch, expressing her gratitude for the Grand Princess's visit, insisted that it was unnecessary to bring gifts. The Grand Princess smiled gently, replying that they were not valuable items, merely a token of her goodwill. A throng of people surrounded the Grand Princess as they made their way to Shun Anling's room. Due to Shun Anling's claim of a high fever, the matriarch advised the Grand Princess to keep her distance, fearing the illness might be contagious. Shun Anling had already followed her mother's instructions to feign fright, her lips adorned with white powder, lying weakly on the couch. Hearing the commotion, she struggled to rise and greet the Grand Princess, who gestured for her to remain seated. On that day of her visit, Shun Anling had not had the chance to approach the Grand Princess closely, but today, even from behind the gauze curtains, the imposing grandeur of the Grand Princess weighed heavily upon her. She suddenly felt grateful that her reputation was utterly ruined, freeing her from her mother's pressure to marry into the Gu family. Meanwhile, Shun Anqing secretly admired the Grand Princess's jewelry, her heart racing with excitement. In comparison to the Gu family, the wealth of the Shin family seemed almost trivial. After inquiring about Shun Anling's well-being, the matriarch invited the Grand Princess to the front hall for tea. After taking a small sip, the Grand Princess suddenly turned her gaze to Shun Anqing and beckoned her over. "You are the 4th Miss Shun Anqing, are you not? Come here. Let me have a good look at you." Nervously, Shun Anqing stepped forward, performing a courteous bow. The Grand Princess examined her for a moment and remarked, "I heard that when your sister fell into the water the other day, you were the first to rush to her aid and even helped her change clothes." Shun Anqing stiffened momentarily, lowering her head and responding earnestly, "Your Highness, my sister and I have shared everything since childhood. I was naturally distressed for her. As her twin sister, I could not stand by idly." The Grand Princess praised her, exclaiming, "What a considerate young lady you are." As she spoke, she removed a gold bracelet adorned with 4 dragons playing with pearls from her wrist, intending to gift it to Shun Anqing. "Your Highness, this item is far too precious." "I cannot accept it," Shun Anqing stammered, startled. The Grand Princess took her hand, smiling, "I admire kind-hearted children. This gift is for you, and you must accept it." Without further ado, she placed the bracelet onto Shun Anqing's wrist. Overwhelmed with excitement, Shun Anqing nearly trembled, but she managed to control herself, shyly bowing in gratitude. The matriarch and Mrs. Du exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their smiles. He Miaoxin bit her lip, seething with jealousy. If she recalled correctly, this pair of bracelets had been crafted personally by the Emperor as a birthday gift for the Empress, but was given to the Grand Princess when she expressed her desire for them. The Emperor had then commissioned another set of bracelets of the same material, but different designs for the Empress. The Empress could only seethe in silence. And the incident had become common knowledge in the capital, with many claiming that the Grand Princess was excessively domineering. "Miaoxin, come here." He Miaoxin snapped back to reality, noticing the Grand Princess looking at her with a warm smile, and she hurriedly stepped forward to bow. The Grand Princess took her right hand and said, "If there is anyone in the capital who embodies the qualities of a dutiful and understanding young lady, it is undoubtedly you." She then removed another identical bracelet from her wrist and attempted to place it on Miaoxin, who repeatedly insisted she could not accept it. You have patiently endured for 4 years for Xin Yan, and he has brought back a wife from the Eastern Chang. You did not cry or make a fuss. The Grand Princess asserted, forcing the bracelet onto her wrist. Moreover, you have treated that Qin woman kindly, even spending your own silver to care for her health, and almost falling out with your friends to defend her. Such magnanimity and spirit are exemplary of a great lady of Dechu. I most admire generous and tolerant women. Her words made He Miaoxing feel as though she were floating on air. Your Highness, you flatter me. I do not deserve such praise. Miaoxing had a verbal engagement with her cousin, and adhering to her commitments was simply a matter of principle. It was only natural for her to care for Sister Qin, who had come to the capital alone. Miaoxing felt she had merely done what was expected of her. The matriarch felt a sense of pride and could not help but add with a teasing smile, this child has always had a kind heart. She would even rescue an injured bird she found on the road. How could she turn a blind eye to a living person suffering? The Grand Princess appeared to recall something and turned her gaze to the matriarch. Speaking of this matter, it reminds me of something. At last night's dinner, Zhuoying mentioned that the Shin family suspected the 5th Miss S fall into the water was related to the Qin family, which caused Lord Chang to come here for an inquiry. What was the reason behind this? Chapter 52, Inquiry of Guilt. Mrs. Du's smile froze, truly fearing that her anxieties were manifesting into reality, but thankfully the matriarch was present, and she had no opportunity to speak. This matter was indeed humiliating. A treacherous servant, harboring animosity towards the Eastern Chang, had taken advantage of the matriarch's long-standing trust in her to sow discord, accusing Sister Ling of being responsible for the incident and slandering her with witchcraft. The matriarch sighed deeply, her heart heavy, stating, by chance, when the young Master Gu visited, he summoned Lord Chang to conduct a thorough investigation into this case. It was only during the inquiry that it came to light that Guiwen was wrongfully accused, and the treacherous servant, upon being exposed, immediately crumbled and confessed. Is that so? The Grand Princess exclaimed in realization. Zhuoying's account was rather disjointed. I thought there might be more to the incident of the fall into the water. Last night, Shan Yan went out in the middle of the night to seek medicine for this matter. The Tianshan Snow Lotus, which I have yet to use, was given to him by the Duke of the State, without consulting me. I wonder if that small amount could actually save a life? The matriarch suddenly understood. The Grand Princess was not merely visiting to see Xin Anling, but was genuinely concerned about the Tianshan Snow Lotus and had come to seek justice. Her gaze flickered, and tears welled in her murky eyes. This was indeed my oversight. I never anticipated that someone who had been by my side for decades could commit such despicable acts. That child, Guiwen, has suffered injustice, her old ailment flaring up, and she was on the brink of collapse when Hung shamelessly went to ask for medicine. Had it not been for the Tianshan Snow Lotus, that child would have perished last night. The Duke of the State and the Grand Princess, with your kindness and compassion, saved Guiwen's life. I will forever be grateful for the Gu family's generosity, and I will pray to the Buddha daily for your longevity and well-being. At her advanced age, she spoke passionately, and Mrs. Du hurriedly stepped forward to calm her. The Grand Princess raised her eyes to sweep over the two women, elegantly sipping her tea before leisurely speaking. There is no need for the old matriarch to blame herself. I am not here to seek justice. I am merely curious. The Eastern Chang people, regardless of gender, are known for their martial prowess, and their women are as robust as men. Why, then, did this Qin woman nearly lose her life over a minor grievance? Setting down her teacup, she stood up, smiling brightly.
Come.
Take me to see this frail Eastern Chang woman who requires the Tianshan Snow Lotus to survive. Her straightforwardness left the matriarch feeling flustered and at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the room was equally tense. They were uncertain whether she intended to confront Qin Guiwen after assessing her condition, or if she simply did not believe the medicine had truly been procured to save Qin Guiwen's life and needed to see it for herself. Despite a multitude of inner reluctances, none dared to oppose her wishes, and the crowd accompanied her to the Yuxiu courtyard. Seizing the opportunity, Madame Du signaled to the steward, who promptly dispatched someone to the Yuxiu courtyard to inform Qin Guiwen to prepare herself with a simple grooming and reminded her to refrain from speaking recklessly in the presence of the Grand Princess. As they journeyed halfway, the Grand Princess suddenly remarked, I recall that Zhuo Ying and the second young master of the Xin family are dear friends. He had once visited the Gu family to play with Zhuoying.
It has been 4 years since I last saw him.
Let us go visit him. This unexpected suggestion from the Grand Princess left everyone in dismay. Grandmother Xin cleared her throat and said, Your Highness, Shen Songlan is still quite childlike. I worry he may inadvertently offend you. She had previously ordered that the Baoshi courtyard be locked, and would not permit Shen Songlan to emerge until the Grand Princess had departed. The Grand Princess laughed. It matters not. Even if he were to offend me, I shall not hold it against him. With this, there was no longer any reason to decline, and the steward discreetly hurried off to the Baoshi courtyard.
Inside.
Shen Songlan was in tears, longing to see his sister and wishing to gift her his beloved little ceramic dog. Yet, he was restrained by others who claimed his sister was ill, unable to receive visitors, and being a boy, he could not enter her chamber at will. They also mentioned that a noble lady was arriving, so he must not leave the house. The steward attempted to console him with promises of treats before bedtime, allowing him to indulge as he pleased. Despite this, Shen Songlan clutched the little dog tightly, still heartbroken. As footsteps outside drew nearer, the steward, resolutely determined, promised that he could visit Qin Guiwan afterward. Only then did Shen Songlan cease his weeping. Just as this was settled, a young servant rushed in, announcing the arrival of the Grand Princess, urging the second young master to come forth and pay his respects. The steward hastily wiped Shen Songlan's tears and led him out to kneel and bow. The Grand Princess raised her hand, signaling everyone to forego their formalities. Once Shen Songlan stood, he felt an imposing aura emanating from the Grand Princess. Remembering the steward's warnings, he dared not speak out of turn, instead standing nervously with clasped hands at the side. The Grand Princess regarded Shen Songlan, whose face bore traces of tension and remnants of tears, and paused. Her last encounter with him had been 4 years prior. At that time, Shen Songlan was around 16, brimming with youthful vigor. When he had visited the Gu family to see Gu Zhuang, the two had engaged in playful sparring in the garden during the midday sun. The Duke of Dinghua had jested that they were like young suns, exuberant and radiant. Years had passed, and the boy had matured into a tall and striking young man. His eyes clear as springs, yet his face no longer bore the confidence of youth. Instead, it displayed a child's timidity in the presence of strangers. Noticing her complex gaze, Grandmother Shen sighed, apologizing for the awkwardness. The Grand Princess shook her head and gently inquired, "Songlan, do you still recognize this princess?" Shen Songlan lifted his gaze to scrutinize the Grand Princess, realizing that the imposing woman before him had softened, appearing far less intimidating. She bore a resemblance to Gu Gij, speaking kindly, her eyes devoid of malice. Suddenly, he felt a wave of courage and grinned. "I don't recognize you, but you look like Gu Gij. So you must be a good person." Grandmother Shen quickly interjected, "Songlan, you must not be disrespectful to the Grand Princess." The Grand Princess chuckled softly. "It is of no consequence." She then noticed Shen Songlan tightly clutching something in his hand and asked, "What is it that you're holding?" Shen Songlan opened his palm to reveal a small black ceramic dog. "My sister is hurt. I am so sad. I want to give this to her. Every time I see this little dog, it makes me happy, and I want her to be happy too." The Grand Princess looked on puzzled.
Madame du explain.
The sister he speaks of is Guiwan. She tells him stories of the Eastern Chang, and he gives her his favorite trinkets and treats, considering her as a sister. The Grand Princess smiled. "How fortuitous. I am on my way to see her now. Would you like to accompany me?" Shen Songlan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously. Grandmother Shen felt a headache coming on. Today promised to be tumultuous. A headstrong Grand Princess, a naive Shen Songlan, and an ailing Qin Guiwan. The convergence of these troublesome individuals was sure to incite further complications. After dismissing He Miaoxin, Qin Guiwan had enjoyed a brief moment of solitude when a maid arrived to announce the Grand Princess's visit. Following her message, the maid sternly reminded, "Young madam, the Countess has spent a fortune to treat Miss Qingji on your behalf. You must honor her intentions." Qin Guiwan understood that if she dared to speak carelessly in front of the Grand Princess, the subsequent remedies for Qingji would be lost. "I shall speak with caution," she assured herself, knowing she would not be foolish enough to risk offending the entire Shen family in pursuit of justice from a distant Grand Princess. The maid instructed her maid to assist Qin Guiwan in her grooming, ensuring she did not appear disheveled before the noble visitor. The maid, not daring to delay, hurriedly helped her rise from the bed and prepared her attire and hair. Just as they completed the preparations, the Grand Princess and her entourage entered. Qin Guiwan, unable to exert strength in her hands, supported herself with her elegant wrist as she knelt to pay her respects. "Commoner Qin Guiwan, I greet the Grand Princess." The maid pulled out a chair for the Grand Princess, who sat down and subtly assessed Qin Guiwan's hands before gesturing for her to rise and meet her gaze. Rising proved arduous, without support, and two maids hastily assisted her. Once standing, Qin Guiwan slowly lifted her head. The sunlight was particularly bright that day, casting a soft glow upon her fair skin, as if adorned with a delicate sheen. Her pale complexion rendered her exquisite features almost ethereal. She lowered her lashes modestly, neither humble nor arrogant, her dark and tranquil eyes allowing the noblewoman to scrutinize her. Upon clearly observing her appearance, the Grand Princess's heart raced, and her breath quickened. Chapter 53. Provocation. The Grand Princess immediately averted her gaze to conceal her emotions, then raised her eyes once more, resuming her demeanor of authority and grace. "Are you not of the Eastern Chong? Why then do you possess the visage of a Han person?" she inquired, her brow furrowing. Qin Guiwan respectfully explained, "Your Highness, my mother was a native of the Great Chu, captured and taken to the Eastern Chong, where I was born. I resemble my mother, hence my Han appearance." "And what is your age this year?" "Your Highness, I am 19. Upon hearing this, the Grand Princess pressed her hand to her forehead, scrutinizing Qin Guiwan for a moment before slowly tightening her lips, her expression grave. The onlookers could not discern the reason, and just as Grandmother Shin pondered whether to speak up, the person seated in the rosewood chair suddenly broke the silence. In the 4th year of Jing Chong, the commander of Jiqing, Shui Rong, fled in battle, resulting in the Eastern Chong breaching the city and abducting over 5,000 women from the Great Chu. "Was your mother among those captured?" Qin Guiwan replied, "Indeed, Your Highness." The Grand Princess's expression darkened abruptly, her eyes turning icy as she slammed her hand on the table. Gritting her teeth, once again, it is Shui Rong's misdeeds. Her sudden outburst startled everyone. It was well known among the people of the Great Chu that the loss of Jiqing was a significant event. At that time, Emperor Jingchong had barely settled into his throne when the 8 great families pressured him to proclaim a crown prince. Just after the 5-year-old prince was named, the Eastern Chong launched their assault. The 8 great families compelled Emperor Jingchong to lead the charge himself, to rally the soldiers at the frontier and defeat the Eastern Chong with fervor. Their ambitions were evident, yet the emperor refused to comply. Under increasing pressure, the Grand Princess, newly confirmed with child, volunteered to take the emperor's place at the frontier. The 8 great families disapproved, and the Grand Princess furiously retorted, "If it is to rally the morale, am I not qualified as the Grand Princess of the realm?" Clad in her ceremonial robes, she stood in the Great Hall, facing 10 opponents alone, ultimately silencing all dissent. She traveled to the frontier, residing in the besieged Jiqing, personally visiting the barracks daily to encourage the soldiers with her words. Witnessing the spirits of the frontier warriors lifted, they prepared to repel the Eastern Chong in one decisive blow. However, unbeknownst to them, Shui Rong, the commander tasked with defending the city, fled with all his loyal soldiers. The Eastern Chong easily breached the city, and the Grand Princess narrowly escaped with the aid of the soldiers, while the citizens were far less fortunate. The able-bodied men were slaughtered, the women taken captive, and all valuables plundered. Though Shui Rong ultimately met a tragic end, the incident became a source of deep-seated turmoil for the princess. Each time it was mentioned, she wished fervently to resurrect Shui Rong merely to subject him to the same brutal fate once more. Everyone was acutely aware that this topic was a taboo for the princess, and they dared not utter a word. Realizing her emotions had spiraled out of control, the princess took a deep breath to compose herself and beckoned Qin Guiwan to approach. "Come here," she said. Qin Guiwan, having heard from her mother the reasons behind the capture, could surmise why the princess was incensed. She gracefully approached, and the princess pinched her cheek and asked, "Do you despise me?" "Not at all." "Do you harbor hatred for the Great Chu?" "Not at all." "And what of the Eastern Chong?" "Not at all." "Then explain why." Qin Guiwan fluttered her long lashes and replied, "Regardless of who ventured to Jiqing, Shui Rong was determined to flee, and none could have prevented that. The fault does not lie with you, Your Highness. My mother was of Great Chu lineage, and I possess their blood. Thus, I cannot hate them. The Eastern Chong raised me, and I cannot bring myself to despise them either. I am merely a woman, powerless to avert the wars between our nations, or to reverse time. If given a choice, I would wish for no further conflict between our lands and for my identity to cease to exist." The princess raised an eyebrow, recognizing her perceptiveness. "Speaking of your identity, I bear some responsibility as well. Here you are, without kin or ally, Is there any predicament in which you require my assistance? Although it was a mere formality, Qin Gowon's impression of the princess shifted significantly, realizing she was not the tempestuous figure of reputation, but rather quite reasonable. I am deeply grateful for your highness's kindness. The Shin family treats me like kin, and I find myself in no hardship. The princess cast a sidelong glance at her hands, responding nonchalantly, no matter. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out at the Gu residence. As Qin Guiwan prepared to kneel in gratitude, the princess waved her hand dismissively. At that moment, the expressions of those present varied widely. With matters settled, the princess intended to take her leave. Grandmother Shin and others stood to see her off, and according to custom, Qin Guiwan was also to accompany her. However, upon noticing the pallor of Qin Guiwan's lips, the princess instructed her to remain indoors. Shin Songlan was nearly overwhelmed with disappointment. Arriving at the scene, he dared not move or speak, and before he could exchange a word with his sister, they were already preparing to depart. He stood rooted, casting a pitiful glance at the princess. I do not wish to see you off. I want to stay here and talk with my sister. May I? The servants gasped, and Grandmother Shun was about to interject when the princess chuckled lightly. I grant you permission. The princess chose not to pursue the matter further, and the others fell silent. Grandmother Shin, accompanied by Du Shi, He Miaoxin, Shin Anjing, and a throng of servants and maidservants, exited to bid farewell to the princess. On the way, the princess praised Shin Anjing several times, filling Du Shi's heart with sweetness. Once the group had departed, Shun Songlan sprang to life, producing an item and presenting it to Qin Guiwan with exuberance. Sister, this is for you. You will be happy with this. You won't fall ill anymore. Upon seeing the item, Qin Guiwan's heart softened, realizing it to be Shin Songlan's cherished little ceramic dog. Thank you, Erlang, but I cannot accept it. Keep it for yourself. Shun Songlan pouted, his voice choked with emotion. Does sister not like my things? Having stood for so long, Qin Guiwan felt faint and wished only to rest upon her bed. However, not wanting to dampen Shun Songlan's spirits, she reluctantly accepted the gift, speaking gently, Thank you, Erlang. I will accept it for now, and once I am well and happy, I shall return it to you. Shin Songlan shook his head and backed away, declaring it a gift to his sister, not to be returned. With that, he turned and dashed off. Qin Guiwan fondled the smooth, delicate object in her hands, gazing at his tall figure with a silent smile. Among the entire Shin family, Shin Songlan was perhaps the only one she found it impossible to dislike. Upon learning that the princess had visited their residence, Shin Kunshin rushed back, only to discover that the princess had already departed. Du Shi recounted in detail the events of the day. I was particularly fearful that the princess would take issue with the matter of the Tianshan Snow Lotus after meeting with Qin Guiwan. Thankfully, upon learning that Qin Guiwan's mother had been captured during the fall of Jiqing, she ceased to mention it. She even offered Qin Guiwan a polite invitation to seek assistance at the Gu residence should she find herself in need. Shin Kunshin pondered for a moment before responding. You should treat Qin Guiwan with more kindness in the days to come. Have Jinger visit her more often. Du Shi's face brightened with understanding. By treating Qin Guiwan kindly, they could, when Shun Songlan came of age, use her to facilitate connections between Gu Zhuoying and Shun Anjing, allowing her to mediate the situation. Should the princess show favor, they could take advantage of the situation to ensure Gu Zhuoying took responsibility for Shun Anjing. Conversely, if the princess were to become enraged, they would temporarily avoid her ire, placing the blame on Qin Guiwan and devise a plan afterward. After seeing off the princess, He Miaoxin grew increasingly uneasy. Should Qin Guiwan align herself with the Gu family, how would that affect her position? It was imperative to eliminate Qin Guiwan swiftly. With the princess praising Shun Anjing today, Du Shi was wholly focused on marrying her daughter into the Gu family, neglecting other considerations. This task ultimately fell to Grandmother Shin. How could they persuade the matriarch to take ruthless measures, even at the cost of their own reputation, to eradicate Qin Guiwan? After much contemplation, a cold smile flickered in her eyes. She retrieved the purple embroidered headband she had crafted for Grandmother Shin days prior and, accompanied by a maidservant, made her way to the elders' quarters. Grandmother Shin had finally released her pent-up breath and was reclining on a soft couch, allowing a maidservant to massage her shoulders when He Miaoxin entered. Allow me, she said naturally, stepping forward to take the maidservant's place and began to knead Grandmother Shin's shoulders. Before marrying into the Shin family, she had learned the art of massage to curry favor with the elder, and thus this task was second nature to her. Grandmother Shin remarked, "You are the one who massages the most comfortably." He Miaoxin smiled, and once she finished, she presented the beautifully embroidered headband. Her needlework had always been commendable, and the exquisite craftsmanship drew admiration from the surrounding maidservants. Grandmother Shin examined it with great pleasure, showering compliments upon it. With a beaming smile, He Miaoxin responded, "If you like it, Grandmother, I shall embroider a couple more for you." Grandmother Shin playfully chided, "One is sufficient. No need for so many. It would only be a burden." He Miaoxin shook her head, "It is no burden. I also plan to embroider one for Aunt and one for Sister Qin." Grandmother Shin furrowed her brow. "Why would you embroider for Qin?" He Miaoxin, feigning surprise, replied, "Grandmother, have you forgotten? Erlang's coming-of-age ceremony is approaching. Our Shin family must be properly attired for the ancestral hall." The ancestral hall was the deepest wound in Grandmother Shin's heart. Allowing an Eastern Chang to step foot into the Shin family ancestral hall would be an affront to the late Shen Yan's parents. As expected, Grandmother Shin's expression darkened. A woman without a marriage contract does not qualify as a legitimate Shin family daughter-in-law, especially not one from the Eastern Chang. What right does she have to enter the ancestral hall? Chapter 54. The stranger, He Miaoxin, felt her face flush with embarrassment from the reprimand. Yet the princess had asserted that Sister Qin's Eastern Chang background was innocent. Moreover, even without a marriage contract, she was still the cousin's wife and had formally participated in the wedding ceremony. How could they deny her entry into the ancestral hall? Cautiously, she raised her gaze to meet Grandmother Shin's. Miaoxin and Sister Qin are both wives of the cousin. She has made no mistakes since coming to the Shin family. If she is not allowed, others will surely accuse me of jealousy. Grandmother, could you not consider Miaoxin's request and ease your disdain towards her? Grandmother Shin's expression grew increasingly grim, nearly capable of squeezing water from it. He Miaoxin leaned closer, softly pleading, "Grandmother, if you dislike Sister Qin and do not wish to grant me this favor, so be it. But now that the princess holds Sister Qin in high regard, you surely cannot diminish the princess's esteem, can you? What does her favor matter?" At the mention, Grandmother Shin could not help but scoff. Due to the incident in Jiqing, the crown princess spoke a courteous word to that Eastern Chang woman. Could it be taken seriously? It would be more tolerable if she were not favored. If she were favored, it would be even less permissible to leave Qin Guiwan. Yesterday, after she had just been reprimanded, harboring resentment, what if she sought revenge on the Shin family through the crown princess? Even without revenge, merely establishing a foothold in the Shin family would make the prospect of entering the ancestral hall intolerable. As long as she lives, He Miaoxin can only remain a secondary wife, constantly caring for her, always mindful of reputation and face. Qin Guiwan must not be allowed to stay. I am weary. You may return. He Miaoxin hesitated to speak, but seeing the cold expression of the old matriarch Shin, she reluctantly paid her respects and withdrew. After she had distanced herself, a nearby maid pondered for a long time before daring to speak up. "Old madam, considering the crown princess's standing, you ought to give the young lady some face. The matter from yesterday has just settled. It would be best not to stir things up further." The old matriarch Shin scoffed repeatedly. Yesterday, she had been unprepared and careless. He Miaoxin had said that Qin Guiwan had never done anything wrong and should not be kept outside the ancestral hall. Then she would have Qin Guiwan commit a grievous act that even the emperor would find inexcusable. If a woman does not uphold her duties and is publicly caught, even if wronged, she would have no face to continue living. This time, even if it meant sacrificing the Shin family's reputation, Qin Guiwan must be eradicated completely. Upon returning to Chiotong Courtyard, He Miaoxin felt an indescribable sense of relief. She sat directly before the mirror and gazed at her reflection. The person in the mirror had slightly reddened eyes, tears shimmering in her gaze, and her delicate lips curled in a way that resembled a sorrowful pear blossom in the rain, evoking pity. The more she looked, the more she found this enchanting, innocent appearance flawless. Gradually, she bent her brows and smiled, but malice lurked beneath her gaze, transforming the rain-soaked pear blossom into a stunningly beautiful yet poisonous oleander. On a whim, she had Lanxiang use the ivory comb gifted by Xinyanji to style her hair into a new hairdo, wishing to appear more spirited. Lanxiang inquired, "Miss, what has you so joyful?" He Miaoxin smiled without answering. Huixiang vaguely sensed He Miaoxin's thoughts and shared a mysterious smile in response. A mix of emotions surged in Lan Xiang's heart, and as another first-class maid, she had served faithfully over the years without a hint of disloyalty. Yet, He Miaoxin only had eyes for Hui Xiang. If the master is unkind, why should she be loyal? Unfortunately, Shen Yanji was far too noble. Whenever he encountered her, he never cast even a glance her way. Recently, when he occasionally visited Chiotong Courtyard, she would inadvertently reveal a glimpse of her graceful neck or fair wrist while serving tea, but Shen Yanji remained entirely indifferent. If the direct approach would not work, then she must resort to subtler means. It was time to turn raw rice into cooked rice. However, how could she find an opportunity to be alone with Shen Yanji? Lan Xiang. Lan Xiang. Seeing Lan Xiang lost in thought, He Miaoxin felt a twinge of annoyance. What are you daydreaming about? Lan Xiang snapped back to reality, hurriedly saying, Miss, I was thinking. On the day of the second young master's coming-of-age ceremony, many guests will surely come. How can we make you look stunning to astonish all? He Miaoxin chided playfully. Do not speak foolishly. I cannot outshine the second young master. Despite her words, she had already decided to dress elegantly and majestically to highlight Qin Guiwan's embarrassment. She understood her grandmother's temperament well. When she did not act, it was to be unexpected and shocking when she did. When she took action again, it would surely be at the coming-of-age ceremony, publicly casting Qin Guiwan into the depths of despair. Mrs. Du, complying with Shun Kunshin's arrangements, instructed the steward to replace all the worn-out items in Yuxiu Courtyard. She also had several sets of winter clothing and jewelry custom-made for Qin Guiwan. Subsequently, she advised Shen Anjing to visit Yuxiu Courtyard more often. Shen Anjing, perceptive as she was, immediately grasped the underlying intention and agreed readily. Mrs. Du said sternly, Today the Crown Princess praised you highly, clearly satisfied with you. You need only establish a rapport with young Master Gu, and this marriage will be a done deal. She beckoned Shen Anjing closer and whispered a few words. After hearing, Shen Anjing's face blushed like a ripe persimmon, stammering, Mother, is that really appropriate? Mrs. Du lightly tapped her forehead. What's inappropriate? Just look at the Crown Princess, draped in jewels and finery. Do you not wish to be like her? You need only follow my instructions. She added, I'm not asking you to remove your clothes, just a little exposure of your shoulder through the curtain will suffice. Last time, she had the sisters bring small trinkets to engage with Gu Zhuoying, winning his favor and leading outsiders to mistakenly believe he was interested in them. However, it accidentally resulted in Shun Anling's fall into the water. Although it tarnished Shun Anling's reputation, it drew the Crown Princess's attention to Shun Anjing. The outcome was not too bad, as it did not affect their next plan. This time, she intended to have Qin Guiwan accompany Shun Anjing to change clothes at Shen Songlan's coming-of-age ceremony, then orchestrate a scenario where Gu Zhuoying drunkenly barged in. With Qin Guiwan present, as the elder sister-in-law, she would have to demand an explanation from Gu Zhuoying and the Crown Princess. If Gu Zhuoying was willing to take responsibility, it would be a happy resolution. If he refused, it would be Qin Guiwan who offended them, and they would devise another plan. Even if it fell through, such matters would concern the Gu family's reputation, and neither the Crown Princess nor Gu Zhuoying would dare to speak ill of it. Shen Anjing lowered her head, blushing with embarrassment as she nodded. Mrs. Du examined Shen Anjing closely, growing fonder of her. This eldest daughter was always quick to understand, endearing her to Mrs. Du. Go now, for the next few days, bathe in milk to nurture your skin. Shen Anjing, her face flushed, complied and left, pondering for a moment before heading to Shun Anling's room. Shen Anling sat on the couch, her eyes vacant, hugging her knees in a daze. Upon entering, Shen Anjing turned her head to glance at her before returning to her stupor. Shen Anjing sighed softly, instructing all the maids to withdraw, then approached her, saying, Good Ling, are you still angry with me? Shen Anling lifted her gaze, staring fixedly at Shen Anjing. Their features were identical, although not breathtakingly beautiful. She had a fair complexion and rosy lips. Throughout their lives, she had always been slightly inferior to Shen Anjing, whether in needlework or academics, always falling a little short. Shen Anjing never mocked her, patiently teaching her time and again. Whatever good things she found, she would always bring to her first. Shen Anling had once believed that apart from their mother, Shen Anjing was the one who loved her the most. After over a decade of sisterly affection, it had shattered due to a single marriage. If it were for marriage that she schemed against her, she could still understand it. Yet now this sister, once so close, had turned into a stranger seeking to harm her. Why did you intercept my letter? Last night, the commotion surrounding Qin Guiwan had become widely known throughout the household. Upon hearing this, she immediately asked her maid whether the letter had been delivered. If it had, how could Qin Guiwan have been so foolish as to remain unprepared and nearly lose her life? The maid, stammering under questioning, eventually cried and divulged the truth. The letter had been taken by Shun Anjing. Chapter 55. The advisor Ling. What are you saying? What letter of yours did I take? Shun Anjing feigned innocence. Shun Anling pressed her lips together, turned away, and fell silent. Shun Anjing understood her stubbornness and patiently explained, "Grandmother detests the Qin family. Why would you provoke her?" "I did it for your own good." Shun Anling buried her head in her knees, refusing to see or hear anything. The person before her was no longer her dear sister Jing, but a demon in Sister S guise. Ling, I know you don't want to hear anything I say right now. Shun Anjing gently stroked her back, softening her tone. But you must believe in my heart. You will always be my dearest sister. Once I marry into the Gu family, I will surely invite you frequently to accompany me, so you can catch more glimpses of that attendant. Shun Anling's eyes widened in sudden surprise as she lifted her head. Are you certain you can marry into the Gu family? I naturally have my methods. At the mention of this, a faint smile crept onto Shun Anjing's lips. The mother's actions lacked the necessary ruthlessness. What does it matter if she caught them changing clothes? Gu Zhuoying harbored no desire for responsibility. What could she do about it? She intended to have Gu Zhuoying lie beside her on the same couch, making sure that everyone witnessed it. Even if Gu Zhuoying and the princess were unwilling, for the sake of reputation, he would have to marry her. Shun Anling's face flushed suddenly, her emotions stirred. Are you once again going to defy our mother's wishes? Isn't falling into the fish pond humiliating enough? What underhanded scheme will you employ this time? And if it fails again, who will you blame? You've always been more clever than I, yet for the sake of this marriage, you resort to such shameless acts. Shun Anqing did not expect her sister's reaction to be so intense, nor her words to be so harsh, and she immediately lost her composure.
Lear.
What do you mean? Is it unbearable for you to see me ruin my reputation? Do you think I desire this? It's not as if I had the privilege to marry into a prestigious family. It's our parents who forced me to climb the Gu family ladder. With that, she threw down her handkerchief and stormed away. Shun Anling's spine stiffened, and after a long moment, she collapsed onto the couch, weeping uncontrollably. Her sister had become infatuated with marrying into the Gu family, while their parents sacrificed their daughter's reputation in pursuit of social elevation. This was no longer the Shin family she remembered, known for its strict and virtuous conduct during her uncle's lifetime. Upon returning to the Gu residence, the princess retrieved a redwood box inlaid with mother-of-pearl from her chamber. Opening it, she took out a peachwood hairpin. Sitting by the window, she gazed at it for a long while, gently stroking its surface, tears glistening in her eyes. The hairpin was intricately carved with a cloud motif, delicate yet unfinished, with rough edges that felt prickly to the touch. Upon hearing that the princess had returned from the Shin residence and closed herself off for an hour and a half without even partaking in lunch, Gu Zhongsu grew worried and abandoned his unfinished affairs to rush back. Pushing open the door, he found the princess enveloped in sorrow, slowly raising her head. In a hoarse voice, she uttered, "Qin Guiwan must be the daughter of Su Xiao and Yun Yang." Gu Zhongsu was taken aback, both astonished and delighted. Is it true? Regarding Su Xiao and Yun Yang, besides the princess, he was likely the only one privy to their story. Years ago, while in Jicheng, the princess had experienced discomfort due to her pregnancy and the unfamiliar environment, leading to a loss of appetite. The governor, eager to ingratiate himself with her, devised various dishes to stimulate her appetite, yet she continued to reject everything. One day, she happened upon the young assistant who was enjoying a meal brought from home. The simplicity of the food ignited her appetite. The governor promptly inquired about the cook, learning that it was Su Xiao, a modest young scholar, who shyly mentioned it was prepared by his newlywed wife, Yun Yang. The governor insisted that Su Xiao bring Yun Yang to cook for the princess, but she declined, preferring Su Xiao to simply bring an extra portion whenever he came. Yun Yang devoted herself to preparing a variety of dishes for Su Xiao to take to the princess. After several conversations, the princess discovered Su Xiao's remarkable talent and virtuous character. He had merely been delayed in his examinations due to poverty and caring for his ill father. Moreover, he and Yun Yang shared a childhood bond, deeply devoted to one another. Once the princess overcame her discomfort, she summoned Yun Yang, who was beautiful and gracious, well-spoken thanks to her education. The princess wished to reward her handsomely, but she humbly declined, stating that the princess had come to the border for the benefit of the people of Daju, and she had merely done what any citizen should do. The princess recognized both Su Xiao and Yun Yang as honest and principled individuals and resolved to elevate Su Xiao upon her return to the capital. When Shui Rong defected and the Eastern Chong breached the city, the governor fled in panic. The princess, escorted by her guards, narrowly escaped the city, seeking aid in the nearest town. The Eastern Chong pursued relentlessly, raining arrows upon them, and with the guards dwindling, Su Xiao arrived with a contingent of officials on horseback. To her surprise, the young, bashful assistant displayed remarkable martial prowess, temporarily driving back the Eastern Chong and escorting her into the woods. The Eastern Chong would not let this opportunity slip, sending more men to search the woods. Realizing the dire situation, Su Xiao presented the princess with the peachwood hairpin, bowing thrice before her. "Princess, you have braved dangers for the sake of Daju, even while unwell, persisting daily to boost the morale of the troops. Your presence is a blessing to the people of Daju. I will lead the Eastern Chong away. You must flee eastward across the Sa River. Once you cross, they will not dare pursue you. If I do not survive, please give this hairpin to Yun Yang and tell her to live well. I will marry her again in the next life." That day, the young assistant and 500 officials disappeared without a trace. Under the protection of the remaining 300 guards, the princess finally crossed the river and found reinforcements. Later, the soldiers discovered the remains of Su Xiao and his men. Realizing that the Eastern Chong, thwarted from capturing the princess, had unleashed their fury upon them. Particularly Su Xiao, whose body bore no signs of being whole, suffered unspeakable indignities before death. The news devastated the princess, and she wept bitterly, ensuring that Su Xiao and the 500 officials were buried in a picturesque location. She also commanded that Yun Yang's whereabouts be sought. However, after the Eastern Chong sacked the city, both Yun Yang and Su Xiao's family met a tragic end. The alley where Yun Yang lived was reduced to ashes, with bodies scattered in disarray. There was no trace of any survivors. The Eastern Chong distributed the captured women among their soldiers, leading to many deaths, injuries, and suicides, leaving no information about their fates. The peachwood hairpin became a scar on the princess's heart. For years, she kept the hairpin as a constant reminder that her life was bought with the lives of countless soldiers. As long as she lived, she would wholeheartedly assist the emperor, ensuring the well-being of the citizens of Daju. Occasionally, she hoped for a miracle, yearning for the day when she could personally hand over the hairpin to Yun Yang to honor Su Zhao's spirit in the afterlife. "To this day, I still vividly remember Yun Yang's appearance," the princess said, wiping the tears from her eyes with a bitter smile. Qin Guiwan bore an uncanny resemblance to Yun Yang, even sharing the same voice. The name Qin Guiwan was bestowed by her mother, if she recalled correctly. Yun Yang's full name was Qin Lingxi. The bond between Yun Yang and Su Xiao was unbreakable. She would never submit to the Eastern Chong, not even in death, unless Qin Guiwan is indeed Su Zhao's child. Gu Zhongsu, upon hearing this, reflected on the name Guiwan, feeling a pang of sorrow. "In dreams, I long for you, but Guiwan seems to harbor doubts. It is not as sweet as the swallows under the red eaves, nor as tranquil as the green grass." When Qin Lingxi named her daughter, she must have been filled with profound grief. Had Su Xiao selfishly hidden at home to protect his wife and children, perhaps their family would not have been shattered. If Yun Yang had taken her own life in despair, Su Xiao would have faced utter extinction. One sacrificed for the greater good of the nation, the other, for the bloodline of their beloved, endured humiliation to survive. The war between the two nations inadvertently forged a tragic tale of life and death for this pair of star-crossed lovers. Suppressing his emotions, he sighed deeply. Does Guiwan know her true lineage? Chapter 56. The 1,000 households. The princess pondered for a moment before gently shaking her head. By her demeanor, it seemed she was unaware. If she knew, her hatred for the Eastern Chong would be profound, and no matter how well she masked it, there would be a glimmer of animosity in her eyes. I suspect Yun Yang never dared to tell her. For a frail woman from Daju to survive in the heart of the Eastern Chong's domain is already a feat. If even a hint of Qin Guiwan's heritage were to surface, both mother and daughter would immediately face annihilation. You visited the Shun residence. Did you ascertain her feelings for Shenyanji? How does the Shen family treat her? Gu Zhongsu inquired, furrowing his brow. If things do not turn out well, Even if there is no opportunity with Gu Zhuoying, one must find a way to extricate her from the Shen family and protect her for a lifetime. Gu Wan's feelings for Shen Yanji are currently unclear. With so many eyes around, it is inappropriate for me to inquire further. I will need to find an opportunity to speak with her privately to ascertain her sentiments. As for how the Shen family treats her, the princess is filled with indignation at the thought. Gu Wan's hands are wrapped in thick bandages, and the old lady Shen continuously disparages her as a vile servant. Attempting to deceive me with such trivial machinations is utterly laughable. Du Shi, with a sycophantic demeanor, seems eager to thrust Shen and Jing into my sight, urging me to notice her more. Shen and Jing pretends to be meek, yet her cunning is excessive. She has cast glances at my jewelry on 3 occasions, oblivious to the fact that I noticed. He Miao Xin, upon seeing me gift Shen and Jing a bracelet, became momentarily distracted. This entire family harbors ulterior motives. She has encountered countless deceptions in her life. The Shen family's intentions appear transparent to her. Gu Zhongsu's brows knit tighter with concern, pondering what to do next. The princess carefully arranges her hairpin and closes her box. Yun Yang remains in Dongchang, and Gu Wan's lineage cannot yet be revealed to the public, for it would endanger Yun Yang. I am now preparing to seek a chance for a private conversation with Gu Wan to clarify her feelings for Shen Yanji while also sending someone to Dongchang to bring Yun Yang back. Gu Zhongsu applauds in approval, remarking that the lady's foresight is commendable. If Qin Gu Wan disapproves of Shen Yanji, there is no need to await news from Yun Yang. She can simply take her away from the Shen family. If Qin Gu Wan deeply loves Shen Yanji, upon bringing back Yun Yang, she will immediately announce her lineage, allowing the Gu family to protect Qin Gu Wan openly under their wings. No matter how audacious the Shen family may be, they would not dare offend the daughter of the princess's savior. The princess then broaches the subject of Shen Songlan, eliciting a sigh from Gu Zhongsu. After some discussion, he suddenly wonders if the Shen family might once again bully Qin Gu Wan during this time. The princess reassures him, stating that she is well aware of the petty tactics in the backyard. Today, she has spoken kindly to Qin Gu Wan. Out of respect for her, the Shen family will not dare to act recklessly for the time being. Even if they do, it will likely be during a crowded moment to provoke Qin Gu Wan into making a mistake and silencing the gossip. Soon, there will be Shen Songlan's coronation, and if the Shen family wishes to deal with Qin Gu Wan, they will surely force her into a corner before the guests. On that day, she intends to personally observe at the Shen residence. Gu Zhongsu has only ever had the princess as his wife and has never taken concubines. He is truly not as adept in these covert power struggles as the princess. Seeing her confidence, he no longer feels anxious. When he inquires whether to inform Gu Zhuoying of these matters, the princess firmly declines. It is better for Gu Zhuoying to remain oblivious to Qin Gu Wan's sentiments toward Shen Yanji for now. Gu Zhuoying arrives at the 5-army camp. Upon his arrival, the camp officials, generals, and various officers swarm to greet him, all wearing smiles and displaying excessive politeness, eager to familiarize him with the camp environment. From a 5th-rank deputy commander, he has garnered attention akin to that of an emperor's inspection. The scene is utterly comical. Gu Zhuoying patiently explains that as he is here to assume his military position, he merely needs to be guided by his direct superior to acclimate to the camp. The group, initially reluctant to cease their flattery, readily agrees to his suggestion. His direct superior is the chief commander Zhao Hu, a man with a dark complexion and thick brows, marked by 3 distinct lines on his forehead, giving him a particularly fierce appearance. Zhao Hu looks down upon Gu Zhuoying, concealing his disdain, and patiently begins to familiarize him with the various camps. The soldiers, aware of his identity, dare not belittle him and greet him with smiles. However, some glance at him with a knowing look after he departs. Though this scion of wealth lacks virtue, his handsome face is undeniably striking. He wears the 5th-rank embroidered bear blue uniform with an air of nonchalance, even surpassing the allure of the maidens from the Yen Chun Tower. To be a mere ornament here is a treat for the brother's eyes. Gu Zhuoying catches a glimpse of the gazes directed at him, lightly licking his lips with a silent smirk. Upon arriving at their respective camp, the soldiers are engaged in training. Zhao Hu summons the 10 captains and introduces them one by one. After the introductions, Gu Zhuoying inspects the weapons on the racks to either side and selects a long staff. With a slight raise of his brow and a stern expression, he inquires, "How skilled are you 10 captains? I wish to test your mettle." Each one selects a long staff, and he asserts that if they are disarmed, they lose. The 10 captains exchange glances, their eyes drifting toward Zhao Hu, unsure of how to respond. This scion, known for indulging in games of cockfighting and dice, has not established a reputation for martial prowess. Whose fault would it be if someone gets hurt? He weighs the long staff in his hand and speaks slowly. Are you all defying military orders? This is your commanding officer speaking. His voice is low but carries an oppressive authority. Zhao Hu's brow furrows slightly. This scion should merely serve as decoration. Why must he stir up trouble for those beneath him? Even reluctant, he sternly admonishes, "Do you not understand Captain Gu's words?" The crowd disperses like startled birds, each selecting a long staff. Gu Zhuang shouts loudly, directing his staff at one of the captains. The captain, caught off guard, drops his staff, swiftly conceding, "I admit defeat." The others, witnessing this, rush forward. After only a couple of exchanges, their staffs are knocked from their hands, and they bow in acknowledgement, claiming their skills are insufficient, and they accept the outcome. Zhao Hu, eager to conclude this farce, furrows his brow and scolds. To lose after only 2 exchanges is a disgrace to our right camp. All of you return and hold a horse stance for half an hour. The crowd breathes a sigh of relief, grateful to escape the presence of this scion, and hastily leave to face their punishment. Gu Zhuang blocks their path with his staff. There is no need to return and hold a horse stance. Remove your armor and leave. Never set foot in the 5-army camp again. In the sunlight, the young lord's light brown eyes glimmer like dazzling glass, slightly uplifted, radiating brilliance. He opens his lips, articulating each word. To lose after only 2 exchanges is a disgrace to chew with soldiers like you. The soldiers' training immediately erupt in uproar. Zhao Hu and the others' expressions shift. A captain with a full beard, filled with indignation, strides forward to confront Gu Zhuang. "We train diligently every day, never shirking our duties. You arrive here, do nothing, and expect us to entertain you. If the play is not satisfactory, we are dismissed without armor. It is you who brings shame to Chu as a privileged noble." Those nearby gasp, hastily attempting to cover his mouth and pull him away. Zhao Hu steps forward, positioning himself in front of the crowd, and with a softened expression, addresses Gu Zhuang. "Captain Gu, this Wang captain is simply a loose cannon. Please, be magnanimous and do not take offense." Gu Zhuang pushes past Zhao Hu, directly confronting Wang captain, holding the long staff and scoffing. "Do you look down upon my skills?" With a nonchalant smile, his eyes slightly narrowed and lips curling, he embodies the very essence of a scion. Wang captain, furious, breaks free from the crowd and charges forward. "Do you dare to let everyone witness and have a fair match with me? If I lose, I will not blame you, nor will I hold any resentment towards the right army camp. Even if I am beaten to death, I will have no complaints." Gu Zhuang bends down to pick up a staff from the ground, raising it and forcefully tossing it to Wang captain. "I have been waiting for you to say that." Chapter 57. The Strange as Dusk Envelopes. Gu Zhuang returns to Ming Lan courtyard, leaning against his waist as Lu Sui cautiously helps him onto the soft couch. After settling in, Gu Zhuang gasps in pain. "They are seeking revenge. They want to kill me." The servants enter with a basin of ice, several silk cloths, and a box of ointment, while Lu Sui swiftly wraps the ice in the silk cloth and places it on Gu Zhuang's injured waist. Military positions are earned through merit. Having never served in the military, it is normal for the subordinates to resent his direct promotion to deputy commander. Given your already tarnished reputation, who wouldn't seize the opportunity to bring about your demise? Gu Zhuang lacked the energy to verbally chastise Lu Sui and merely turned his head sharply to glare at him. After today, who would dare to defy them? Indeed, Lu Sui wholeheartedly concurred with this sentiment. First, he had triumphed over Captain Wang with 5 moves, then bested 9 other captains, and even engaged in a duel with over 90 leaders from the right army camp. More than 100 individuals of varying ranks had been defeated, all in a single sweep. His fame had skyrocketed, igniting a fervor throughout the 5 armies camp. Captain Zhao beamed with joy, his mouth stretching to the roots of his ears, as he joined Captain Wang in cheering and shouting encouragement for Gu Zhuang until his voice went hoarse. Nowadays, within the 5 armies camp, any mention of Gu Zhuang would elicit the remark, "This dandy's skills are surprisingly more handsome than his visage." Yet, the price of such ostentation was rather steep. Lu Sui compassionately glanced at Gu Zhuang's waist, uncertain if this would affect his future prospects for marriage. Gu Zhuang could no longer endure it. As he attempted to rise and kick Lu Sui, a sharp pain coursed through his waist, forcing him back down obediently. "Why not try taking on 100 opponents alone and see if you emerge unscathed?" Lu Sui replaced the ice pack over the injured area. "No, However, my subordinate would never commit the folly of challenging 100 men single-handedly. Gu Zhuoying sighed deeply, believing his mother must have wished for him to live a long life, which is why she assigned Lu Sui as his attendant. Who says I wish for you to live long? Lu Sui turned around, noticing the Grand Princess entering with her maid, and promptly stood to pay his respects. Gu Zhuoying attempted to rise, but the Grand Princess stepped forward to restrain him, instructing him not to get up. I have heard all about your exploits in the Five Armies camp. I did not expect that you would establish your authority on your very first day. I just returned from the palace, and the emperor praised you several times. My uncle sent me to train, and I cannot afford to tarnish his name, Gu Zhuoying replied, applying ice to his waist. There is no need to feign being a dandy. He was determined to gradually rectify his sullied reputation. The Grand Princess cast a glance at the ointment awaiting application on the nearby table and instructed her attendant, go fetch the bottle of black snow frog ointment that the emperor bestowed upon you. Gu Zhuoying hastily passed the ice to Lu Sui, signaling him to take it away, and sat up with gritted teeth, nonchalantly declaring, it's not serious. Merely a superficial injury. There is no need to waste the black snow frog ointment. The black snow frog ointment, produced in Shi County, is renowned for its remarkable efficacy in eliminating blood stasis and healing wounds. However, only 2 bottles are produced every 5 years, making it exceedingly precious. Local officials would expedite its delivery to the palace over an 800-mile stretch. This year, 2 bottles happened to arrive, and the emperor gifted one to the Gu household. The Grand Princess shook her head and waved her hand, indicating for her maid to continue fetching it. A back injury is no trivial matter. One must not be negligent. Lu Sui interjected unexpectedly. Grand Princess, do not bother. The item has already been gifted by the young master. A whole bottle was given. The entire bottle, through the hands of Physician Chao, was completely sent over, with nothing retained. The Grand Princess looked at Gu Zhuoying in astonishment, scrutinizing him from head to toe, her expression revealing layers of intrigue. Gu Zhuoying's handsome face flushed from pale to red, as if he were about to bleed from his ears. Mother, I merely wished to avoid leaving scars on her hands. Women cherish their beauty, and scars are unsightly. After this explanation, his face burned with embarrassment, wishing he could bite his own tongue off. The sordid thoughts he harbored, hidden from view, had been unexpectedly unveiled, leaving him utterly exposed. He felt as though he were stripped bare, subjected to scrutiny, with a rush of shame flooding from his feet to his head. The two frequently engaged in verbal sparring, and Gu Zhuoying often remained impervious, making it rare to see him at a loss for words and blushing. The Grand Princess, momentarily amused, couldn't help but chuckle softly. This laughter left Gu Zhuoying flustered and anxious. With a multitude of words at his disposal, he found himself unable to articulate a defense. The more he attempted to explain, the deeper he dug his own grave. It matters not. It has been given, and indeed, it is inappropriate for a woman's hands to bear scars. The Grand Princess's smile faded as she stated, I visited her today. Her health is now restored. However, I must remind you once again. She is the wife of Shen Yanji. Gu Zhuoying was utterly at a loss for words, his face reddening in silence. Not just a friend's wife. Qin Guiwan likely wouldn't even remember whether he was dark or fair, perhaps not even knowing his full name. In this world, it is hard to find anyone as self-deluding and despicable as he. The Grand Princess then instructed her attendants to apply the ointment properly to Gu Zhuoying before taking her leave. As she departed, she glanced back at the flushed young man sprawled on the couch, a smirk playing on her lips as she sauntered away. Gu Zhuoying buried his face in his hands, vigorously rubbing his cheeks, nearly grinding his silver teeth to dust. Lu Sui, are you here to curse me? Lu Sui replied with utmost seriousness. I am here to serve as an attendant and repay debts, not to bring misfortune upon the young master. Gu Zhuoying's eyes glazed over. Yes, it is indeed a debt to repay, but he is the one who owes. Qin Guiwan did not take the Grand Princess's visit to heart. It was merely a courteous remark from a noblewoman. She would not consider it a bargaining chip or a source of support. The most pressing matter was to ensure her own and Xingji's health. Only when the time was ripe could they successfully escape from the Shen family. Due to her injury, the family physician indicated that Xingji would require until the end of the month for full recovery. Until then, it was best to remain in bed for rest to avoid any lingering ailments. Qin Guiwan kept this in mind and resolutely forbade Xingji from getting out of bed upon waking. She noticed that the ointment provided by Physician Chao worked remarkably quickly. Within half a day, Xingji's fingers had completely reduced in swelling. Unable to contain her amazement, She swiftly divided half of it for Qingji. Although Qingji recognized the ointment's value, she did not refuse it. She felt that the maidservants arranged by Du Shi were unreliable, and she longed to recover swiftly to continue caring for Qin Guiwan closely. During this time, an unprecedented tranquility enveloped the Shun household. He Miaoxin, Du Shi, and Shun Anjing visited Yuxiu Courtyard daily to inquire about her well-being. Whenever Du Shi came to Yuxiu Courtyard, she would always ask Qin Guiwan if she needed anything, fearful of causing her even the slightest grievance. Shun Anjing addressed Qin Guiwan as elder sister incessantly, causing Qin Guiwan's scalp to tingle. Once Qin Guiwan was able to rise from her bed, He Miaoxin took her to the most bustling fan tower in the capital for 2 outings, purchasing her an exquisite set of fire coral jewelry. She insisted on accompanying her daily to pay respects to the old matriarch, establishing a bond akin to that of sisters. The old matriarch seemed to have transformed into a different person, treating Qin Guiwan with exceptional warmth, occasionally inviting her and He Miaoxin to dine in her chamber. To cater to her taste, she would even have the chef prepare 2 special dishes from Dongqiang. Qin Guiwan smiled in response, yet her heart rang alarm bells. No good deed goes unrewarded. Having been deceived by Xin Yanji for 4 years, she remained skeptical of any unprovoked kindness. The sweeter the honey-coated pill, the more lethal its poison. She had no idea what these individuals were plotting, but she was certain it could not be anything benevolent. Each interaction with them was approached with extreme caution. Even in front of the 2 maidservants arranged by Du Shi, she dared not let her guard down. And even after her hand healed, she refrained from sewing the knee protectors. The only person she felt at ease with was Shun Songlan. He visited daily, bringing a plethora of pastries, distributing half to her and half to Qingji. He remarked, "Sister, you are too thin. Eat more, and you will gain weight. If Qingji eats well, she will recover." This deceptive calm lasted for over 10 days, and tomorrow marked Shen Songlan's coming-of-age ceremony. The moon had not yet fully transitioned to a waning crescent, and the biting cold could not diminish the brilliance of the moonlight. However, the chilling wind seeped through the bones. That night, before sleeping, Qin Guiwan made her customary visit to the ear room to converse with Qingji, watching her take her medicine and lie down before returning to her own quarters. After washing up, she lay in bed, a sense of inexplicable unease gnawing at her. Du Shi, Shen Anjing, He Miaoxin, and the old matriarch all exhibited an eerie kindness toward her. Even Shen Kunchen, whom she encountered on the road, nodded and smiled at her. This was profoundly unsettling. Even more disturbing was that Xin Yanji had only come once during the nights, merely checking her hand and confirming all was well before departing swiftly. This was not characteristic of Xin Yanji's behavior. What terrifying storm was brewing beneath the calm facade of the Shun household? Lost in such thoughts, someone entered the room, and she anxiously reached for the dagger concealed beneath her pillow. The figure that approached was tall and slender, slowly pacing through the dimly lit room. His voice low and husky. "Wan, it is I." Qin Guiwan exhaled a sigh of relief, retracting her hand, and replied coolly, "What brings you here?" Shun Yanji approached the bedside with a light tread, crouching down to meet Qin Guiwan's gaze. His dark eyes, like polished obsidian, gazed tenderly and greedily at the person before him in the dim night. During this time, he had quietly conferred with Duke Dinghua each night regarding the dismantling of the territories held by the 8 great families. Having not seen his beloved for too long, the pangs of longing nearly tore him apart. Perhaps the warmth of the heated floor or the absence of recent grievances had rendered her in splendid spirits. By the light of the moon streaming through the window, he could clearly see the rosy glow on her cheeks, her eyes sparkling like a clear autumn lake, and her lashes fluttering like delicate black butterflies. Each blink sent ripples through his heart. "Wan," he murmured, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Soon, he would be able to openly marry her again. From then on, he would cherish and protect her, building a life together, never to part. The tenderness in his eyes was intoxicating, yet Qin Guiwan sensed something amiss with Shan Yanji tonight. "What troubles you?" Her expression, laced with curiosity and concern, resembled a lost deer in the forest, charmingly innocent. This stirred a warmth within Xin Yanji. He reached out to caress her face but hesitated, withdrawing his hand. "Wan, tomorrow you must feign a heart ailment and remain indoors. Do not go out." "I understand," she replied. There was no need for him to remind her. She had no intention of attending the crowning ceremony. In a place crowded with people, even the slightest mistake could leave her unprotected. Although she felt regret for not witnessing Shun Songlan's crowning, she preferred to avoid entrapment. Shun Yanji cautioned her not to eat anything sent from the duke's kitchen, advising her maid to prepare her meals in the small kitchen outside. Above all, she must exercise utmost caution. Suddenly, dark clouds obscured the moon, plunging the room into shadow, leaving only his piercing eyes shimmering with clarity. She lowered her gaze, nodding obediently, the faint scent of medicine lingering around her. Shun Yanji felt an overwhelming urge to hold her tightly. Yet, he refrained, fearing it might upset her, and struggled to suppress his trembling hands. Once tomorrow's events were successfully navigated, he intended to undertake a momentous endeavor. Wanwan, I will soon be able to stand proudly by your side. Initially, he had planned to dismantle the territories held by the 8 great families after establishing his own guards and influence, but fate had hastened this plan. The risks were considerable, yet he felt no regret. Once Shun Songlan completed the crowning ceremony, he would fully commit to his bold endeavor. What grand affair do you speak of? Qin Goodwan asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. How long will it take? A wave of fear coursed through her. She dreaded that Shin Yanzi might complete his plans before her mother's letter arrived. At that point, escaping would prove nearly impossible. As the clouds parted and moonlight filled the room once more, Shin Yanji noticed her delicate lips parting in surprise. A subtle restlessness spread within him. For 4 years, he had refrained from kissing her, fearing the loss of control that would follow. His restraint was tested, and now he found himself filled with regret. You will know soon enough. Do not worry, Wanwan. I will finalize everything and marry you swiftly. On the day of success, he would no longer need to suppress his desires and could unleash his emotions freely. Having spent 4 years together, Qin Guiwan had grown familiar with all of Shin Yanji's subtle gestures and glances. Noticing the deepening gaze in his eyes, her heart tightened instinctively, and she clutched the blanket to cover half her face, delicately placing her long, pale fingers over her rosy lips, her eyes glistening with tears as she stifled a yawn. I feel a bit tired. You have much to attend to tomorrow. You should return early to rest. Her voice was slightly hoarse, almost endearing in its softness. Very well. I shall leave once I see you asleep. Qin Guiwan closed her eyes in silence, and soon her breathing became long and steady. Shun Yanji gazed at her with lingering affection until she fell asleep, and then he departed as promised. As soon as he left, Qin Guiwan abruptly opened her eyes. Shin Yanji was about to formally initiate his revenge plan, and she needed to find a way to acquire the necessary travel permits and documents promptly. That night, many found themselves tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Shin Anjing dismissed all her attendants, sitting before the mirror, slowly shedding her outer garments to reveal her smooth, pale shoulders. She gazed at her reflection for a moment and smiled. Initially, her intention was merely to share a bed with Gu Zhuoying, but now she had changed her mind. Since Gu Zhuoying's arrival at the military camp, he seemed transformed. Not only had he gained fame from a single battle, but he also diligently trained the troops without a hint of laziness. Now, in the capital, the mention of young Master Gu elicited admiration from all. Upon reflection, despite his former frivolity, Gu Zhuoying had dismissed all his minor concubines, leaving his household devoid of distractions. With his handsome appearance, formidable skills, and impressive lineage, he was now striving for greatness. Such a worthy suitor must be seized. Tomorrow, she must secure Gu Zhuoying's affections at all costs. Should he deny their past, she would wait until she bore his child and then confront him. Gu Zhuoying might refuse to acknowledge their past, but the Gu family would never forsake their offspring, especially since the eldest princess had only one son and would surely yearn for grandchildren. Even if she found no love after marrying into the Gu family, she would still attain unimaginable wealth. In Jingcheng courtyard, flickering candlelight cast shadows on a weathered yet fierce face, half illuminated and half obscured, creating a somewhat terrifying visage. The elder matriarch Shin scrutinized the pale-faced guard before her and produced a stack of silver notes from her sleeve. Get the job done, and do not disappoint me. The guard accepted the notes, bowing deeply. Your kindness shall not be wasted on me. The elder matriarch Shin narrowed her eyes. You are already gravely ill, and not long for this world. I offer you the chance to provide for your family before your demise. Should anything go awry, you know the consequences, do you not? The guard bowed his head sharply, promising, I will take my own life on the spot if I fail, leaving the Qin family no chance to defend themselves. Otherwise, the elder matriarch Shen would ensure his family returned every last coin. With a dismissive wave, she said, go. In Chiotong courtyard, Shen Yanji spent the night here. Huixiang and Lanxiang were once again permitted to retire for the evening. Huixiang had fallen asleep early, softly snoring in the darkness, while Lanxiang stared out at the moonlight, her mind racing. The deadline drew near, and her father's gambling debts could not be delayed. Time was short, she had to succeed tomorrow. She reached beneath her pillow to feel the porcelain bottle hidden there, her thoughts a whirlwind of anxiety. She worried about failure, complications, and the possibility of Shen Yanji waking unexpectedly. Ultimately, all her fears were overshadowed by the looming specter of debt. No matter what, she could not afford to fail. The next day, as dawn broke, the Shen family rose early to prepare. For today's events, Shen Kunshan and Shen Yanji had both taken time off in advance. Concerned that Shen Tsonglan might be uncooperative, Shen Yanji had already gone to Baoxiuan early to oversee Shen Tsonglan's dressing and to sweet-talk him into cooperating with the ceremonies. Madame Du was helping Shen Kunshan change when a maid rushed in with news that Qin Guowan's heart ailment had flared up, leaving her pale and bedridden, likely unable to attend the crowning ceremony.
Madame Dufrose, visibly displeased.
When did this happen? The maid replied, it started in the early hours. She tried to endure in silence, thinking the medicine would help, but now she cannot even rise from bed. Madame Du stamped her foot in anger. Is she doing this on purpose? After all I've done for her, she dares to hinder us at such a critical moment. Shen Kunshan furrowed his brow. Enough with the complaints. Go check on her. If it is not a serious illness, we must drag her up regardless. If she is truly unwell, then let He Miaoxin accompany Shen Anjing today. We cannot delay important matters. Madame Du stormed off to Yuxiu courtyard, where she encountered He Miaoxin. They arrived to find Qin Guiwan lying on the bed, her expression wan and sallow. Before Madame Du could speak, Qin Guiwan bit her pale lip and trembled as she struggled to sit up. Aunt, please do not worry. I am fine. I will definitely attend Erlang's crowning ceremony today and will not bring shame to the Shen family. As she spoke, she lost her balance and nearly fell from the bed, prompting the maid to rush forward to support her back down. She clutched her chest, breathing in ragged gasps like a worn-out bellows, trembling even after lying down.
Mrs. Du,
filled with pent-up frustration, struggled to maintain her composure and spoke gently, Guiwan, while Erlang's ceremonial rite is significant, your health takes precedence. Please rest indoors today. I will explain to grandmother. How unfortunate it would be if she were to collapse before the guests. It would not only disgrace the Shen family, but also jeopardize her important matters. She glanced sideways at He Miaoxin, relieved that they were all part of Shen Yan's circle. As long as one offered assistance, it would suffice, and any other would do as well. Unaware of Mrs. Du's inner calculations, He Miaoxin continued to offer comfort, advising Qin Guiwan to prioritize her rest and health. She couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Being ill and confined indoors only made it easier for the matriarch to take action. Qin Guiwan wept with self-reproach, lamenting that it was her own frail body that prevented her from attending such a significant event for the Shen family. Mrs. Du, losing her patience, wished fervently for her to succumb to illness sooner. After offering a few casual words of consolation, she departed with He Miaoxin. The two went to pay their respects to the matriarch, entering the room where Shen Kunshan, Shen Anjing, and Shen Qing'an were present. She briefly mentioned Qin Guiwan's discomfort. The matriarch expressed a few words of regret, but said little more. Shen Qing'an's eyes occasionally darted toward He Miaoxin. Although Lanxiang had not entangled Shen Yan, he had managed to gain her attention several times during these days, as Shen Yan had been preoccupied with official duties and rarely stayed at Chiotong courtyard. However, with the weather growing colder and the mountain cave filled with chilly winds, it was not convenient to invite He Miaoxin out again. Today, He Miaoxin appeared dignified and graceful, making it difficult for him to contain his eagerness. He Miaoxin, repulsed by Shen Qing'an's gaze yet unable to escape, feigned indifference and stayed close to Shen Anjing. Mrs. Du noticed the situation and remarked, though Miaoxin is the eldest sister-in-law, she shares a bond with Jinger like that of sisters. Since Guiwan is ill and Linger has not yet recovered from her high fever, I will be busy today and cannot attend to you two. You may look out for each other. To avoid any embarrassment for Shen Anling, the Shen family had long claimed that she had not recovered from her high fever. Shen Anjing was no longer concerned whether Qin Guiwan lived or died. She merely wanted someone to help her expose her affair with Gu Zhuoying. She nodded eagerly. He Miaoxin was also hoping for someone to accompany her throughout. Should anything happen to Qin Guiwan, she could completely distance herself and enjoy the spectacle. The room was filled with laughter and light-hearted chatter, the atmosphere harmonious. Chapter 59. Gratitude. Early in the morning, the servants of Minglan courtyard were bustling about, sweat beading on their foreheads. They opened all the boxes and carefully laid out each outfit for Gu Zhuoying to see. Yet, none met his approval. The red was too garish, the black too somber, the elegant white too plain, the azure too aging, the sheer fabric made one appear effeminate, the ginger yellow lacked gravitas. Lu Sui glanced outside and saw the sun already high in the sky. Your Grace, if you do not depart soon, you will be late. Gu Zhuoying's brows furrowed slightly. Lu Sui, which outfit do you think would suit me today? He had always been fastidious about cleanliness, never wearing the same attire twice, and donned only newly made garments. With his striking features, he could make any outfit seem regal. Lu Sui, unable to discern any differences among the garments, randomly picked one. This one.
Why? Lu Sui, un sure.
Looked down at the outfit he held. It was a long robe of greenish-gray with right-side lapels, lined with fox fur, unadorned with any embroidery on the hem, but the collar and sleeves featured a silver thread embroidered with a pattern of good fortune. The lack of extravagant embellishments gave it a refreshing elegance. After contemplating, he recalled a line from a book, the fragrant path of red and the greenish-gray robe of the ancient gorge. Gu Zhuoying regarded him with suspicion, then glanced at the attire and slowly spoke. You've surprised me. You've read so few books yet managed to conjure 2 lines of poetry. I shall wear this. After changing into the outfit, he was about to step out when the princess's personal maid arrived. Your Grace, the princess inquires whether you are ready. She has been waiting for you in the carriage for quite some time. Gu Zhuoying was taken aback. My mother is also going to the Shen family? The maid respectfully responded. The princess is concerned that you might sneak a glance at Madame Qin, so she wishes to accompany you. Gu Zhuoying's expression turned ashen. The Shen family's gates were wide open, bustling with guests. Members from the extended family had arrived, and many officials from the court followed suit. Out of respect for Shen Kunchen, Shen Yan, Shen Qing'an, and Shen Songlan stood at the entrance to welcome the guests. Shen Songlan, heeding Shen Yan's instructions, greeted everyone with a bow, his eyes clear and innocent like a child, yet his demeanor was impeccable. When a group of young gentlemen who had befriended Gu Zhuoying approached with gifts, Shen Yan paused momentarily before promptly welcoming them. Once inside the estate, they dared not act inappropriately, whispering among themselves about why Gu Zhuoying had not yet arrived, despite urging them to come early to support Shen Songlan. Some lower-ranking officials' wives brought their daughters to gather around the matriarch, chatting and laughing, while He Miaoxin and Shen Anjing accompanied them. The matriarch cast a glance over, sighing inwardly. They were all from unworthy families or illegitimate daughters. In the past, they would not have qualified to enter the Shen family site. Now, they could only sift through this crowd to find a wife for Shen Songlan. Shen Anjing occasionally listened for any commotion outside, eager for Gu Zhuoying's arrival. Before long, a servant announced that the princess had arrived with the young Master Gu. The matriarch hurriedly stood up, and everyone inside followed suit to head outside. Gu Zhuoying helped the princess down from the carriage, and everyone bowed in unison. The princess smiled and waved them off, saying she had come uninvited merely to witness Gu Zhuoying's friend reach maturity, not wishing to burden the Shen family. The matriarch approached, her face beaming with smiles. Your Highness's presence is a blessing for the Shen family. How could there be any talk of burden? In truth, it was a burden. With the princess present, she could not act recklessly, fearing the princess might discern the truth and cause an irreparable situation. Fortunately, with so many guests today, the festivities would last until evening, and the princess would likely only stay for the crowning ceremony and a brief banquet before departing. There would be ample opportunity. Shen Kunchen respectfully welcomed the princess into the estate. Shen Songlan followed obediently behind. Gu Zhuoying's gaze swept over the crowd, leaving him uncertain whether to feel relieved or disheartened. Once inside, Shen Yan exchanged glances with Gu Zhuoying, and the two discreetly slipped away to a secluded area. Shen Yan spoke softly. Thank you for today. He expressed gratitude for the young gentleman who had come to support Shen Songlan and for the princess accompanying him. Setting aside other matters, this act prevented anyone from openly ridiculing or belittling Shen Songlan. He felt genuine gratitude. Gu Zhuoying smiled lightly. I am friends with Shen Heir. Naturally, I must show him respect. Wanwan has now fully recovered, and fearing someone might wish her harm today, I did not let her come. The abruptness of his words made Gu Zhuoying's spine stiffen, and he frowned, What is the purpose of mentioning this to me? Shen Yan's gaze remained fixed on Gu Zhuoying's face as he slowly said, Duke Dinghua, out of respect for you, provided me with Tian Shan's snow lotus. Without this medicine, Wanwan would have perished. Upon learning of this, she expressed her happiness for having a friend like you, and I wanted to seize the opportunity to extend my gratitude. The winter sun illuminated his stern face, rendering it bright and sincere. Gu Zhuoying clenched his fists behind his back, raising an eyebrow. There is no need for such formalities. Even without me, your father would not withhold life-saving medicine from you. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. Shen Yan took a step back and bowed sincerely. Gu Xiu, it is a blessing for me to have crossed paths with you. Gu Zhuoying stepped forward to support him, furrowing his brow. Shen Mingzheng, if you utter such polite words again, I shall sever ties with you. Mingzheng was Shen Yan's courtesy name, given personally by the esteemed scholar on the day he achieved the second place in the imperial examination. When he was still under 20, youthful and radiant, his name resonated with virtue and integrity. Upon returning, servants called him young master, elders referred to him as eldest young master or hanger, and friends addressed him as brother Shen. Very few called him by this name. Shen Yanji chuckled softly. Very well. I shall heed your words and no longer keep my distance. Just then, Zhu Zua approached Shen Yanji, informing him that an auspicious hour was approaching, and Shen Kunshan was searching for him. Shen Yanji had no choice but to bid a hasty farewell to Gu Zhuoying. Gu Zhuoying stood in a daze, her eyes downcast. Lu Sui stepped forward and inquired, Young master, what troubles you? Gu Zhuoying shook her head slightly. It is nothing. The auspicious hour is at hand. Let us proceed. Hearing the sudden hush that fell over the lively front courtyard, Qin Guiwan turned to her round-faced maid, asking if the auspicious hour had indeed arrived. The maid confirmed, yes. It is said that the eldest son and the Marquis have already conferred, and today he will preside over the crowning ceremony for the second son. Typically, such rites are conducted by the father. Having lost his parents, Shen Yanji served as both brother and father to Shen Songlan. In the 4th year of Dongqiang, Shen Yanji had never spoken of his familial interactions, for it was a wound too painful to touch. Qin Guiwan was curious. What manner of child was such a cold and selfish person in his youth? Do you know about the eldest son before his capture? Were he and the second son particularly close as children? Chapter 60. Bingtang Dushi had arranged for 2 maids, the round-faced one named Ji Chun, and the delicate one named Michio. When Ji Chun was assigned, Dushi instructed her to attend to Qin Guiwan diligently and report any irregularities. To this day, she had not observed any inappropriate behavior from Qin Guiwan, who treated both her and Michio kindly, never striking or scolding them. Recalling that Qin Guiwan's inquiries were not particularly confidential, she replied, My lady, I was once a mere serving maid and much younger than the eldest son. Thus I had no opportunity to meet him. However, I have heard that when he was young, the master and madam shared a deep affection, and the eldest son was gentle and generous. When the madam was pregnant with the second son, the master began to favor his concubines, leading to frequent quarrels between them. After the concubine was dismissed, their hearts drifted apart, and their relationship was never the same. Following the birth of the second son, the madam became engrossed in fasting and prayer, seeking divine intervention to win back the master's heart, resulting in her increasingly neglecting the 2 children. From that point on, the eldest son grew increasingly aloof and proud, distancing himself from the master. In the household, aside from his concern for the second son, he was indifferent to everyone else. The second son had always been attached to the eldest son, sharing his troubles first with him before informing the master and madam. Qin Guiwan had assumed that Shen Yanji, as the heir to the Marquis of Jinghai, must have been showered with affection in his childhood. To her surprise, he had lacked parental love. Intrigued, she inquired how Shen Yanji had cared for Shen Songlan in the past. Ji Chun recounted the events candidly. Meanwhile, the crowning ceremony had concluded, and Shen Yanji personally bestowed a name upon Shen Songlan, Bingtang. May the flourishing of the Chunjun and the fragrant harmony of the Tang and Di be ever present. He remained blissfully unaware, allowing himself to revel in the notion that all his loved ones were well. As the banquet commenced, the men and women were seated separately. Shen Kunshan, accompanied by several male members of the Shen family, took turns expressing gratitude and toasting the guests. Some jestingly encouraged Shen Songlan to drink, but Shen Yanji took it upon himself to shield her from excessive consumption. Known for his aversion to revelry and his poor tolerance for liquor, a slight indulgence would render him flushed, a fact well known among the guests. Witnessing his willingness to accommodate Shen Songlan, a martial official suddenly grew spirited, clamoring to challenge him to a drinking contest. Gu Zhuoying deftly seized a jar of wine, rising to place it before Shen Yanji. You only dare to bully Shen Xiong for his poor capacity. Why not compare with me, the young master? He, who imbibed freely and never succumbed to inebriation, was a formidable opponent. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, Shen Yanji reached for the jar before Gu Zhuoying.
Today,
You are a guest of the Shen family. How could I allow you to drink on my behalf? He turned to the martial official, a smile gracing his lips. If Lord Qiu wishes to compete, I shall gladly oblige. The table buzzed with excitement as applause erupted all around. Lord Qiu rose, lifting a jar of wine, and with great gusto clinked his jar against Shen Yanji's. Shen Yanji tipped the jar back, drinking deeply. Drops of clear wine trickled from his lips, shimmering in the sunlight as they traced the sharp contours of his jaw, cascading downwards. Before Lord Qiu could finish, Shen Yanji had already inverted his jar. I concede. His handsome face remained as pale as jade, devoid of any hint of drunkenness. Gu Zhuoying looked at Shen Yanji in astonishment while cheers erupted around them. Shen Songlan, confused by the applause that followed the emptying of the jar, merely understood that her elder brother was remarkable and joined in the laughter. Once Lord Qiu finished, he set down the jar and, with a hearty salute, declared, the eldest son of Shen possesses remarkable drinking skills. I admit defeat. He then turned to those nearby, jesting, from now on, should anyone dare say the eldest son of Shen lacks drinking prowess, I shall be the first to take offense. The atmosphere became lively. Laughter filled the air as guests approached Shen Yanji to clink their cups, inquiring about his secret to such remarkable tolerance. Shen Yanji deflected with good-natured humor, toasting with them one cup after another. As the strong liquor burned down his throat, it failed to extinguish the sorrow that lingered within. What secret could there be to such capacity? It stemmed from his time selling wine, where he endeavored to earn enough silver to purchase medicine for Qin Guiwan, drinking deeply alongside his patrons. He had experienced countless nights of drunkenness, often to the point of wishing for death. Looking back, those days of mutual reliance, though fraught with hardship, were devoid of scheming, distrust, or deceit. They had been the purest, most blissful moments of his life. While the mood among the male guests was jovial, the atmosphere among the women was somewhat tense. Everyone was busy flattering the Grand Princess, offering her toasts. The Grand Princess smiled warmly, taking a sip of wine from each offered cup, bestowing respect upon her admirers, which only heightened their spirits. As the banquet neared its conclusion, the Grand Princess showed no inclination to depart, indicating a desire to continue conversing over tea afterward. Shen Laozu became somewhat anxious. If the Grand Princess lingered until the end, how could she make her move? Shen Anjing, however, was unfazed, occasionally glancing outside, awaiting news from the maids. Lan Xiang excused herself to the restroom, stepping outside to discover that Shen Yanji had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol today, much to her delight. The more he drank, the greater her chances became. The Grand Princess sat amidst the crowd, unyielding, her gaze discreetly scanning everyone present. Just as she intended to shift the conversation towards Qin Guiwan for a private word, a guard approached her to whisper. The Grand Princess's expression darkened. Noticing her demeanor, the crowd inquired about the matter, to which she replied that pressing affairs required her attention, and she would take her leave today. The Emperor had summoned her to the palace to discuss urgent matters. Shen Laozu eagerly hoped for her swift departure and exchanged pleasantries before rising to see her off. The Grand Princess, wishing not to burden anyone, declined their offers of accompaniment and departed alone. As she neared the exit, she instructed her guards to inform Lu Sui. Do not follow Gu Zhuoying today. Keep watch near Yuxiu Courtyard. Should anyone have ill intentions towards Qin Guiwan, take swift action, and I shall bear the consequences. Upon receiving the guard's message, Lu Sui glanced at Gu Zhuoying, who was engaged in lively conversation with Shen Yanji, and excused himself, claiming an upset stomach, temporarily stepping away. Among the men, Shen Yanji found his mind growing clearer with each drink, his memories of exile becoming increasingly vivid, each recollection a knife to his heart. Gu Zhuoying noticed a shift in mood and pulled Shen Qing'an over to manage the guests, leading Shen Yanji outside for some fresh air. As they walked a short distance, the cool breeze struck Shen Yanji's face, causing him to pause, his head bowed in contemplation. Gu Zhuoying asked, What troubles you? Shen Yanji lifted his gaze, smiling gently. She accompanied me during my exile to the border town. Due to our lack of funds, we opened a modest tavern. And it was there that I honed my drinking ability. In those days, I often became intoxicated, and she cared for me with deep affection, weeping as she tended to me. Gu Zhuoying smiled knowingly. Her love for you is unwavering. You must cherish her. Speaking of his beloved, a tender warmth enveloped Shen Yanji's expression. Indeed, I shall. As they conversed, a young servant hurried towards them. The eldest son, witnessing the third son's inability to handle his liquor, found him pleading for mercy after being overindulged. You should hurry and check on him. Shen Yanji turned back and took a few steps before noticing Gu Zhuoying standing still, her eyes inquiring the reason for his return. I am merely taking a breath of fresh air. You should return first. Shen Yanji nodded and swiftly followed the servant away. Gu Zhuoying lifted her gaze towards the direction of Yuxiu courtyard, a self-deprecating smile escaping her lips. Following the path beneath her feet, she began to wander aimlessly forward. Upon reaching a small path flanked by osmanthus trees, a maid rushed towards her. As they were about to collide, Gu Zhuoying sidestepped, only to have her head graze a protruding branch, causing the maid to kneel in fright and plead for forgiveness. Recognizing the maid as Shen Anjing's personal attendant, Gu Zhuoying's expression soured instantly. It is of no consequence. Just be more cautious next time. With that, she continued on her way. It was only when she had vanished from sight that the maid dared to look up. Ensuring no one was around, she rose and snapped off the branch that had touched Gu Zhuoying. Once the princess departed, the female guests noticeably became more animated. The maid entered and exchanged glances with Shen Anjing, who subtly shifted closer to He Miaoxin, slightly revealing her skirt. He Miaoxin noticed the droplets of wine splattered on Shen Anjing's skirt and couldn't help but voice her concern. Shen Anjing, vexed by her carelessness, playfully implored He Miaoxin to accompany her to change her attire, lest others notice. He Miaoxin readily agreed. As soon as they left, Du's gaze fell upon her maid. The maid understood the cue and hurried out, preparing to lead Gu Zhuoying to Shen Anjing's dressing room. He Miaoxin and Shen Anjing exited the room and stood outside an unused chamber, where Shen Anjing remarked that the weather was too cold for her to return to her courtyard. She instructed the maid to bring her clothes to this vacant room for a change. He Miaoxin, trusting her, nodded in agreement. The maid went to fetch the garments, while Shen Anjing and He Miaoxin engaged in idle conversation as they waited. Shen Anjing casually mentioned Shen Yanji, expressing concern that their second brother, unable to drink, might be pressured into it by others. He Miaoxin, hearing this, also felt a twinge of worry. Sister-in-law, if you are concerned, you may take a look ahead. He Miaoxin glanced at the maid beside Shen Anjing. With one maid fetching the clothes and the other remaining with her, it seemed safe for her to be away for a short while. I will return shortly. Chapter 61. Luncheon in Yuxiu courtyard. Qin Guiwan was engaged in light conversation with Xi Chun when Michio entered with a bowl of congee. Mistress, it is time for your meal. This bowl of bird's nest and red date congee has been simmered for a full hour. Qin Guiwan feigned a lack of appetite that day and instructed the maid to prepare a simple congee for lunch. Michio volunteered, eager to showcase her cooking skills. Xi Chun assisted Qin Guiwan in rising and helped her don her outer garments. As they sat at the table, Qin Guiwan noticed the congee's shimmering clarity and breathed in the rich aroma of the dates, unable to resist praising it.
Miqiu, beaming,
stepped forward to serve a small bowl to Qin Guiwan. As Qin Guiwan took the bowl and lifted a spoon to her lips, she suddenly detected a faint medicinal scent within the congee, so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. With her sight lost, her sense of smell had heightened, and after years of medication, she was particularly sensitive to such aromas. Discreetly setting the congee down, she asked, "Is there more of this congee? Has Qingji had her lunch?"
Miqiu eagerly nodded,
assuring her that there was plenty and that she would serve the leftovers to Qingji. Qin Guiwan glanced at Xi Chun, who appeared oblivious to any irregularities. After a moment of contemplation, she instructed Xi Chun, "This bowl is sufficient for me. Please take the remainder to Qingji and ensure she eats well to recover." Xi Chun promptly complied and departed. As Qin Guiwan leisurely stirred her congee, she suddenly recalled something and addressed Michio. "I brought a box of stone honey from Dongchang. It should be in the pearwood box in my room.
Please fetch it for me."
Michio responded quickly and went inside to search for it. Qin Guiwan surveyed her surroundings, then swiftly approached the dragon-patterned flower stand, pouring the congee into the flower pot's edge. "Mistress, there is no stone honey in this box." Michio's voice rang out from behind the screen. "Look again." It is the pearwood box, a large green porcelain vessel, Qin Guiwan replied, having finished pouring the kanji. She removed the hairpin from her head, adjusted it, and covered the spot where she had poured the kanji with dirt. After ensuring her hairpin was clean, she replaced it in her hair. Truly, it is not here. Perhaps you mistook the box? Michio suggested as she returned. Qin Guiwan pondered for a moment, setting the bowl down and delicately wiping her mouth with a silk cloth, lightly scolding herself for her forgetfulness. It seems I may have finished it on the way. No wonder you couldn't find it earlier. Michio naturally moved to serve another bowl, but Qin Guiwan shook her head. No need. The kanji you made is wonderfully soft, sweet, and delicious, but alas, my appetite is poor, and I cannot consume much. Michio did not press further, and began to tidy the table. A full bowl was sufficient for the medicine's effect to take hold. After rinsing her mouth and washing her hands, Qin Guiwan placed a hand on her chest, stating, I feel a bit unwell. I wish to lie down for a while. Michio assisted her in lying down and, seeing her drift into slumber, gently lowered the curtains before quietly exiting the room. At the back door of Yushio courtyard, she unlocked the door with a key, leaving it ajar before rushing to Qingji's room to keep her company alongside Ji-chun. The servants in Yushio courtyard were few. The two maids who initially guarded the Buddha hall's entrance were now tasked with menial chores here. Recently, due to Qingji's illness, Qin Guiwan had assigned them to primarily care for her. At that moment, 3 maids and 2 servants were in Qingji's room, leaving the courtyard deserted. Lu Sui lay in wait on a tall tree outside Yushio courtyard, remaining vigilant. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, kept a steady watch over the entire courtyard. Soon, a man dressed as a guard appeared, stealthily approaching the back door of Yushio courtyard. Lu Sui's muscles tensed, and he prepared himself, leaping from the tree to follow the man, swiftly incapacitating him with a blow from behind. Upon searching the guard, he discovered a vial of pills. After opening it and inhaling the sickly sweet aroma, his expression darkened. As he contemplated whether to eliminate the man on the spot or take him back for severe interrogation by the princess, he heard heavy footsteps approaching in a panic from behind, quickly dragging the unconscious guard to hide behind a flower bed. He was astonished to see that it was Gu Zhuaying who had arrived. He jumped out and seized Gu Zhuaying by the arm, noticing his strange, flushed complexion and somewhat dazed eyes, which alarmed him greatly. Young master, what has happened to you? Gu Zhuaying felt as though his blood had turned into fiery liquor, scorching him from within. After diverting from the maid, he quickly recognized his disorientation. Connecting the dots to the maid being Shun Anjing's, he comprehended the situation entirely. Fury surged within him, and he envisioned himself tearing Shun Anjing apart. Yet, fearing he might commit an atrocious act within the Gu residence, he recalled a pond in the Shun family's backyard and stumbled towards it. Upon seeing Lu Sui, he shook his head vigorously to regain his composure, asking, What brings you here? Young master, I must take you back, Lu Sui urged, concerned for Gu Zhuaying's well-being, pulling at his arm in an attempt to lead him away. Gu Zhuaying remained rooted to the spot, his breathing growing heavier. It's too late. I must go to the pond. I can no longer contain myself. I need to immerse in cold water quickly. Noticing the guard lying on the ground, he exclaimed in anger, Who is this? Lu Sui could only helplessly explain that the princess had instructed her subordinates to keep an eye on the Yushio courtyard to prevent any harm from coming to Miss Qin. As a result, they had spotted a suspicious figure sneaking towards the back door of the courtyard. Upon searching him, they found a vial of an aphrodisiac. Gu Zhuaying clenched his teeth and sneered, Well, the Shin family truly has wolves and tigers lurking everywhere. He kicked the unconscious guard viciously, forcing the entire vial of medicine down his throat before carrying him off to find Shun Anjing. Shun Anjing must be waiting for me in the nearest room to the banquet. Lu Sui's eyes widened in alarm. Is Shun Anjing behind this? One scheme to assault Gu Zhuaying had ended in disgrace, while another was willing to sacrifice her own reputation to lure him in. The Shin sisters were indeed bold. Gu Zhuaying took a deep breath, pressed his cracked lips together, and bellowed, Don't ask anything. Just hurry and take him away. I'll go to the pond myself.
Lu Sui,
Worried about Gu Zhuaying, felt a wave of nausea at the Shin sisters' actions, as if he had swallowed a fly. Gritting his teeth, he hoisted the guard and set off. Gu Zhuaying staggered forward, realizing that his vision was blurring and double images began to appear. The world spun wildly, leaving him dizzy as if he were walking on clouds. He slapped his temples to regain focus, and soon discovered that the pond in the back garden was right before him. He stumbled onward. Qin Guiwan, hearing the silence outside, retrieved the dagger her mother had given her from beneath her pillow. After a moment's thought, she quietly climbed out of bed with the blade in hand. If her instincts were correct, someone would soon come to harm her. She was unarmed and, even with a dagger, felt unsafe. She had to leave the room quickly. Exiting through the front door would surely attract the attention of Michio, so she contemplated her options and approached the back window. As she pushed open the intricately patterned window, she gasped, nearly screaming. A handsome young man dressed in a green brocade robe appeared, completely devoid of his usual languor and debauchery. His face was unnaturally flushed, beads of sweat glistened at his temples, and his jade crown tilted slightly askew, with a few strands of hair falling messily onto his forehead. He was leaning against the wall in agony, panting. Hearing a sound, he lifted his gaze, and their eyes met. His light brown irises were dark and deep, as if raging flames were surging within. Chapter 62. Silence. Gu Zhuiying stumbled to the edge of the pond, ready to jump in, but his hand touched a wall instead. Struggling to regain clarity, he suddenly realized that what he saw was not a pond but a familiar little courtyard, though he could not recall who resided there. The eerie sensation tightened around him, and just as he braced himself against the wall, he heard the sound of a window opening. When he looked up, the person he had longed for appeared before him unexpectedly. Doubtful of its reality, he reached out to confirm. Qin Guiwan opened the window, recognized Gu Zhuiying, and before she could react, he suddenly grasped her arm. Startled and furious, she exclaimed, "Let go of me." Unable to raise her voice for fear of drawing attention, she could only whisper angrily, shoving and struggling to step back. Her voice brought Gu Zhuiying back to a semblance of clarity, and he hurriedly released her. Just as he attempted to stammer an apology, he lost his footing and stumbled directly onto Qin Guiwan, causing both to tumble onto the thick carpet within the room. The warmth and fragrance in his embrace bewitched him entirely under the scorching sun. He lowered his gaze, captivated by her rosy lips, reminiscent of dew on a begonia, and was compelled to lean down for a taste. Qin Guiwan, overwhelmed and unable to move, felt a mix of anger and embarrassment flush her cheeks. In a fit of rage, she bit him, wishing she could slay him. The pain jolted Gu Zhuiying back to his scant awareness, and he was aghast to find himself lost in another illusion, committing a foolish act. I'm sorry." A wave of immense regret and frustration surged over him, drowning him like the tide. He released her, curling up on the floor, veins bulging at his neck, sweat pouring from his temples. Qin Guiwan sat up, retreating a few steps, and drew the dagger from her sleeve. Her eyes reddened as she pointed it at Gu Zhuiying's face. "Don't come any closer. I didn't mean to bully you." Her loss of control made coherent explanation difficult. She understood that Gu Zhuiying was not there to harm her. If he were, he would not have put himself in such a position. Yet, her anger remained unbridled. Taking a moment to steady her emotions, she despaired at the realization that she could not kill Gu Zhuiying now, nor could she leave. If anything were to happen to him here, not only would her reputation be ruined, but the Shen family might force her to pay with her life. Gritting her teeth, she put away the dagger, stood up, and declared, "Stay put. I'll find the antidote." During her time in Dongchang, Shen Yanji had worried that a similar situation might arise on their wedding night and had procured 2 vials of antidote. Her health was poor, and she had brought various medicines with her to Dechu, including the antidote prepared by Shen Yanji. Gu Zhuiying's heart raced erratically, and he closed his eyes to block out the thoughts, feeling a metallic taste rising in his throat. Qin Guiwan rifled through her belongings for the medicine. Upon turning around, she saw Gu Zhuiying spitting blood, her face drained of color as she rushed over, pouring the pills into his mouth. "Hurry up and take the medicine. Don't die in my room." Gu Zhuiying's head felt hot, and his ears buzzed, rendering him unable to hear anything outside. In a daze, he sensed Qin Guiwan pushing several pills into his mouth. Without thinking, he swallowed them whole. The dryness in his throat was unbearable, and after swallowing, he began to cough. Uncertain how long it would take for the antidote to take effect, Qin Guiwan simply wanted Gu Zhuiying to recover quickly and leave. Seeing him cough painfully, she hurriedly poured a cup of warm water for him. The cool water brought some relief, and Gu Zhuiying kept mumbling for more. Qin Guiwan ended up giving him the entire pot of water. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Zhuiying finally stopped sweating and trembling, his mind gradually returning to clarity. Slowly opening his eyes, he met Qin Guiwan's furious, fiery gaze. Remembering what had transpired moments ago, He hoarsely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Qin Guiwan pushed open the back window, her eyes blazing with anger as she pointed outside.
Get out.
Gu Zhuiying was left speechless, struggling to rise and approach the window. After a moment's thought, he hung his head, awkwardly attempting to explain. You don't need to be afraid. The bad guys who wanted to harm you have been driven away.
Get out.
She did not believe his words in the slightest. Goodness, without cause always had ulterior motives. Having been deceived once, she would not be fooled again. Gu Zhuiying realized he had offended and angered Qin Guiwan and fell silent, pursing his lips. Just as he was about to jump out the window, a cacophony of footsteps surged outside. This is it. I saw that person sneaking into the Yushio courtyard. How did the back door of the Yushio courtyard open? So they really have fled here. Quickly, surround the entire Yushio courtyard. Don't let the thief escape. A crowd of people, noisy and unruly, approached. Leading the charge was the matriarch of the Shin family, flanked by the stern-faced Shin Yanji, followed by several side branches of the Shin family and a swarm of maids and servants. The two turned pale, hastily shutting the window. There was no escape from the room. They had to find a way to hide. Qin Guiwan's eyes glinted coldly as she cast a penetrating gaze at Gu Zhuiying. He felt inexplicably guilty and flustered. It wasn't me. He was neither the one who called them, nor the one who intended to frame Qin Guiwan. Understanding it was not Gu Zhuiying, Qin Guiwan dug her nails into her palm to maintain her composure. Now was not the time to ponder who wanted to harm her. The urgent matter was to evade this crisis. The two surveyed their surroundings simultaneously. The bed was too low to hide under. The trunk was too small. The cabinet too shallow, and the beam structure of the room was too narrow. There was no place to conceal themselves within. Gu Zhuiying felt as though he were sinking into an abyss. Qin Guiwan turned her gaze towards the bed, gritting her teeth. Let us hide up there. Gu Zhuiying stared wide-eyed in astonishment as she urged him forward. Don't waste time. The footsteps were already at the door. With a steely resolve, Gu Zhuiying lifted the embroidered quilt and hid himself beneath it, pressing tightly against the wall. Qin Guiwan took a deep breath, removed her shoes, and lay down beside him. Gu Zhuiying carefully ensured that he did not come into contact with her. The door was pushed open, and Shin Yanji entered first. Observing that there was nothing unusual in the room, he felt a weight lift from his heart upon seeing Qin Guiwan peacefully resting on the couch. Just moments ago, a servant had reported that a thief was lurking around Yushio courtyard, prompting Shen's grandmother to angrily insist on apprehending the intruder immediately. He had nearly lost his breath and heartbeat, fearing for Qin Guiwan's safety. During the journey here, he had envisioned countless dire scenarios and prepared responses, even bracing himself for the worst-case outcome of severing ties with the Shen family. Fortunately, Wanwan was unharmed. Shen's grandmother and others soon followed, including Ji Chun, Michio, and two maids from Yushio courtyard. Awakened by the commotion, Qin Guiwan sat up sleepily, her legs curled, parting the drapes. Noticing the complex expressions on the faces of those around her, she timidly inquired, Grandmother, Aunt, what has happened? Shen's grandmother paused momentarily, puzzled. Her arrangements should not have gone awry. Why was this the case? Qin Guiwan coughed lightly, struggling for breath, and pressed her hand to her chest, attempting to rise. Her fragile form resembled a butterfly in the wind, as if she might fall at any moment. Shen Yanji furrowed his brow, hands clasped behind his back, and calmly advised, If you are unwell, it is best not to get up. Taking a deep breath, Shen's grandmother expressed her concern. Guiwan, the servants reported that a thief has broken in. Did you notice anything unusual? Qin Guiwan shook her head, indicating she had not. She glanced at Michio and the others behind Shen's grandmother, asking, Did you see any thieves while guarding the courtyard? The group exchanged glances, the maids having been in the inner chamber, hearing no unusual sounds or witnessing anything amiss. Shen's grandmother's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the group and paused briefly on Michio's face, who hung her head, fidgeting nervously. Following instructions, she had delivered items and opened the back door. Why had no one come through? Du Shi, catching Shen's grandmother's eye, nervously twisted her handkerchief and said, Guiwan, a servant saw a thief enter Yushio courtyard, likely intending to steal valuables. Both mother and I were concerned for your safety, which is why we rushed here. Seeing you unharmed brings us relief. Upon hearing this, Qin Guiwan's lips turned pale, and she clutched the blanket tightly, appearing utterly terrified.
Aunt.
Please have someone thoroughly check inside and outside Yushio courtyard to ensure no thieves are hiding here. What if they emerge unexpectedly and harm me? Chapter 63. The guards at Qin Guan's words. Shun's grandmother wore a complicated expression. Du Shi quickly coughed lightly, attempting to smooth things over, saying, Guiwan speaks wisely. With that, she instructed two matrons to search the room. The furnishings were simple, with only a few small chests and cabinets. Hiding a man would be nearly impossible, let alone a woman. The matrons reluctantly began rummaging through the chests, while a maid assisted Shun's grandmother in sitting down. Shun Yanji stood calmly to the side, yet the atmosphere was tinged with awkwardness. One of the Shun family matriarchs noticed the blanket on Qin Guan's bed seemed to move slightly. Thinking she was imagining things, she rubbed her eyes and looked again, finding Qin Guan curled up on the bed, the blanket showing no signs of disturbance. Curiously, she stepped forward, craning her neck to examine the embroidered quilt. Qin Guan, feeling anxious, tightened her grip on the blanket, preparing to change the subject to divert the matriarch's attention when a maid rushed in, her voice trembling with tears. Old madam, the fourth miss is in trouble. You must come quickly. What did you say? Shun's grandmother and Du Shi exclaimed in unison. The maid wiped her tears and cried. A guard with ill intentions took advantage of the fourth miss while she was changing clothes and assaulted her. The first madam caught him in the act, and the guard committed suicide out of fear of punishment, alarming everyone in the manor. Shun's grandmother gasped, unable to catch her breath, and slumped down from her chair. Shun Yanji reacted swiftly, catching her. Du Shi's limbs felt cold and weak, and the nearby maid hurriedly tried to support her. The room descended into chaos. Shun's grandmother, aware that she could not collapse just yet, gritted her teeth and managed to utter, "Help me to see." Du Shi, still struggling to comprehend the shocking news, followed Shun's grandmother in a daze. The room emptied in an instant, leaving Michio, Ji Chun, and the other maids frozen in shock. Qin Guan, after a moment of bewilderment, urged, "What are you waiting for? Quickly follow Aunt to find out what has happened to the fourth miss." The sudden turn of events left the four in a state of confusion, and at her command, they rushed out to catch up with Du Shi and the others. Once the room was entirely vacant, Qin Guan leaped from the bed and shut the door. Opening the window, she saw that the back door was now completely deserted. With a swift motion, she threw off the blanket, her voice trembling with urgency. "We must leave." Gu Zhuoying, jumping down, was flushed with embarrassment, his heart racing. He dared not look at Qin Guan, nor could he muster the words of thanks, and quickly leaped out the window. Watching him disappear from sight, Qin Guan hastily closed the window and leaned against the wall, exhaling a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, startling Qin Guan so much she nearly jumped. Upon closer inspection, it was Qingji, pale-faced, entering the room. She hurried over to support Qingji, exclaiming, "The physician said you cannot walk about freely. How did you get here?" Qingji tightly grasped Qin Guan's hand, staring at her face for a moment before bursting into tears. Having witnessed Shun's grandmother storm in with a group of people like wolves, she had been terrified. After several failed attempts to rise, she had forced herself to come down to inquire about the situation, and upon seeing Qin Guan safe, she could no longer contain her feelings of distress. "Master, when will our days of anxiety end? The Shin family sees you as a thorn in their side, and will not stop until you are gone. We barely escaped this time. How will we manage next time?" Qin Guan supported Qingji's shoulder, helping her to sit in a chair, whispering softly in her ear. Qingji stifled her tears, gazing at Qin Guan with teary eyes. "Master, is what you said true?" Qin Guan nodded gently, replying softly, "As soon as we receive a response from my mother, we will leave this place forever." Qingji covered her mouth, both laughing and crying. "Master, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Qin Guan produced a handkerchief to wipe her tears, explaining, "This matter is of great importance. I was worried about it leaking,
so I didn't dare to tell you."
Qingji sniffled. "Master, I would never speak of this. I will take good care of myself and recover quickly. Once I am well, I can continue to serve you closely, sending away Ji Chun and Michio to protect you." She planned to seek out the Dongchang merchant group to obtain travel documents and passes. Meanwhile, He Miaoxin, after leaving Shun Anjing's chamber, glanced at Shun Yanji to confirm he was well after drinking before rushing back to find Shun Anjing. On her way, she heard that Shun's grandmother had taken Du Shi and Shun Yanji to Yuxiu courtyard, filling her with excitement. She quickly hurried to find Shun Anjing, eager to drag her along to witness the commotion. Upon entering the courtyard, she saw a maid lying limply on the ground, and a series of distressing sounds emanated from within. Hui Xiang and Lan Xiang were alarmed and rushed forward to assess the situation. The door was unlocked, opening with a mere touch. He Miaoxin stood at the entrance, witnessing Shen Anjing and a pale-faced guard engrossed in a chaotic struggle, her heart sinking in fear as she screamed. Both Shen Anjing and the guard were startled awake by her shrill cry. Upon realizing the situation, the guard, feeling hopeless, drew a dagger he had prepared in advance and took his own life on the spot.
Ah!
Shen Anjing clutched the embroidered quilt around herself, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. After sending He Miaoxin away, she had instructed a maid to wait by the roadside for the uncontrolled Gu Zhuoying to bring him inside. Before she could await his arrival, she felt a sharp pain at the back of her neck, and darkness enveloped her consciousness. How had it come to this? Her life was irrevocably ruined. The commotion attracted nearby servants and guests, and the situation spiraled completely out of control. He Miaoxin hurriedly attempted to dress Shen Anjing, who was overcome with tears. When Du arrived, the guests were already making various excuses to bid farewell to Shen Kunshan. Shen Kunshan's face was more ghastly than that of a corpse, his body rigid, bowing to the crowd like a marionette. Shen Qing'an assisted in seeing off the guests, his expression hardly better than Shen Kunshan's. Shunned Song Lan, unaware of the events, was frightened and hid behind the steward, cowering in silence. Grandmother Shen insisted on personally investigating who had wronged Shen Anjing. Upon seeing the lifeless body of the white-faced guard, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. Shen Yanji had no choice but to escort her back to Jingqing Courtyard. He Miao Xian took Shen Anjing to a nearby room, continuously offering words of comfort. Shen Anjing sat in a chair, her eyes vacant and hollow, as if her soul had been extracted. Du entered the room and struck Shen Anjing hard across the face. Shen Anjing swayed slightly, completely unresponsive. He Miao Xian, her eyes red and tearful, exclaimed, "Aunt, it is not Jingou's fault. She knew nothing. It was that accursed guard who was in the wrong." Du could no longer contain herself and embraced Shen Anjing, weeping aloud. Shen Anjing, startled back to reality by Du's cries, joined in the wailing. The room was soon filled with the sound of their sorrow. He Miao Xian, with tear-streaked eyes, quietly exited, leaving the devastated mother and daughter alone. Once outside, she composed herself and inquired of a servant accompanying Du. Upon hearing that no wrongdoers had entered Yuxiu Courtyard, she asked about Sister Qin's condition. The servant, still mourning for Shen Anjing, sighed and replied that it was a misunderstanding. No intruders had entered Yuxiu Courtyard, and the young lady was unharmed. He Miao Xian clenched her fists, unable to comprehend the situation fully. Shen Yanji, having settled Grandmother Shen, arrived at the courtyard where the incident occurred. Immediately, hearing the cacophony of grief, He Miao Xian, her eyes red, was speaking with the maid. He pondered silently for a moment before quietly approaching her and asking, "How is Jing'a now?" He Miao Xian shook her head, speechless through her tears. Shen Yanji sighed and fell silent. Gu Zhuoying, after leaving Yuxiu Courtyard, felt a sudden flush of heat rise to his face upon recalling the earlier events. Lu Sui, searching for him, encountered him midway and noticed his flushed countenance. Grabbing his arm and leading him toward the pond. "My lord, hold on," Lu Sui urged. Gu Zhuoying forcefully shrugged off Lu Sui's hand, catching his breath and calmly stating, "I am fine now. Let us go see Shen Anjing. Why bother with that disgraceful affair?"
Lu Sui frowned in discontent.
Fearing Gu Zhuoying was merely speculating and unjustly blaming an innocent party. Upon arrival, Gu Zhuoying did not act immediately, but instead climbed onto the roof of the side room, lifting a tile to observe for a while. He saw Shen Anjing question her maid, "Are you certain Gu Zhuoying has truly fallen victim? Why hasn't he come yet? Please check again by the roadside." Enraged, he nearly descended to exact vengeance. How could the young lord, still innocent, be sullied by such a wretched woman? Consequently, when he chose to act, he did so decisively, without hesitation. He would send her on her way. Gu Zhuoying's expression was as dark as stormy waters. Not only had he been nearly robbed of his innocence through treachery, but he had also come perilously close to ruining Qin Guiwan. He was no bodhisattva devoted to the welfare of all. Such an affront could not be brushed aside lightly. Retribution was his creed. Chapter 64. Ancestral Hall. At this juncture, the guests had dwindled significantly, leaving only the closer relatives of the Shen family. The matriarchs consoled Du and Shen Anjing inside, while the men attempted to comfort Shen Kunshan. However, discussing such matters proved to be quite delicate. A few reprimands directed at the offending guard sufficed. Amidst their conversation, Gu Zhuoying approached with a grave expression, hurriedly asking, "Has the thief been apprehended after the incident involving the fourth miss?" Shun Kunshan gazed at him, his heart a tumult of emotions. Shen Yanji spoke in a sorrowful tone. "The criminal has taken his own life out of fear." Gu Zhuoying's brows shot up in fury. "That scoundrel has escaped justice. I loathe men who prey on defenseless women. Had he lived, I would have personally seen him torn apart." Shun Yanji paused for a moment. Shin Qing'an, who had maintained a good relationship with the sisters, grew teary-eyed at these words. "If the villain had not died, I would have exacted justice myself for daring to harm my sister." No need for the young master to intervene. Shin Kunshan's face was a mask of despair as he sighed deeply. At this point, words are futile. Shun Anjing's fate is sealed. Gu Zhuoying clenched his fists and inquired, "How is the fourth miss now?" The group turned their gazes toward the courtyard, where heart-wrenching sobs intermittently echoed, breaking the hearts of those who heard. Gu Zhuoying glanced into the courtyard, his eyes filled with sorrow, and turned to Shin Kunshan, saying, "My lord, this is not the fault of the fourth Mississippi. You must encourage her to persevere and not succumb to despair over this transient shame. I am a friend to Tsonglan. Thus, the affairs of the Shin family concern me. Should anyone dare to speak ill of the fourth miss or the Shin family today, I shall personally ensure they are silenced." His words elicited a complex array of expressions from the onlookers. Shin Kunshan's already grim face appeared even more ghastly. Shun Yanji's gaze shifted slightly, his lips pressing into a thin line, remaining silent. Shin Qing'an felt as if he were frozen in place, his limbs stiffened. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Finally, Shin Yanji broke the silence, acknowledging Gu Zhuoying's goodwill. "The Shin family appreciates your concern. This matter is a private affair. And as the head of the family and the father of the fourth miss, my uncle will handle it appropriately." His vague response prompted Gu Zhuoying to regard Shin Yanji with renewed interest. Others hastily attempted to mediate the situation. Ultimately, it was a family scandal. With such a major incident, Gu Zhuoying could not linger in the Shun household. After expressing his regrets, he departed with Lu Sui. Once settled in the carriage, he remained lost in thought. Lu Sui incessantly questioned him. "You neither got wet nor jumped into the pond. How did you manage to detoxify?" Gu Zhuoying maintained a stern face, insisting he had endured it on his own. Lu Sui remained skeptical. After Gu Zhuoying left, the relatives of the Shun family surrounded Shin Kunshan. Typically, following such an incident, Shin Anjing would be expected to take her own life as a form of protest. Yet, she showed no inclination toward that end, and Shin Kunshan had not considered taking action against his daughter. The onlookers, intimidated by Shin Kunshan's status as a marquis, refrained from broaching the subject. Taking advantage of Gu Zhuoying's earlier words, they began to voice their grievances. "My lord, while young Master Gu means well, rumors can be more ferocious than tigers. How can he alone silence the tongues of the entire capital? As the head of the Shun family, you must prioritize the greater good of the clan. My lord, I have 3 daughters at home awaiting marriage. If you do not express a stance, how will the daughters of the Shin family marry in the future? My lord, we recognize that the fourth miss is innocent, but you must not allow your affection for your daughter to tarnish the reputation of all Shin daughters." One after another, they voiced their opinions, causing Shun Kunshan's temples to throb, wishing he could shatter the heavens and earth. He understood precisely what must be done. Yet these were his own flesh and blood he had watched grow up. As he surveyed the crowd, he saw every tongue transformed into a sharp blade, glistening with a crimson hue, poised to strike down Shun Anjing. Clenching his fists, he roared, "Enough." The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on him, awaiting his next words. "I will give an account to the Shin family." With gritted teeth, he cast down this declaration and stormed away. With his resolution, the crowd dispersed in small groups. That day, the doors of the Shin household remained firmly shut. The servants moved about in silence, treading lightly. Du stayed by Shun Anjing's side, fearful that she might lose her resolve. Shun Yanji ensured Shun Tsonglan was settled, instructing the young servant to keep a close watch on him. Shun Tsonglan, realizing the severity of the situation, obediently adhered to Shin Yanji's words, hiding in Baoshi courtyard, too frightened to step outside. Grandmother Shin had yet to awaken. The household physician stated it was a stroke, and her recovery was uncertain. Shun Yanji ordered the servants to summon the imperial physician, and He Miao Xian stayed by his side in Jingqing courtyard. Shun Kunshan, overwhelmed, could only send Shin Qing'an to keep watch over Grandmother Shin. After dealing with the guards' remains, he would join them. The autopsy results swiftly emerged, with the coroner stating that the guard had long suffered from a grave illness and had little time left. It was surmised that he wished to indulge himself one last time before he passed. What was even more infuriating was that the guard's family resided far from the capital, and he had always been solitary. There was no one to question regarding his choice of the 4th Mississippi. After shattering every item in his study, Shin Kunshin instructed his servants to deliver a strip of white silk to Shun Anjing. Upon seeing the white silk, Shin Anjing collapsed into Mrs. Du's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. "Mother, I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die." Mrs. Du, in a fit of rage, struck the maid who brought the silk, sending her sprawling to the ground, and rushed to the study like a furious lioness, demanding to know from Shin Kunshin why he was so heartless. Shin Kunshin, his eyes bloodshot, retorted, "Do you think this is merely a family matter? Do you think I desire this?" Mrs. Du's legs buckled, and she fell to her knees, clutching the hem of Shin Kunshin's robe, weeping uncontrollably. "My lord, Linger has tarnished her reputation by drowning. If Anjing has no future, then I shall not live either. Grant me a strip of white silk as well, so I may accompany Anjing in death." Shin Kunshin sank into a chair, covering his eyes, his shoulders slumped, voice dry.
What am I to do now?
Tears welled in his eyes. In that moment, he was both the head of the family and a father. Mrs. Du remained frozen in place, and after a long pause, she suddenly gasped and exclaimed, "The ancestral temple!" Discovering a glimmer of hope, tears brimming in her eyes. She crawled on her knees before Shin Kunshin, speaking in a frenzied manner. "Yes. Send Anjing to the ancestral temple. My lord, I beg you. Send Anjing to the ancestral temple. Do not let her die. Even if she has to shave her head and become a nun. Living a life of solitude is better than being separated by death." Shin Kunshin's heart ached. What good was the ancestral temple? It would still invite scorn from others. Seeing that he showed no signs of relenting, Mrs. Du, her heart set on Shin Anjing's demise, suddenly stood, grasped the long sword hung on the wall, and brandished it against her throat. "Shin Kunshin, I have married you for so many years, borne your children, and toiled without a single misstep, never wronging you in any way. You are cold-hearted and selfish, your mind consumed only by power and status." Tears blurred her vision, and her makeup was rendered a ghastly sight. She glared at the man before her, pressing the sword closer to her throat. A faint trickle of blood began to seep, encircling her alabaster neck. "If it were not for your insistence on marrying our daughters into the Gu family, Linger would not have attended that banquet and met with such a tragic accident. Anjing would not have gone to change clothes and found herself in peril." Each word dripped with sorrow. She loathed Shin Kunshin for his iron-heartedness, yet also despised herself for lacking the courage to defy him from the start. "Shin Kunshin, if you desire Anjing's life, then take mine as well. Let's perish on the same day, so you may live with regret for eternity." With that, she attempted to take her own life with the sword. Shin Kunshin lunged forward, knocking the sword from her grasp, his lips trembling with rage.
Juanya.
"Have you lost your mind?" Mrs. Du, in a frenzy, began to strike and claw at him. "I am mad. How could I have married such a heartless beast as you? Not a single man in the Shin family is worth anything. They are all cold and unfeeling." Shin Qian promised fidelity to his elder sister, yet he turned around and favored a concubine when she was with child, driving his elder sister to live in the Buddhist hall. "You care only for power and status, forcing your wife to bring her daughter to death." The more she spoke, the harsher her words became, even dragging in the parents of Shan Yanji. Shin Kunshin's face darkened as he seized her hand and pushed her to the ground. "Have you caused enough trouble?" Mrs. Du collapsed on the floor, her hairpin askew, weeping bitterly. Shin Kunshin was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After 20 years of marriage, his heart softened, and he staggered forward to assist her. "Fine. I will agree to send Anjing to the ancestral temple." Chapter 65. Reluctance Mrs. Du conveyed this news to Shin Anjing, stating that she would be sent away that very night. Upon hearing this, Shin Anjing suddenly screamed, shaking her head wildly. "I do not want to shave my head. I do not want to become a nun for life." Mrs. Du delivered a sharp slap to her face. "Are you awake now?" The stinging pain brought Shin Anjing back to her senses. As she looked up, she saw that although Mrs. Du was enraged, her eyes were filled with tears. This was the best outcome her mother could secure. What more could she desire? As Mrs. Du spoke, Tears streamed down her face. Shin Anjing embraced her, sobbing. "Mother, I am sorry. It is all Jingo's fault." She repeatedly apologized, and Mrs. Du was heartbroken. The fault lay with her. And with Shin Kunshin, Shin Anjing was merely following her mother's orders to change clothes. What wrong had she done? The two women clung to each other, weeping until their eyes were swollen like walnuts, their voices hoarse. The maid, red-eyed, approached, stating that time was running out and that the fourth miss must hurry to gather her belongings. After lighting the lamps, they would need to take her to the ancestral temple in the outskirts under the cover of night. Shin Anjing knelt and bowed her head 3 times to Mrs. Du. Mrs. Du covered her mouth, stifling her tears as she fled the room. Shin Anjing rose, dismissed everyone, and stood alone, dazed, surveying her chamber. On the desk lay an unfinished writing exercise. A row of wooden boxes sat atop the red lacquered dressing table, filled with cosmetics, eyebrow pencils, and hairpins. The embroidered bed was surrounded by screens, draped with soft curtains, and a string of gleaming red agate hung from the hooks. In the corner stood a lotus incense burner adorned in gilded paint, burning her favorite incense. Wisps of white smoke spiraled from the burner, swirling in the air before dissipating. Shin Anjing gazed at the vanishing smoke, feeling as though her vibrant youth was fading away with it. Tears streamed down her face as she knelt on the ground, covering her face and weeping bitterly. She had yet to come of age and was already facing the prospect of shaving her head, adopting a life of vegetarianism, and living forever in solitude with a flickering lamp and the Buddha. The long years ahead seemed worse than death. Gu Zhuoying had clearly been drugged. She was but a step away from marrying into the Gu family, becoming the illustrious consort of the Duke of the State. How had it come to this? Just days ago, she had looked down upon Shun Anling, and now she found herself worse off than the one she had scorned. Hatred, remorse, pain, and reluctance intertwined, nearly tearing her apart. She did not know how long she cried until she abruptly ceased, raising her head, her expression manic, her eyes bloodshot. She had not yet lost completely. Let Shin Anling go to the ancestral temple in her stead, living under Shin Anling's identity. Though she could no longer marry into a prestigious family with her father's power and status, marrying a respectable man of lesser standing would not be an issue. At least it was better than becoming a nun. With this thought, she wiped her tears, stepped out of the room, and instructed her maid. "You help me pack my things first. I need to say goodbye to my sister." As night fell, the Shun family was as bright as day. Shin Chingen led a group to escort Shin Anjing to the ancestral temple. Shun Anling helped her into the carriage, and the sisters embraced and wept within, until Shun Anjing fainted from crying, prompting Shin Anling to reluctantly dismount. Everyone else gathered in the room of the old matriarch, including Qin Guiwan, who arrived pale-faced. Dr. Chow administered acupuncture, assisted by the family physician, and the two worked tirelessly, yet the matriarch remained unresponsive, her eyes closed, showing no signs of awakening. Shun Kunshin paced anxiously, inquiring of Dr. Chow when she might regain consciousness. Dr. Chow furrowed his brow, stating, "She will awaken, without a doubt, within half an hour at most. However, given her advanced age and frail health, she cannot withstand such a shock. If she does awaken, she may be bedridden for life." The atmosphere was heavy with despair, and everyone averted their gazes in silence. The air was stifling. Qin Guiwan raised her eyes to scan the room, suddenly recalling the day her hand had been pinched by the clamp. It was in this very room. Had it not been for Shun Songlan causing a disturbance, and Gu Zhuoying's sudden appearance interrupting the execution, her fingers would have been completely severed by now. That day, to prove her innocence, she had dipped her blood in ink and, kneeling on the ground, inscribed the curse, "The Shin family shall not die a good death, their misfortunes unending." She felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Did divine beings truly exist? Had the curse she inscribed been fulfilled one by one? Shen Yanji cast a sidelong glance at Qin Guiwan. In the room, each individual harbored their own thoughts, their expressions a mix of worry and sorrow. Yet she alone bore a gentle haze of confusion and uncertainty upon her brow. Standing there, tranquil as an orchid hidden in a secluded valley, she felt utterly out of place among the myriad of serpentine spirits and malevolent entities. Within this abode, she alone possessed a heart untainted by malice, never having entertained thoughts of harm towards others. Upon sensing a searing gaze upon her, Qin Guiwan raised her head to seek its source, only to find Shin Yanji hastily averting his eyes, redirecting his attention to the bed. Prior to his capture, He had regarded the elderly figure with a measure of respect and reverence, a sentiment that had since evaporated upon his return. If she were to perish, would the Shin family be rid of yet another individual intent on causing harm to Wanwan? Lost in her tumultuous ruminations, Dushir suddenly exclaimed, "She has awakened. Mother has awakened." A throng of people gathered around. Shun Laozu opened her eyes languidly, her gaze landing on Qin Guiwan amidst the crowd, her emotions surging as she gasped, emitting a series of guttural sounds. Surely, it was Qin Guiwan who had lured the guards into Shun Anjing's chambers. This wretched girl seeks to bring ruin upon the Shun family. She attempted to point an accusatory finger at Qin Guiwan, only to discover her limbs rendered immobile. In her panic, her throat emitted increasingly shrill and bizarre sounds. The weathered lines of her face, twisted in discomfort, appeared to be rolling her eyes back in despair as her complexion flushed with agitation, saliva uncontrollably spilling from the corners of her mouth, creating a somewhat terrifying visage. He Miao Xian instinctively drew closer to Shenyanji, frightened. Physician Chao stepped forward, saying, "Old madam, you have just regained consciousness from a stroke. You must not become agitated." Shun Kunshin also approached to offer comfort. Dushir clutched her handkerchief, her heart a tumult of resentment. She longed to inquire of Shun Laozu why it was imperative for her to personally confront the thief in Qin Guiwan's quarters today, and who exactly the intruder was. With the guards who bullied Shun Anjing possessing such a clean background, could there be a connection to her? Was this incident truly an accident or merely coincidence? The elderly woman before her was clearly unable to speak or write. The questions festering within her might remain forever unanswered. Qin Guiwan could not push her way forward and thus stood quietly at the back of the crowd, observing. Noticing her calm demeanor, Shun Laozu's agitation grew, her cries becoming increasingly shrill. Shun Kunshin, in a state of panic, began to sweat. "Mother, are you worried about Jing'a? Rest assured, she is still alive. I have temporarily sent her to the ancestral temple." Physician Chao interjected hastily, "The old madam must not be further agitated. Everyone, please step outside." Shun Kunshin, in a flurry, ushered the crowd out, while Physician Chao directed the maids to restrain Shun Laozu, administering acupuncture and soothing medicine. Tears of humiliation streamed from Shun Laozu's dimming eyes. She, the matriarch of the Shin family and mother to the Duke of Jinghai, was now being treated like a mere beast, forcibly restrained on the bed and fed calming medication. All of this was the doing of that vile Qin Guiwan. Her hatred burned within her. Ever since Shin Yanji had brought this wretch back, the Shin family had known no peace. Ultimately succumbing to the effects of the calming medicine, the heavy sensation overcame her, leading her to relinquish her struggles and drift into slumber once more. Stepping outside, Physician Chao sighed deeply. Shin Kunshin approached anxiously. "How is my mother?" Physician Chao replied with a long sigh. "The old madam suffered a stroke due to the incident involving the 4th Mississippi. Seeing you all may have reminded her of the events of the day, which exacerbated her emotions. I managed to coax her into sleep, but once she awakens, do not gather around her again, lest she become agitated anew. It would be best to have someone she cherishes nearby to provide daily massages and companionship. Once her spirits improve, along with the acupuncture and medicine, she should be able to regain her ability to speak." Shin Kunshin furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Someone she cherishes?"
Duchier 700.
The old madam favored her most. She had no desire to come here daily to care for an immobile elderly woman. Before she could voice her objections, Shen Yanji turned to grasp He Miao Xian's delicate hand, looking at her with a mix of helplessness and pleading.
Miao Xin.
"I will need your assistance moving forward." Chapter 66. Turbulence. Miao Xian. In the past, your mother held you in the highest regard, often proclaiming you to be the most obedient and gentle daughter of the He family. Du Shi hastily interjected, her expression mirroring Shun Yanji's resignation. "Now that an incident has occurred, it seems you will have to bear the burden of this responsibility." The entire room turned to gaze at He Miao Xian. A chill ran through her as she instinctively took a half-step back. It had barely been over a month since she married into the Shun household. While Shin Laozu had indeed treated her well, they had not yet reached a point of intimate trust. If anyone were to care for the old matriarch, it should undoubtedly be Du Shi. Before she could voice her thoughts, Shin Kunshin declared sternly, "Miao Xian, from now on, you are to care for mother for half a day each day. If you encounter any needs or difficulties, do not hesitate to inform your aunt, and she will address them." His words were final, leaving no room for argument. He Miao Xian felt a wave of despair wash over her, her eyes stinging. Though she dared not exhibit her discontent, nodding obediently with suppressed resentment. Grandmother regards Miao Xian as her own granddaughter. Miao Xian will certainly care for grandmother diligently, assisting her in regaining her health. Du Shi breathed a sigh of relief, fearful of further complications, and quickly shifted the topic to inquire of Physician Chao regarding effective massage techniques. Physician Chao demonstrated briefly on a servant, offering numerous points of caution, particularly concerning dietary restrictions, advising against oily and rich foods. After sharing an abundance of information, he finally took his leave. Shen Kunshan expressed his gratitude, while Du Shi discreetly slipped a silver note into Physician Chao's hands, which he accepted without hesitation. Shun Yanji performed a deep bow of respect, intending to escort him out of the estate. Shen Kunshan nodded in agreement. Upon exiting the Jingqing courtyard and making their way down the path, Zhu Zue followed closely behind Shen Yanji and Shen Kunshan, scanning the surroundings. Confirming the area was clear, he exchanged glances with Shen Yanji. In a swift motion, Shen Yanji produced a thick stack of silver notes for Physician Chao, expressing his gratitude. Physician Chao hesitated to accept, fearing refusal might provoke distrust from Shen Yanji, who remained concerned. Ultimately, he accepted the notes, tucking them into his sleeve with a smile, saying nothing further before departing. Once inside, he closed the door and examined the silver notes Shen Yanji had given him, gasping in shock. A full 5,000 taels. When Shen Yanji had instructed Zhu Zue to pick him up, he emphasized that regardless of whether Shen Laozu regained her faculties, it was imperative to assert that a loving presence was essential for her recovery. He could not comprehend why Shen Yanji had made such a request. Realizing that such matters indeed benefited the patient's spirits, he mentioned it in front of everyone. Little did he know that, for that single phrase, Shen Yanji had bestowed upon him such a substantial sum as a hush payment. Just as he was about to tuck the silver notes away, a male voice interrupted from behind. How goes the matter entrusted to you by the young master? Physician Chao's heart nearly stopped as he turned to see Lu Sui, who had entered unnoticed, leaning against the wall with arms crossed, observing him. The old madam has suffered a severe stroke. She is now unable to speak or move. There is nothing more to be done. She will likely never have the opportunity to recover. Lu Sui nodded in satisfaction, pushing open a window before disappearing into the night. Physician Chao stood frozen, tears welling in his eyes. For the sake of the Shen family, he felt as though he were being driven to the brink of madness. Shen Yanji had compelled him to utter a few words, while Gu Zhuoying had urged him to devise a means to ensure Shen Laozu remained incapacitated indefinitely. He had been forcibly dragged into this murky quagmire. After seeing off Physician Chao, Shen Kunshan sternly instructed the servants to keep a close watch on Shen Laozu, ensuring they reported any developments immediately before finally departing. As the crowd dispersed, Shen Yanji accompanied He Miao Xian back to Chiotong courtyard. He Miao Xian bit her lip tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Once inside, Shen Yanji dismissed the maidservants, pulling He Miao Xian into his embrace. Miao Xian, I know you have suffered injustice. The chilling aura of the man combined with his gentle tone made He Miao Xian's eyes brim with tears. Cousin, she tilted her head, meeting Shen Yanji's traditionally handsome face, now marked by helplessness and sorrow. Miao Xian, I understand that the one most suited to care for grandmother should be aunt. However, within this household, I possess little authority. Given the circumstances, even if I remain silent, the second branch will undoubtedly shift the blame upon you. By taking on this responsibility, I aim to avoid offending my uncle and aunt. He paused, tightening his embrace around He Miao Xian, resting his chin gently atop her head, his voice laden with sorrow and hoarseness.
Miao Xin, I am sorry.
It is my inadequacy that has caused you to endure this hardship. He Miao Xian pressed against his chest, feeling the intensity of his heartbeat and the warmth radiating from him, tears rolling down her cheeks uncontrollably. Cousin, I do not blame you. Shen Yanji gently shook his head. Miao Xian, grant me a little more time. I shall strive for promotion. Once my position is sufficiently elevated, I will no longer be bound by uncle. I will not allow you to endure grievances any longer. His deep, dark eyes concealed a captivating affection, his words flowing like honeyed warm water, enveloping He Miao Xian's heart with sweetness and warmth. Cousin, for your sake, I shall not suffer. I will take good care of grandmother and ensure you do not face difficulties within the Shen family. At that moment, she loathed the second branch intensely. They had usurped the title that rightfully belonged to Shen Yanji, forcing him to navigate the household under Shin Kun-shan's scrutiny. If only Shen Yanji possessed the Marquise of Jinghai, the second branch would not have the audacity to dominate the household. The rightful matriarch should be her. The couple exchanged numerous comforting words. It had been a long time since Miao Xian had been intimate with Shen Yanji. She felt a lingering yearning but struggled to articulate it, subtly inquiring if he would remain here tonight. Shen Yanji raised his arm, sniffing himself, and chuckled wryly. I have consumed quite a bit of alcohol today. Not only do I feel unwell in my stomach, but I also reek of liquor. I cannot possibly dirty your quarters. Miao Xian, touched by his thoughtfulness, felt her heart swell with warmth. She did not insist he stay, but encouraged him to return, freshen up, and rest early. As Shen Yanji departed, Lan Xiang, who had been waiting outside, could not resist stealing a glance at his profile. Shen Yanji paused for a moment, but continued walking without a sideways glance. Upon returning to his Yu Tao courtyard, he immediately instructed Zhu to bring in fragrant soup. After scrubbing off the remnants of his bath, he emerged from the tub, dressed in fresh attire, and chose not to rest. Instead, he had Zhu stand guard outside while he sat alone on the Rohan couch, engrossed in a book. Lan Xiang entered the Yu Tao courtyard with the 8 treasure soup, noting Zhu's imposing presence outside, which made her feel timid. After a moment's hesitation, she steeled herself and approached, declaring she was sent by the madam to deliver soup to the eldest son. Zhu cast a glance at what she carried, nodded,
and allowed her in.
Inside, the warmth from the heated floor created a spring-like atmosphere. The handsome gentleman, clad in a white robe adorned with golden embroidery, reclined lazily on the Rohan couch, absorbed in his book. Under the dim flickering light, his profile resembled fine jade, sculpted and elegant, causing Lan Xiang's ears to inexplicably flush. And her heart raced. Young master, the madam is concerned that you have overindulged in drink and stayed up late, which may harm your health. She sent me to ensure you finish this 8 treasure soup, Lan Xiang said. Shen Yanji lifted his gaze lazily. Dressed in thin green attire, Lan Xiang's slender waist was accentuated, and she stood gracefully within the room, her apricot eyes shimmering with moisture, captivatingly lovely. Place it on the table. Lan Xiang had hoped her careful preparation would catch Shen Yanji's attention, but his indifference left her disappointed. Resolute, she stepped closer, timidly stating, "Young master, the young lady is worried about you. She asked me to watch over you until you have finished and rested, so she can be at ease." Shen Yanji chuckled softly. Miao Xian truly was meticulous. He set his book aside, sat up straight, took the 8 treasure soup, stirred it a few times, and tasted it, involuntarily curling his lips in self-mockery. The taste of this concoction was forever etched in his memory. Having been the source of his anger on the night of his wedding when he had hurt Wan, he realized that Miao Xian was foolishly malicious, even selecting a personal maid of similar character. He was not blind. He had long perceived Lan Xiang as ulterior motives towards him. Seeing him take a sip and then set the bowl down, she hurriedly asked, "Young master, what is wrong?" Shen Yanji pinched the bridge of his nose. "My stomach feels too warm. I truly cannot drink any more. You should return now and come back later to collect the items to report to Miao Xian."
Lan Xiang,
fearing any suspicion, dared not say more, obediently acquiescing and temporarily returning to her own quarters. After she left, Shen Yanji called out, "Zhu." Entering was a trusted servant arranged by Du Shi. Shen Yanji inquired, "Where is Zhu?" "Young master. He is currently unwell with a stomach ache and is not in the courtyard," the trusted servant replied. Zhu typically performed rough tasks in the yard and was not qualified to enter the house. Earlier, Zhu had mentioned needing to visit the restroom due to his stomach ache, asking the servant to guard the door and to respond if the young master called for anyone. Shen Yanji rubbed his temples, rising to his feet and pointing to the soup on the table. "Miao Xian had Lan Xiang bring this to me, but I simply cannot drink it. You should have it instead, lest Lan Xiang return to retrieve it, and I must explain myself again. I will visit the study. After you finish, tidy up the bowl and spoon without making a mess in the room." Excited at the prospect of being able to enter Shen Yanji's quarters after drinking the 8 treasure soup, the servant eagerly complied. Lan Xiang, restless in her room, calculated the time and hurriedly made her way to Yu Tao courtyard. The courtyard was empty, and as she pondered this, she felt fortunate and knocked lightly on the door. "Young master, I have come to collect the bowl." No response came. Lan Xiang pressed her ear against the door, hearing the low sounds of a man's heavy breathing from within. Her heart raced with delight as she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Before she could discern who was in the room, she was abruptly silenced by a hand over her mouth, and she was pulled inside. Shen Yanji arrived at the study, leisurely spreading out a sheet of paper, grinding ink, and swiftly writing. Just as he finished, Zhu's deep voice echoed from outside. "Master, the matter over there is settled." Shen Yanji calmly placed his brush down, picked up his paper, gently blew on it to dry, folded it, and tucked it into his sleeve. Opening the door, he walked out with a stoic expression, followed closely by Zhu. Upon returning to Yutao Courtyard, sounds of struggle and weeping filled the air. Zhu kicked the door open to find Lan Xiang crying out, "Help me." The servant was still in a frenzied state, and Zhu kicked him aside. Lan Xiang clutched her tattered clothing, desperately trying to cover herself, trembling as she huddled against the wall, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Zhu seized a basin of water from within the room and doused the servant completely with cold water. The servant finally came to his senses, hurriedly pulling up his pants, terrified and begging, "Young master, spare me. Young master, please spare me." Shen Yanji's expression darkened like ice. How could such an act be committed within his quarters? "Zhu, take both of them and throw them into the well." Suddenly, the servant recalled something and pointed at the 8 treasure soup on the table, exclaiming, "Young master, Lan Xiang wanted to harm you. I only went mad after drinking the soup you bestowed upon me." Shen Yanji turned his cold gaze towards the corner where Lan Xiang crouched, his dark eyes filled with chilling fury. "Who instructed you to deliver the 8 treasure soup?" Lan Xiang, pale and trembling, crawled forward, crying, "Young master, I was just momentarily confused. I beg you, spare my life." The servant, hearing her confession, spat at her. "Young master, this wretched maid clearly intended to seduce you, and now she blames the innocent." Shen Yanji's anger turned to a sardonic smile. "A lowly maid dared to use Miao Xian's name to entice her master? Zhu, hand her over to Miao Xian for her to deal with personally." Realizing she had no escape, Lan Xiang's primal urge for survival stripped her of all reason, and she blurted out, "Young master, the young lady has done something unforgivable to you. If you spare me, I will reveal the identity of that man." The servant stared at Lan Xiang in horror, frozen in place, unable to speak. Shen Yanji slowly approached her, the golden threads of his robe swaying gracefully with each step, shimmering under the candlelight. He towered over Lan Xiang. "What did you say?" "Repeat it." Lan Xiang, tears streaming down her face, looked up at the ethereal figure of the man before her. "Young master, I am not lying. I saw with my own eyes the young lady and the 3rd master in the back garden's grotto. If you spare my life, I can provide evidence of the young lady's betrayal." Shen Yanji turned to the servant, who was still in shock, and smiled gently. "Now that you have heard something you should not have, how shall I deal with you?" His voice was hoarse yet soft, as if he were whispering sweet nothings to a beloved. Coupled with his elegant visage, the servant trembled in fear, bowing deeply. "The eldest son, I assure you, I have heard nothing. Even if I were to die, I would not speak a word. Please spare my life." Lan Xiang cried out in desperation, pleading for mercy, promising that if Shen Yanji would kill the servant and cover up this matter, she would guarantee evidence of He Miaoxin's infidelity. Shen Yanji lowered his gaze, casting a sympathetic look upon the 2 kneeling before him. Their hearts trembled at his expression, and they struck their foreheads against the ground until blood flowed. The room was thick with a murderous aura when suddenly, a voice, ethereal as a celestial chant, sighed from above. "Cover Lan Xiang's mouth, and I shall ensure your survival." The 2 were momentarily stunned. The servant was the first to regain his senses, lunging at Lan Xiang to cover her mouth and nose. She stared at Shen Yanji in terror, struggling for her life. The man, his features cold and handsome, stood at the brightest part of the room, hands clasped behind him, observing her demise with an air of indifference. In that fleeting moment, she comprehended everything. She regretted her betrayal. In her final moments, she desperately wished to warn He Miaoxin. This man harbored some sinister scheme, feigning ignorance while knowing everything. He was a consummate hypocrite. The servant offered her no chance for regret. Soon, she lost her last shred of strength, her limbs grew weak, and she ultimately succumbed, her eyes wide open in death. The servant released her and retreated, trembling uncontrollably at the sight of Lan Xiang's ashen face. He had committed murder. Shen Yanji approached the servant, leaning down to speak slowly. "You were the first to violate Lan Xiang, and in desperation, you resorted to murder. He suddenly smiled, his handsome features illuminated with a captivating light. If I were to hand you over to the authorities, would the Du family come to your aid? The servant trembled violently, petrified in place. In that moment, he finally grasped the true horror of the man before him. He was not the aloof and refined gentleman he appeared to be. He was unfathomable. A hellish figure cloaked in human skin. Please, as long as you spare my life, I am willing to serve you diligently. Shen Yanji pulled out a pre-written confession and tossed it lightly to the ground. Sign it. He then cut a piece of fabric from Shin Qingyan's clothing and tucked it into Lan Xiang's sleeve before disposing of her corpse in the well of the back garden. Once these tasks were completed, you shall become my subordinate. As long as I draw breath, I shall guarantee your safety. He intended to ensure that this inconspicuous dog, arranged by the Du family, would ultimately turn on them. Qin Guiwan lay on her couch, lost in thought about the day's events. The matriarch of the Shin family had succumbed to a stroke, leaving her with no opportunity for retribution. He Miaoxin was busy tending to the matriarch and, constrained by her reputation, could not openly torment her, thus finding herself with no chance to harm her for the time being. The incident involving Shen Onqing had left the Du family in despair, likely causing them to forget her for the moment. What she needed to do now was find a way to venture outside, contact the Dongqiang merchant group, and familiarize herself with the layout of the capital's streets for a potential escape. The challenge lay in concocting an excuse to leave. Once outside, how could she distract Jiqing and Michio? What are you contemplating? A deep, gentle voice interrupted her reverie, startling Qin Guiwan. She looked up to find the man before her gazing at her with tender affection, his expression warm and inviting. She propped herself up and retorted, "Could you not make a sound when you arrive? What if I were to suffer a heart episode from your fright?" In her anger, her phoenix eyes sparkled with intensity. Shen Yanji felt an uncontainable joy. He relished this side of Qin Guiwan, as long as she did not treat him like a stranger. Even her rebukes filled him with delight. "Do not be angry. I shall not repeat it," he said humbly. His sincerity caused Qin Guiwan to pause. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her gaze, her expression softening somewhat. "Do you not rest at all? It is already past midnight. What brings you here?" A question so simple brought Shen Yanji immense joy. "Do not worry, I have my own quarters at the Hanlin Academy where I can rest during the day." Chapter 68. Fabric. Qin Guiwan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes fixed intently on Shen Yanji. After a pause, a smile suddenly graced her lips, her eyes sparkling. Since their rupture, it was the first time Qin Guiwan smiled so charmingly at him. Shen Yanji felt as though he were amidst a blooming spring garden, his heart fluttering. He longed to embrace her but feared provoking her ire, leaving him flustered and overjoyed. Remembering he had yet to answer his previous question, he hurriedly inquired, "Qin Guiwan, I came to ask if anyone had wronged you before grandmother brought people to catch the thief today?" He had pondered for a long time, suspecting that the guard who committed suicide out of guilt had been sent by the matriarch to frame Qin Guiwan. As for why he mistakenly went to Shen Onqing's room, with the man dead, there was no way to investigate further. Nonetheless, he intended to eliminate all potential threats surrounding Qin Guiwan. "Michio put something in the porridge she made for me, but I did not eat it. I poured it out when she was not paying attention. Leave this matter to me. I will find a way to switch your maid." The mere thought of Qin Guiwan being harmed by a drug was enough to drive him mad. Michio could not be allowed to remain. "Very well. Please choose someone loyal and reliable for me." Although Shen Yanji's arrangement of a loyal maid was a hassle, it was better than having someone like Michio, who would seek to harm her at any moment. For the time being, nobody in the Shin family would trouble her. "You once promised to take me to see the splendor of the capital. When can we fulfill that promise?" Her eyes sparkled brightly, and Shen Yanji's lips slowly curled into a smile. "Tomorrow, I must enter the palace to request an audience with the emperor and submit a memorial that will shake the foundations of Dechu.
During this time,
I will be unable to visit you daily, and I will be embroiled in turmoil, so it is best that you do not go out for now. Once everything settles, I will not only show you the wonders of the capital but also accompany you throughout Dechu to experience the beauty of the world." How long must we wait? Qin Guiwan speculated that this was likely the beginning of Shen Yanji's revenge plan. Must I remain cooped up in the estate each day until then? Shen Yanji pondered for a moment before finally conceding, at the earliest, it may be half a year, at the latest, over a year. Once the memorial is submitted, those who wish for my demise will multiply, like locusts. Can you bear it a little longer? Everyone knew of his deep infatuation with He Miaoxin and would not pay attention to Qin Guiwan, yet he still worried about unforeseen circumstances. Qin Guiwan pursed her lips in silence, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Shen Yanji could no longer hold back. If you truly feel suffocated, give me some time. In a few days, I will arrange for you to go out. Upon achieving his objective, Qin Guiwan graciously accepted, nodding obediently. Any small act of kindness from him made Shen Yanji's heart sore. He wished to stay with Qin Guiwan a little longer, but feared she would overexert herself. So, after a few exchanges, he took his leave. That night, in the Gu household, Gu Zhuoying sat at the table, staring blankly at the bright yellow candle flame. While tucked under the covers, the warm scent of a woman and the faint aroma of medicine nearly reignited the poison coursing through him. No one knew the effort he had exerted to restrain himself from indulging in wild thoughts. Yet some sensations once tasted could not be easily controlled. For instance, the soft allure of the begonia dew lingered on his lips, and the touch of a willow waist seemed to still dance in his palm. Lu Sui entered. Noticing Gu Zhuoying's peculiar expression, his lips curled into an almost smile, his ears slightly flushed, and his gaze vacant, yet gentle. He stepped forward and called out to the air a couple of times, but the latter showed no response. The smile on his lips only deepened. "Young master!" A loud shout disrupted Gu Zhuoying's wandering thoughts, and he snapped back to reality, his expression turning cold. What is the reason for such a loud call in the dead of night? Lu Sui hesitated before responding, "Young master, what occupies your thoughts so deeply? Why do you prattle on like a gossiping woman?" Gu Zhuoying impatiently waved his hand. "Now, tell me about the Shen family." Lu Sui ceased his inquiries and recounted the illness of the matriarch of the Shen family and how He Miaoxin was responsible for attending to her daily. Finally, he mentioned Shen Anqing, saying, "I heard she was sent to the family temple, and upon arrival, she went mad, claiming to be Shen Amling and frantically trying to run to the Shen residence." Shen Qing'an felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing her plight. Yet he dared not defy Shen Kunshan's orders, compelling others to forcibly shave her head. Gu Zhuoying clicked his tongue in exasperation, lamenting the audacity of Shen Anqing, who, having lost her virtue in public, still had the gall to live on, seeking refuge in the family temple and feigning madness to elude the whispers of scandal. If the city walls of Kyoto bore even half her shamelessness, his uncle would surely be delighted. After a moment's pause, he continued, "The old witch can no longer move," allowing the Shen family a brief respite. "As for my dealings with the Shen family regarding the medicinal matter today, do not inform my mother. Otherwise, the princess will undoubtedly pursue the matter to its conclusion." He had no intention of revealing his method of antidote. His subordinate understood that such disgraceful affairs were indeed unsuitable for the princess's ears. Being drugged by a wretched creature like Shen Anqing, if this word got out, it would be utterly humiliating. The subordinate vowed to keep silent. Gu Zhuoying pressed his lips together, unwilling to speak further. Aside from the matter of Gu Zhuoying being drugged, the princess became swiftly aware of everything that transpired in the Shen household after returning from the palace. She smiled at Gu Zhongsu, saying, "There is no need to seek excuses now. You can openly summon Guiwan for a private conversation." Gu Zhongsu looked puzzled, while the princess merely smiled in silence. That morning, before Qin Guiwan had fully awakened, Ji Chun hastily roused her. Master, wake up quickly, something has happened." Qin Guiwan, still groggy, propped herself up. "What is it?" Someone spilled water along the garden path, and it froze, making it particularly slippery. Ji Chun's face was one of terror. Sister Michio went to the kitchen this morning and slipped while passing by, falling against the well wall, and discovered Lan Qiang's corpse in the well. Upon hearing this, "Madam," he rushed over, crying uncontrollably, insisting on reporting the incident to the authorities to find the murderer. However, Madame Ho disagreed, leading to a heated argument between them. The steward had since confined Sister Michio to the woodshed. Qin Guiwan felt her mind racing. She understood this was the work of Shen Yanji. Yet she could not fathom the connection between these two events. She hurriedly dressed and made her way to the back garden. With such a significant incident occurring, as a member of the Shen household, she could not evade it. At that moment, guards stood at the entrance of the back garden. The scene of the incident revealed Lan Qiang's lifeless body lying quietly by the well, covered with a white cloth. A small piece of fabric from her clothing lay nearby. The steward and several servants stood with bowed heads to one side. He Miaoxin's eyes were swollen from crying, barely able to stand, supported by Hui Xiang.
whose eyes were also red.
This fabric must be related to the murder. Lan Xiang was my personal maid. She cannot have died without reason. I must report this to the authorities and demand a thorough investigation. She recognized this fabric all too well. The murderer was Shen Qing'an. This brute had dared to lay hands on her close maid. Madame Du clenched her handkerchief and stamped her foot. Miaoxin, you have always been sensible. How could you lose your wits over a lowly maid? Finding a piece of fabric on Lan Xiang does not imply that the murderer is connected to it. Our Shen family is already in enough disgrace. We cannot alert the authorities over such a trivial matter at this time. Her expression darkened. It is too coincidental that Michio fell by the well. In my view, Lan Xiang's death is clearly linked to her. There is no need to report this. Just interrogate Michio rigorously, and we will naturally uncover the murderer. With that, she signaled to the servants. Go, dispose of Lan Xiang's body and interrogate Michio, pressing her for answers. He Miaoxin screamed in protest. Do not touch Lan Xiang. Madame Du's personal maid stepped forward to restrain He Miaoxin.
No.
He Miaoxin helplessly watched as the burly servants carried away Lan Xiang's corpse. Chapter 69. Shocked as the body was taken away, Madame Du sighed in relief, calming her expression. Miaoxin, do not worry. Once I catch the murderer, I will personally hand them over to you. She needed to hurry back and inquire of Shen Qing'an how he had entangled himself with Lan Xiang, resulting in a death. He Miaoxin dug her nails into her palm, filled with resentment. The murderer was clearly Shen Qing'an, yet Madame Du insisted on shifting the blame onto the unrelated Michio, pretending to search for the true culprit. It was simply absurd. Shun Yanji had to bow and scrape to please Shen Kunchen and his wife in the household. She watched helplessly as Lan Xiang was taken away, her body disposed of and evidence erased. Why should the second house suppress the first? Was it merely because they held the title of Duke Jinghai? That position clearly belonged to the first house. Consumed by hatred, she found herself oddly calm. Her aunt was right. Miaoxin had not considered the matter thoroughly. As she spoke, she wiped her tears and bowed gracefully to Madame Du. I must go tend to my grandmother. As for the matter of capturing the murderer, I shall leave it in your capable hands. Seeing Miaoxin's willingness to concede, Madame Du softened her tone. I spoke harshly earlier out of urgency. Do not take it to heart. The two exchanged apologies before parting ways. On the way, Qin Guiwan encountered Madame Du. She took a deep breath and timidly approached. Aunt, I heard that Michio caused trouble?
Madame Du's expression ardente.
Lan Xiang is gone. Michio is the prime suspect, and I have confined her for a thorough interrogation. In a few days, I will arrange for a new maid for you. Qin Guiwan meekly accepted this. Madame Du was not in the mood to engage with her further. Preoccupied with swiftly resolving the matter of Lan Xiang, she chided her for her inadequate supervision of the maids and sent her on her way. Upon returning to Yushio courtyard, Qin Guiwan felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The two maids in the courtyard were Shen Yanji's trusted confidants, obedient to her every command. Although Ji Chun was an informant for Madame Du, she was not particularly astute, merely monitoring her behavior, making her relatively easy to manage. With the burden of dealing with various nefarious characters lifted, Qin Guiwan ordered the doors of Yushio courtyard to be locked. Under the pretense of engaging in heartfelt conversation with Qingji, she dismissed everyone and secluded herself in the inner chamber, pretending to mend knee pads. Feigning it was the work of Qingji. The events of that day in the Shun household were destined to be tumultuous. After sending Shen Onqing off the previous day, Shen Qing'an returned at dawn and had been sleeping ever since. Madame Du stormed into his room, pulling him up and striking him hard across the face, throwing the piece of cloth she had found in Lan Xiang's sleeve at him. Look at the good deed you've done. Shen Anling fell into the water. Shen Onqing has gone mad. She was already exhausted, and now with Lan Xiang's matter, she was truly at her wit's end. This slap was delivered with full force, leaving Shen Qing'an dazed. Upon focusing on the piece of fabric, he felt somewhat bewildered. Isn't this for my clothing? What has happened? Why is mother angry? His chubby face glistened, his squinted eyes full of confusion. Seeing this, Madame Du's fury surged. All of you from the Shen family. Shen Yanji's brothers are tall and handsome, exceptionally intelligent since childhood. Shen Qing'an is of average talent, barely managing to secure a position in the Ministry of Works through Shen Kunchen's connections. He indulges in lavish feasts and no amount of persuasion has worked. He has grown fatter by the day in recent years. Knowing you are drawn to beauty, I have arranged so many clever maidservants for you. Is that not enough? How dare you extend your hand towards He Miaoxin, coveting her maid Lan Xiang, and then resort to murder to silence her? Mother, I have never touched Lan Xiang. Shen Qing'an retorted angrily, let alone commit murder. Aside from instigating a servant to entice Shen Yanji, he had never interacted with Lan Xiang. The wretched maid's appearance could not compare to He Miaoxin's. How could he possibly be attracted to her? If you did not touch her, then why does her corpse bear this piece of cloth? Madame Du struck Shen Qing'an without hesitation. At this point, you dare not speak the truth to me. Your own mother. How dare you be so audacious? Shen Qing'an did not dare retaliate, avoiding her blows as he explained, Mother, I truly am not lying. I returned from escorting my sister back yesterday and went straight to sleep. My servant can vouch for me. I never went to the first house. So how could I have committed murder? Even if I were foolish, I would not commit such a crime in the manner and leave behind such obvious evidence. I am being framed. Madame Du suddenly froze, as if struck by lightning, standing in place in shock. It is that wretched woman, He Miaoxin, who is causing trouble. Yesterday, she shifted the responsibility of caring for the grandmother onto someone else, and by midnight, she sought revenge against the second branch. She even sacrificed her own personal maid. Seeing her standing there motionless, Shen Qing'an took a few steps back, fearing she might attack him again. Mother, he called softly, and Du Shi snapped back to reality. Her eyes dark and fixed on Shen Qing'an. Do not deceive me, speak the truth once more. After you returned from escorting Qing'e last night, what did you do? Shen Qing'an dared not conceal anything and recounted the events truthfully. After Du Shi questioned the young servants, and they all corroborated his account, she ground her teeth in frustration. Had she not dealt with Lan Xiang's body decisively, the situation would have escalated due to He Miaoxin's schemes. Even if Shen Qing'an were innocent, the mere accusation of murder could lead him to the magistrate's office, and once there, no words could absolve him. That vile woman. Once Shen Qing'an grasped the situation, he seethed with resentment. It was evident that He Miaoxin, fearing their affair would be exposed, sought this opportunity to eliminate him. Truly despicable. Du Shi, having pieced everything together, calmly led people to the woodshed, instructing Michio to confess to the murder of Lan Xiang. Michio refused, prompting Du Shi to order her beaten nearly to death before finally forcing her hand to sign the confession. Subsequently, she sent the confession to He Miaoxin and inquired how to handle Michio. After reading the document, He Miaoxin coldly laughed and instructed her servant to relay that Michio should be dealt with as Du Shi saw fit. A slave who commits murder cannot be spared. Du Shi decisively ordered Michio to be killed, her body wrapped in a tattered mat and dumped at a mass grave. She warned the household that anyone who dared to gossip about the matter would meet the same fate. Before the unrest settled, another shocking incident befell the Shen family. In the evening, Shen Yanji and Shen Kanchen shared a carriage, entering the estate under the fading glow of the sunset. Upon disembarking, Shen Kanchen's face was as dark as a pot bottom, while Shen Yanji followed closely behind, brow furrowed. Du Shi intended to inform Shen Kanchen about Lan Xiang's demise, but upon seeing his solemn demeanor, she refrained from approaching him to avoid inciting trouble. Once inside the study, Shen Kanchen slapped Shen Yanji across the face, seething, kneel.
Today,
Shen Yanji had secretly entered the palace to meet the emperor, submitting a memorial that suggested altering the inheritance of all dukes and lords from a system favoring the eldest legitimate son to one allowing inheritance by all legitimate and illegitimate sons alike. When Shen Kanchen learned of this, he nearly fainted on the spot. The greatest loss would be to the 8 prominent families, should they harbor resentment. There were countless ways to obliterate the Shen clan, punishing them severely. This concerns the fate of the Shen family. Why did you not consult your uncle beforehand? Shen Yanji knelt, his gaze lowered, responding carefully, Uncle, the Shen family has been favored by the emperor, holding the hereditary title of Duke of Jinghai. As a loyal subject, I only wish to alleviate the emperor's burdens, believing my actions align with my conscience and the teachings of the sages. If you fear the repercussions, I shall publicly sever ties with the Shen family tomorrow, ensuring my life and death are no longer intertwined with theirs. Chapter 70. Storm clouds. Shen Kanchen collapsed into a chair, breathing heavily, his vision darkening. Shen Yanji had chosen to inform him only after the deed was done, adding that the emperor was elated upon hearing it, vowing to implement the policy. Such an outcome was predictable. The emperor would undoubtedly support it. Having reached this point, the Shen family had no retreat or choice. How could they sever ties so casually? He knew well that Shen Yanji was not an ordinary individual. Despite daily surveillance and precautions, he had not anticipated Shen Yanji would make such a move. Should this succeed, Shen Yanji would undoubtedly eclipse him in status and power. The territory acquired by the Shen family through the Duke of Jinghai would be dismantled. If the plan failed, the entire Shen family would pay the price.
Indeed.
The eldest brother's prideful son had struck with a force that shook the heavens. After a lengthy pause, Shen Kunshan seemed to age 10 years, weakly stating, at this juncture, to speak of severing ties is foolishness. You can be sure your uncle will rally the entire Shen family to support you in this endeavor. Shen Yanji prostrated himself, his eyes glinting with an icy resolve. Thank you, uncle. I assure you I will spare no effort and will not allow the Shen family to suffer. During dinner, Qin Guiwan learned of the situation and was momentarily rendered speechless. So this was the grand matter Shen Yanji had referred to, capable of shocking the entirety of Dichu. Coupled with the recent deaths of Lan Xiang and Mi Qiu, a chill ran down her spine. After 4 years of acquaintance, Shen Yanji's ability to astonish her remained unrelenting. How could one possess such depth of cunning? Manipulating the dark thoughts and hidden secrets of the Shen family, he toyed with them as if they were mere pawns. Even Shen Kunshan had been caught off guard, forced to become Shen Yanji's right-hand man. She immediately steeled herself, secretly vowing to exercise utmost caution when dealing with Shen Yanji from now on. Should he perceive even the slightest hint of her intentions, she would never escape from the Shen family. That night, Shen Yanji visited Chotong courtyard, where he Miaoxin brought up Lan Xiang's death, her voice trembling with emotion by the end. Aunt never intended to seek justice for me. She simply condemned Mi Qiu from Sister Qin's courtyard. After gently reassuring her, Shen Yanji revealed the details of his memorial submission. Though he Miaoxin was not well versed in court affairs, she understood the implications and felt a twinge of worry. Cousin, how could you act so recklessly? The risks are far too great. No matter how great the risks, I must proceed. I can endure some grievances from uncle and aunt, but the thought of you suffering as a result, compelled to care for grandmother daily, leaves me restless. It was only after a sleepless night that I devised this plan. He paused, suddenly smiling tenderly. Miaoxin, once my endeavor succeeds, I shall secure the title of a noble lady for you, and you will no longer be subjected to bullying. He Miaoxin stood frozen, her eyes reddening with tears after a long moment. Cousin, it would be nearly impossible to find a man better than Shen Yanji for me. Regret and fear flooded her heart. She wished she had been more steadfast for Shen Yanji and feared exposure would lead to her ruin, causing her to lose him forever. For you, I am willing to take this risk. Shen Yanji gently wiped her tears, which only seemed to flow more freely. He comforted her softly for a long while, advising her to remain indoors to avoid retaliation. This matter is fraught with danger. I do not wish for my father-in-law to be implicated. I intend to distance myself from the He family for the time being. You should not return home during this period. Whatever happens, stay safe within the estate. He Miaoxin bit her lip, remaining silent. Shen Yanji continued to give her numerous reminders, concluding with, Miaoxin, I will be busy with this matter for some time, and will need to stay in the study at night to organize the related documents. Cousin, I understand. You may focus on your work. I will not hinder you. Shen Yanji smiled, relieved. I was worried that if I did not come to Chotong courtyard for an extended period, you might be displeased. It seems I was overthinking it. He Miaoxin reproached, Cousin. What are you saying? In light of such significant matters, I can distinguish between what is trivial and what is important. Shen Yanji gently stroked her hair, chuckling. Miaoxin truly is a paragon of a virtuous wife. Once their conversation concluded, and noticing the hour was late, Shen Yanji excused himself, hurriedly leaving. After he Miaoxin finished her evening rituals and lay on her bed, she pondered for a long time. Her father would never gamble the fate of the He family to assist Shen Yanji immediately. He would surely remain neutral and observe, waiting for the right moment to make a decision. She needed to find a time to return and plead with her father, insisting that he could not stand by when Shen Yanji needed help the most. And then there was her mother. With no sons, her maternal grandfather had 3 daughters. Due to his excessive integrity in youth, he refused to promote any son-in-law, causing all 3 daughters to drift away from him. The last time she had pleaded with her mother to help restore Shen Yanji to his rightful position, her mother had somehow persuaded her grandfather. This time, she intended to beseech her mother in the same manner, calling upon her maternal grandfather to lend his assistance. Shen Yanji had taken such a perilous step to ensure her well-being. Thus, she was determined to offer her unwavering support, no matter the cost. She resolved to trample the second branch of the family underfoot. Having made up her mind, she finally succumbed to a drowsy slumber. In the early morning, snow began to fall, initially resembling grains of salt, but by dawn, it transformed into large, feathery flakes, blanketing the ground in white. The auspicious snow heralded a bountiful year, and the citizens of the capital awoke with immense joy. However, the court was rife with tension, as tumultuous as lime in water. During the morning assembly, Emperor Jingchong mentioned Xin Yanji's proposal from the previous day and summoned him to the palace to elaborate publicly on the matter. The crown prince and Gu Zhongsu were the first to applaud, expressing their support. Many officials in the court erupted in outrage, their glares directed at Xin Yanji, as if they wished to flay him alive. Among the three grand scholars of the cabinet, only Duke Gu Zhongsu supported the proposal, while the other two vehemently opposed it. The primogeniture system was a time-honored tradition passed down by their ancestors. How could it be changed at will? With fewer supporters than opponents, the two factions engaged in heated debate within the court. Naturally, Sun Kunshan was a staunch advocate for the proposal. He Zhongyu remained silent for a long while, his expression complex and unfavorable, ultimately choosing to maintain neutrality. Emperor Jingchong observed the quarrel impassively before stating, "This matter is of great importance. Shun, you must promptly draft a detailed policy for submission. Once I have reviewed it, I shall make a decision." His words were ambiguously phrased, neither indicating support nor opposition, leaving both factions momentarily speechless. Gu Zhongsu promptly led the others in bowing, declaring, "Your Majesty is wise." This was the result of prior discussions between him and Emperor Jingchong. The implementation of such a policy was not a task to be accomplished overnight. Today served merely as a preliminary probe to ascertain the attitudes of the court officials, after which they would proceed with caution. Thus, the morning assembly concluded in an atmosphere of intrigue. As Sun Yanji exited the main hall, he was immediately besieged by a throng of people. Some extolled his strategy as brilliant, while others hurled insults, accusing him of harboring treacherous intentions after his 4 years of captivity and attempting to disrupt the ancestral customs upon his return. Regardless of the praise or condemnation, Sun Yanji feigned indifference and made his way back to the Hanlin Academy. That afternoon, as he returned to the Shun residence, he encountered an assassin along the way. Fortunately, Zhu Zhua was adept and managed to subdue the attacker, allowing Xin Yanji to escape unharmed. However, the skilled assassin ultimately managed to flee. Regardless of rank, the assassination of a court official in broad daylight was a grave offense. The emperor was furious and ordered the Ministry of Justice to conduct a thorough investigation and resolve the case promptly. The entire court was filled with apprehension. Had Xin Yanji provoked the ire of those he ought not to have? Or was this an act orchestrated by him, with the emperor's wrath aimed at removing those obstructing policy implementation? Less than half a day had passed since the morning assembly, and the incident had already stirred a tempest within the capital. The Shun residence was compelled to bolster its defenses. The following day, Sun Kunshan, Sun Yanji, and Sun Qing'an ventured out accompanied by 8 additional guards. The heavy snow continued for 3 days. On the 3rd day of the morning assembly, Sun Yanji presented the meticulously drafted policy, titled Broad Grace Ordinance. After reading it, Emperor Jingchong exclaimed in delight and immediately ordered Gu Zhongsu to oversee its implementation, simultaneously promoting Xin Yanji to the rank of a 5th-grade scholar. Thus, the storm within the court officially commenced. The atmosphere in the Shun residence grew increasingly tense. Aside from the servants tasked with shopping, most remained within the confines of the estate, reluctant to venture outside. Chapter 71. The oil-caked winters in the Eastern Chang are long, often blanketed in white snow. Having grown up in the Eastern Chang, Qin Guiwan had a particular fondness for snowy days. During these recent days, she found solace in Yuxiu Courtyard, where the heated Kong warmed her cheeks to a rosy hue, leaving her in excellent spirits. Outside, the snowflakes danced in the air, and the turmoil of the court held no relevance to her, a neglected daughter of the Eastern Chang. For the time being, the Shun family paid her no mind, and Xin Yanji had not troubled her either. These were the most carefree days she had experienced since arriving at the Shun residence. In good spirits, she personally prepared a pot of lamb soup, a favorite among the Eastern Chang people, to share with the residents of the courtyard. She had never been demanding, and after the 2 servant girls finished their meal, they grew increasingly fond of her. Thus, when Qin Guiwan sent the 3 of them to sweep the snow, they eagerly complied without a hint of complaint. Today marked the fourth day, and the heavy snow showed no signs of abating. Sitting by the green branch couch, Qin Guiwan carefully tucked away the knee pads she had just made, smiling as she said, I initially thought I would have to depend on you to fetch the knee pads from the Eastern Chong Merchant Group. Yet you ended up injured and unable to move, while I seized the opportunity to go outside. Qin Ji, seated on the couch with a thick blanket draped over her, expressed her concern, my lady. With the Shun family in such turmoil, is it truly safe for you to go out? It should be safe. She felt isolated here, without support, and had no choice but to place her trust in Shun Yanji once more. As they spoke, Ji Chun entered, accompanied by a slender, tidy maidservant. She was said to be sent by Madame Du to replace Mi Chiu, and her name was Ashan, age 17. Qin Guiwan understood the situation, dismissed Ji Chun, and brought Ashan to the main room to inquire about her previous service and her skills. After Ashan answered her questions, she produced a letter from her sleeve and presented it with both hands. My lady, I am under the employ of the eldest young master. He said that once you read this, you will understand. Qin Guiwan took the letter and recognized Shin Yanji's handwriting, written in Chong script. It stated that Ashan was skilled in martial arts and was his trusted confidant, assuring her that she could use her without concern. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Guiwan asked, what else did the eldest young master say? Ashan replied, the eldest young master also mentioned that with the heavy snowfall today, knowing you enjoy the snow, he would arrange for you to go out for a stroll at noon. There are delicious oil cakes from the Zheng family by Dongbao Bridge. You can try them first. Once he is finished with his tasks, he will accompany you for a meal. Qin Guiwan was taken aback. During her exile, in order to assimilate into the local culture, Shen Yanji had been forced to adopt the name Tuoba Ju. On New Year's Eve, when her blindness flared up and she could not cook, she suddenly craved pancakes. However, all the restaurants had closed for the new year, leaving her with no place to buy them. Shen Yanji clumsily attempted to make pancakes, failing numerous times. The results were either overly greasy or too salty.
Van, I'm sorry.
His voice bore the weight of guilt and disappointment. That evening, as snow swirled outside and the cold wind howled, she sat in their dilapidated home, holding the overly salty oil pancake, eating and laughing. Husband, as long as it's made by you, it surpasses all the delicacies in the world. Shen Yanji gently wrapped her in his arms, recounting tales of the best pancakes in the capital. The Zheng family's oil cakes, though small in size, were considered the finest in the capital. They were a century-old establishment, and the recipe was passed down only to the eldest son. Since the oil would turn greasy when cooled, the cakes had to be eaten fresh out of the oven. If I have the chance to take you back to Dechu, I will ensure to take you there. She gazed up at him, her blind eyes searching for him, and chuckled, husband, I will remember, and you must not go back on your word. A mix of emotions surged within her, and Qin Guiwan offered a bitter smile. The Tuoba Jew, who had never plotted against her, who was willing to cook for her and share her burdens, had long perished in the border city. The one who returned was Shen Yanji. Now, she had no desire to eat any pancakes. As they spoke, Ji Chun called from outside, my lady. The Lady Ho requests your presence in the front hall. Qin Guiwan looked at Ashan in surprise as Ashan bowed her head. This must be the eldest young master's arrangement, granting you an opportunity to go out. Qin Guiwan fastened her cloak and, accompanied by Ashan and Ji Chun, proceeded to the front hall. Madame Du sat on a rosewood chair, frowning as she sipped tea. Upon seeing Qin Guiwan enter, she set down her teacup.
Guiwan.
My dear niece, I truly have been overwhelmed, which is why I asked you to come. Qin Guiwan performed a respectful bow before rising. Aunt, there is no need for such formality. If there is anything in the residence that requires my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Dusher stepped forward and grasped Qin Guiwan's hand, sighing. You are aware that the Shin family has been in turmoil these past few days. Our shop has faced continuous disturbances. Today, yet another incident occurred at one of our pharmacies, where a person claimed to have purchased counterfeit medicine. The officials arrived and took both the troublemaker and the shopkeeper away. This matter is quite serious, and the authorities have requested the head of our household to visit. Qin Guiwan remained silent, listening attentively to Du Shi's words. This situation should have been addressed by her aunt, but since Miao Xian's mother was celebrating her birthday, she had returned to her family early. With her absence, I must attend to my mother and, given a multitude of affairs at home, I truly cannot leave. Qin Guiwan understood that this was Shun Yan's meticulous strategy. Du Shi, fearful of encountering assassins, was unwilling and too frightened to step outside. He Miao Xian had been schemed back to her family. If anyone intended to seize this opportunity to abduct or threaten Shen Yan or seek revenge, He Miao Xian would be the perfect target. She could venture out without a care for her safety. Since her aunt was indisposed, it was only natural for Qin Guiwan, as a member of the Shun family, to take on this responsibility. Although Du Shi did not particularly like Qin Guiwan at that moment, she suddenly realized that this frail girl was quite useful. In such perilous times, as Shun Yan's legitimate wife, she could represent the Shun family openly, which indeed spared Du Shi a considerable amount of trouble. Time is of the essence. You must go to the magistrate's office at once. Qin Guiwan gathered her belongings and, accompanied by Ji Chun and Ashan, departed. Upon reaching the Kyoto magistrate's office, she identified herself, and the officials informed her that the matter had been mostly resolved. The troublemaker had not purchased the medicine from the Shin family's pharmacy. She merely needed to sign a document to release the shopkeeper. After signing as required, she took the shopkeeper with her, advising him to exercise caution in the future. After escorting the shopkeeper back to the pharmacy, Ashan glanced at Ji Chun in the carriage and suddenly proposed, "My lady, since you rarely venture out, why not skip lunch at home? There are many delicacies at Dongbao Bridge that you could sample." Qin Guiwan shook her head, replying, "No, my aunt is waiting for me to return with the outcome." Ashan insisted, "My lady, I can report back. Why not take Ji Chun along and enjoy a stroll?" Ji Chun, still burdened by the recent death of Michio, felt disheartened and had no desire to go anywhere. She quickly interjected, "My lady, I will return to report to Madame Ho. You and Sister Ashan should go explore." After some contemplation, Qin Guiwan acquiesced. "Very well. You may return and inform my aunt that I will dine out before coming back and will not be long." Ji Chun complied and dismounted from the carriage. Once she had distanced herself, Ashan spoke, "Rest assured, my lady, the coachman is one of the eldest young master's men. You can go wherever you wish." A sense of foreboding washed over Qin Guiwan. Within such a short span of time, Shun Yan had managed to place so many loyalists within the Shun family. It was indeed alarming. Upon reaching Dongbao Bridge, the heavy snowfall did not deter the bustling crowd. Shops lined both sides, and the streets were filled with the sounds of merriment. As Qin Guiwan lifted the curtain to gaze outside, she felt as though she had not witnessed such lively human activity in ages. Lost in thought, they arrived at a restaurant, where Ashan approached the proprietor and requested to be taken to the reserved private room. Once inside, Ashan opened the flowered window and pointed to a shop across the street, saying, "My lady, please wait here a moment while I quickly fetch some pancakes from across the way." Qin Guiwan looked up and saw the sign for Zheng's oil-fried pancakes hanging outside. A line of people, both men and women, stood outside with umbrellas. "Hurry back, it is too cold, and if the line is too long, it is not worth it." "My lady, the eldest young master insisted that you must try these pancakes today," Ashan remarked hurriedly before darting off. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Guiwan called over a young attendant from the restaurant. "I have heard that there is an Eastern Chong merchant group in Kyoto. Do you know where I might procure their fine fur materials?" The young attendant smiled broadly, replying, "You have indeed asked the right person. They often dine here, and I am quite familiar with them. If you turn right at this street and head to Huema Street, you will find their shop, which is marked with Chong script. There are 4 shops connected, all selling various goods from the Eastern Chong." Qin Guiwan inquired further, "Is it far?" The young attendant scratched his head. "If you consider it far, it would take about 3/4 of an hour by carriage. However, if you use the small door from our restaurant's back courtyard, it is just diagonally across, and you could make the round trip in no more than half a cup of tea's time." Qin Guiwan smiled brightly. "My maid has gone to buy something and may take a while. Since I have some idle time, I would like to take a look at those materials. May I use your restaurant's back door?" Chapter 72. The merchant. The young attendant bowed and led her outside, saying, "I will take you there right away." Upon reaching the back door, he pointed to the shop across the way. "It is right there." Qin Guiwan handed him a piece of silver and smiled sweetly. "Please wait here for me a moment. I will return shortly." "You are too kind, madam. I shall guard the door for you." The young attendant accepted the silver, his eyes crinkling with joy. After a few steps, Qin Guiwan took out a silk scarf from her sleeve to cover her face before heading to the Eastern Chong shop. Upon entering, she discreetly called the attendant over and, using Chong language, quietly asked, "I have heard that you are in need of Eastern Chong knee pads. I happen to have some made. Do you still require them?" The attendant's eyes lit up, and in Chong language he replied, "Yes. With the snow falling these past few days, our merchant leader has been quite troubled about this. Qin Guiwan retrieved the completed knee pads from her sleeve and handed them to the attendant, saying, "If your merchant leader is satisfied, I would like to negotiate the price directly with him." The attendant accepted the items, examined them, and with a bow and a smile said, "These are even better than what we have made in the Eastern Chong. Please wait a moment. I will inform the merchant leader." He hurried upstairs and quickly returned. "Madam, our merchant leader requests your presence." Qin Guiwan discreetly touched the dagger concealed in her sleeve, took a deep breath, and followed the attendant upstairs. Upon entering, she found a robust middle-aged man with a bushy beard, the archetypal Eastern Chong appearance, seated in a chair, inspecting the knee pads. Seeing her enter, he appeared taken aback. "You are not of the Eastern Chong. How is it that you speak our language and craft such knee pads?" Qin Guiwan performed a graceful bow. "To be candid, my merchant leader, my mother was of Eastern Chong descent. After being captured and brought to Dachu, she gave birth to me. After her passing, my father sold me to a wealthy merchant as a concubine. During the wars, many captives were exchanged between our two nations, and such occurrences were not uncommon." A flicker of sympathy arose in the merchant leader's heart as he scrutinized her. After a moment, he frowned. "You appear to be well-dressed. How is it that you earn a living by selling embroidered goods? Has that wealthy merchant mistreated you?" "I married the merchant, and while I wear fine clothes, I am often belittled by the legitimate wife. When the merchant is away, she refuses to provide me with food or coal," Qin Guiwan said, twisting her hands. Feeling somewhat uneasy. "It is cold, and I had no other recourse but to seek a way to sell some embroidery for money to buy necessities. If there were any other options, a woman such as I would not have come here alone to seek out the merchant leader." The merchant leader observed her emaciated frame, recognizing that she did not appear to be someone who could afford daily sustenance, and chose not to press further. "How much silver do you seek for these knee pads?" "1 tael of silver would suffice," Qin Guiwan replied humbly. "I shall give you 2 taels," the merchant leader said generously. "These must be distributed to each attendant in the shop. I also require you to embroider 30 more pairs." Qin Guiwan hesitated for a moment, then said, "Merchant leader, I am truly in need of silver. Would it be possible to deliver 10 pairs at a time for payment?" Her plea was tinged with sorrow, and the merchant leader readily agreed. "Certainly. As fellow Eastern Chong, I understand the difficulties you face in Dachu." He handed her 2 taels of silver and inquired about her name. Qin Guiwan introduced herself, stating her husband's surname was Wu. The merchant leader replied, "Lady Wu. Should you find yourself in urgent need of money, you may exchange a single pair at any time for silver." Qin Guiwan expressed her gratitude, explaining that she would prefer to complete 10 pairs before returning. They agreed upon the next delivery date, and without further ado, Qin Guiwan departed without delay. Upon stepping outside, she unexpectedly encountered a young man clad in a dark blue silk robe adorned with golden threads, engaged in jovial conversation with his companion. He failed to notice Qin Guiwan approaching and collided directly with her. The impact sent Qin Guiwan sprawling onto the ground, prompting the young man to hurriedly bend down to assist her. "My sincerest apologies. I was reckless and did not see you," he said. Qin Guiwan, somewhat vexed by his lack of awareness, sidestepped his outstretched hand, rose to her feet, and curtly replied, "It's nothing," as she lowered her head and hurried down the stairs. Su Xiao, who had caught a glimpse of her, was astonished by the striking brightness and elegance of her eyes. Nevertheless, he dismissed the incident from his mind and entered to discuss the fur business with the shopkeeper. After concluding their negotiations, he noticed a pair of knee pads on the table and exclaimed, "The embroidery on these is truly superior to that of the palace seamstresses. Who crafted this?" "It was made by the lady you just collided with," the shopkeeper replied, succinctly recounting Madame Wu's tale. Su Xiao grew increasingly fond of the knee pads and promptly requested to take them. The shopkeeper, a straightforward man, declared that such a trivial item was hardly valuable, so he could take it without hesitation. As he prepared to leave, Su Xiao remarked, "When she next visits to deliver more items, could you kindly inquire if she would be interested in working as an embroideress at the Su family's workshop? The remuneration can be negotiated. I can arrange for someone to mediate with her husband's family. If we could recruit someone with such exceptional skill, the Su family's embroidery would reach new heights." Due to the snowfall, military drills were suspended, and several soldiers, including Wang Baihu, persuaded Gu Zhuoying to join them for mutton soup at the return horse street. They noted that there were several eateries catering to the Eastern Chong merchants in the area. One establishment served a remarkably clear and delicious mutton offal soup, perfect for warming the stomach on a snowy day. Gu Zhuoying, who was notoriously picky about food, initially scoffed at the idea but succumbed to the relentless encouragement of her companions and ultimately joined them. Coming from the military camp, they braved the snowy weather without umbrellas or carriages, riding their horses directly out. Upon reaching the return horse street, the group proceeded cautiously due to the slippery conditions. Wang Baihu boisterously patted his chest, declaring his intention to treat everyone, which led to a jovial atmosphere as they indulged in food and drink. Gu Zhuoying playfully retorted, "With me here, how could it be your turn to treat? You have a family to support. It would be wiser to save your money for your wife to buy clothes." Laughter erupted among the group, none of whom noticed a one-wheeled cart laden with stones parked at the side of the road. The cart pusher, wary of the slippery path and the heavy load, was cautious. When he saw Gu Zhuoying and her companions approaching on horseback, he hurriedly pulled to the side to avoid them. The mule pulling the cart, startled by the sudden appearance of the tall horses, let out a frightened bray and bolted. Stones began to tumble from the cart, causing pedestrians to scream and scatter in panic. The sudden turn of events left the cart pusher frozen in place, unsure of what to do. In response, Gu Zhuoying swiftly urged her horse forward, realizing she was about to catch up when the frightened mule veered towards the roadside. Qin Guiwan, just emerging from the Eastern Chong shop, was caught off guard as the panicked mule charged directly at her. The speed of its approach left her no time to evade. Believing she was about to meet her demise, she was suddenly enveloped in the strong embrace of a man who rolled them both to safety. The mule continued its frenzied dash, and the stones from the cart were jettisoned, striking the man on the back. He emitted a muffled groan, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Wang Baihu and the others rushed forward to subdue the mule. As Qin Guiwan regained her senses, she realized she was cradled in the warm embrace of the man, lying on the cold, snowy ground, surrounded by his strong, masculine scent and the rhythm of his heavy breathing. His powerful heartbeat resonated like a drum. Embarrassed and flustered, she struggled to extricate herself from his hold. Upon finally lifting her gaze to meet his, her pupils widened in shock. Chapter 73. The handkerchief. Gu Zhuoying had initially intended to leap onto the mule and rein it in, but upon catching sight of Qin Guiwan standing at the doorway, veiled. His instincts acted faster than his thoughts. He immediately jumped down and embraced her. The scent of her delicate fragrance and warmth sent his heart racing. In an instant, a stone fell heavily, causing pain to shoot through his back as if his spine had cracked, making his forehead throb. The pain jolted him back to reality, and he released her, rising to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth, and anxiously inquiring, "Are you unharmed?"
"I'm fine," King Guiwan replied,
lowering her head as she stood. Gu Zhuoying noticed her veiled face and wanted to ask why she was alone without a maidservant, but before he could speak, Qin Guiwan produced a silver note from her sleeve and pressed it into his hand. "Thank you for saving my life, sir. I have no way to repay you, but please accept this small token of my gratitude." With that, she offered a sincere bow and hurried away. Gu Zhuoying stood in astonishment, watching her retreating figure, and then glanced at the silver note in his hand, his brow twitching slightly. 100 taels. She was quite generous. Did she think he wouldn't recognize her because of the veil? Was she deliberately pretending not to know him? After Wang Baihu subdued the mule, he hurried over, concern etched on his face. "Gu Qianhu, are you injured?" Gu Zhuoying tucked the silver note away, suppressing the pain in his back, and casually shook his head.
"I'm fine."
"Let us go have some mutton soup." After taking a few steps, he noticed a handkerchief lying on the ground and suddenly realized it must have fallen from her. He discreetly picked it up. Upon returning to the back door of the inn, a young attendant led her to a private room, still trembling from the earlier incident. "Miss, I was terrified when I saw you almost get hit. Thankfully, that young man on horseback saved you." Qin Guiwan paused and handed the attendant a large sum of silver. "I ask that you keep this matter to yourself." The attendant accepted the silver and quickly assured her, "I understand. A married woman being embraced by another man, regardless of the circumstances, must remain a secret." Once inside the private room, the attendant served a pot of floral fruit tea, and Qin Guiwan drank deeply, finally regaining her composure. Reflecting on the earlier events, her mind was in turmoil. She couldn't help but recall the time Xin Yanji had saved her from a startled horse. Was Gu Zhuoying's intervention mere coincidence, or was there a deeper intention behind it? Shaking her head, she urged herself not to overthink. Regardless of his reasons, Gu Zhuoying was a friend of Xin Yanji, and she would do well to avoid entanglements with him in the future. Ashan returned with 2 oil cakes. offering them to Qin Guiwan while encouraging her to eat them warm. Qin Guiwan took a bite and found them indeed crispy and delightful. Ashan eagerly asked, "Mistress, how does it taste?" Qin Guiwan nodded with a radiant smile. "It's exquisite. May I return here to eat again?" "As long as you wish, you certainly may. I will inform the eldest young master, and he will surely find a way to arrange for you to come again." After finishing their meal, the two returned to the carriage. Qin Guiwan remarked, "I wish to make a winter garment for my husband, but he doesn't want me to strain my eyes. Upon our return, procure some brocade and leather for me without his knowledge. Once I have completed it, I will inform him. I may take some time, perhaps until spring, to finish it." Ashan was overjoyed, "Mistress. If the eldest young master learns that you made him a winter garment, he will be elated. Even if it is ready by spring, it will still be of use." Embarrassed, Qin Guiwan smiled. With the materials for the knee pads and the means to meet the shopkeeper settled, the remaining task was to become familiar with the streets of the capital as soon as possible. "Where can I find a bookstore in the capital? I am not well acquainted with Dichu, and fear I may err in my dealings. I wish to purchase books that introduce the customs and etiquette of the capital. I also want to buy some storybooks to pass the time." Seeing her spirits lifted after the outing, Ashan also felt a surge of happiness. "I shall take you there right away." The pair turned into a street lined with bookstores, and Qin Guiwan selected a large number of books before they returned. Upon arriving home, she specifically explained the situation to Madame Du, stating that her curiosity had led her to eat lunch outside and purchase some books. Madame Du was indifferent to the matter. The frail individual only needs to avoid dying outside so that the Shin family can collect the corpse. She is too indifferent to inquire further. Upon returning to Yushio Courtyard, Ashan swiftly procured the brocade and leather as requested by Qin Guiwan. Qin Guiwan remarked that it would be best if Ji Chun remained unaware of this matter. Ashan nodded, assuring her, "I understand, my lady. Rest assured, I will keep her occupied." Ji Chun serves as Du's informant, so many matters can be concealed as necessary. Ashan concocted an excuse to keep Ji Chun busy, helping her tidy the courtyard, while Qin Guiwan embroidered a garment, openly crafting knee pads. By afternoon, the snow ceased. Himiao Xian returned from the He family and encountered some ruffians on the road. Fortunately, she had an ample retinue of guards and was able to dispatch several assailants in the street, narrowly escaping danger. However, she fell from the carriage, injuring the right side of her face. Upon returning home, Du and Qin Guiwan went to check on her. Himiao Xian's entire right cheek was scraped, red and swollen. The sight was alarming after the application of medicine. The physician declared that fortunately, no bones were harmed, and with treatment, she would heal without scarring. Clutching her wounded face, Himiao Xian remained in a state of shock. Du, having witnessed the scene, felt a surge of fear, relieved that she had not ventured outside. Qin Guiwan's gaze deepened in contemplation. There were many who wished to retaliate against Shan Yanji, had he shown any hint of affection towards her in front of others. It could have been her facing such peril today. Upon learning of the incident, Shan Yanji hurried back. Himiao Xian, hidden behind the screen, stubbornly refused to let him enter. "Cousin, I am quite disfigured. You mustn't come in." "Miao Xian, I have told you, no matter what happens, you must not go outside for the time being." Shan Yanji's voice was filled with urgency from behind the screen. "How could you return to your family home while I was on duty?" Tears stung her injured skin, and Himiao Xian lifted her head to staunch her tears. Feeling her eyes burn, "Cousin, I did not intend to worry you. I merely wanted to seek help from my parents for you." "Miao Xian, this is my affair. How could you involve your father-in-law?" Shan Yanji pressed his lips together, falling silent for a long while before letting out a deep sigh. "Just this once. Do not go to such lengths for me again. If anything were to happen to you, what would I do?" Himiao Xian was moved to tears once more. Gently covering her eyes with a handkerchief, she murmured, "Cousin, I shall heed your words. I will not leave the estate again." Shan Yanji remained outside the screen, offering her comfort for a long while before returning to the Hanlin Academy. Upon arriving at the duty room in the academy, Zhuzhua presented a letter that Ashan had given him earlier in the estate. Shan Yanji opened it to find a simple note regarding Qin Guiwan purchasing pastries and books. He scrutinized the brief letter for quite some time, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Zhuzhua, puzzled, asked, "My lord, what has happened with the lady?" Shan Yanji produced a fire stick, incinerating the letter, watching the flames consume it until only a few ashes remained before he spoke. Ashan mentioned that the lady was quite pleased and hopes to have another opportunity to dine. Zhuzhua, aware of Shun Yanji's affections for Qin Guiwan, felt a sense of relief for him. Once his affairs were settled, he would no longer have to go through such convolutions and could openly accompany the lady on outings. Shun Yanji yearned to complete everything at once and remarry Qin Guiwan immediately. After a moment of reflection, he instructed, "Go deliver a message to Su Xiao, informing him that I will meet him tonight." Upon Shun Yanji's return, he wished to keep his partnership with Su Xiao a secret. Given his precarious situation, Su Xiao, upon arriving in the capital, refrained from seeking him out and merely sent word through a messenger, stating that he could be found at the inn should assistance be required. After receiving Zhu's message, Su Xiao settled in his room at the inn, waiting for him. It was not until nightfall that someone knocked on the door. Su Xiao opened it to find Shun Yanji, draped in a green fox cloak, his hood obscuring his face. Zhu scanned the surroundings with hawk-like vigilance. Unable to resist a jest, Su Xiao remarked, "Meeting a business partner has turned into a clandestine rendezvous. Fear not, I have secured the top 2 floors of this inn. The guards at the staircase are all mine, and no one shall come up." Shun Yanji slipped inside, removing his hood to reveal a handsome visage illuminated by candlelight. "It is better to be cautious. I find myself ensnared in turmoil, fearing that a single misstep could drag you down with me." Su Xiao understood Shun Yanji's predicament and refrained from pursuing that topic further. Approaching the table, he poured a cup of freshly brewed tea for him. "Try this. It's our shop's finest silver needles." Upon taking a seat, Shun Yanji lacked the inclination to drink and pushed the cup aside, retrieving a scroll from his robe and presenting it to Su Xiao. "I have come to ask for your assistance in finding someone to create a set of this." Su Xiao, intrigued, opened it to discover an exquisite design for a bridal phoenix crown and ceremonial robes. The craftsmanship was exceptional, adorned with red jade and eastern pearls, with lavish gold thread embroidery rivaling that of imperial attire. As he examined it, he thought that producing such garments would require numerous skilled embroiderers working for half a year, costing an estimated fortune in gold. Half a year's time is just right, and the expense is inconsequential, regardless of the cost. "I want it made according to this design." Shun Yanji pointed to the embroidered red bean branches on the garment's edge, insisting, "You must find the best embroiderer. Do not allow any mistakes." Su Xiao scrutinized the artwork further and noticed that the paint had not yet fully dried. "Did you just finish this today?" Shun Yanji smiled gently. "Yes, I feared it might delay our wedding, so I thought it prudent to prepare in advance." The calm and composed gentleman transformed unexpectedly into a tender figure, prompting Su Xiao to chuckle. "You truly are infatuated with that Qin girl. Last time, you had me search for medicine for her, and now you wish to create garments." Gently rolling up the drawing, he mused about the refined and aloof Su Xiao, who was personally designing a bridal crown for a woman from East Chong, even arranging for it to be made 6 months in advance. If word got out, the citizens of the capital would surely be astonished. Shun Yanji lowered his gaze. "I have caused her much suffering. Remarrying her is my way of giving her the best. Ah, do not speak of it. It is too sweet."
Su Xiao et galim de damaticas, fortunenti.
"I have no romantic entanglements and am not marrying. I save a considerable amount of money." Shun Yanji chuckled softly. "You cannot remain single your entire life. Marrying is inevitable. Speaking of which, you and I are of the same age. It is time for you to settle down." Su Xiao self-deprecatingly replied, "You know my situation. Do you think I still wish to marry?" Before the upheaval, the Su family, though not as affluent as the Bai family, was still a prominent merchant family. Due to the familial connections between their grandmothers, their relations were generally amicable. Bai's grandfather, seeing Su Xiao's cleverness and business acumen as a child, jokingly suggested marrying his youngest granddaughter to him. However, misfortune befell the Su family, resulting in the slaughter of his kin and the ruin of their business, leaving only him and his younger sister to survive. With their family shattered, he dared not entertain thoughts of marrying a Bai family girl. Later, when he was so impoverished that he could barely afford a meal, he reluctantly approached the Bai family, hoping to borrow some money to start a small business. The Bai family flatly refused. The youngest granddaughter remarked, "A distant stranger dares to come here to beg for alms. Do you think the Bai family is a charity?" Reflecting on past events, he still felt a pang of sorrow. She was the youngest daughter, born of a concubine, and thus rarely favored. In his youth, he often brought her delightful trinkets to cheer her up, and now that he had fallen on hard times, she not only refused to extend a helping hand but also humiliated him. Ironically, Her eventual husband was a cruel official who squandered her dowry, looking down upon her merchant background and treating her with disdain. As he spoke, Su Xiao could not help but chuckle. They say it is easy to find a priceless treasure, but difficult to find a sincere partner. I believe the reverse is also true. Priceless treasures are easy to obtain, but a true-hearted wife is rare. If I could find a lady who would steadfastly stand by me during my times of hardship, sharing both joy and sorrow, willing to risk her life for me, I would not merely consider marrying her, but I would bestow upon her the finest of treasures, even if it meant sacrificing my own life. Nowadays, those women who profess their willingness to become my wife, are they not all motivated by my wealth and business? Shan Yanji was momentarily taken aback, while Su Xiao shook his head, dispelling the vexatious thoughts from his mind. Let us not dwell on such matters. Instead, let us continue discussing the phoenix crown and ceremonial robe you desire. Today, I fortuitously encountered a remarkably skilled embroideress, should she agree to undertake this embroidery task. The red bean branches she creates will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Shan Yanji rose, clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, acknowledging that any embroiderer worthy of your attention must possess extraordinary talent. I would be grateful if you could assist me in inviting this woman you mentioned. Su Xiao replied with a smile, leave this matter to me. As long as the payment is sufficient, I believe she will be willing to accept the task. The two engaged in a brief discussion regarding business matters. Su Xiao mentioned that he would finalize the accounts for all the shops in the capital before departing, likely returning to Jiangnan in the 12th month. Meanwhile, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. That evening, at the Gu residence, the main house of the Minglan courtyard was illuminated by bright silver candles. Gu Zhuoying lay prone on the bed, his upper body bare, revealing dark bruises and contusions upon his back. Lu Sui was applying medicine to his wounds, and as soon as he touched the injured area, Gu Zhuoying inhaled sharply, gritting his teeth. Observing this, Lu Sui softened his approach. Wang Baihu mentioned that you were struck on the back by a stone while saving a young woman. That woman merely expressed her gratitude and left, without inquiring whether you needed medical attention. How can there be such ungratefulness in this world? Silence. Gu Zhuoying's expression darkened. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a pagoda. I do not seek reward for my actions. The pain in his back felt as if it were being seared by fire, and beads of cold sweat trickled from his temples. Lu Sui glanced at the sweat on Gu Zhuoying's face. My lord, when did you become so altruistic? If the princess were to know how severely you were injured while saving someone, she would surely be heartbroken. Gu Zhuoying pressed his face against the soft pillow, taking a deep breath to ease the pain in his back, saying, then do not tell my mother, lest she worry. Lu Sui shrugged. As you wish. I shall remain silent. However, the plum blossom banquet is approaching. If your back pain prevents you from riding or hunting, the princess will certainly notice something amiss. Such an important event, you cannot simply miss it, can you? Gu Zhuoying responded with a light scoff. This minor injury will heal within 2 days. And it shall not hinder my attendance at the plum blossom banquet. Emperor Jingchong, fond of plum blossoms, had commissioned the construction of a plum garden on Qiuning Mountain. Later, in an effort to please the emperor, the Ministry of Works proposed to channel hot spring water to create a spring pool at the mountain summit and establish 2 hunting grounds. Once completed, Emperor Jingchong was exceedingly pleased and would annually bring his favored concubines and officials to enjoy the plum blossoms, soak in the hot springs, and partake in winter hunting, typically residing for about 5 days. The plum blossom banquet was a significant event for the emperor and his ministers alike. Any official invited, unless bedridden, would attend with their family. Gu Zhuoying accompanied his parents every year. Lu Sui grinned widely, applying the medicine with vigor, causing Gu Zhuoying to feel dizzy from the pain. Lu Sui, are you trying to kill me? My lord, the physician advised that the ointment must be vigorously massaged into the skin to achieve rapid results. Nonsense. Gu Zhuoying could no longer endure it, sitting up abruptly, snatching the ointment away. Get out. Bring someone else to apply the medicine. Lu Sui shrugged and turned to leave, casually adding, I heard that Xin Yanji is also on the guest list. I was thinking, if you were to lose to him during the winter hunt due to your back injury, how embarrassing that would be. Gu Zhuoying seized his sleeve. What did you say? My lord, although only officials of the 4th rank and above are eligible to attend, you know that Xin Yanji is currently favored by the emperor. I overheard the princess mention that the emperor might personally name him to join. Lu Sui's gaze drifted to the rafters, speaking nonchalantly. As for the women of the Shin family, the only one likely to appear is Miss Qin. Gu Zhuoying cleared his throat and handed the ointment back to Lu Sui. Apply the medicine properly. Lu Sui raised an eyebrow, accepting the ointment. Gu Zhuoying lay back on the soft couch, gritting his teeth. Did you not say that vigorous application is effective? Have you not eaten? As Lu Sui diligently applied the ointment, he replied, My lord, if you push too hard, your spine will be crushed. Silence. Gu Zhuoying retorted, During the plum blossom banquet, my uncle, mother, and father will all be present. I cannot disgrace myself before them. I must recover quickly from this back injury. The following day, Emperor Jingchong personally designated Shen Yanji to attend the plum blossom banquet during the morning court session. Shen Yanji, occupied for the day with discussions regarding the Guangyan Edict, instructed a eunuch to convey this information to the Shen family. When the eunuch arrived at the Shen residence, He Miaoxin was attending to old Madame Shen, and Du Shi came out to greet him. The smiling eunuch said, Madam, as you know, the guest list and itinerary for the plum blossom banquet were arranged half a month ago. The emperor suddenly named Scholar Shinji. He wishes to know whether to bring female companions and which ones, so you and Madam, he can decide together. We need a prompt response. As if there are female companions, we must quickly submit the guest list to facilitate arrangements by the Ministry of Rights. Du Shi pondered for a moment before decisively stating, Qin Guiwan.
Please add her name to the list.
The eunuch nodded in acknowledgement, and Du Shi instructed the steward to send someone, then proceeded to Yuxiu courtyard. Upon finishing her breakfast, Qin Guiwan had just washed her hands when Du Shi arrived. Guiwan, my dear, I bring you magnificent news today. What news? Qin Guiwan welcomed her with a smile, personally pouring her tea. Since the incident with old Madame Shen, Du Shi had not set foot in Yuxiu courtyard, and her demeanor had shifted from false warmth to cold indifference. Even when encountering her in the residence, Du Shi would merely nod and pass by. Suddenly displaying such enthusiasm made Qin Guiwan's heart race. Have you heard of the plum blossom banquet? Du Shi leisurely sipped her tea, her eyes sparkling. Qin Guiwan shook her head, I have not. Du Shi recounted the origins and customs of the plum blossom banquet, then smiled. Yanji is currently favored by the emperor. And today he has been specifically named to attend. Since Miaoxin is injured and cannot go out, my dear, why don't you accompany Yanji this time? Qin Guiwan's heart raced at the prospect. How could such a splendid opportunity fall upon her, a woman from the Eastern Chang? She could not trust Du Shi's good intentions. Aunt, my status is humble. How could I accompany my husband to such a grand event? I would rather not embarrass the Shen family. You may represent the female members of the Shen family. Du Shi's eyes flashed with frost before she raised her head, feigning helplessness. I, too, wish to attend the banquet, but there are too many matters in the household. The Marquis and Yanji will be gone for 5 days. Someone must manage the household. If I were to leave, what would happen if there were any mishaps? Furthermore, the eunuch just conveyed the urgency of submitting the guest list for arrangements. I have already included your name. So you must attend. With both male members of the Shen family invited, if not a single female family member were to attend, it would be a slight against the emperor. Du Shi, unwilling to face the judgment of others, had directly pushed her forward. Just as Qin Guiwan contemplated how to decline, a Shan hurriedly entered. After entering the room, she stood silently in the corner, giving Qin Guiwan a meaningful glance and then nodding slightly. Qin Guiwan lowered her gaze and smiled cleverly. Since Anne has spoken, I shall graciously comply. I knew you would be understanding, Du Shi replied with a smile, patting her hand. The Plum Appreciation Banquet also sees the participation of women in hunting. Hearing that you have been skilled in horseback riding and archery since childhood in Eastern Chang, your presence could certainly bring honor to our Shin family. She smiled and enumerated the numerous benefits of the banquet, advising Qin Guiwan to eat well and rest adequately over the next few days to regain her strength. As they would set off in 3 days, Qin Guiwan listened with a lowered gaze, respectfully seeing off Madame Du after her departure. Once alone, she dismissed Ji Chun, closed the door, and inquired of Ashan, why does the eldest young master want me to attend the Plum Appreciation Banquet? Ashan replied, the eldest young master has sown discord between He Miaoxin and Madame Du. Once these two begin their internal strife, they are bound to stir up trouble and create unnecessary conflicts. If, during this time, you were to be implicated, the eldest young master would not be able to return in time, having been away for a full 5 days. How could he rest easy? I understand. This sense of helplessness filled Qin Guiwan with sorrow. She was uncertain if Shen Yanji had deliberately orchestrated the conflict between He Miaoxin and Madame Du at this juncture. Yet under the current circumstances, she was reluctant to be alone with Shen Yanji, but had no choice but to comply. The memory of being forcibly dragged to Jingqing courtyard still lingered vividly in her mind. Surviving peacefully within the Shen family proved to be exceedingly difficult. He Miaoxin was in Jingqing courtyard, conversing with the elderly matriarch of the Shen family. The maids and servants were discreetly positioned outside the screen, refraining from disturbing them. The elderly matriarch yearned for Qin Guiwan to be executed swiftly. She could not tolerate a woman from Eastern Chang bringing ruin to Shen Anqing and living unscathed within the Shen household. Once again, she attempted to convey this sentiment to He Miaoxin, but her agitation resulted in incoherent and strange sounds escaping her lips, with saliva uncontrollably dripping from the corners of her mouth. The more agitated she became, the more saliva flowed. Observing the glistening, sticky saliva clinging to the wrinkles of the elderly matriarch's face, a surge of intense murderous intent and hostility suddenly welled up within He Miaoxin. Overcome by madness, she was seized by a frenzied thought, to strangle this loathsome old woman right then and there, thus freeing herself from the burden of serving her. Before she could fully contemplate it, her hands, as if possessed, found themselves around the matriarch's neck. Chapter 76. Disappointment. Her delicate fingers, accustomed to massaging the elderly matriarch, possessed surprising strength. Like a slender wire, they tightened around the sagging, aged throat. The matriarch's wrinkled face gradually turned a purplish hue, her murky eyes bulging in an eerie manner. In He Miaoxin's gaze, she perceived the deranged intent to kill. A faint, fragmented cry for help escaped her. Miaoxin! Madame Du's voice suddenly pierced through from beyond the screen. He Miaoxin jolted back to reality, realizing what she was doing, and broke out in a cold sweat. If she were to kill the elderly matriarch here, she would also be doomed. In a panic, she released her grip and fled the room. The elderly matriarch, lying on the couch, resembled a dying old dog, gasping for breath with her mouth agape. Upon seeing He Miaoxin emerge, Madame Du did not enter but stood in the hall, recounting the recent visit from the eunuch. Once finished, she added, "Your face is severely injured. And given the gossip outside, I cannot bear to let you suffer further humiliation. Thus, I have arranged for Guiwan to go in your stead. I have already submitted her name to the eunuch." He Miaoxin stood frozen, as if something were stirring violently within her mind. Hatred and murderous intent surged once more. Madame Du, not wanting to lose face, directly pressured the main house for someone to be sent. Even if Qin Guiwan had to go, it should have been discussed with her first rather than being decided unilaterally. A voice within her screamed, "Kill Madame Du." She took deep breaths to suppress the thought, forcing a smile. The arrangement made by Madame Du was quite satisfactory, and Miaoxin had no objections. Madame Du, assuming that He Miaoxin would not dare to voice any complaints, praised her before stepping inside to check on the elderly matriarch. He Miaoxin closely followed. The matriarch had just recovered from her fright, and, upon seeing Madame Du, tears began to well in her eyes. She wished to inform Madame Du that she had nearly been killed by He Miaoxin and urged her to drive away this poisonous woman. However, saliva uncontrollably dribbled down again, stickily adhering to her mouth and neck.
Madame du Froned.
He Miaoxin stepped forward, carefully wiping away the saliva with a handkerchief. Gazing at the matriarch's face, she gently smiled. "Grandmother, are you especially happy to see Aunt? Do you want to talk to her?" Her graceful smile, respectful demeanor, and tender actions sent shivers down the matriarch's spine. She gasped for breath, glaring at Madame Du, who stood at a distance, as if any closer would result in the thick saliva dripping onto her. In a moment of desperation, the matriarch suddenly exerted force, filling the room with a nauseating stench. Madame Du had only ever made brief appearances in Jingqing courtyard. This was the first time she witnessed the elderly matriarch in such a state. She immediately covered her mouth and stepped back several paces. The maids hurriedly approached to lift the covers and clean up. Madame Du inadvertently caught sight of the filth and could not suppress a dry heave. He Miaoxin watched the scene with indifference, gently smiling. The first time she encountered such a situation, she reacted similarly to Madame Du, but over time, she had grown accustomed to it. Madame Du felt a lump in her throat. Due to the heating of the floor, the stench intensified. And unable to endure it any longer, she muttered a few perfunctory words, claiming she had matters to attend to, and fled the room. The elderly matriarch glared at Madame Du's retreating figure, tears streaming down her cheeks. She cherished He Miaoxin, yet He Miaoxin harbored thoughts of strangling her. She cared for Madame Du, Yet the latter despised her so much that she fled in disgust. Biased toward Shin Kunshin, it was worth noting that since his paralysis, he had only come to keep her company for a while each day, never once feeding her a meal. Regret consumed her. They were all ungrateful wretches. If only she could speak and rise from her bed, she would surely drive away these pigs and dogs. After attending to the elderly matriarch, He Miaoxin returned to her own Chiotong courtyard, where the overwhelming murderous intent could no longer be contained. This wicked emotion manifested as a malevolent spirit, breaking free from its confines and taking control of her limbs, causing her to shatter everything on the display shelf. Afterward, she collapsed into a chair, her eyes cold and hollow, turning towards Huixiang. This is a matter of the main house. How dare the second house decide without permission? Just because she is the matriarch of the Shin family? Suddenly, her voice turned sharp as she laughed maniacally, the sound piercing and chilling. Huixiang was taken aback by her frenzied and terrifying demeanor. Miss, the matriarch is an elder. If she commits any wrongs, you should not hold it against her. Why should I not hold it against her? He Miaoxin abruptly rose, seizing the chair she had been sitting on and striking it violently against the dressing table. With a resounding crash, the bronze mirror shattered into countless pieces, each shard lying scattered on the ground, quietly reflecting a face twisted in madness and malice. I wish her a fate worse than death. Huixiang quickly rushed forward to cover He Miaoxin's mouth. Miss, you must not speak such words. Be careful of others overhearing. He Miaoxin gazed at Huixiang, blinking before gently smiling. Yes, you are right. Such words should indeed not be spoken carelessly. She intended to ruin Shenxingen.
Making Madame du Souffle immensely.
She aimed to cast both of them into the depths of hell. That night, Shen Yanji came to Chiotong courtyard, still standing outside the screen to converse with He Miaoxin. Miaoxin, I informed the eunuch whether to bring female companions and who to bring, allowing your aunt to decide with you. I thought it inconvenient for you, so I did not bring anyone, yet you agreed to let Qin accompany me? The silhouette of the young master, sharply defined and tall, was cast upon the screen. He Miaoxin gazed dreamily, her eyes reddening with joy. Brother, I have injuries on my face and truly cannot go out, but that should not prevent Sister Qin from attending. Both aunt and I believe she is the most suitable choice. She is skilled in riding and archery and will not bring shame upon our Shin family. Miaoxin? You, Shen Yanji's voice was weak, his shoulders sagging. Are you aware that during the Plum Appreciation Banquet, officials typically reside with their families in the evening? Cousin, Sister Qin is also your wife. It is only natural for you to share a dwelling with her. Hot tears fell silently down my cheeks. Since my return, Shen Yanji has never set foot in the Yuxiu courtyard. Now, due to the presumptuous actions of Madame Du, I am to be forced to share a room with Qin Guiwan. How could I not harbor resentment? Yet, I do not wish to be alone with the Qin family, lest it brings you sorrow. My throat felt parched from overwhelming sadness, my voice muffled. Cousin, it's all right. I have faith in you. He Miaoxin gently stifled a sob. The room remained silent for a long while. Outside the screen, Lang Jun sighed softly. Miaoxin, I shall not let you down. The Shun residents had remarkably quieted down over the past 2 days. With the Plum Appreciation Banquet approaching tomorrow, Qin Guiwan began to feel anxious. She wished to bring Qingji along, but Qingji had just recovered and was unable to endure the jolting of a carriage, nor the biting cold and hurried pace. Otherwise, her bones would ache faintly. The physician warned that venturing out recklessly could leave hidden dangers. She feared that if Qingji, who had just regained her health, encountered a problem, and that there might be someone in the residence who would harm her in her absence. Seeing Qin Guiwan restless, Qingji smiled gently. My lady, I am but an insignificant maid. The Shen family previously mistreated me only to manipulate you. Without your presence, they would scarcely remember the Yuxiu courtyard, let alone come to trouble me. After pondering this, Qin Guiwan seemed to grasp the truth in her words. The more the Shen family sought to harm her, the more they would need to preserve Qingji's life. If they were to take advantage of her absence to eliminate Qingji, they would find it impossible to threaten her thereafter. Ashan also laughed along. My lady, the eldest young master knows you are worried about Sister Qingji. He has already instructed the second young master to come to our courtyard to tell her stories while you are away. With the second young master here, the Shen family will be wary of causing a fuss. The two of them consoled her for quite some time, and at last, Qin Guiwan felt a bit more at ease. After finishing their lunch, they began packing for Qin Guiwan's departure. The ointment given by Physician Chow of which Qin Guiwan had some leftover, was packed by Qing Ji. This time, there would be over 20 physicians accompanying them, including physician Chao. Qin Guiwan said, "Such external ointments, he must have brought plenty. There is no need to waste our leftovers." Qing Ji paused in her packing, raised her head, and replied earnestly, "My lady, what if you happen to hurt yourself and cannot see a physician in time? No amount of ointment can compare to having your own on hand. Even if it seems wasteful, it is better than being injured, and without medicine." Ashan praised Qing Ji for her attentiveness and suggested bringing a portion of all the medicines from the house. The two quickly agreed and began to pack. Qin Guiwan shook her head and smiled, allowing them to proceed. As they were to depart at the hour of the rabbit the following day, she retired early to rest. Chapter 77. A shared glance. The cold wind rose again at night, and frost flowers fell like snow. A light layer soon covered the ground. Shen Yanji stood by the window in his study, gazing intently towards the Yushio courtyard, lost in thought. She had gone to bed early that night, and he dared not disturb her. The snowflakes and cold wind rushed in, landing on the embroidered edges of his brocade robe, quickly melting from the warmth of the room stove, leaving faint traces of moisture. He stood there like a statue, impervious to the biting chill outside. His deep, dark eyes sought to pierce through the eaves and tiles to catch sight of the one sleeping soundly in the Yushio courtyard. Yearning gnawed at his heart like poison, eroding it moment by moment, leaving it desolate and full of wounds. He existed merely as a puppet, controlled by the desire for revenge. She was his sole antidote, capable of reviving him, restoring his heartbeat. Each day he struggled to devise a plan, striving to restrain himself from drawing near her, all for the hope that one day he could ride openly with her, share a room, and sleep side by side, to embrace her and declare to the world, "This is my wife, the one I cherish most in this life." Seeing that the cold wind had fully invaded the room, Zhu Zua adjusted his outer garment and approached. "My lord, you should rest early." Shan Yanji turned his head, his lips curling with the warmth of dawn. "Do you know? The last time I shared a carriage with her was months ago, on the journey back from Dongchang to Dechu. Throughout the return trip, she refused to meet my gaze even once. Every moment apart was etched in my heart, making the days feel like years." Zhu Zua was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. After a long while, he said, "My lord, the lady expressed her willingness to make you new knee pads a few days ago, which indicates she may have forgiven you, though she is still sulking. Once we arrive at Xiaoning Mountain, you may have the chance for a private conversation, and perhaps the misunderstandings can be resolved. Let us hope so." After all the careful maneuvering to reach this point, the mere prospect of sharing a carriage and room with her filled him with ecstatic joy. He did not dare to wish for her complete forgiveness after just 5 days of solitude. Even a smile from her would stir his lonely heart back to life. This morning, the heavy snow had turned into a light flurry. As soon as Shan Yanji rose, he went to bid farewell to He Miao Xian in the Chiotong courtyard. Upon his arrival, Qin Guiwan was also present. He pretended to ignore her, focusing solely on He Miao Xian with tender admonitions.
Miao Xin.
"You have an injury on your face. Do not expose yourself to the wind in the residence, and avoid eating anything that could exacerbate it. Remember to apply your medicine on time. Take good care of yourself while I am away." He went on to elaborate on various details, while Qin Guiwan stood quietly by, her heart as still as water. She did not feel sorrow. In fact, for a fleeting moment, she felt an inexplicable sympathy for He Miao Xian. In this world, any woman who believed in Shen Yanji's deep affections would ultimately find herself in ruin. For this journey, the Shun family had 3 carriages. Shen Kunshan occupied one alone, while Shen Yanji and Qin Guiwan shared another, with a third designated for luggage. The officials rode in their respective carriages to gather at the palace gates, following the dragon carriage out of the city, escorted by the imperial guard and soldiers from 3 major military camps. The journey from the palace to Xiaoning Mountain would take approximately 2.5 hours. On the way to the palace, surrounded by the Shun family guards, Shen Yanji did not converse with Qin Guiwan, and the two remained silent throughout. Upon reaching the palace gate, as the emperor had yet to emerge, the officials alighted from their carriages to chat. Shen Yanji had recently been in high spirits, and many approached him for conversation. Qin Guiwan sat in the carriage, lifting the curtain slightly to discreetly observe the scene outside. Shen Yanji donned a black cloak, his posture upright, with sharp features framed by the snow, engaging with a group of people while smiling. For some reason, The black attire rendered him particularly striking, his elegant features imbued with an enigmatic depth. This version of Shen Yanji was a stark contrast to the one she had encountered in Dongchang. Suddenly, Qin Guiwan smiled. For 4 years, she had been unable to discern his true nature. He was selfish and cold, despicable and shameless, a habitual liar. Yet he was also tender, seeking forgiveness, filled with remorse. He toyed with the Shun family as if they were but pawns in his game. How many faces did this man truly possess? Had he ever opened his heart to anyone? As if sensing her gaze, Shen Yanji abruptly turned, his eyes locking onto Qin Guiwan's smile, which she had not yet retracted. Across the swirling snowflakes, the smile of his beloved shone like the morning sun, illuminating his entire being. It felt as if warm water had been poured into him, softening his heart. He wished to return a gentle smile. But just as he began to lift the corners of his mouth, his expression froze, and he turned abruptly away. This sudden shift in demeanor caused Qin Guiwan to laugh softly. Shan, peering out from the carriage, followed her gaze to see Shen Yanji and exclaimed in delight, "Madam, are you watching the eldest young master?" "Yes," Qin Guiwan replied, her smile deepening. She gazed at Shen Yanji with a mischievous glint in her eyes, curious to see how this man would maintain his facade of hypocrisy before the crowd. Each time Shen Yanji turned his head, he caught sight of Qin Guiwan's sparkling eyes fixed on him. He felt a restless ache in his heart, wishing to hasten the end of this tedious wait and return to the carriage. The more anxious he became, the slower time seemed to pass. Gu Zhuoying was currently patrolling outside the palace on horseback. Unlike his usual company with the princess and duke of the state, today he donned silver armor and, in his capacity as a captain of the imperial guards, arrived early at the palace gates to ensure the safety of the traveling entourage. Clad in armor, he exuded no hint of frivolity, sitting tall upon his steed, exuding an air of gallantry that drew the attention of noble women who peered at him through the curtain slits. As he approached Qin Guiwan's carriage, he noticed her intently gazing at Shen Yanji in the distance. A bitter pang surged within him, akin to biting into an unripe green apricot, sour and unyielding. Yet he could not bring himself to discard it, and despite the discomfort, he took another glance. Inside the carriage, she remained fixated on the gentleman clad in a black cloak. He licked his lips, swallowing the bitter taste, and gently urged his horse forward, passing by Qin Guiwan's carriage with an air of nonchalance. As he brushed past the curtain, he could not help but slightly turn his head. In that fleeting moment, their gazes locked. A small snowflake spiraled down and landed on Gu Zhuoying's dark lashes. He blinked, a peculiar emotion stirring in his light brown eyes. Qin Guiwan was momentarily taken aback before hastily lowering the curtain. The sensation was akin to swallowing a piece of bitter herbal medicine whole. Regaining her composure, Gu Zhuoying felt foolish and ridiculous. Finally, the dragon carriage emerged, and everyone dismounted to pay their respects. After Emperor Jingchong gestured for everyone to rise, they all returned to their carriages, setting off in grand procession towards Qiuning Mountain. The imperial guards cleared the way, the sounds of armor, hooves, and footsteps creating a thunderous cacophony, while the onlookers knelt in reverence. On the road out of the city, there were no longer any Shen family guards escorting them. Shen Yanji shed all pretense and, with a fervent gaze, fixed his eyes intensely on Qin Guiwan's face. Wan, he longed to embrace her. Remembering her words about not allowing him to touch her without permission, he retracted his eager hands. Wan, Shan mentioned you enjoy Zheng's fried dough cakes, correct? Qin Guiwan glanced at Shan nestled in the corner of the carriage and nodded slowly. Yes, they are delightful. I wish to go again. A smile blossomed from her delicate features. I knew you would like them. I shall find a way for you to indulge again. Once I finish my duties, I will accompany you every day. Qin Guiwan had grown numb to Shen Yanji's self-assured musings. She did not respond and instead inquired about another matter. Was it you who arranged for He Miaoxin to be ambushed and fall from the carriage? Forcing He Miaoxin to fall and then inciting a conflict with the Du family, leaving her with no choice but to go to Qiuning Mountain with him, isolated for 5 days. She needed to ascertain whether she had been ensnared in another of his schemes. Absolutely not, Shen Yanji denied vehemently. Upon seeing Qin Guiwan's doubtful expression, he added hastily, Wan. If you do not believe me, I will swear before you right now. I did not send anyone to assassinate He Miaoxin. He had many enemies. It was impossible for He Miaoxin to return safely. He merely orchestrated her return to her family. That is unnecessary. I trust you, she replied. What good would a solemn oath do? She had been deceived by this man's promises countless times. His gaze burned with an intensity that threatened to engulf her, leaving her feeling flustered. You have dark circles under your eyes. Did you not rest well last night? Wanwan, are you concerned for me? The gallant gentleman, who had just been conversing cheerfully with the officials, now sat in the carriage, appearing as anxious as a child, nervously awaiting Qin Guowan's words as though her every utterance could determine his fate. Qin Guowan smiled. Yes, I am worried about your health. Her words made him feel as though he were walking on clouds, elated and weightless. Do not worry, Wanwan. I am not tired. I merely could not sleep last night, thinking of our time alone together. The journey would take another 2 hours. You should rest for a while, and we can talk more this evening. She did not wish to engage in prolonged conversation with Shen Yanji, nor did she want to be gazed at in such a sentimental manner. She simply wanted tranquility until they reached Chioning Mountain. Shen Yanji's lips curled into a smile as he reclined back. The carriage had a charcoal stove and was draped with thick plush blankets. He gazed greedily at the person beside him. The gentle sway of the carriage and the rhythmic sound of the wheels, with the one he adored so dearly by his side, filled him with an unprecedented sense of contentment. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually closed his eyes and fell asleep. Qin Guowan tilted her head, quietly observing his sleeping face. Strangely, over the 4 years, she had never tired of gazing at Shen Yanji's countenance while he slept. Countless times, she had traced his features with her fingertips. She even fantasized about the day they would become true husband and wife, wondering whose traits their children would inherit more. Yet now, as she beheld his sleeping visage, she felt no stirrings of emotion, only an unfamiliar sense of distance. Retracting her gaze, she idly rummaged through the carriage and found a book to peruse. After traveling for a while, the procession paused for a break. The carriage gradually came to a halt, and Shen Yanji suddenly awoke.
Wanwan.
What is wrong? Qin Guowan set the book down. Did you have a nightmare? The presence of the person before him reassured him, gradually dissipating the fear that had gripped his heart. It was indeed a nightmare. He propped himself up, feeling the beads of sweat on his forehead. I dreamed that you no longer wanted me, that you would leave me forever. The dream had felt so real that even now, the memory sent shivers down his spine. You worry too much. For the sake of my mother, I will not leave the Shen family. Qin Guowan offered him a handkerchief. Moreover, if I truly left you, I would be alone and helpless in Dechu. Where could I possibly go? Shen Yanji accepted the handkerchief and gently wiped his forehead, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Wanwan, I have no parents in this world. If that nightmare were to come true, I might just lose my sanity. Qin Guowan's eyes sparkled with laughter. That will never happen. You're overthinking it. Just then, footsteps approached from outside, and they quickly fell silent. A maid stood outside the carriage curtain, saying, Lord Shen. The princess has requested Madame Shen to visit her carriage. Chapter 78. Birthday Gu Zhongsu was conversing with the princess inside her carriage. You have put a lot of thought into today's event, even staging an assassination attempt on He Miaoxin, causing her to fall from her carriage. The princess laughed, dismissing him. Enough of that. Hurry and leave. Guowan is about to arrive. Gu Zhongsu exited the carriage with a smile. Qin Guowan followed the maid to the carriage's exterior and called out sweetly, This humble servant, Qin Guowan, pays her respects to the princess. A stern voice from within replied, No need for formalities, come in. Inside the carriage, there were no maids, only the princess lazily holding a teapot, seated at a square table. A charcoal stove sat in the corner, emitting gentle warmth. Several boxes of pastries were placed nearby, and a 5-colored flower kiln sat on the table, wafting the scent of fragrant incense. Aside from this, the carriage was simply decorated, lacking any ostentation, which unexpectedly instilled a sense of tranquility in Qin Guowan. The princess gestured to the seat opposite her. I have some leisure time and wish to inquire about the customs of the Eastern Chong. Do not be formal, please sit. Qin Guowan respectfully took a seat near the carriage door and asked the princess what she would like to know. The princess casually mentioned a few topics, and Qin Guowan explained them in detail. After listening, the princess remarked indifferently, I see you respond with neither arrogance nor servility, and your demeanor is calm. It speaks well of your mother's upbringing. She inquired about her mother's status before her capture. Mentioning her mother made Qin Guowan's nose inexplicably tingle. My mother was merely an ordinary woman. She passed away when I was young. My father was a poor scholar who taught me to read and write from an early age. Later, She married her childhood sweetheart from the neighborhood and continued her studies. The princess leaned slightly to the side, half reclining against the carriage wall, seeking comfort. It was no wonder she was well-read. What became of your mother's husband and family after her capture? Since you came to Dachu, have you ever considered seeking them out? Perhaps the charcoal in the carriage was too hot, as Qin Guiwan felt her eyes burning and her throat dry. Her mother had told her that their street had been completely consumed by flames after her capture. Pausing, she whispered, "All of my mother's family perished in the fire. She was taken while searching for my husband's remains." From a young age, she had known her mother had been abducted. It was said that she was initially forced to follow the Eastern Chong to the frontier, constantly seeking an opportunity to end her life, but was restrained by her captors. Later, when she became pregnant, she suddenly became compliant and gave birth to her. Holding her for 2 months, she returned to the capital of Eastern Chong with her captor. Her mother spoke of her Dachu husband with great reluctance, never wishing to mention his name. To this day, she did not know his surname. Once, out of curiosity,
she had asked.
At that time, her mother's eyes were red with tears. Holding her tightly and choking on her sobs, she had said, "He was the best man in the world. If he was so good, why did he not come to find you and rescue you? If he had come, I would have left with you. I do not like my current father. He only cares for those daughters who resemble him and treats me poorly. My brothers often bully and torment me." Her mother wept bitterly. "He was burned alive. If he were still alive, you and I would be the happiest women in the world." She wanted to ask if her greatest love had died at the hands of the Eastern Chong. Why did she follow them and give birth to her, allowing her to be mocked and humiliated from a young age? But before she could speak, her captor burst in, raising his whip and striking them mercilessly. "You wretched woman, I provide for you, and you dare think of other men. And you, ungrateful wretch, are just like your despicable mother." Her mother held her tightly, shielding her from the falling lashes. Seeing her mother spitting blood, she broke free and knelt on the ground, desperately clinging to her captor's leg, pleading, "Do not kill my mother. She will never speak out again." Her mother narrowly escaped death, spending a month recovering, and once healed, she desperately sought to please her captor, hoping he would treat her daughter kindly. She no longer dared to inquire about her family in Dachu. Her captor told his associates that Dachu women were lowly creatures who would not learn their lesson without a few lashes. The memories of the past were like scars. Each time they were reopened, they brought forth pain anew. She did not wish to lose her composure before the princess and fought to suppress the tears welling in her eyes. The princess fixed her gaze upon Qin Guiwan's face, noticing the redness at the corners of her downcast eyes, which did not seem indicative of deceit, causing her to pause. When Su Xiao came to rescue her, did he perhaps inform Yunyang of the future? Or did Yunyang lie to protect Qin Guiwan from the truth? After a moment of contemplation, she pinched the bridge of her nose and sighed. "Speaking of the events in Jiqing back then truly brings sorrow. Your mother's entire family perished in the fire, and I too lost a dear friend during that time." She adjusted the warming pot in her hands, her eyes glistening with melancholy as she recounted the tale of a young clerk. By the end of her story, her eyes were likewise misty. It was said that Su Xiao could have avoided disaster by staying at home, yet he still chose to go and rescue me. She smiled bitterly, refocusing her attention on Qin Guiwan. This clerk had recently married and had no children, knowing that this mission could lead to his demise. He nonetheless departed resolutely and ultimately met his end at the hands of the Eastern Chong. "Tell me, does his action honor his new bride?" Without hesitation, Qin Guiwan replied, "I believe he does honor her and embodies the essence of a true man." At that time, the city's commander had defected and there were no military orders. The nearby soldiers could not provide assistance. Only you could rally them. He did not save you, but rather the people of Jiqing. It is said that when the Eastern Chong prepared to massacre the city, you timely brought reinforcements and expelled them, saving the lives of countless citizens. This clerk's wife was one of those citizens. In such circumstances, no one is safe. I believe she must feel proud to have such a noble husband. Well said. Truly, you are the daughter of Su Xiao, wise and discerning. Qin Guiwan noticed the tears welling in the corners of her eyes, and her heart trembled. To remember the death of a mere clerk so vividly, and to still mourn him, could she really be as domineering as she seemed? "When is your birthday?" The unexpected question left Qin Guiwan puzzled, and she replied dutifully, "My birthday is the first day of the 3rd month."
"What?
You were born in March?" The fall of Jiqing was in March. If Yunyang was pregnant then, Qin Guiwan must have been born before the end of the year. There is no way she could have been born in March of the following year. Chapter 79. Mutual gaze. Qin Guiwan was bewildered as to why the princess was so anxious about this birthday and felt compelled to offer a detailed explanation. Returning to the princess, I was indeed born in March. Mother gave birth to me at the eastern Chang frontier, where March was still cold and snowy, making conditions extremely difficult. I was weak after birth and did not fully recover until we returned to the capital of eastern Chang. This was common knowledge, and she dared not conceal anything. The princess's mind seemed frozen, unable to grasp where the error lay. Did Yunyang truly submit to the eastern Chang, or was there a discrepancy regarding Qin Guiwan's birth date? If there was a falsehood surrounding her birth, how could a frail woman like Yunyang conceal such a significant matter from her captor while alone in the military camp? Confused thoughts collided, and the truth began to elude her. What she had intended to reveal suddenly lodged in her throat. She gently massaged her temples, calming herself, and spoke slowly. I find you quite agreeable. Would you be willing to stay by my side for the next few days to alleviate my boredom and engage in conversation? I do not wish to force you. If you truly do not want to, I will not insist. If Qin Guiwan truly adored Shenyanji, she would not abandon such a splendid opportunity for private companionship and would surely devise ways to refuse. If she did not harbor such feelings, she would acquiesce. This proposal indeed stirred Qin Guiwan's heart. The princess bore her no ill will and had no intention of making her life difficult. Accompanying the princess would allow her to avoid solitary encounters with Shenyanji, and she could use this as an excuse to not return home at night. Mother, do you have any cherry preserves? Her inquiry was interrupted as the curtain was suddenly lifted, letting in the cold wind along with a handsome, striking face. Qin Guiwan turned her head and unexpectedly met Gu Zhaoying's gaze. Today, she was to kneel before the emperor and could not afford to lose composure. She had carefully applied a layer of powder, lightly tinted her lips, and donned an elegant ensemble in a delicate pink hue. The charcoal fire in the carriage had infused her porcelain-like face with a rosy glow, and due to her earlier thoughts of her mother, her eyes were misty, with a hint of red. Gu Zhaoying was reminded of the begonia flowers glistening with morning dew. His gaze inadvertently fell on her slightly parted, astonished lips, causing a warm flush to creep up his ears. He never used incense and was quite sensitive to scents, being so close. He could distinctly smell the faint medicinal aroma and the unique fragrance of a woman. His heartbeat and breath began to race. The peculiar expression on his face and the flush in his ears struck Qin Guiwan like a bolt from the blue. What do you need the cherry preserves for? The interruption irritated the princess, and her brows knitted together. Gu Zhaoying steadied his breath and replied, the 11th princess suddenly insisted on having cherry preserves, and the maids could not appease her. I thought of your fondness for them, and I always bring some along when I travel. So I came to ask you for some. The 11th princess has just turned 4 this year, lively and charming, and is quite favored by Emperor Jingcheng. She has come along this time as well. Gu Zhaoying also adores this little cousin. The princess of the Long held out a box of pastries, which Gu Zhaoying accepted with a nod and walked away. Qin Guiwan, pulled back to reality, hurriedly knelt down. The humble servant, having grown up in the eastern Chang, is ignorant of the customs and etiquette of Dechu, fearing she might offend the Long princess. She truly does not dare to overstep, wishing only to alleviate the princess's boredom, and thus seeks her understanding. The Long princess, resting one hand on her forehead, her eyes flickering slightly, replied, "It's all right, you may leave." After this failure, if she wished to extract information again, it would require more effort. Before proceeding, she must first ascertain Qin Guiwan's true background. After paying her respects, Qin Guiwan withdrew. Upon returning to her carriage, Shen Yanji anxiously inquired what the princess wanted. Not wishing to be pressed further, Qin Guiwan casually replied, "She asked me some customs and etiquette of the eastern Chang." Noticing Shen Yanji's unwavering gaze upon her, she paused before adding, "We spoke for a while. But then Gu Shizhi came to ask for something, interrupting the princess's interest in conversation, and she let me return." As the procession was about to set off again, she urged him to sleep a little longer. Shen Yanji did not inquire further but lay back down, soon closing his eyes. His mind was restless,
Consumed by the events of the day.
the recent nightmare, the sudden call from the princess for idle chat, and Gu Zhaoying's timely intrusion, all swirled in his thoughts. Upon reaching Qiuning Mountain, it was already noon. The emperor hosted a banquet in the grand hall at the mountain's peak. As in previous years, The first day was filled with joyous revelry, followed by a soak in hot springs in the evening, admiring the plum blossoms on the second day, and hunting on the third day. It was a joyous occasion for both sovereign and subjects, and everyone felt less constrained than in the court. With the sound of music and songs, they indulged in merriment. Qin Guiwan quietly sat beside Shen Yanji, who did not face her directly. Others occasionally stole glances at the two, prompting Qin Guiwan to feign ignorance. Witnessing this, the crowd's disdain grew. After all, she was a barbarian, utterly devoid of shame. It was not just the fact that she had devalued herself by following Shen Yanji to the capital, but also the scandal surrounding the Shen family. Anyone with a shred of dignity would not have come along. With Emperor Jingchong and the Long Princess present, their contempt remained unvoiced. Recently, the Guang'an edict had begun to show results, with several noble families' illegitimate sons starting to vie for power against their legitimate heirs. Emperor Jingchong was in high spirits, soon drinking to excess and being assisted by eunuchs to rest. After the emperor departed, others began to incessantly invite Shen Yanji to drink. Recently, he had been in the spotlight, and those who admired him, envied him, or sought to test him all came forward. Shen Yanji welcomed them all, drinking cup after cup. As he began to flush, Qin Guiwan could no longer bear it and discreetly tugged at his sleeve when no one was watching. She did not wish to care for a drunken Shen Yanji that evening. Setting down his cup, Shen Yanji slowly smiled, his dark eyes sparkling. As more guests approached, he began to seek excuses to decline. A noblewoman attempted to engage Qin Guiwan in light conversation, but Shen Yanji found a reason to send her away, asking her to return at the hour of you to accompany him to the hot springs. Qin Guiwan, already restless, wanted to leave immediately and hurried away. By the hour of you, as dusk fell and the banquet was nearing its end, she took Ashan and strolled slowly to find Shen Yanji. Passing beneath the corridor, she noticed 3 noble women laughing and covering their mouths in a nearby pavilion. Look, that Eastern Chong girl, she has a bewitching appearance. No wonder the former Khan had her marry Shen Yanji. He must have wanted her beauty to ensnare him, deceiving him into staying in the Eastern Chong. It was not just that the Shen family did not favor her. Who could possibly like a woman who deliberately seduces men? Upon hearing that Shen Yanji married Miss He, this Eastern Chong girl even attempted to entice Gu Shirzi to the rooftop to admire the moon. TSK, it seems that seducing men is her instinct, unchangeable wherever she goes. The derogatory remarks flooded into Qin Guiwan's ears, causing her to freeze momentarily. Ashan's expression changed drastically, pulling Qin Guiwan to leave. Suddenly, a piercing scream from one of the noble women erupted from the pavilion, causing both Ashan and Qin Guiwan to halt and turn back. They saw a short knife glimmering with a blue light, embedded in the wooden pillar behind the woman who had just spoken, rendering her paralyzed on the ground. The other 2 women turned pale instantly. Gu Zhuang, accompanied by Lu Sui, strolled in from the other side of the pavilion. Lu Sui stepped forward, retrieved the knife, and handed it to Gu Zhuang. Gu Zhuang weighed the hilt, placing it upright before him and blowing a breath on it. The octagonal palace lanterns within illuminated the sharp blade, its chill shimmering like water. He narrowed his brows, lazily lifting his eyelids to survey the 3 women within, his thin lips parting as he spoke, each word deliberate. Who permitted you to gossip behind others' backs? Having witnessed Qin Guiwan tugging at Shen Yanji's sleeve earlier, Gu Zhuang had been irritated and sought an excuse to leave. Wandering about until now, he had just returned and overheard their conversation, his anger surging like a mountain. His voice was not loud, yet the 3 women realized that when this handsome and charming face turned cold, it emanated an undeniable menace. They found themselves struggling to breathe, tears streaming as they began to apologize, claiming it was wrong to mention Gu Shirzi. Gu Zhuang let out a cold laugh. If you enjoy discussing others, perhaps you should have your husband step aside and let you become the spokeswoman. Critiquing social issues and benefiting the people of Dechu will henceforth rely on you. The 3 noble women's legs turned to jelly, and they fell to their knees. Gu Shirzi, it was only the foolish words of the servant women. Please, have mercy, and do not involve our husbands. If I hear you utter the term Eastern Chong woman again, I will have your tongues cut out on the spot. Do you understand? The last 4 words he bellowed, sending the 3 women into a state of terror. This extravagant youth had once broken the legs of the English duke's heir, and such a temper could indeed lead to the absurdity of cutting out tongues. The servant women trembled in fear, continuously swearing they would no longer speak out of turn. Gu Zhuang, disgusted by these spineless women, felt that even a glance at them was a desecration of his eyes, and he turned to leave. As he stepped out of the pavilion, he halted. The wind stirred the sheepskin lanterns beneath the corridor, causing the flames to flicker. Gu Zhuang stood with his back to the light outside the pavilion, while Qin Gui-wan stood in the bright corridor, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at him. Outside, snow fell heavily. The two, one in light and one in shadow, exchanged glances. Chapter 80. The courtyard. Qin Gui-wan remained silent, hurriedly pulling Shan away. She could not believe that someone like Gu Zhuang, a scion of nobility, would care about her reputation. She could not entertain the notion that he might be infatuated with her, a married woman. She preferred to believe this was merely a fleeting whim of a wayward young master. She felt unable to provoke him further and feared being drawn into the turmoil. Gu Zhuang gazed at her retreating silhouette, opening his mouth but finding himself speechless, as if unable to articulate his feelings. Lu Sui coughed heavily. Young master. Shall we return to the Grand Hall? Returning would mean seeing Qin Gui-wan again. Go tell my mother that I will head directly to the hot springs. As Qin Gui-wan was nearing the Grand Hall entrance, she encountered Zhuzhua. Madam, the master is detained by several colleagues and cannot leave at this moment. He asks you to wait here while he takes you to the hot spring courtyard at Muyuan. The hot springs at the mountaintop were divided into 3 sections, one reserved for the emperor and his consorts, another for the accompanying ministers, separated by a massive artificial hill, and the third was an additional courtyard built by the emperor as a reward for meritorious officials. Within were several small courtyards where high-ranking officials could enjoy the springs with their families. Shun Yanji, concerned that Qin Gui-wan would face bullying from the other officials' wives, had requested a small courtyard before their arrival. Qin Gui-wan, not wishing to go to the Grand Hall, readily agreed. As I entered the gates of the Mu Garden, a stone-carved channel carrying warm spring water meandered throughout the entire estate. Snowflakes descended upon the steaming waters, vanishing in an instant without a trace. The winding paths on either side were adorned with blooming red plums and stretching green pines, with several small courtyards sparsely distributed along the way.
Lantern hung eva were.
Their glow dancing amidst the falling snow. As I walked, Qin Gui-wan couldn't help but admire the exquisite craftsmanship of the Ministry of Works of Great Chu. Even without indulging in the hot springs, merely strolling here was a delightful experience. Approaching the small courtyard where Shin Yanji resided, Zhuzhua cupped his fists and said, Madam, I must report back to my master now, so I shall not accompany you inside. Qin Gui-wan waved her hand, bidding him farewell, and Shan accompanied her into the courtyard. Inside, intricately embroidered railings adorned the entryway, leading to a beautifully carved screen wall, and directly ahead lay the main house. To the right was the hot spring room, featuring a circular pool of jade-green water, its steam rising gently, accompanied by a changing area. In the corner of the courtyard stood a small kitchen. Shan said, Madam, the eldest son has instructed that you take care of your health, and frequent dips in the hot springs will be beneficial for you. If you desire, you may stay here for the next few days. Qin Gui-wan nodded. It was indeed a good idea. In the cold weather, daily soaks in the hot springs would certainly be advantageous, and this place was serene and free from disturbances. Shan smiled and said, Madam, please rest for a moment. I shall fetch your belongings and assist you in changing and enjoying the hot springs. After she left, with nothing to occupy her, Qin Gui-wan noticed the snow had ceased. She donned her cloak and hood, stepped outside, and leisurely strolled along the path outside the courtyard. The Mu Garden was heavily guarded, and no unauthorized individuals were permitted to enter. The grand banquet in the main hall had yet to conclude, and the high officials had not yet arrived, leaving the garden eerily quiet. The surroundings were tranquil and peaceful, though night had fallen. The blanket of white snow and the flickering lights dispelled the darkness. In this moment, free from the burdens of survival and the presence of Shun Yanji, she felt as if she were in a paradise untouched by the world. After a while, as the snow began to fall again, she feared catching a chill and hurried back. Just as she was halfway through her return, the world suddenly plunged into darkness, sending a chill through her heart. There was no illness, no emotional upheaval, yet her vision abruptly failed her, a situation she had never encountered before. Uncertain of how long it would last, she called out 3 times, Is anyone there? But only the howling wind responded. The snow seemed to grow heavier. Qin Gui-wan dared not linger in the cold and felt disoriented. She vaguely remembered a small courtyard to her right. Groping her way to the courtyard door, she pressed her back against it, seeking refuge under the eaves, praying Shan would return soon to find her. Just as she was warming her hands, the door was suddenly swung open from within the courtyard. Caught off guard, she stumbled backward and fell directly into a man's warm embrace. The scent enveloped her, causing her heart to race. It was Gu Zhuaying. Although he never wore perfume, she instantly recognized the familiar scent of this man. Her mind clouded. She hastily straightened herself and hurriedly moved forward. Just as she was about to collide with a bamboo stalk and tumble into the hot spring channel, Gu Zhuaying swiftly stepped in front of her, his voice filled with alarm. "Why are you running? Your vision has worsened, and with such heavy snow. How can you be here alone? Is Shen Yanji truly so indifferent?" He had come to the small courtyard alone, intending to enjoy the hot springs, when he faintly heard Qin Guowan's calls. Doubting his senses, he listened again, and despite the silence, he decided to check. Upon opening the door, he found her falling into his arms. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Qin Guowan replied slowly, "My maid went to fetch something. I merely wished to take a stroll. I was caught off guard when my vision suddenly failed, which is why I sought shelter outside your door. This matter has nothing to do with my husband, so I hope Master Gu will not misunderstand him. Your maid has not returned, and your health is poor. You cannot remain standing in the snow," he replied, frustration and concern choking his throat, turning into a fiery heat that made speaking difficult. "Which courtyard do you reside in? I shall escort you back." He drew a short knife and cut a piece of bamboo, handing her the smooth, unspiked end. Qin Guowan hesitated, then firmly grasped the bamboo. "The Jianmei courtyard. Thank you, Master Gu. Standing in the cold for too long would surely lead to further illness." And she had no desire to succumb to death just yet. The two of them each held one end of the bamboo, walking in tandem through the snowy expanse. As the sky continued to swirl with snowflakes, gently falling upon them like a delicate blanket, Gu Zhuaying turned to look back, noticing her grasping the bamboo, her eyelashes lowered, her expression remarkably demure. The oversized hood nearly concealed half of her face. Sensing her pause, Qin Guowan raised her gaze towards him, asking, "What is it?" Her cheeks and nose were flushed from the cold wind, and the thick snow was soaking her brocade shoes. Feeling a chill in her feet, the slender figure subtly shifted her toes, causing the intricate embroidery of her shoes and Gu Zhuaying's heart to flutter in unison. "Nothing," he replied. "One winter, someone gifted him a snow rabbit, claiming it possessed a certain spiritual essence." Skeptical, he held the rabbit by its ears and observed it for a moment, noticing its adorably twitching nose as it gazed up at him with pitiful eyes. He inexplicably felt a pang of empathy and decided to keep the rabbit. Once acclimated, the rabbit would frolic in the snow, returning home with damp paws, joyfully leaping into his embrace. The sensation of holding the snow rabbit was soft, its paws pleasantly cool. Arriving at the Jianmei courtyard, Gu Zhuaying opened the door and paused outside. The layout of this small courtyard was the same. One would walk straight across the threshold, touch the screen wall, and then turn left. After navigating around the screen wall, one would find the loquat tree, and a further 100 feet ahead lay the main house. Do not go right. You won't be able to see, and you may fall into the hot spring pool. I cannot accompany you inside. I will wait here to ensure you enter safely. He released the bamboo. Take the bamboo. It will guide you better than groping with your hands. It is too cold out here. Hurry inside. Chapter 81. Bamboo. Qin Guowan stood momentarily stunned, then gracefully bowed. "Thank you, Master Gu." She followed his directions. And just as she reached the edge of the screen wall, a flash like lightning illuminated her surroundings, and suddenly, she could see. Her heart soared with joy. And she turned back to him, her eyes sparkling with delight. "I can see again." The first time Gu Zhuaying witnessed such vibrant liveliness from her. He stood outside the door, slowly curling his lips into a smile. "Excellent." Amidst the heavy snowfall, Qin Guowan stood in place once more, bowing to him. "Thank you greatly for your assistance today." After a moment, she added, "Regarding the earlier incident, I kindly ask that Master Gu keeps it confidential. If Shen Yanji were to find out, it would surely lead to complications. Should others learn of it, I may be accused of trying to entice you. I cannot bear either outcome." Gu Zhuaying raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Very well. This shall be yet another little secret between us, shall it not?" He strode away, and Qin Guowan closed the door. The wind whipped the remaining snow, rustling the edges of Gu Zhuaying's garments as he leisurely made his way back. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, Lu Sui was lazily leaning against the door, arms crossed. "Have you returned someone? What nonsense are you spouting?" Gu Zhuoying entered the house with a frown. Rest assured, young master. No one saw this matter besides me. Lu Sui followed him inside. You walked with her in the snow, side by side. Your expression was akin to that of a groom, merely needing to swap the bamboo for red silk. Gu Zhuoying's face darkened, his gaze icy as he glared at Lu Sui. Lu Sui, if you dare speak again, I shall have your tongue.
Lu Sui shrugged.
His face pale, yet his ears flushed.
Ha!
Ashan returned to the small courtyard, having encountered Shen Yanji and Zhu Zuo along the way. She recounted her earlier meeting with Gu Zhuoying beneath the pavilion. Shen Yanji, upon hearing this, wore a dark expression, his lips tightly pressed in silence. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Qin Guiwan was leisurely brewing plum blossom tea inside. Shen Yanji entered, his gentle smile illuminating the room. Is this tea brewed for me by Yuanwan? In the presence of only Ashan and Zhu Zuo, he felt unencumbered by the presence of outsiders.
Indeed.
Qin Guiwan replied with a soft smile, gracefully pouring a cup of tea for him. Knowing you have indulged too much, I specially prepared this tea. The tea was merely a pot she had brewed after returning, having plucked some plum blossoms from the garden as she sought warmth against the chill. Wan, is this truly the case? A wave of joy washed over Shen Yanji as he settled at the table, uncertainly inquiring once more. Did you really brew this tea for me? Qin Guiwan lifted her cup and leisurely tasted a sip. The fragrant essence of the plum blossoms filled her mouth, leaving a sweet aftertaste that seemed to warm her hands and feet. Yes, do drink it, she urged. At that moment, Shen Yanji felt as if he had returned to the border town of Dongqiang. After a long day, he would return to their humble abode, where, amidst the wild snow, Qin Guiwan would hand him a steaming bowl of tea to warm his body. She was the one who had given him boundless love and warmth in this life. He vowed to keep her by his side forever. After some casual conversation, Qin Guiwan announced her intention to soak in the hot springs. Shen Yanji, hesitant to accompany her, remained in the main room, waiting until she emerged before he too could indulge. Once everything was settled and the lights dimmed, Qin Guiwan lay down in bed, while Shen Yanji reclined on a soft couch within the same room. Separated by a screen, he was filled with a myriad of thoughts he longed to share. Yet only a few words escaped his lips before a drowsy voice came from the other side. Husband, I am sleepy. Shen Yanji felt as if he had been struck, his entire being rendered immobile. Wan, what did you just call me? Since their estrangement, she had never addressed him as husband during their private moments. Husband, I am sleepy, she repeated, her voice soft and drowsy, causing the corners of his lips to rise uncontrollably. Yes, go to sleep. The room was enveloped in tranquility. Qin Guiwan lay on the couch, her eyes wide open as she stared into the darkness. Husband? The term held no significance for her anymore. It had merely become a means to silence Shen Yanji. The following morning, the snow had ceased. The officials accompanied the emperor to the mountaintop to admire the plum blossoms, and after a lively gathering, they dispersed. This was a yearly tradition. After the emperor's plum blossom viewing, the officials were free to wander the orchards. Concerned that she might suddenly lose her sight again as she did the day before, Qin Guiwan took the initiative to leave with Ashan. After her departure, Shen Yanji, distracted, soon found an excuse to return to the courtyard. Upon closing the courtyard door, Zhu Zuo stood guard at the entrance to prevent eavesdropping. Shen Yanji instructed Qin Guiwan to wait inside while he personally prepared pastries for her. Ashan eagerly offered to assist. But when Qin Guiwan did not see either of them emerging, she decided to investigate the kitchen. Inside, she found Ashan tending the fire while Shen Yanji rolled up his sleeves, cooking pancakes. His normally pristine hands, accustomed to holding a brush, were now dusted with dough. Flour speckled his otherwise handsome face, giving him a slightly disheveled yet endearing appearance. With meticulous care, he flipped the pancakes as if drafting an important decree. Soon, several fragrant scallion pancakes were ready. Shen Yanji tore off a piece, tasted it, and smiled in satisfaction. Fearing the pancakes would cool, he placed them all in a copper pot. On the table, a large bowl of prepared dough awaited. He approached it, pulled out a handful, and deftly rolled it into pancakes. In no time, 5 golden, crispy pancakes were finished. Ashan laughed, young master, you needn't make more. This is more than enough for the madam. Shen Yanji shook his head. She enjoys lamb. I will make a few more with minced lamb. Qin Guiwan stood outside the kitchen window, quietly observing everything. She had never seen this side of Shen Yanji before. Back in Dongqiang, Aside from the time he made pancakes in the border town, he had always been preoccupied with earning money for medicine, leaving no time for cooking. Upon returning to the capital of Dongqiang, he resumed his plans to return to Dechu, further diminishing his chances of entering the kitchen. When Shun Yanji noticed her standing by the window, he smiled warmly. Wanwan, come in and taste the pancakes I've made. Qin Guiwan entered. And Shun Yanji proudly presented the freshly cooked pancakes to her. Wanwan, these are scallion pancakes, and these are with lamb. Please try a bite of each. If you dislike them, I shall make more. Qin Guiwan absent-mindedly picked up a scallion pancake, took a bite, and froze. After a moment of shock, she grasped his face. Astonished. How could you make these pancakes? They taste exactly like those my mother used to make. Shun Yanji's brows unfurled in delight as he replied, after returning from the border town, I sought out my mother-in-law and had her teach me the recipe. I've long wanted to make them for you, but various matters delayed me. Today, I finally found the opportunity. He reached to wipe the flour from his face, inadvertently smudging some dough on his dark brows, giving him a rather charmingly disheveled look. Qin Guiwan gazed at him in silence, her eyes gradually moistening. When Tuobaju made pancakes, he must have looked just as messy. Wanwan, what is wrong? Is the taste not to your liking? Shun Yanji, wishing to wipe her tears, hesitated, fearing his floury hands would mar her face. If you do not like them, please do not eat. I can make something else for you. Qin Guiwan raised her head, suppressing her tears, and smiled through reddened eyes. They are delicious. I like them very much. Yet the person before her was not Tuobaju, but Shun Yanji. Her husband, Tuobaju, was gone. Buried deep in her heart, never to return in this life. Chapter 82. Not eating. Qin Guiwan had always had a small appetite, satisfied after eating half of each type of pancake. Shun Yanji's smile remained unwavering as he declared his intention to prepare pancakes for her every day during this period. Qin Guiwan, disinterested in prolonging the conversation, nodded in agreement. Shun Yanji was radiant with joy, his happiness rivaling that of when he was recognized as the top scholar. After finishing their meal and cleaning up, Qin Guiwan sought a short rest, with a Shan accompanying her. Shun Yanji summoned Zhu Zhuo, instructing him to deliver the remaining pancakes to Gu Zhuoying. Zhu Zhuo carried the copper pot outside and knocked on the door of Gu Zhuoying's courtyard, which was opened by Lu Sui. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuo, Lu Sui hesitated. What brings you here? Zhu Zhuo handed over the items, explaining, my lady insisted on eating the pancakes made by the young master. He prepared extra for the young master to taste. Lu Sui's expression darkened as he accepted the items. The young master just returned from the plum grove, his clothes soaked with snow. He is currently changing. I will serve it to him shortly. Thank you, Lu Sui. Zhu Zhuo said, bowing respectfully. If the young master enjoys them, please let us know. The young master can prepare more for the madam tomorrow.
Lu Sui granted in acknowledgement.
Zhu Zhuo smiled and departed. Once Lu Sui closed the door and returned inside, he opened the copper pot to reveal several crispy pancakes, radiating a delightful aroma. Without hesitation, he took one and began to eat heartily. After finishing one pancake, he licked his lips, grinning. The flavor lingered pleasantly, and it suited his palate well. Gu Zhuoying emerged, having changed his clothes, and was surprised to find Lu Sui seated at the table, devouring pancakes. Where did these come from?
Chewing, Lu Sui mumbled.
A well-connected eunuch sent them to me. Gu Zhuoying leaned in for a closer look, sniffing the air, which was fragrant. Lu Sui reached for a pancake, rolling it up and offering it to Gu Zhuoying. Young master, would you like to try one? His hands were greasy, and the pancake was crumpled in his large grip. Gu Zhuoying frowned slightly, declining the offer. Lu Sui chuckled as he reclaimed the pancake and took a hearty bite. He knew Gu Zhuoying was fastidious and would never eat something touched by another. Lu Sui, tall and robust, found that a few pancakes barely satisfied his hunger. After finishing, he wiped his hands clean and declared, Young master, I shall return the copper pot. Gu Zhuoying lazily leaned against the couch, picking up a book to read without raising his eyes. Yes, return promptly. Lu Sui wandered outside for quite some time, leisurely returning the items. Zhu Zhuo opened the door, and Lu Sui expressionlessly handed the items over. My family's young master remarked that the flavors were delightful, but he did not wish to trouble young master Shen any further, so there would be no need for delivery tomorrow. Zhu Zhuo accepted the items with a firm nod, understanding fully. He closed the door and relayed this to Shen Yanji. Standing under the eaves of the main house, Shen Yanji's gaze flickered, and the corners of his lips lifted slightly. In the afternoon, The officials gathered in the plum grove to drink and participate in the poetic game. Shen Yanji could not avoid it and had no choice but to attend. In his absence, Qin Guiwan felt cheerful and decided to enjoy the hot spring. It was not until late that Shen Yanji returned, the scent of alcohol heavily clinging to him. Fearing it would disturb Qin Guiwan, he first took a bath before entering the room. Qin Guiwan, having soaked in the spring, felt utterly refreshed as she lay on the couch, calmly discussing the hunting expedition planned for the next day with Shen Yanji. Emperor Jingchong adored archery and horseback riding, and to create a lively atmosphere, he decreed that anyone attending the plum appreciation banquet must participate in the hunt. Those unable to ride would remain in the camp to drink tea and chat, while the capable riders, regardless of gender, could join the hunt. Rewards would be given based on the quantity of game captured. Those left behind would primarily be concubines and noblewomen, along with some matriarchs. In the company of women, idle gossip was inevitable, and Qin Guiwan could not remain in the camp alone. She resolved to accompany Shen Yanji on the hunt. Shen Yanji said, "You have not ridden out to hunt in a long time. I will accompany you for a truly exhilarating experience tomorrow. Dress warmly, and we shall bring provisions to eat quietly in a secluded cave at noon, without returning to the camp." Qin Guiwan asked, "Is the hunting ground vast enough to have caves?" Shen Yanji replied, "Indeed. During its construction, the Ministry of Works scoured 16 nearby hills before selecting 2 suitable ones to enclose as the hunting ground. The caves were left for shelter during inclement weather." He patiently elaborated on the hunting ground's details, and Qin Guiwan listened quietly, refraining from interruption. On this moonless night, Shen Yanji felt as if a radiant moonlight illuminated his heart. She listened to him speak in tranquility, showing no anger or annoyance, occasionally posing questions. Reflecting on the passage of time, he realized that his only desire was this very moment. The jade pillow warmed by the smoke, he rested beside the screen. Her voice softly reaching him, within arm's reach, a promise enduring beyond time. Unbeknownst to them, nearly an hour passed, and Shen Yanji chuckled softly. "Wan, it is getting late. You should sleep. Tomorrow, I shall take care of everything." Qin Guiwan murmured in agreement and soon drifted into slumber. She dreamt once more of the events in the eastern Chang border town. One evening, as the tavern was preparing to close, a group of ruffians entered. Seeing her alone, they initially teased her with words before attempting to advance. Shen Yanji was outside delivering wine, and she decisively grabbed a knife, positioning it defensively before herself, demanding they leave. The ruffians laughed heartily, mocking her boldness in wielding a knife. One of them knocked the weapon from her hand, and the leader reached out to pinch her face. In a moment of desperation, Shen Yanji returned. Seizing a long bench from the tavern, he struck the one attempting to touch her, causing him to fall, bloodied. The remaining ruffians were stunned. Shen Yanji pulled her behind him, retrieving the fallen knife, his demeanor fierce as he warned, "If you do not leave, I shall slay you all." The ruffians were cowed by his intimidating presence, swiftly helping their injured companion to flee. That night, Mrs. Jean from next door knocked hurriedly, urging them to pack and escape. The leader of the ruffians was a relative of a local official who had already reported the incident, and retribution was certain to follow. She nestled anxiously in Shen Yanji's embrace, imploring, "Husband, let us flee quickly. We are alone here. If they seek revenge, you cannot face them alone. Do not worry, Wan," he reassured, holding her tightly and patting her back. "It is late, sleep now. Tomorrow I will handle everything." How could she not fear? She feared for Shen Yanji's life. Thus, a night of worry passed without sleep. The next day, before dawn, Shen Yanji prepared to leave alone to address the matter, instructing her to stay locked inside the house and not to emerge. She anxiously paced within, imagining various dreadful scenarios. As dawn broke, Shen Yanji returned, carrying a jar of her favorite milk pudding. She circled him several times, relieved to see him safe. "How did you resolve it?" Shen Yanji placed the pudding on the table and chuckled softly. "I went alone to confront the official, informing him that the Khan had deliberately exiled me here. Once the coup is resolved, I shall return immediately. If he dares to lay a finger on me, he will provoke the Khan's wrath and meet a grave fate." She laughed through her tears. "What if your deception fails, and we cannot return in a year or 2? How will he retaliate then?" Shen Yanji lightly tapped her nose. "By then, we shall have saved enough money, and I will take you away in advance." From that day forth, whenever a guest requested wine delivery, Shen Yanji would hire others to handle it, never again leaving her alone in the tavern. Chapter 83. The forest Qin Guiwan awoke from her slumber, reflecting on the dream from the previous night, feeling a mix of emotions as she sat up slowly, offering a bittersweet smile. Perhaps it was because the deceased Tuoba Ju had been so wonderful that she found it difficult to forgive the living Shun Yenji. Achan, hearing movement in the room, entered with water to assist her in washing up. Not seeing Shun Yenji, Qin Guiwan curiously inquired, "Where's my husband?" Achan replied. The young master rose early to make pancakes, intending to bring them to the hunting ground. He also requested some milk from the kitchen eunuchs to prepare a red date milk porridge for you. Achan found the hunting attire they had brought for Qin Guiwan and helped her change, chattering about how rare it was for men to cook.
Indachu.
Scholars considered it shameful to cook, and Shun Yenji's actions showed he had set aside that notion. Not to mention the officials residing in the small courtyard, who either dined at designated places or allowed their families to cook in the small kitchen. Among all attending the plum appreciation banquet, there were no men personally preparing meals for their wives. Qin Guiwan remained silent. The Du family feared that Qin Guiwan would tarnish the Shun family's reputation, so they ensured that the materials for her hunting attire were of the finest quality. Once Achan finished dressing her, she was astonished by Qin Guiwan's beauty, repeatedly praising her as a celestial beauty, unparalleled in grace. At that moment, Shun Yenji entered with the pancakes and milk porridge. Upon seeing Qin Guiwan, he paused, captivated. Her raven-black hair was tied high with a white silk ribbon, and her snug white hunting attire accentuated her slender waist, making it appear as if it could be clasped with a single hand. After soaking in the springs for 2 days, her complexion was radiant, her skin as smooth as jade, her lips naturally tinted red, and her eyes shimmering like autumn waves. Shun Yenji's gaze softened with warmth. In his eyes, no other colors in the world could rival the beauty she possessed. Qin Guiwan furrowed her brow, asking, "What is it?" Shun Yenji placed the food on the table. "Nothing. Just eat while it's warm. We must set off soon." After finishing their meal, the two made their way to the designated meeting point at the mountaintop. The hunting grounds lay at the foot of the mountain, and it took nearly half an hour by carriage to reach them. The Imperial Forest Army cleared the path, leading the grand procession down the mountain. Upon arrival, Emperor Jingchong, guided by the Ministry of Rites, completed the ceremonial opening of the hunt. With the ceremony concluded, the winter hunt officially commenced. The eunuchs had already prepared fine steeds at the hunting grounds. Those not participating in the hunt retreated to the camp, while hunters chose their horses and equipped themselves with arrows, following Emperor Jingchong into the mountains. To prevent any cheating for rewards, no one, except the emperor, was allowed to bring servants. The entrance to the hunting ground held little game, most lay deeper within the forest. The crowd entered, chatting and laughing, their breath mingling with the chilly air, forming puffs of mist. Qin Guiwan rode closely behind Shun Yenji, who did not glance back at her even once throughout their journey. Some accompanying officials cast indifferent glances at Qin Guiwan, secretly pondering how formidable Shun Yenji must be, remaining utterly unmoved by such beauty, his gaze unwavering. As they ventured deeper into the hunting grounds, the trees stood in clusters, cloaked in white, resembling a world adorned in silver. The heavy thud of hooves shook the ground, causing the snow on the branches to flutter down like soft whispers. The group dispersed, each seeking their own quarry. Shun Yenji silently led Qin Guiwan forward, making several turns until he finally